God Level Farm Chapter 72 to Chapter 148. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The high-quality succulent seedlings produced by Taoyuan Succulent Shop were far more popular than Xiao Ruofei had imagined. Many players who didn't manage to buy any left messages in the shop, strongly requesting the shop owner to continue restocking. Love Go Little Say Net. Xiao Ruofei also fell into deep thought. He felt that he should slightly change his business model in the future. The next time he cut, he would definitely cultivate more succulent seedlings. This was because he had saved more than 20 pots to cultivate into mother plants. When the next batch of products was put on the shelves, he couldn't sell them all at once. He had to split them into batches. Otherwise, he would have to wait 10 to 20 days for each batch to run out of stock. The patience of the consumers would quickly be worn out. Moreover, the succulent seedlings would grow a little more every day they stayed in the space. Xiao Ruofei could definitely sell them at a higher price. However, this was already the case. Even if Xiao Ruofei had the ability to reach the heavens, it was impossible for him to conjure up new succulent seedlings. Thus, he could only put up another announcement, informing everyone that there would be a new round of sales in 15 days. Then, Xiao Ruofei downloaded the express delivery form template from SF Express's official website. He filled in the order form one by one. Then, he put in the express delivery form he received last time and printed out the order form. Xiao Ruofei took out a stack of printed orders. He took out the Ring 2 painting scroll and entered the space. He began to pack the orders according to the order form. The 160 pots of succulent seedlings were divided into 60 orders. Xiao Ruofei busied himself in the space for more than 3 hours before he finished all of them. The 60 cardboard boxes were tightly sealed. The gaps in each cardboard box were stuffed with shockproof foam strips. The succulent plants inside were also tightly wrapped with bubble bags. The outside of the cardboard boxes was directly pasted with printed express delivery forms. After Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space, he first put away the painting scroll. Then, he went downstairs to the garage and directly took out the 60 cardboard boxes. Next, Xiao Ruofei called SF Express's Chongping County branch and asked them to send a car over as soon as possible. At the same time, he also asked them to bring over some blank express delivery forms. Today, he had used up more than half of the 100 express delivery forms he received last time. By the time the express delivery company took away the cardboard boxes, the whole morning had passed. Xiao Ruofei watched the express delivery company's small truck drive off into the distance. He thought about how Wu Liqian's relative was able to get a piece of land here. It was most likely because of Wu Liqian's connections. That was why the other party was so straightforward when he rented a house. After Xiao Ruofei made up his mind, he directly took out his phone and dialed Wu Liqian's number. "Hello little Xia," Wu Liqian enthusiastically said after picking up the phone. "Sister Wu, you sound so proud. Are you going to be promoted soon?" Xiao Ruofei asked half-jokingly. Wu Liqian laughed and said, "I'm just a small secretary. How high can I be promoted?" Then, Wu Liqian slightly lowered her voice and said, "But there might be some changes at work. Boss's matter is basically settled. The organization has already discussed it." Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised. He didn't think that his joke would actually hit the nail on the head. Tian Huilan's promotion to the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and the Sanxiang government had always been very popular. Now it seemed that this matter was set in stone. Otherwise, no matter how good his relationship with the Tian family was, Wu Liqian wouldn't have leaked such information. Xiao Ruofei then thought of another thing. Generally, when a leader was transferred, the secretary wouldn't be taken away. Tian Huilan was promoted on the spot. Logically speaking, Wu Liqian could follow Tian Huilan to the municipal party committee. But from Wu Liqian's tone, it didn't seem to be as simple as being transferred from the government to the municipal party committee. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Sister Wu, are you going to be transferred? Then I have to congratulate you in advance." Wu Liqian was obviously in a good mood. She smiled and said, "Oh. Your nose is quite sharp. It's really an external speaker. Congratulations." Xiao Ruofei said quickly. Sister Wu, can you tell me where you're going? Xiao Ruofei knew that the mayor's secretary would be transferred, so it wouldn't be bad. Moreover, Tian Huilan had been promoted on the spot. Sure enough, Wu Liqian smiled and said in a low voice, "The organization is preparing to let me take the position of Executive Deputy County Magistrate in Chongqing County, but it hasn't been finalized yet." Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Then I really have to congratulate you. Sister Wu, you'll be like a dragon entering the sea. You can do whatever you want." Generally, the position of the mayor's secretary would be different according to the secretary's rank. Wu Liqian should be at the deputy division chief level. For someone of her rank, there was a lot of attention paid to the position. An ordinary deputy position in a bureau was naturally different from a deputy position in a county. It was already a good arrangement to be a deputy county magistrate, not to mention that Wu Liqian was an executive deputy county magistrate. She could directly enter the standing committee of the county party committee, which was naturally worthy of congratulations. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Liqian's position might just be a transition. With Tian Huilan's help in the city, it wouldn't be difficult for her to make political achievements in the executive deputy county magistrate position. Then, she would naturally be promoted to the division chief level, and she would also have the experience of working at the grassroots level. "Thank you for your kind words." Wu Liqian smiled and said. Then she asked, "Oh right, Xianxia, why are you looking for me today?" "There's something I need to trouble you with." Xiao Ruofei said, "But, if you're going to work in Chongqing County, I don't know if it's convenient. First, tell me what it is." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Even if I work in Chongqing County, I still have connections in the municipal party committee." "Sister Wu, you misunderstood." Xiao Ruofei said, "I want to rent the land near the vacation villa to build a vegetable farm. I originally wanted to ask you about the situation. Now that you're going to work in Chongqing County, and at this time I'm afraid it's inconvenient." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "So that's what it is." "Xiaoxia, you worry too much. If you want to invest in Chongqing County and support our economic development, that's a good thing. What's inconvenient about it?" "Sister Wu, you get into the situation pretty quickly." Xiao Ruofei joked, as expected of the mayor's secretary, "You see things from a high level. You bastard. If you dare to make fun of me again, I won't help you." Wu Liqian pretended to be angry. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, I wouldn't dare. In the future, my vegetable farm will be in Chongqing County, and you'll be my official. I wouldn't dare to make fun of you." Okay, I won't joke with you. The land you're talking about belongs to Dongqing Village in Jianggang Town." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "How about this, Xiaoxia, I'll call the comrade in charge of Jianggang Town, and then I'll give you a call. You can contact them directly, there won't be any problems." "Okay. I'm relieved to hear that." Xiao Ruofei said happily, "Thank you, Sister Wu. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Not long after Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, Wu Liqian called back and told him that she had told him to find Deputy Mayor Wu of Jianggang Town directly. She also sent Deputy Mayor Wu's phone number to him by text message. When Xiao Ruofei was about to contact Deputy Mayor Wu, he received a call from manager Xing of Shijiangyu Club. It turned out that the Taoyuan company and the brand registration were done. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. He was going to rent the land and start the construction of the farm. The company was registered at the right time. In this way, he could rent the land directly in the name of the company. Xiao Ruofei immediately drove to Shijiangyu Club to get the company registration information, business license, and so on from manager Xing. Chief Xing was very meticulous in his work. He had prepared the company's official seal, public accounts, and so on. Considering that Xiao Ruofei did not have any businesses for the time being, he had registered the company's address in an office building under his name. After Xiao Ruofei had built the company's framework in the future, he could change the address again. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude to manager Xing and also said that he could increase the supply of Taoyuan vegetables from next week. He had expanded the planting in the space, so increasing the supply by 10% or 20% was no problem at all. Manager Xing was overjoyed and repeatedly said that he would invite Xiao Ruofei to dinner and entertain him well. However, Xiao Ruofei was still concerned about the rental of the land, so she politely declined. After signing a formal supply agreement with Shijiangyu Club in the name of Taoyuan Company, Xiao Ruofei left Shijiangyu Club with the relevant materials of his company. Love Go Xiaosei Xiao Ruofei found his pickup truck in the parking lot, but he didn't rush to drive. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and called Deputy Mayor Wu. After the phone was connected, a somewhat reserved voice came from the other end. "This is Wu Gang." "Who is this?" "Is it Mayor Wu?" Xiao Ruofei said, "My name is Xiao Ruofei. Director Wu of the municipal government asked me to call you." As soon as Xiao Ruofei said Director Wu, Deputy Mayor Wu at the other end of the phone suddenly became enthusiastic and hurriedly said, "Oh, it's Mr. Xia. Hello, hello. Director Wu has already told me about your situation. There won't be a problem." Xiao Ruofei faintly smiled and said, "Thank you, Mayor Wu. It's nothing. Mr. Xia, you're too kind." Wu Gang said humbly, "After Director Wu's instructions, I immediately went to learn about the situation. Mr. Xia, the piece of land you mentioned is the collective land of Dongqing Village, which has been deserted for several years. You are willing to invest and build a farm there. This is to generate income for Dongqing Village and also to support the economic development of our town. We want to thank you." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile. These government officials really knew how to talk. When the same thing came out of their mouths, there would be two completely different results. Moreover, no matter which one it was, they could make it sound logical and reasonable, making people feel that it was the truth. They made an appointment on the phone to go to the Dongqing Village Committee tomorrow morning to settle the matter of leasing the land. In fact, Wu Gang could directly inform the people of Dongqing Village, and then let Xiao Ruofei go there by himself. But this matter was arranged by Wu Liqian in person. There were no secrets in the officialdom. Wu Gang had already heard that Wu Liqian was going to be the executive deputy magistrate of Chongqing County. At that time, Wu Liqian would be his direct superior, so Wu Gang did this to show his respect. The next day, after sending off the minivan of Zhejiangjiu and Lingji Catering, Xiao Ruofei drove to the Dongqing Village Committee, which was not far from the holiday villa. Wu Gang, the deputy mayor of Jianggang Town, had already arrived. Wu Gang looked like he was in his early 30s. He had a slicked-back hairstyle and was tall and sturdy. He looked like a leader. Beside Wu Gang stood a man in his 50s or 60s. He was dressed in blue clothes made of coarse cloth. His face was dark and rough because of the sea breeze and was full of wrinkles. However, his eyes were very bright, revealing a sense of shrewdness and cunning. Xiao Ruofei got out of the car and walked quickly to him. He said, "Mayor Wu, sorry for the delay." Wu Gang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I just arrived. Mr. Xia, let me introduce you. This is Ruan Fugue, the village director of Dongqing Village. Lao Ruan, this is Mr. Xia." Ruan Fugue quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and reached out to Xiao Ruofei. He said, "Mr. Xia, nice to meet you." Xiao Ruofei shook hands with Ruan Fugue and said with a smile, "Uncle Ruan, Mayor Wu should have told you my intention, right? The mayor said that you are interested in renting the idle land in our village. This is great." Ruan Fugue said, "Come in, please. Let's go to the village committee to talk." The three of them walked into the small building of the village committee together. Ruan Fugue quickly made tea for them. Then he sat down and said, "Mr. Xia, there is no problem to rent the land to you. Now the land is idle. But a few years ago, we approved a homestead for that land and built a house on it. The land you want is around this house." Speaking of this, Ruan Fugue couldn't help looking at Wu Gang again. Obviously, Wu Gang helped Wu Liqian's relatives approve the homestead. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I live in that villa now. I plan to build a farm with that villa as the center." Hearing this, Ruan Fugue immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then there is no problem." Then he stood up and found a map. He showed it to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, this land has been marked with a red line. We were going to build a farm in the village. Later, the investors couldn't get the funds, so the project failed. But the land was also idle. Can you see if there is any problem with the marked area?" Xiao Ruofei took the map and looked at it carefully. In the Special Warfare Commando team, it was basic homework to recognize the map, And it was a military map that was several times more complicated than this simple map. So Xiao Ruofei easily found the location of his villa and compared it with the red line. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Ruan, there is no problem to the west all the way to the seaside. As for the east, I am also very interested in this forest. I want to rent it together with my land. I don't know if the ownership is in the village." Wan Fugue immediately said, "That forest belongs to the village. It is just a barren mountain. Some villagers once wanted to develop it and plant fruit trees, but it seemed that there was a problem with the soil. It was difficult for the fruit trees to grow. And even if they managed to grow, the fruit was sour and astringent. It was inedible." "Mr. Xia, do you want to reconsider?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. I have other uses for it." Wan Fugue had reminded Xiao Ruofei, so he had done his duty. Xiao Ruofei insisted. If he lost money in the future, the leaders of the town would not blame him. So he thought for a moment and nodded. "Since Mr. Xia insists, I will rent it to you together." "Thank you, Uncle Ruan." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Now we can talk about the rental price. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Wan Fugue couldn't help but rub his hands. He hesitated and said, "Mr. Xia, the market price around here is about 3,800 yuan per mu. But you are recommended by Mayor Wu. How about 3,500 yuan per mu?" Speaking of this, Wan Fugue secretly glanced at Wu Gang, who had been silent all this time. Seeing Wu Gang frown, Wan Fugue quickly changed his words and said, 300 yuan per mu, no. How about 3,200 yuan? At this time, Wu Gang's expression returned to normal, and there was even a faint smile on his face. Wan Fugue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy for him to be a village official. If the rent was too cheap, the villagers would not accept it. But if the rent was too expensive, the leaders would not be satisfied. Fortunately, Wu Gang obviously thought the price of 3,200 yuan was reasonable, and the village could barely accept it. Xiao Ruofei saw all this, and before he came, he specially checked the land rental price in Chongping County. The price was quite favorable in the coastal area, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Wan Fugue said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, this is the price of land. The mountain forest will be much cheaper, and the soil of our mountain forest is ordinary, so 1,500 yuan per mu per year, is that okay?" Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "Okay. Let's do it according to your price." Wan Fugue said happily, "Mr. Xia, it's good that you are satisfied. This land has a total of 3 mu. Let's calculate it as 28 mu. The annual rent is 89,600 yuan. The mountain forest area is about 15 mu, and the annual rent is 22,500 yuan. The annual rent is 112,100 yuan. Is that okay?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but take another look at Wan Fugue. This old man didn't look like much, but unexpectedly, his brain worked very quickly. Although it was just simple arithmetic, to be able to calculate it so quickly was indeed a skill. To be able to become the village director, he must have some skills. "No problem." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Uncle Ruan, I even brought the company seal. Let's sign the contract directly." Okay. Wan Fugue quickly said. Then, he called the village accountant and asked him to come over immediately. There was a computer in the village committee that contained the model of the previous land lease contract. He just had to pull it out and modify the parameters. However, among the village committee members, only the young accountants knew how to use computers. At this time, Wu Gang, who had not obviously interfered in the negotiation, smiled and said, "Old Ruan, since Mr. Xia is going to develop a farm in Dongqing village, shouldn't the lease period be longer?" Wan Fugue said. "Mayor Wu, our lease of land is usually for 3 years. In principle, it can't exceed 5 years. But since you've spoken, then, what do you think of an 8-year contract?" Wu Gang looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and asked for his opinion. Xiao Ruofei knew that Wu Gang was helping him, so he immediately nodded and said, "Sure. Uncle Ruan, I can't take advantage of the village. If we sign an 8-year contract, The annual rent will increase by 5% on the basis of the previous year. In addition, I hope that there will be a clause in the contract stating that our company will have the priority to lease the property under the same conditions after the contract expires. Love Go Little Seiko Juan Fugue had thought that the contract would be fixed for 8 years, so he was a little reluctant. When he heard that Xiao Ruofei offered to increase the rent, he immediately smiled and said, "No problem, no problem." After waiting for a while, the village accountant arrived at the village committee. There was a ready-made lease contract on the computer. After some amendments to the rent, term and clauses, the contract was directly printed out and signed by both parties. Then the Taoyuan Company and the Dongqing Village Committee were stamped. The lease contract was effective. After both parties received the contract, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Mayor Wu, Uncle Ruan, thank you so much for this matter. How about this? At noon, I'll treat you to a simple meal to celebrate our successful cooperation." Juan Fugue said, "Mr. Xia, you've developed our village's economy. If you want to have a meal, we should treat you. How about you and Mayor Wu have a meal at my house at noon? My wife's cooking skills are not bad." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Ruan, I'll take root in Dongqing Village in the future. There will be many opportunities to have a meal at your house. You can't rob me of this meal today." After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Wu Gang again and said, "Mayor Wu, I've already arranged the place. Do me the favor." Wu Gang smiled and said, "Since Mr. Xia is so enthusiastic, Lao Ruan and I will take up your offer." Seeing that Wu Gang agreed, Juan Fugue did not refuse and agreed to Xiao Ruofei's proposal. Then they went out together. Xiao Ruofei drove his pickup truck and led the way, while Juan Fugue sat in Wu Gang's car and followed behind. The young village accountant was also in Xiao Ruofei's car. He had just rushed here from the seaside because of the contract. Xiao Ruofei couldn't leave him out when treating him to a meal. The place of the meal was naturally the Shijiang Moon Club. Except for that, Xiao Ruofei was not familiar with the place. Originally, Ling Qingshua's restaurant should be more suitable. However, after Ling Qingxue forcibly robbed him of his first kiss last time, both of them were a little embarrassed. At this time, Xiao Ruofei could not contact Ling Qingxue. The two cars went straight to the downtown one after another. When they passed by the Industrial and Commercial Bank, Xiao Ruofei stopped and went in with the village accountant to transfer 1 year's rent to the account of Dongqing Village first. This also reassured Juan Fugue. Xiao Ruofei called Mr. Zheng on the way and asked him to arrange a private room. When they arrived at the Shijiang Moon Club, a beautiful female manager had been waiting at the door. She respectfully welcomed Xiao Ruofei and others in. Juan Fugue had never been to such a high-end place. On the way to the private room, he was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Even Wu Gang rarely had the opportunity to enter such a high-end club. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's position in his mind was undoubtedly much higher. Director Zheng had arranged a very luxurious private room for Xiao Ruofei, and everything was prepared. As soon as they sat on the table, the dishes were served like flowing water. The dishes in the club were very exquisite. Mr. Zheng even arranged 3 dishes of Taoyuan vegetables, which were hard to get. When the VIP manager introduced the Taoyuan vegetables, Wu Gang and others were very surprised. They repeatedly said that this meal was too grand and they were quite flattered. When Mr. Zheng of the club came to toast in person and was very polite to Xiao Ruofei's position in the hearts of Wu Gang and others rose sharply. In particular, Wu Gang, who vaguely knew that Xiao Ruofei had an antenna in the city, reminded himself secretly that in the future, Xiao Ruofei would open a farm in his district. There would be many opportunities to deal with Xiao Ruofei in the future. He must maintain a good relationship with Xiao Ruofei. The guests and the host enjoyed the meal very much. The cooperation between the two sides began very happily. Xiao Ruofei personally sent Wu Gang and others to the door, and then asked Mr. Zheng to arrange a room for him to rest. He drank a lot at noon, so he could not drive at the moment. Of course, when Mr. Zheng proposed to arrange 2 girls to relax for him, Xiao Ruofei firmly refused. He rested in the room of the club for the whole afternoon, and all the smell of alcohol dissipated. Then he got up and said goodbye to Mr. Zheng. He took the car and went straight to Taoyuan meat shop. After lunch, he contacted Liang Qichao. He went there to fulfill his promise last time, to bring the white-skinned moon to Liang Qichao. Secondly, naturally, he needed Liang Qichao's help in the construction of the farm. Before arriving at the door of Taoyuan meat shop, Xiao Ruofei saw Liang Qichao standing by the roadside eagerly. He could not help laughing. It seemed that the white-skinned moon was very attractive to Liang Qichao. Genius remembers love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei drove the car to Liang Qichao's side. Before the car even stopped, Liang Qichao couldn't wait to open the door and get in. He asked, Ruofei, where's the white moon? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it's in the back of the car. Let's go in and talk. Okay. Liang Qichao said. Then he stuck his head out of the car window and shouted for the security guard to open the door. Xiao Ruofei drove directly to the 3-story office building in the Immortal Meat food stall. After getting out of the car, he went to the back of the car and took out the white moon. Then he said to Liang Qichao, Brother Liang, let's talk in your office. Let's go upstairs. Liang Qichao said. Obviously, he was already itching to get the white moon. When they arrived at Liang Qichao's office, Xiao Ruofei put the white moon on the coffee table and said with a smile, the white moon I told you about last time is this. Let's see if it can catch your eye. The white moon was still casually put in a plastic bag by Xiao Ruofei. Liang Qichao couldn't wait to open the bag. When the white moon was revealed, Liang Qichao's eyes couldn't move away. Liang Qichao was mesmerized by the almost perfect shape of the plant and the beautiful misty rain-like leaves. After a while, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze and said to Xiao Ruofei, Ruofei, this white moon is perfect. I won't say anything else. If you think of your brother Liang when there's good stuff, I'll remember this favor. I want this white moon. This grade of white moon doesn't have a reference price. I'll pay 150,000. I don't know if your friend can accept this price. Last time, the ice lantern Haworthia was sold for 250,000. However, that was because Lu Mingho lost his mind during the auction. In reality, it wasn't worth that much. Liang Qichao offered a price of 150,000 for the white moon skin because he thought it was as valuable as the ice lantern from last time. Of course, the friend that Liang Qichao mentioned did not exist. It was just an excuse for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, no problem, I can make the decision. Great. Liang Qichao said happily. Thank you, Ruofei. Then Liang Qichao said, how about I transfer the money to you directly? Sure. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly. There's no need to rush. We'll go there when we're free. That won't do. Liang Qichao said. Friendship is friendship, business is business. We have to have both money and goods. Oh right, it's still the same account from last time, right? After receiving Xiao Ruofei's confirmation, Liang Qichao immediately picked up the phone on his desk and ordered the finance staff of the Immortal Meat food stall. Then he greeted Xiao Ruofei warmly. Come, have some tea. I just got some top-grade tea guanyin a few days ago. The two of them sat down at the coffee table. Liang Qichao skillfully picked up the tea set and began to make tea. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Liang, I have something to ask of you this time. Liang Qichao was making tea with his head down. He said without looking up, what's the matter? As long as I can do it, I'll do it for you. I got a piece of land in the suburbs, and I'm going to build a farm. Xiao Ruofei said, I heard from Xianxia that your family is in the real estate business. You're familiar with design and construction, so I'd like to ask you to help me. Liang Qichao heard this and said without thinking, no problem. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for the most capable manager in my dad's company to help you take a look. He helped me with the planning and design of the Immortal Meat food stall. It's not bad, right? That's great. Xiao Ruofei said happily, thank you. Brother Liang. By the way, when the time comes, I'll have to trouble you with the construction. That's even less of a problem. We have our own construction team. Liang Qichao said with a smile, after the planning and design is done, if you think the budget is acceptable, I'll let the construction team come in at any time. Okay. I'm not worried about Brother Liang. Xiao Ruofei said happily, just follow the market price. This is what you said. Business is business. Haha, okay. Liang Qichao said heartily. The two of them then talked about some succulents. Liang Qichao was very interested in the high-quality seedlings of the Taoyuan succulent meat stall. However, as a young master, he naturally couldn't stare at the internet all day long, so he didn't go on sale this time. It was too late for regrets. Xia Ruofei smiled and said that he would ask his friend to leave a few pots for him next time. While they were chatting, Liang Qichao's cell phone rang. He picked it up and said, "Hello." "Yes, it's me. I found one?" "How big is it?" "Oh, it's only 70 centimeters? Or is it a new material?" "There's basically no core material." "It's not enough, it's far from enough. We need at least 1 meter of old material. You have to work hard to find it. Please." "Oh, okay, thank you." After hanging up the phone, Liang Qichao sighed and put away his cell phone. Xia Ruofei saw this and asked, "Brother Liang, why are you sighing?" "Hey. Don't mention it." Liang Qichao shook his head and said, "I recently asked someone to help me find gold-rimmed phoebe wood, but this wood is too rare. It's basically extinct, so it's very difficult to find." "Gold-rimmed phoebe?" Xia Ruofei said with a hint of interest, "I've heard of it too. It seems to be very expensive, right? Isn't it? A small string of bracelets costs more than 100,000 yuan, and a whole piece of wood is priceless." Liang Qichao smiled bitterly and said, "But this time, I only need a whole piece of wood, which can't be bought even if you have money." Then, Liang Qichao simply talked to Xia Ruofei about gold-rimmed phoebe wood. It turned out that the person who really needed gold-rimmed phoebe wood was Liang Qichao's grandfather, who was his father's uncle. This old man was an overseas Chinese in the United States. When he was very young, he left Huaxia and went to the United States. After decades of hard work, he also earned a large family business and had a considerable status in the United States. In fact, Liang Qichao's family business was now quite big, and the initial startup funds were provided by this old man. When people were old, they would start to think about their own afterlife. The old man wanted to find a gold-rimmed phoebe wood to make his own coffin, which was to be used when he was old. Moreover, the old man had no children, and only Liang Qichao's father had a few relatives, so everyone was very concerned about this matter. The whole family mobilized to look for gold-rimmed phoebe wood. This was because it was very likely to be a big plus in the old man's heart. The most realistic thing was that the old man might be biased in the future distribution of the inheritance. After talking about the cause and effect of the matter, Liang Qichao asked tentatively, "Ruofei, does your friend who cultivates the best quality succulents have any connections? As long as the wood meets the requirements, the price is definitely not a problem." Cultivating succulents had nothing to do with wood, so Liang Qichao was a bit desperate. Xia Ruofei thought about it and asked, "Brother Liang, is this urgent?" Liang Qichao smiled and said, "It's not urgent. After all, the old man's body is still healthy. But it's not urgent. My father is worried that his cousins will find it first." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but show a trace of understanding and said, "Okay, I'll ask him later and ask him to help you keep an eye out." "Okay, thank you, Ruofei," Liang Qichao said politely. In fact, he didn't have too much hope. At this time, Xia Ruofei's heart suddenly moved and an idea popped up. Genius remembers love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xia Ruofei asked, "Brother Liang, the 70-centimeter gold-rimmed cedar you mentioned on the phone just now, is it a wood that has been cut down, or a whole tree that is still alive?" Liang Qichao said with a smile, "Brother, strictly speaking, a living jinan is just a piece of cedar wood. The gold in the gold-rimmed cedar is the crystallization of the core material after natural oxidation for more than 100 years after the high-quality cedar was cut down. This is what we usually call old material. We are looking for old material for the old man's birthday. However, the gold-rimmed cedar that my friend found was really not cut down. He found it by chance, so he called me and asked if I was interested." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I didn't expect that gold-rimmed cedar would have so many things to pay attention to. Isn't that right?" Liang Qichao said, "I've been looking for wood for the old man these days, so I've learned about it." Then he said, "In fact, After the gold-rimmed cedar is cut down and placed on the mountain for more than 3 years, it can become a very good old material after natural weathering and drying to remove the sapwood and wood properties. Unfortunately, even for this kind of old material, because we require the whole tree to be more than 1 meter long, it is very difficult to find it. 3 years of natural weathering and drying? Xiao Ruofei's expression changed, and then he asked calmly, Brother Liang, the growth of this gold-rimmed cedar should be very slow, right? Of course. Otherwise, how can it be so rare? Liang Qichao said, it takes at least 50 to 60 years to start to grow the core material, and the growth process of the core material still needs 50 to 100 years. Only when the proportion of the core material reaches more than 95% of the whole trunk, its material is in the best state. Speaking of this, Liang Qichao said with a smile, so, although gold-rimmed cedar can be sold for millions or tens of millions, it is impossible to make a fortune by planting gold-rimmed cedar. If you work hard to plant it, at least your great-grandchildren will be able to enjoy the blessing. Xiao Ruofei also laughed, but his mind began to wander. It was extremely difficult for Jin Xinan to become a talent in the outside world, but if he had the ring to space, it didn't seem as difficult as imagined. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and asked, Brother Liang, do you have any way to help me find some new materials for the Jinnan? It doesn't have to be big. It's best if it's freshly cut core material. I want to get a piece to play with. That's not a big problem. You can buy it in the market. I've been looking for old materials of golden-rimmed phoebe recently, and I've made a lot of friends in this field. Liang Qichao said with a smile, how about this? I'll ask someone to do it later, and then I'll ask Manager Li to bring it to you tomorrow. Isn't he going to help you see how to plan that piece of land? All right. Thank you, Liang bro. Xiao Ruofei said. You don't have to be too big. Just the size of my palm is enough. I just bought it for fun. I'll transfer the money to you directly. Liang Qichao said straightforwardly, such a small piece of new material is not worth much. It's at most 1,000 yuan. Just take it as a gift from me. You've helped me find such a good white moon. I haven't thanked you properly yet. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he didn't insist, because it was indeed not much money. After chatting with Liang Qichao for a while at the Immortal Meat food stall, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye and left. He originally wanted to go to Ling Qingxue, because the company had been registered, and now he could sign a formal agreement with Ling Qingxue restaurant. However, when he thought of the sudden kiss that day, Xiao Ruofei still felt a little embarrassed. He thought about it and decided to wait a few days. After returning to the holiday villa, Xiao Ruofei entered the Ring 2 space to check it out. The space was thriving. The vegetables and fruits were full of vitality, and the fish in the fish pond had grown to the size of 2 fingers. The red arowana had grown a lot, and its scales had begun to show a beautiful red color. Xiao Ruofei believed that it wouldn't be long before he could harvest a precious red arowana. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei had just finished handing over the day's vegetables to Shijiang Moon and Ling Qingxue restaurant when he welcomed Manager Li, who had been sent by Liang Qichao to help him with the farm planning. Manager Li was in his early 30s. He was thin and wore a pair of glasses, which made him look gentle. However, perhaps because he had been working at the construction site all year round, his skin was a little dark. As soon as they met, Manager Li warmly shook hands with Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, he gave Xiao Ruofei the new gold-rimmed jinan that Liang Qichao had gotten yesterday. Xiao Ruofei had only wanted a small piece, but the piece that Liang Qichao had gotten was more than the size of a palm. It was as big as a small wash basin. After Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude, he moved the new gold-rimmed jinan into the villa. In fact, after he left Manager Li's site, he conveniently put the gold-rimmed jinan into the Ring 2 space. Then, Xiao Ruofei first showed Manager Li the schematic map of the land scope in the contract for a while, then took him to the site to check it out. As they walked, Xiao Ruofei told Manager Li his thoughts. The flat land in front of us will be used for vegetable greenhouses. There's a reserved land over there that might be used to build a cold storage in the future. Also, I'm going to use the abandoned pond in front of us again. It might need to be cleaned up and rebuilt. The mountain behind us will be used to plant fruit trees in the future. This time, it will be repaired together. Manager Li nodded as he listened, and at the same time, he quickly wrote it down in his notebook. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while, then said, "Oh right, Manager Li, we need to design a unified irrigation system for the entire vegetable farm, including the greenhouses and the orchard. Then, we'll set the water tower on top of the mountain behind us. There's a river behind the mountain, and we can use a few pumps to transfer the water up." "Okay, I've noted it down." Manager Li nodded and said. Then, he asked, "Mr. Xia, do you have any other requests?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Also, we need to build a unified fence around the farm, make it a little higher, and install a set of security systems. I'll give you a list of related equipment later." Xiao Ruofei himself was an expert when it came to security. Since he was going to do it, he wanted to put the security measures in place at once. This was because if he continued to introduce high-quality vegetables, fruits, and other rare ingredients and plants in the future, it might attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. "Okay." Manager Li agreed. "Mr. Xia, if you don't have any other orders, I'll go back and make an overall plan and budget first. I'll give it to you later." "Okay, thank you, Manager Li," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After sending Manager Li off, Xiao Ruofei immediately walked back to the villa. After he went to the bedroom and locked the door, he took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. Yesterday at the Immortal Meat food stall, Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao talked about the gold-rimmed Phoebe. Then, Xiao Ruofei realized that if his spiritual map scroll was only used to grow vegetables and raise fish, it would be a waste of God's gift. It was time to plant some precious wood, herbs, and the like. Upgrading the space required an immeasurable amount of money. The current speed of making money was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, but Xiao Ruofei still felt that it was too slow. To plant precious crops, Xiao Ruofei planned to start with the gold-rimmed Phoebe. Genius 1 second remember love/go/little? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. The so-called new material was the core material of the high-quality Phoebe that had just been cut down. It did not undergo a long period of natural oxidation to form a crystal, which was the golden thread in the Phoebe. The piece of material that Liang Qichao gave to Xiao Ruofei was the new material. Xiao Ruofei picked up the piece of material and recalled the information that he looked up on the computer last night. Then he took out the Buckstrider 888 military dagger, made a slight cut on the wood, and decisively cut. The wood of the Phoebe was very hard, but Xiao Ruofei continued to absorb the petals of the strange flowers. His physical fitness was greatly strengthened, so he was able to easily cut the wood into 3 pieces. The diluted version of the petal solution that he used to soak the seeds in had not been poured away. Xiao Ruofei soaked the 3 pieces of wood in the solution. Then he left the space and stayed in the outside world for an hour or 2 before going back in. The 3 pieces of wood were equivalent to being soaked in the solution for 2 or 3 days. Presumably, the remaining petal components in the solution should have been completely absorbed. Xiao Ruofei began to process the 3 pieces of wood. One of the pieces was casually placed in the space. Xiao Ruofei dug a hole for the second piece and buried it with the space's soil. As for the third piece, Xiao Ruofei buried it in the mud at the bottom of the space's fish pond. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's purpose was very simple. He wanted to test how long it would take for the new material to form a golden thread crystal in the space. The first piece of wood was equivalent to a natural oxidation state. As for the other 2 pieces, Xiao Ruofei saw that this piece of wood was relatively large. He wanted to try and see if it could form Phoebe, also known as gloomy wood. Generally, wood was buried underground or sunk in water. After thousands of years, it would form a high-quality ebony. Xiao Ruofei wanted to see how long it would take to form ebony in the Ring 2 space, as well as the quality of the ebony. After doing all this, all that was left for Xiao Ruofei to do was to wait. He believed that the result would be good. The spiritual map space had given him one surprise after another, and this time would not be an exception. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei didn't go anywhere. He just stayed in the villa and prepared the vegetables for the 2 families, practiced Tai Chi, took care of the cabbages in the backyard, and looked after the succulents and red arowana in the space. During this period, he once again harvested the flower petals. As usual, he absorbed one of the petals and stored the remaining 4. During this period of time, he had used a few of the rare flower petals in his planting. Now, he had a total of 9 rare flower petals. Other than the spiritual map scroll itself, this was the most precious thing that Xia Ruofei had. He carefully packed it in a preservation box and stored it in the space. Most of the time, Xia Ruofei liked to move the rocking chair and lie on the balcony to read information. These information were all about planting and breeding knowledge that he had gathered on the internet, as well as information about precious ingredients, herbs, wood, and so on. He sorted these information into categories and printed them all out. These few days, Xia Ruofei had been studying non-stop in her free time. She was also thinking about her future plans. On the third day, Manager Li brought the project plan and the project budget to Xia Ruofei's villa. The first thing that Xia Ruofei looked at was the most intuitive design plan. He had to admit that Manager Li's standards were very high. From the design plan, the layout of the entire farm was neat. On the entire plot of land in front of the villa, there were 8 10-meter long and 100-meter wide vegetable greenhouses. Further ahead was a large fish pond. On the mountain behind the villa, rows of fruit trees were neatly arranged. There were clearly optimized roads that connected the greenhouses, the fish pond, the villa, and the back of the mountain. There were even landscaping trees on both sides of the roads. It could be said that this design plan already presented the blueprint of an efficient and modern farm. Xia Ruofei then looked at the budget. With this look, he couldn't help but sweat a little. This design was good, but it was too expensive. For the vegetable greenhouses, Manager Li had provided 2 plans. One of them was a relatively simple arched membrane greenhouse, which cost about 15,000 yuan. The other was a connected modern membrane greenhouse that could be installed with internal and external shading systems, thermal insulation systems, automatic irrigation systems, fertilization systems, and so on. The cost per mu was as high as 100,000 yuan. In other words, if the second plan was used, one greenhouse would cost close to 15,000 yuan. 8 of them would cost 1.2 million yuan. This was just the cost of the greenhouses. Including the land leveling, pond cleaning, mountain remodeling, garden paving, and so on, the total budget was about 2 million yuan. Even if the relatively simple greenhouse construction plan was used, it would still cost 1.12 million yuan. And with Xia Ruofei's personality, if he wanted to do something, he naturally wanted to do it to the best of his ability. He had about 600,000 yuan on hand, and the funding gap was as high as 1.6 million yuan. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a headache coming on. He thought for a long time, then said to Manager Li, "Brother Li, leave the plan and budget with me first. I'll think about it." Manager Li also saw Xia Ruofei's hesitation, but he knew that Mr. Xia in front of him was young Master Liang's friend, so he didn't dare to neglect his attitude. He said, "No problem, no problem. Mr. Xia, after you've thought about it, or if you have any suggestions for changes, feel free to contact me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. Thank you, Brother Li." He politely sent Manager Li off, then walked back to the villa with the budget and the plan under his arm, frowning. They had to build it. This was something that had to be done. But where would the money come from, although he was not required to pay 2 million yuan in one go? As the project progressed, the construction cost had to be settled gradually. The construction of the farm would not take long. His 600,000 yuan would not last long. The most important thing now was to get a sum of money, at least 1 million yuan. In that case, with 1.6 million yuan in hand, he could basically last until the end of the construction period. By then, with Xia Ruofei's current earning speed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pay the remaining 600,000 yuan. But where was he going to get this 1 million? Xia Ruofei frowned and pondered for a long time. In the end, he turned his attention to the jade. The last time he bought jade at Lingyu Temple, Xia Ruofei came into contact with stone gambling for the first time in his life. He still remembered the strong stimulation of 1 cut to the poor, 1 cut to the rich, 1 cut to the linen cloth. Originally, Xia Ruofei didn't want to gamble on stones anymore. After all, no one in the world could see if there was jade hidden under the stone. If Xia Ruofei kept buying and increasing the price every time he bought, It would soon attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. At that time, there would be the danger of exposing the Ling Tu painting. Therefore, he would rather start from a young age and slowly manage the Taoyuan brand. But this time, he urgently needed more than 1 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any other ideas at the moment, so he could only think of a way from stone gambling. As long as he was careful in the future and didn't gamble on stones as much as possible, it shouldn't be too dangerous. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate anymore. He got up, took his bank card and all the cash, and drove straight to the antique street in the flower and bird market in the Sanshan district. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei walked in the noisy antique street. He soon arrived at the door of Lingyu Hall. Originally, Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to buy raw gemstones in Lingyu Hall. After all, there were several shops selling raw gemstones in this antique street. But when he saw a sign on the small shop of Lingyu Hall that said, a large number of high-quality raw gemstones have just arrived in Longqing, he immediately changed his mind and decided to try his luck in Lingyu Hall. After all, in the newly arrived raw gemstones, the possibility of high-quality jade was definitely higher than the raw gemstones that had been picked by countless customers. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and walked into Lingyu Hall. "Hello, Mr. Xia. Are you here to buy jade again?" A voice with a trace of surprise sounded. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully and found that it was the waitress who had served him last time. So he smiled and nodded to her. Then Xiao Ruofei asked, "Is Boss Chen here?" "Yes. Please have a cup of tea and wait for a while. I'll go in and call the boss right away," the waitress said enthusiastically. "Okay, thank you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After sitting in the reception area for a while, Xiao Ruofei saw Boss Chen in a dark blue tang suit coming out with a smile. This Boss Chen seemed to have a special preference for tang suits. "Brother Xia." Boss Chen enthusiastically reached out his hand to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei shook hands with him and said, "Boss Chen, I'm here to disturb you again." "Don't mention it. Brother Xia takes care of my business." "I can't thank you enough." Boss Chen said heartily, "How is it? Are you here to buy jade again this time?" Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "I just happened to have some business nearby, so I came to buy some jade. This time it's still about 300,000 yuan. The quality is about the same as last time." "No problem. I just went to Myanmar a few days ago and bought a batch of jade. The quality is good." Boss Chen said, "I'll ask someone to prepare it right away." "Thank you for your trouble." Xiao Ruofei said, "By the way, Boss Chen, I just saw a sign at the door. Did you get new raw stones?" Boss Chen laughed and said, "Yeah. The main purpose of this trip to Myanmar was to buy raw stones and some jade materials. This batch of raw stones was of good quality. They were all from the Dragon Pit." "What? Brother Xia, are you interested in joining us?" Xiao Ruofei said noncommittally, "I don't know anything about stone gambling." "What does it matter?" Boss Chen said with a smile. "No matter how knowledgeable a person is, he can't beat luck. Brother Xia, your luck last time was really amazing. Then, how about playing with 2 pieces?" Xiao Ruofei deliberately showed a hint of interest. "Of course. Just one look and I can tell that Brother Xia is someone with great luck. Maybe you can make a big profit," Boss Chen said. "All right then. Anyway, you need some time to prepare the jade materials. You have nothing to do." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then let's go and choose 2 pieces to play with. I hope to borrow Boss Chen's auspicious words." "Haha. I wish." Brother Xia, a victory in advance. Boss Chen said with a hearty smile, "Let's go together." Boss Chen personally took Xiao Ruofei to the shop next door. It was noon, and there were not many people in the raw stone shop. Only 2 or 3 people were choosing raw stones. When they saw Boss Chen, they all greeted him. Boss Chen also responded with a smile. Then he said to Xiao Ruofei, "Brother Xia, the new raw stones are here. Each stone has a price tag. You can choose whatever you want. If you choose one, I'll give you a 10% discount." "Haha. There's a discount. Then I won't be polite. I'll pick a few more pieces later." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then he began to choose raw stones. Boss Chen also knew that customers generally didn't want to be disturbed when they were choosing raw stones, so he didn't go over. Instead, he went to the side and sat down. The shop was full of rows of shelves. The shelves were lined with raw stones of different sizes. Next to each raw stone was a price tag. According to the raw stone's performance, the price was marked with different prices. It ranged from a few thousand yuan to a few million yuan. Xiao Ruofei shuttled through the shelves. He seemed to be choosing randomly. He looked at the raw stones very quickly, and he just glanced at them roughly and then went to the next raw stone. At first, the 2 or 3 customers were secretly watching Xiao Ruofei. After all, he was accompanied by Boss Chen personally. However, when they saw Xiao Ruofei's posture, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. It turned out to be a rookie. He should be the kind who is stupid and has a lot of money. Otherwise, why would Boss Chen personally accompany him? It was because people who gambled on raw stones all year round were very careful when choosing raw stones. Especially when they encountered raw stones that had a good appearance, they would carefully observe every detail and look at them over and over again. If the window was open, they would take a strong flashlight and look at it closely. For Xiao Ruofei, who looked at the flowers on horseback, it was obvious that he was an amateur. However, these people, including Boss Chen, didn't notice that when Xiao Ruofei passed by each raw stone, he would casually reach out and touch it. Of course, with the skills that Xiao Ruofei had trained in the Special Warfare Commando team and the cover of the shelves, it was too easy to not let others see anything unusual. Xiao Ruofei had already observed the positions of the cameras in the shop. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei quickly checked more than half of the raw stones. Every time there was jade in the raw stone, the spiritual map scroll that was hidden close to his chest would react. Xiao Ruofei could roughly determine the value of the raw stone based on the vibration of the spiritual map scroll. So far, Xiao Ruofei didn't find anything surprising. In fact, most of the raw stones couldn't make the spiritual map scroll react at all. In other words, these raw stones were just stones without any jade. No wonder so many people went bankrupt when they gambled on raw stones. Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart. Among these raw stones that definitely couldn't contain jade, the most expensive one was even priced at more than 1 million. There were only about 10 raw stones that could make the spiritual map scroll vibrate, but none of them were what Xiao Ruofei wanted. Some of the spiritual map scroll's reaction was relatively mild, and the jade in the raw stones wasn't worth much. Of course, this was relative to Xiao Ruofei's needs. If an ordinary customer was lucky enough to choose these raw stones, they could still make a small profit. Only one raw stone could make the spiritual map scroll react more strongly. Xiao Ruofei estimated that the jade inside was worth at least 2 million. It was a pity that this huge raw stone was priced at 2,200,000. In other words, even if Xiao Ruofei had the money to buy it, he would probably break even. At most, he would make a small profit. This wasn't the result that Xiao Ruofei wanted. Xiao Ruofei sighed and looked at the shelf on the other side. He could only hope that he could find the raw stone he wanted over there. He walked towards the other shelf. Just as he passed by a pile of raw stones in the corner of the store, the spiritual map scroll in his chest suddenly vibrated. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He hadn't touched any raw stones, but the spiritual map scroll was vibrating on its own. What was going on? Last time, the spiritual map scroll didn't vibrate on its own before touching the raw stones. He quickly looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. Only then did he look at the most suspicious pile of raw stones. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by small? I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. All along, the spirit map scroll would only react when Xiao Ruofei reached out to touch the raw stones or jadeite. But now, the spirit map scroll had actually started to vibrate. What did this mean? Xiao Ruofei could only think of one possibility, which was that there was something the spirit map scroll urgently wanted in this pile of raw stones. Love go small say could this thing was very likely to be a high-quality jadeite that could promote its evolution. Xiao Ruofei's thoughts began to run, but his face remained calm. He walked over and squatted down casually, easily picking up the raw stones. Boss Chen happened to look over and said with a smile, "Brother Xia, that pile of raw stones is going to be sent to the next door as a gift. There's nothing to see." If there are no raw stones that you like over there, there are a lot of them here. You can come over and pick them. In fact, he was just reminding him out of kindness. After all, the quality of the raw stones was very poor, and they were the leftovers of many customers. No one would want them in the store, so he was going to give them away as a gift. Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as he turned around and said, "Boss Chen, I'm buying raw stones because of my affinity with them. Besides, wasn't the raw stone that rose a lot last time also a gift from the next door?" Boss Chen was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "That makes sense. Brother Xia, you can pick whatever you like. I'll give you whichever one you like." Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "Okay. Thank you in advance." After that, Xiao Ruofei really squatted down and continued to pick raw stones. Boss Chen just smiled and shook his head when he saw this. He then chatted with the familiar customers next to him. Obviously, he didn't care about the pile of raw stones at all. Xiao Ruofei reached out to search. During the whole process, the spirit map scroll was shaking slightly. Xiao Ruofei could even feel a trace of desire from the spirit map scroll. When Xiao Ruofei's hand touched a piece of ore, the spirit map scroll's trembling suddenly became much more intense, and the trembling was not any less than the ore that was priced at over 2 million. Xiao Ruofei knew that it must be this one. He glanced at this dark and swarthy raw stone without batting an eyelid, firmly memorizing its shape in his heart, and then continued to search. But after that, the spirit map scroll no longer trembled so violently. Xiao Ruofei knew in his heart that it must be the black raw stone just now. However, he didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked to the other shelf. Boss Chen laughed and asked, "Brother Xia, none of those raw stones caught your eye, right?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "I'll go over here first. No matter what, I'll have to come back and get one. After all, it's a free gift from Boss Chen." Boss Chen laughed and said, "No problem. You can pick a few more pieces later." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and walked to the other shelf. If she couldn't find a suitable raw stone here, then Xiao Ruofei could only buy a random one and conveniently take the black and swarthy gift. Xiao Ruofei walked between the shelves with a relaxed expression. He seemed to be casually looking at the flowers, but in reality, he didn't miss a single ore. The situation on this shelf was about the same as before. There weren't many ores that could cause the spirit map scroll to tremble, and none of them caused a violent reaction. Just when Xiao Ruofei thought that he had to take a step back and settle for the next best thing, when his hand brushed past a piece of ore, the spirit map scroll suddenly trembled. Judging from the extent of the trembling, the value of the jade inside the ore should be no less than 2 million. Love go little say W. Chu. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the price tag next to the ore. 250,000 yuan. The price was also suitable. This was it. Xiao Ruofei's heart was a little excited. However, Xiao Ruofei was still very calm. He didn't take the ore immediately, but continued to choose ores as if nothing had happened. In the end, he casually took 2 ores that definitely didn't have jade. Then, he added the one that was priced at 250,000 yuan and took them to the counter for settlement. "Brother, have you chosen?" Boss Chen asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Yes. Anyway, I don't know anything about it. I'll buy a few based on my feelings." "Based on your feelings?" Boss Chen laughed and said, "Brother, didn't you also make a lot of money based on your feelings last time? This time, it will definitely increase a lot." "Haha, then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words," Xiao Ruofei said. At this time, the shop assistant had already calculated the bill. Together with the 2 ores that Xiao Ruofei casually took, it was a total of 400,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei directly swiped his card and paid the bill, then said, "Boss Chen, I'll have to trouble your master to help me cut the ores." Boss Chen nodded and turned back and said, "Old Su, you go and help Brother Xia cut the ores." "Yes, boss." The stone-cutting master, Old Su, quickly said. "Brother, Old Su is the most experienced stone-cutting master in our shop." Boss Chen smiled and said to Xiao Ruofei, "How do you want to cut it?" "Just tell him." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm just a layman who knows nothing. How do I know how to cut it?" "Master Su, you can just cut it based on your experience." If it really increases a lot, I'll give you a red packet. Master Su smiled honestly and said, then, I'll thank the boss first. After getting Xiao Ruofei's authorization, Master Su began to cut the oars directly. The one that cost 250,000 yuan was the most expensive one. He put it aside first and picked one from the other two oars. After carefully observing it for a while, he fixed it on the stone-cutting machine. The machine roared, and the few customers in the shop also gathered around. As long as there was someone cutting the oars, there would be no lack of people to watch the fun. Master Su operated the machine. In the sharp friction sound, a corner of the oars was cut off. Then, Master Su found water to clean the cut surface. There was a sigh, there was no green. Master Su was used to it. He continued to adjust the angle and opened a new window. There was still no green. After opening 3 windows in a row, Master Su fixed the oars and cut them in the middle. It was still a patch of dust. It's a failure. This oars is tens of thousands yuan. This young man lost money, the onlookers talked about it. But Xiao Ruofei still had a faint smile on his face, as if losing tens of thousands of yuan was not a big deal at all. Boss Chen observed Xiao Ruofei's expression from the side. He was more convinced that Xiao Ruofei must be a rich young master. Then, the second oars were cut. The process was similar. Master Su opened a few windows first. When there was no green, he cut them directly. Of course, this one was also a failure. The onlookers sighed louder. Some of them looked at Xiao Ruofei sympathetically. In such a short time, hundreds of thousands of yuan had gone down the drain. Of course, there were some people who were gloating. Xiao Ruofei's face was still as calm as an ancient well. There was no emotional fluctuation. Master Su saw that 2 oars were broken in a row. He could not help but look at Xiao Ruofei to ask for his opinion. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Master Su, continue. There's still one more to be cut. Master Su did not say anything. He nodded and began to carefully observe the 250,000 yuan oars. This oars weighed more than 15 kilograms and was about the size of a wash basin. However, its appearance was not very good. There was a groove-like crack on the surface. Perhaps because of this, the price was a little low. The onlookers looked at this oars and shook their heads. They felt that except for the fact that it was bigger than the previous 2 oars, it was not as good as the previous oars in all aspects. Everyone thought that this oars would most likely be a failure. At this time, Master Su was almost done. He adjusted the angle of the stone-cutting machine and fixed the oars. Then, he started the machine and began to cut along the crack. After a while, a very thin piece of the surface of the crack was cut off. This oars was relatively expensive, so Master Su was relatively cautious. After taking the oars from the stone-cutting machine, Master Su went to find water to wash the surface. In fact, including Master Su himself, no one had much confidence in this oars. However, when the water washed the surface, a touch of intoxicating green suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the scene suddenly quieted down. Only the sound of everyone's heavy breathing could be heard. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. It's rising, and it's rising. After a few seconds, the onlookers became restless. Boss Chen, who had been sitting next to them, couldn't help but stand up. His expression became very wonderful. Master Su also opened his mouth slightly and carefully wiped the cut surface. Now everyone could see it more clearly. They saw that the palm-sized cut surface showed a green color, mixed with some white mist, but it was obvious that the green color was very pure. It should be yang green. I don't know what kind of water it is. It doesn't look bad. This raw stone is only 250,000 yuan. It must be a big increase. Everyone was talking about it. Boss Chen's face changed slightly and said, Brother Xia, are you willing to sell this material? I'll buy it back for 500,000 yuan. A raw stone worth 250,000 yuan, just because of a skylight and a little bit of green, its value immediately doubled. This was the charm of stone gambling. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Boss Chen, you know that I'm not short of money. Isn't stone gambling just a game of excitement? Let's open it all first. Xiao Ruofei knew very well that the jade in this raw stone was definitely worth more than 500,000 yuan. Naturally, he wouldn't sell it like this. Boss Chen was a little disappointed when he heard this, and the onlookers also persuaded Xiao Ruofei. Little brother, 500,000 yuan is enough. If you wipe the stone again and it collapses, you'll lose everything. Yes. Selling it for 500,000 yuan, you'll make a small profit. It's not bad. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't pay attention to the onlooker's words. He motioned Master Su to continue. Since there was already green, naturally, it couldn't be cut anymore. Master Su changed the grinder and began to wipe the stone along the cut surface. Master Su was indeed an experienced master. His hands were very stable, holding the grinder and wiping the cut surface of the stone bit by bit. Everyone's eyes were focused on the raw stone. Except for the grinding sound of the grinder and the raw stone, no one at the scene spoke. After more than half an hour, the raw stone was slowly unraveled under Master Su's hands, gradually revealing its true appearance. This was a whole piece of green jade, about the size of a volleyball. The green color was very evenly distributed, and it looked lively under the light. You're a good pervert. It's at least young green. But the waterhead is average and the transparency is not very high. It should be a dry green species. That's still incredible. This little brother only cost 250,000 when he was bought. Yes. He's going to make a killing this time. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and their words revealed their envy for Xiao Ruofei. This was not the first time that Xiao Ruofei had seen jadeite, but he was still attracted by the beauty of the jadeite. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed money, he would have definitely brought it back for the spirit map painting to absorb. However, the construction of the farm was very important, so this piece of jade could only be sold. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything because he knew that someone would want to buy it. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, a middle-aged fat man took the lead and said, "Little brother, I'll pay 1.6 million for this piece of jade, sell it to me." As soon as the middle-aged fat man finished speaking, a small old man with a goatee immediately said, "Such a big piece of dry green jade, and you're only offering 1.6 million? Are you bullying this little brother because he doesn't know the trade? I'll pay 1.8 million. 1.9 million, I'll take it." Another person joined in the competition. Xiao Ruofei just stood aside with a smile. At this time, he didn't need to say anything. Everyone would naturally bid, and he only needed the highest bidder to get it. Soon, the price reached 2.1 million, and the highest bidder was the small old man with the goatee. At this time, Boss Chen, who hadn't joined in the bidding, suddenly said, 2.1 million, I'll take it." His words stunned everyone. Someone had already made a bid for 2.1 million. Even if he was the owner of Spirit Jade Hall, the raw stone was already Xiao Ruofei's. Now that it was opened and sold, there should be a first-come first-serve rule, right? However, Boss Chen only paused for a moment, and then immediately said, 2.1 million, plus the 300,000 jade for this piece of dry green jade. Brother Xia, what do you think? Previously, Xiao Ruofei asked for 300,000 jade, but he hadn't paid yet. Now, Boss Chen was using the jade as a bargaining chip. In fact, it was equivalent to bidding 2.4 million. 2.4 million? Boss Chen, your price is a bit outrageous, isn't it? The old man with the goatee said, "Aren't you afraid of losing money?" Boss Chen smiled and said, "Old Gu, the jade that Brother Xiao wants is mostly fragments, but this is a whole piece. I estimate that it can be used to make 28 or 29 bracelets, and the leftovers can be used to make some small trinkets. It should be a small profit." The old man with the goatee sighed. Obviously, he knew that he couldn't win against Boss Chen, so he didn't plan to bid anymore. Xiao Ruofei also knew when to stop. He smiled and said, "Boss Chen, deal." Haha. Cool. Brother Xia, thank you. Boss Chen happily patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said. When the onlookers saw that they couldn't compete for this piece of jade, they all shook their heads and sighed. Some people were envious of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei bought the raw stone for a total of 400,000 yuan, and now he earned 1. 7 million yuan. In addition, he got the 300,000 jade for free. It was a big profit. Boss Chen was also a straightforward person. He immediately drew up a standard jade trading contract. After signing it with Xiao Ruofei, he told the staff to transfer the money to Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, he personally put away the volleyball-sized dry green jade. At this time, the staff in the shop next door also brought a bag of jade worth 300,000 yuan. Boss Chen personally handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei checked it a little and said that there was no problem. The deal was officially completed. At this time, Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "Boss Chen, you just said that I can choose 1 or 2 pieces from the pile of raw stones over there. Does that still count?" Boss Chen was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Brother Xia, you have earned 2 million yuan. How can you be interested in those low-grade raw stones?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Who asked you to give it to me for free just now? Who doesn't want raw stones that don't cost money?" Boss Chen laughed and said, "No problem. Who asked me to give it to you? Brother Xia, you can choose whichever one you like. You can choose a few more. Just treat it as a gift from brother to you." Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei didn't hold back anymore. He walked over and pretended to rummage through the pile of ores. Then, he picked up the ores that could make the spirit map scroll vibrate on its own. He smiled and said, "This will do." Boss Chen casually glanced at the raw stone and said with a smile, "Okay. Brother Xia, do you want to open this stone on the spot?" Boss Chen didn't care about this inconspicuous raw stone at all. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'd better take it directly. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing if there's nothing in it. I'll go home and slowly cut it myself." Boss Chen couldn't help but laugh, and then said, "Brother Xia, you are the luckiest person I've ever seen in stone gambling. I'm going to participate in the Myanmar public bid after a while. Are you interested in going with me? I can pay you the highest salary for a stone gambling consultant." Xiao Ruofei didn't even think about it and said, "Thank you for your good intentions. I'm very clear about my skills. Besides, Myanmar is a barren place with no pretty girls. I'm too lazy to join in the fun." Xiao Ruofei was cautious by nature. If it wasn't for the urgent need for money, he wouldn't have come to stone gambling again. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to avoid the Myanmar public bid that Boss Chen mentioned. Boss Chen could also see that Xiao Ruofei didn't know anything about stone gambling. For Xiao Ruofei's 2 gains, he naturally attributed it to luck. In fact, Boss Chen had been in this business for more than 10 years. It wasn't like he hadn't seen situations like Xiao Ruofei's, so he didn't have any doubts. Xiao Ruofei's rejection was also expected. Why would a rich young master care about that little bit of reward? After chatting with Boss Chen for a while, Xiao Ruofei took the bag of jade materials and left Lingyu Hall. On the way back, Xiao Ruofei couldn't suppress his excitement. This time, it was really a fruitful trip, and Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that the biggest gain of this trip wasn't the 2 million in cash and the 300,000 in jade materials. It was very likely that the black raw stone that hadn't been opened yet was the biggest surprise of this trip. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Now that there was no problem with the funds to build the farm, Xiao Ruofei called Liang Qichao on the way and told him that he had decided to use manager Li's design and asked him to help arrange for a construction team to come in. Liang Qichao naturally did not agree. He patted his chest and said that he would send the best construction team and the best workers to work on this project. He also asked manager Li to personally watch over the construction site to ensure the quality of the project. Xiao Ruofei said a few polite words. Because he was still driving, he did not chat much with him. He only said that he would treat him to a drink next time to express his gratitude and then hung up. After throwing the phone on the dashboard, Xiao Ruofei sped up the car. He could not wait to go home and study. That unremarkable raw stone. Suburban vacation villa. Xiao Ruofei carried the jade material and the raw stone upstairs in a hurry. After locking the door and windows in the bedroom, he could not wait to take out the spiritual map scroll and the black raw stone. As for the bag of jade material worth 300,000 yuan, he directly threw it aside. With the previous 2 experiences, Xiao Ruofei directly picked up the raw stone and then communicated with the spiritual map scroll. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was also a little uncertain. After all, the spiritual map scroll had directly absorbed the jade material before. Now, the raw stone in his hand was just a raw stone. It was still unknown whether it could absorb it or not. But soon, the facts proved that his worries were unnecessary. Almost as soon as Xiao Ruofei's mind connected with the spirit map scroll, he felt a suction force. Then, the dark and swarthy origin stone in his hand was sucked towards the spirit map scroll. It directly fell into the unfurled spirit map scroll and instantly disappeared without a trace. Xiao Ruofei did not expect it to go so smoothly. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses and immediately teleported into the Ring 2 space. The next moment, Xiao Ruofei appeared next to the spatial spirit pool. After the familiar dizziness passed, Xiao Ruofei looked around and was stunned. The size of the space was still about 4 mu, and there was no change. He hurriedly looked at the nameless plant. The flower crown that had just been plucked was still bare, and no new flowers had grown. Could it be that after absorbing the raw stone, it still hadn't reached the conditions for evolution? Xiao Ruofei had this thought in his mind. But it didn't seem like it. This was because Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that after the spirit map scroll absorbed the black origin stone, the spiritual connection between him and the spirit map scroll had clearly strengthened. Moreover, as soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he felt that the air inside the space had become much fresher. It was as if the entire space was filled with a faint aura that nourished everything inside. Xiao Ruofei could feel that in such an environment, even without the change in the flow of time, the growth of animals and plants would be much faster than in the outside world. All signs indicated that the Ring 2 space had evolved. Could it be that the evolution was not complete? Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. He thought of the bag of jade materials outside and immediately left the space. He took out the bag of jade materials worth 300,000 yuan and the remaining piece of jade from the last evolution. Then he gave all the jade materials to the Ring 2 space to absorb. The spirit map scroll didn't refuse anything. It was like a bottomless pit. After a while, the jade worth 300,000 yuan was completely absorbed. Xiao Ruofei returned to the space once again. Unfortunately, the scene he expected didn't appear. The space was still about 4 mu in size, and the strange flowers didn't grow again. Xiao Ruofei was somewhat unwilling to give up and walked back and forth in the space a few times. When he left the Spirit Jade Hall, Xiao Ruofei thought that this black origin stone should be able to make the Ring 2 space evolve again. After all, this was the first time the Ring 2 space had vibrated on its own. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei could feel that its expectation was stronger than ever before. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect that after he took out the origin stone and gave it to the spirit map scroll to absorb, it would actually get such an incomplete evolution result. After absorbing more than 300,000 yuan worth of jade materials, there was still no change. Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space somewhat dejectedly. Sitting on the bed in a daze for a while, Xiao Ruofei didn't give up and picked up the ancient spirit map scroll to carefully look at it. Then he tried to use his mind to contact the spirit map scroll again. After several evolutions, Xiao Ruofei's mind connection with the spirit map scroll became even closer. Every blade of grass and every tree in the Ring 2 space seemed to be in front of Xiao Ruofei. He used his mind to check inch by inch, hoping to find the reason why the evolution was incomplete. Xiao Ruofei's mind was completely immersed in the space. He didn't realize that when he was constantly using his mind to establish a connection with the spirit map scroll, the spirit map scroll began to slowly emit a green light. Xiao Ruofei's mind was still sweeping across the Ring 2 space inch by inch, and the light emitted by the spirit map scroll became brighter and brighter. After breaking through a critical point, the spirit map scroll suddenly floated up, and after hovering in the air for a moment, it suddenly accelerated, and like a bolt of lightning, it shot straight towards the center of Xiao Ruofei's brows. Xiao Ruofei was currently closing his eyes to communicate with the space. In such a safe environment in the bedroom, he wasn't on guard at all, and the speed of the spirit map scroll was simply too fast. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and the spirit map scroll directly rushed into the center of Xiao Ruofei's brows. Xiao Ruofei immediately felt a sharp pain, and then his head felt like it was being torn apart. After undergoing hellish training in the special forces, he, who had trained his willpower far beyond that of an ordinary person, couldn't help but scream out loud. This kind of unbearable pain continued, and Xiao Ruofei only felt that his head was about to explode. He was in so much pain that he hugged his head and rolled on the ground. After more than a minute, Xiao Ruofei felt his vision go black, and he completely fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ruofei finally woke up. Everything that had happened before was like a dream, but the pain was so unforgettable that even with Xiao Ruofei's outstanding willpower, he couldn't help but shiver. However, at this moment, it seemed like nothing had happened. He checked his body and found that he wasn't missing any parts. Even the pain in his head had disappeared without a trace. What happened just now? Xiao Ruofei couldn't figure it out. At this moment, his gaze inadvertently fell on the bed, and his expression changed drastically. The spirit map scroll that he had placed on the bed had actually disappeared without a trace. This spirit map scroll could be said to be the foundation of Xiao Ruofei's life. Without the magical space within the spirit map scroll, everything would be back to square one. Xiao Ruofei's body was covered in cold sweat. He kept recalling what had just happened, trying to find the reason why the spirit map scroll had disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei unintentionally lowered his head, and immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. A genius will remember love in a second? Talk Web, providing you with exciting novels to read. Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized that there was a faint imprint on his right palm, which looked like an unfurled picture scroll. The imprint was very faint, and if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to notice it. It was just that Xiao Ruofei had been thinking about the spirit map scroll, so he immediately noticed the imprint. He raised his hand and looked at it carefully, looking at every detail of the imprint. He was even more certain that it was the spirit map scroll. Why did the spirit map scroll disappear without a trace, and why did an identical imprint appear on his palm? Xiao Ruofei could not help but frown. After a moment, a thought flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind, and he could not help but pat his forehead. He realized that in his panic just now, he had ignored what was close at hand and sought what was far away. If he wanted to find the whereabouts of the spirit map scroll, the fastest way was not to use his eyes to search. Xiao Ruofei immediately calmed his mind and used his mind to communicate with the spirit map scroll. As expected, his mind instantly established a connection with the spirit map scroll, and this connection was much closer than before. Immediately after, Xiao Ruofei saw the imprint on his palm flash slightly, and then the ancient spirit map scroll appeared in his hand out of thin air. Seeing this familiar picture scroll, Xiao Ruofei's heart calmed down. He, who had gradually calmed down, began to think about everything that had just happened. That bone-piercing pain still made him feel a lingering fear. Xiao Ruofei did not know what had happened exactly, but it seemed like the spirit map scroll had been kept in his body just now, and with just a thought, he could summon it out at any time. Xiao Ruofei looked at the picture scroll in his hand, and an idea popped up in his mind. He immediately used his mind to communicate with the spirit map scroll again, wanting to take it back. As expected, the spirit map scroll disappeared, and the faintly discernible imprint appeared on his palm once again. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. He tried it a few times, and very quickly, he was able to skillfully take out or put away the spirit map scroll. Only now did Xiao Ruofei confirm that the spirit map scroll had truly merged into his body. This change surprised Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had always been troubled by the problem of secrecy. Although as a special forces elite, the possibility of his personal collection of Ling Tu paintings being lost or stolen was minuscule, concealing the Ling Tu paintings was a huge problem. It was still okay now that it was winter. Their clothes were thicker and it was not easy to find if they hid it close to their bodies. However, when it was summer, Xiao Ruofei really could not think of any good ideas. But now, all the problems were solved. The spirit map scroll had fused with his body, so he could take it out whenever he needed it. Usually, it was just a tiny imprint on his palm. As long as Xiao Ruofei paid a little attention, it would be impossible for anyone to notice it. This was really an unexpected surprise. Xiao Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm, and then with a thought, entered the space. After absorbing more than 300,000 worth of jadeite, the size of the space still didn't change. It was still about 4 acres. The strange flower still didn't grow, but Xiao Ruofei's mood was very good. He was even happier than the previous 2 evolutions. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei could feel that the entire space was filled with a faint trace of spirit energy. Being in the space made him feel relaxed and happy. The succulent plants, vegetables, and fruits also became more energetic than before. Obviously, although this evolution didn't seem to upgrade the space, the benefits it brought were huge. From now on, the growth of the plants in this space would definitely be faster. Adding on the 20 times faster flow of time, this speed would be even more astonishing. Xiao Ruofei first picked and stored the ripe vegetables in the space, and at the same time, sowed and planted them again. When doing these things, he was even more determined to focus on the cultivation of vegetables in the outside world. The space's conditions were so unique. He had to speed up the pace of making money and grow something of higher value. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei immediately went to check the new gold-rimmed phoebe wood. He had buried 2 pieces, so he checked the gold-rimmed phoebe wood that was naturally placed in the space. After carefully looking at it, Xiao Ruofei's face showed a hint of joy. On the surface of this gold-rimmed phoebe wood, there was already a trace of crystallization. Under the light, it flashed. Although it wasn't a beautiful golden color, the speed was already quite amazing. Xiao Ruofei had placed this gold-rimmed phoebe wood in the space for a total of 3 or 4 days. Under the 20 times faster flow of time, it was at most 2 months. If it was in the outside world, it would take at least half a year for it to oxidize to such a degree. This was enough to verify Xiao Ruofei's judgment. It was absolutely feasible to grow gold-rimmed phoebe wood in the space. The next step was to find a suitable high-quality phoebe wood for transplanting. The 70-centimeter gold-rimmed phoebe wood that Xianxia mentioned last time was a very good choice. Such a large gold-rimmed phoebe wood had already formed the core material, and its foundation was very good. In such a good environment like the Ring 2 space, coupled with the 20 times faster flow of time and the strange flower petals, Xiao Ruofei was still confident that he could make it grow in a relatively short time and produce benefits for himself. However, this matter had to be put off for a while. There was no other reason. Xiao Ruofei didn't have enough money. A 70-centimeter gold-rimmed phoebe would cost at least a few 100,000 yuan. Now, although Xiao Ruofei had more than 2 million yuan in cash, he didn't have much left after building the farm. He could only call Xianxia and see if he could reserve this tree and trade it after a while. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Logically speaking, the speed at which I make money is far faster than the average person. Why do I always feel like I'm short of money? When he thought of the astronomical value of jade materials needed for the subsequent upgrades of the space, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but have a headache. However, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road had to be taken step by step. Xiao Ruofei quickly adjusted his mentality. As for the remaining 2 gold-rimmed phoebe wood, Xiao Ruofei didn't dig them out to check because he already had a plan in mind. Those 2 pieces of wood should be left to form gold-rimmed phoebe wood in the most natural condition possible. Xiao Ruofei then went to check on the succulent plants and the fish pond. The succulent mother plant had basically recovered. In such an environment, at most, it would be able to carry out a new round of cuttings in a few days. The fish in the fish pond also grew very fast. Xiao Ruofei randomly picked up a grass carp and weighed it in his hand. It was almost half a catty. This growth speed was quite amazing. It should be known that the cultivation cycle of grass carps in the outside world was about 2 to 3 years. It would take at least half a year to grow to half a catty. However, in the space, it only took a total of 6 to 7 days to reach this weight. The red arowana was also in high spirits swimming around the small pond. It should be experiencing its first hair color in its life. Now, the red color on its scales was becoming more and more obvious. Its growth was very pleasing. Xiao Ruofei walked around the space and left with satisfaction. The next day, the construction team sent by Xianxia officially entered the site. The surroundings of the holiday villa were no longer as tranquil as before. Large construction machines were constantly working and the construction site was bustling with activity. As the general manager of this project, Manager Li had been keeping an eye on the construction site. The boss's son had personally told him that this project must be done with all his strength without the slightest mistake. There couldn't be the slightest bit of cutting corners. It must be a model project. Manager Li naturally didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Xiao Ruofei didn't have anything else to do. He stood on the second-floor balcony of the villa and looked at the construction site in the distance. In his heart, he thought about building a farm that belonged to him and becoming the birthplace of his business. He couldn't help but feel a trace of lofty aspirations in his heart. At this time, Xiao Ruofei saw an orange shadow pass by from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw a bright orange Porsche 911 driving into the villa's courtyard. Ling Xianxia, who was wearing a yellow down jacket and a cute plush hat, got out of the car and looked up at Xiao Ruofei, who was on the balcony on the second floor. The corner of her mouth slightly curved up, revealing a smile that was not a smile. She tilted her head slightly and looked into Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly trotted downstairs to the courtyard of the villa. Love go little say Ling Xianxia was still leaning against the Porsche. Under the afternoon sun, her face had a hint of laziness, which was a unique charm. When Xiao Ruofei saw her, he couldn't help but think of the fragrant kiss that day. With an awkward expression, he greeted Ling Xianxia, long time no see. Ling Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile and asked, if I didn't come to your door, you wouldn't have contacted me, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly, scratched his head and said, that day, don't mention that day. Ling Xianxia blushed and hurriedly interrupted Xiao Ruofei. Okay, I won't mention it. Xiao Ruofei said, Xianxia, you. Why are you looking for me? Ling Xianxia pursed her lips and said, my dad got the news from President Xing that your company has been registered. In addition, when our buyer went back today, he reported that you were building a lot of buildings here. Old Ling couldn't sit still, so he sent me to use a honey trap on you. So that you can sign the official contract with us as soon as possible. When Ling Xianxia mentioned the honey trap, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. This laughter broke the awkward atmosphere between the two of them. Xiao Ruofei also felt relaxed and quickly said, of course, signing the contract is no problem. Even if you didn't come to me, I was going to your company in 2 days to deal with this matter. Then, Xiao Ruofei said, how about today? Let's go back to the city now. Ling Xianxia giggled and said, you don't have to be in such a hurry. It's almost dinner time. Don't you understand that I'm here at this time? Ling Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing, I remember that someone still owes me 2 meals. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, that's even less of a problem. I'm also preparing to cook. Let's go in and have a seat. Ling Xianxia cheered and went forward to grab Xiao Ruofei's arm. Her body was pressed tightly against his, and the two of them walked into the villa together. Xiao Ruofei did not greet Ling Xianxia and let her watch TV in the living room. He went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The ingredients were naturally vegetables from the Ring 2 space, and 1 or 2 meat dishes would be good enough. These days, Xiao Ruofei basically cooked by himself, so he was more skilled. While preparing the meat dishes, Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of the grass carp in the fish pond in the space. The grass carp there was about half a catty. It would be very good to braise or steam 2 of them. However, the problem was that Ling Xianxia was outside in the living room. Xiao Ruofei definitely could not enter the Ring 2 space to fish. At this time, Xiao Ruofei came up with an idea. Ever since the space evolved, he could directly take out items from the space through the mental connection. In theory, he could also directly take out the grass carp. However, in the past, he had only taken out ordinary items, and the grass carp was constantly swimming in the space's fish pond. In reality, it might be very difficult to do. However, Xiao Ruofei still planned to give it a try. It was not only to add a dish for lunch, but also to test his idea. Xiao Ruofei observed for a moment and saw that Ling Xianxia was focused on watching a variety show. Her long legs were also propped up on the coffee table. She probably would not suddenly run into the kitchen. Thus, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved and the spirit map scroll immediately appeared in his hand. He held the spirit map scroll in his hand and his mind began to connect with the Ring 2 space. Every blade of grass and every tree in the space was clearly reflected in his mind. In the past, when he took out things, he only needed to lock his mind on the item he wanted to take out. Then, with a command, the item would be taken out of the space. Thus, Xiao Ruofei now focused his mind on the space's fish pond. He quietly locked onto a grass carp in the fish pond and his mind was highly concentrated. However, the moment he gave the command, the grass carp swam forward with its tail and dove into a clump of water plants. Xiaoruofei pounced on empty air. However, Xiaoruofei was not discouraged. Instead, he persevered and tried again. As expected, it was much more difficult than usual. Xiaoruofei tried 3 times in a row, but did not succeed. On the 4th try, Xiaoruofei finally found the right opportunity. His mind firmly locked onto a grass carp and he gave the command. The next moment, a grass carp landed on the dishwashing basin out of thin air. The grass carp clearly didn't understand the situation. It didn't understand why it was swimming freely in the fish pond a moment ago and suddenly found itself in a different environment in the next moment. Therefore, it flapped its tail in the dishwashing basin in a panic, making thumping sounds. Xiaoruofei hurriedly put the ring to space back into his body. Then, he grabbed the grass carp and threw it on the chopping board. He slapped it with the kitchen knife. The grass carp immediately became dizzy and obediently lay on the chopping board. Xiaoruofei went to the kitchen door and secretly observed. He saw that Xianxia did not come over because of the commotion in the kitchen. Thus, he took out the ring to space again and tried twice. Once again, he succeeded in directly taking out a grass carp from the spacefish pond. Xiaoruofei was very satisfied. Obviously, during this period of time, his connection with the ring to space had become closer and closer. He was also more proficient in using the ring to space. He quickly processed the 2 fish. After a while, 2 fragrant braised grass carps were ready to be served. The golden braised fish was sprinkled with tender green coriander. A fragrance assailed the nostrils, making one unable to resist the temptation to eat. Soon, Xiaoruofei finished preparing lunch. He put the dishes he cooked on the table, bowl by bowl. He specially placed the plate of braised grass carp in the middle. Then, he brought out 2 bowls of rice. Only then did he call for Xianxia to wash her hands and eat. Xianxia had eaten Taoyuan vegetables many times, so she naturally could not resist the temptation of delicious food. When she heard that, she immediately got up to wash her hands and sat at the table. So sumptuous! Xianxia cried out in surprise when she saw the table of dishes. Then, she deliberately pretended to be old and experienced as she said, "Comrade Xiaoruofei, your performance this time is not bad. And you are worthy of praise." Xiaoruofei could not help but laugh and say, "Many thanks for your highness's praise." "Your highness, may I ask if it is time to eat?" Xianxia adjusted her expression and said in a dignified manner, "Approved. Xiao Fizi, serve this consort's meal." "So you're treating me like a eunuch?" Xiaoruofei pretended to be angry and said, "Do you believe that I won't cook for you next time?" Xianxia giggled and begged for mercy, I wouldn't dare. You are the emperor, okay? That's more like it." Xiaoruofei said with a light snort. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. He was the emperor, and Xianxia was the consort. Wasn't this a pair? Xia. Ruofei looked at Xianxia and saw that her face was slightly red. She avoided his gaze and changed the topic, "Let's eat. Let me try and see if your cooking has improved." Xiaoruofei hurriedly said, "I suggest that you try this braised grass carp first." "Oh? Is there something special about it?" Xianxia asked. Xiaoruofei pretended to smile mysteriously and said, "Why don't you try it first?" In fact, even he himself had not tried the grass carp from the spatial fish pond, so he was very much looking forward to it. Xianxia's interest was immediately piqued. She directly reached for the plate of braised grass carp with her chopsticks and put a small piece of fish into her mouth. P.S. This week, Sanjiang recommendation is starting. Please give me your votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of Sanjiang channel. After you get it, you can vote on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by small? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Delicious. The taste is very unique. Xianxia said in surprise. The fish is tender and delicious, and it doesn't have a fishy smell. Instead, it has a light fragrance. Xianxia then asked, Ruofei, is this grass carp bred by your new technology? Our Ling's restaurant wants to make a reservation. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, we did use some new technology, but we only raised a little bit for our own consumption. Love go small say W, Chu what about in the future? Didn't you clean up the fish pond over there? You have to raise fish, right? Xianxia didn't give up easily and continued to ask. In the future, we should do some aquaculture, right? But it doesn't mean we will raise grass carp. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, Xianxia, don't worry. If my Taoyuan farm has new ingredients, we will give priority to working with Ling's restaurant, okay? That's more like it. You're very generous. Xianxia giggled. Eat, eat. You're thinking about work even when you're eating. Aren't you tired? Xiao Ruofei laughed. I want to eat a few more pieces of fish. This fish is too delicious. Don't fight with me. Xianxia said cutely. Okay. I won't fight with you. Xiao Ruofei looked at Xianxia with doting eyes and said with a smile, be careful not to get stuck on the fish bones. Xianxia was so focused on eating that she didn't have time to answer Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei saw that Xianxia was eating with relish, and his heart was slightly moved. He found an excuse to get up and go to the kitchen. He quietly took out the spirit map scroll and connected with the space with his mind. He focused his mind on absorbing the grass carps in the space's fish pond. Xiao Ruofei was much more proficient now, perhaps due to his previous practice. It didn't take long for him to successfully extract 4 grass carps. Xiao Ruofei found 2 small buckets and put 2 grass carps in each bucket. He poured tap water into them and kept them in the buckets. He put one of the buckets into the space and then went back to the dining room to eat. Xianxia ate to her heart's content. In fact, every time she ate Xiao Ruofei's dishes, she was very happy. On one hand, it was because the Taoyuan vegetables were so delicious. On the other hand, it was Xiao Ruofei's cooking, which meant a lot to her. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to Xianxia to sign the formal contract. Xianxia originally wanted to let Xiao Ruofei take her car. She even said that she would send him back later. However, other than signing the contract at Xianxia's restaurant, Xiao Ruofei also planned to visit Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. Therefore, he tactfully declined Xianxia's offer and decided to drive himself. Xianxia pouted and was a little unhappy. However, when Xiao Ruofei took out the 2 grass carps from the kitchen and gave them to her, she immediately became happy and cheerful again. Sometimes, it was so hard to guess a girl's thoughts. Perhaps 2 fish were nothing, even if they were incomparably delicious. However, the fact that Xiao Ruofei wanted to give her 2 fish meant something completely different to her. Xiao Ruofei called Manager Li over and said a few words. Then, he and Xianxia drove their own cars and left the holiday villa one after the other. The 2 of them drove to the headquarters of Xianxia's restaurant in Nantai district. Xianxia informed her father, Ling Xiaotian, on the way. Ling Xiaotian also took it very seriously and personally went to the first floor to welcome them. While waiting, Ling Xiaotian kept pacing in the lobby on the first floor, making the receptionist nervous. However, when she saw that the person Ling Xiaotian was waiting for was actually a young and handsome man, and this young man walked in while talking and laughing with the little princess of Xianxia's restaurant, the fire of gossip in her heart suddenly burned fiercely. Could it be the chairman's future son-in-law? The receptionist naturally didn't know that the reason why Ling Xiaotian took it so seriously was that Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan vegetables were really too important to Xianxia's restaurant now. With more than 50 kilograms of Taoyuan vegetables every day, the business of Xianxia's flagship stores had skyrocketed. The average turnover was 40% higher than before. The rising momentum of Mingho restaurant was suppressed all of a sudden. In a sense, Xiao Ruofei was their company's savior, therefore, Ling Xiaotian fully showed that he took it seriously. Not only did he personally go downstairs to welcome them, but he also gathered all the company's employees who were at the manager level and above at home and held a signing ceremony in the company's big conference room. Even the company's employee in charge of the company's publications came over with a camera to take photos, preparing to publish a special issue in the company's internal publications. Xiao Ruofei was a little uncomfortable with such a grand treatment. After signing the contract, he politely declined Ling Xiaotian's invitation to have dinner with him and hurriedly left. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't go directly to Huzi's mother's house. Instead, he went to the seed sales department first. The construction of Taoyuan Farm would be completed in a month at most. At that time, they would definitely start large-scale planting. Xiao Ruofei thought that since he was in the city, he might as well solve the problem of seeds first. When he arrived at the seed company, Xiao Ruofei directly chose the seeds of more than a dozen common vegetables on the table. He asked for 5 kilograms of each kind. Before he came, he roughly estimated that these seeds should be enough for the first round of planting. Xiao Ruofei chose the best seeds. All of them added up to 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. For the seed sales department, he was considered a big customer. Therefore, the manager personally received him with a very warm attitude. After Xiao Ruofei paid, the manager called a few employees over to help Xiao Ruofei move the packed seeds into the back of the pickup truck. When Xiao Ruofei was about to leave, his heart suddenly moved. He turned back and asked, "Manager, do you sell ginseng seeds here?" Xiao Ruofei had long wanted to plant some high-value things in the space. However, he didn't know much about what kind of crops were valuable, but at least he knew about ginseng. Previously, he had been so busy that he didn't have time to spare. Since he was at the seed company today, Xiao Ruofei simply asked about the situation first. The manager was stunned for a moment and then said, "Sir, we naturally have ginseng seeds here, but this season isn't suitable for ginseng. Moreover, the survival rate of ginseng is very low. It's not easy to plant it artificially." Ginseng seeds weren't cheap. The manager reminded Xiao Ruofei out of kindness. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll buy some and plant it for fun." "What's the best ginseng seed you have?" The manager said, "We have authentic Changbai Mountain ginseng seeds, but the price doesn't matter. Give me half a kilogram." Xiao Ruofei said without even asking the price. "Okay. Please wait a moment," the manager said quickly. After a while, Xiao Ruofei left the seed company with a sealed plastic bag full of ginseng seeds. This half a kilogram of seeds cost him more than 600 yuan. It was indeed not cheap. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't care about this small amount of money now. Once these ginseng seeds were successfully planted in the space, the benefits would be more than 10 times or even 100 times. Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck out of the seed company and came to a place where there was no one. He parked the truck and went behind the truck. His pickup truck was equipped with a cover. As long as one didn't stick their head in, they wouldn't be able to see the situation inside the truck. Xiao Ruofei put all the vegetable seeds and ginseng seeds into the Ring 2 space. Then, he took out a small bucket of grass carp and some Taoyuan vegetables from the space and put them all in the truck. Then, Xiao Ruofei went back to the driver's seat and continued to drive straight to Huzi's mother's house, which was located in the Forestry Bureau's dormitory. P.S. This week, Sanjiang recommendation is starting. Please give me your votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of Sanjiang channel. After you get it, you can vote on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. A genius remembering love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei arrived at the Forestry Bureau and parked his car. He carried a small bucket in one hand and a basket of Taoyuan vegetables in the other to Huzi's mother's house on the 3rd floor. He put down the bucket and knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened. Huzi's mother was very happy to see Xiao Ruofei. "Ruofei, you're here. Come in, come in." Xiao Ruofei bent down to pick up the bucket and followed Huzi's mother into the house. Huzi's mother nagged, "You child, just come. Why did you bring gifts? Aren't you treating me like an outsider?" "Auntie, these are all vegetables that I grew myself. I also raised the fish with my friends. I brought them for you and Xiaoer to try," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he asked, "Auntie, how have you been recovering recently?" Huzi's mother said happily, "I feel very good now. I think I should have fully recovered. Ruofei, your medicine is really amazing. Xiao Ruofei was putting the vegetables in the kitchen. He poked his head out and said with a smile, Auntie, I made some Chinese medicine yesterday and brought it for you today. You can eat it for a while. I don't need to eat it anymore, right? I'm already recovered. Huzi's mother said. It must be very expensive to make this medicine, right? Xiao Ruofei finished arranging the vegetables and walked out of the kitchen. It's not much. It's all common Chinese medicine. After that, he took out the bottle of flower petal solution that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Huzi's mother. Then, he said, Auntie, you can continue to take it even if you're cured. This medicine has no side effects. It not only cures the disease, but also nourishes your body. You can drink it without worry. Oh. Ruofei, thank you for your hard work. Huzi's mother nodded. Isn't it my duty to be filial to you? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he asked, Auntie, Qiao's winter vacation is coming soon, right? 2 or 3 weeks, I think. Huzi's mother said. Oh. After the holidays, you and Qiao can stay at my place for a while. Xiao Ruofei said, I rented a small villa in Jianggang town and bought some land to build a farm. The environment there is better than in the city. Let's celebrate the new year together. Sure. I'll do the laundry and cook for you. Huzi's mother agreed happily. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Auntie, it's not up to you to do laundry and cook. You should just enjoy your life. I can't stay idle. Isn't it nice to do something for you? Huzi's mother said. Alright, let's talk about it when the time comes. Xiao Ruofei could only say helplessly. The two of them sat down and chatted. Huzi's mother told him bits and pieces of her life with Qiao, while Xiao Ruofei told Huzi's mother about some of the things that he had been busy with. The two of them chatted happily. When it was about 4 o'clock, Huzi's mother got up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiao Ruofei naturally had to stay for dinner. Otherwise, not only would Huzi's mother not agree, but Lin Qiao would also not agree if she came back and found out. Xiao Ruofei sat in the living room and watched TV. After a while, he smelled the tempting aroma of food coming from the kitchen. Love Go Xiao Say W, Chu. At that moment, the door creaked open. Xiao Ruofei looked up. Before he saw anyone, he heard Lin Qiao's voice. Mom. What delicious food did you make? It smells so good. As she spoke, she took a pair of slippers from the shoe rack at the door and changed into them. When she walked into the living room, she saw Xiao Ruofei sitting on the sofa and looking at her with a smile. Lin Qiao suddenly screamed in surprise. She threw her school bag and rushed over, shouting, Brother Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a warm, fragrant, and soft body in his arms. Lin Qiao hugged him tightly. One had to know that a senior high school girl was not a child. Lin Qiao had developed very well, and the young girl's body had a faint fragrance. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. He quickly said, Let go, let go. Lin Qiao giggled and said, No. After that, she hugged him even tighter. Xiao Ruofei could only struggle to break free. If she hugged him for a while longer, his body would have a reaction, and that would be really embarrassing. Lin Qiao looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Brother Ruofei, why didn't you come to see us for so long? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I was a little busy a while ago, so I came here now. By the way, how are your studies? Are you mischievous? What mischievous? I'm a good student. Lin Qiao said disapprovingly. My studies are very good. The teachers are better than the teachers in our county's middle school, and there are many straight-A students. I feel that I've improved a lot. That's good. Xiao Ruofei said with relief. Study hard. When you get into university, I'll give you a big gift. A gift? Lin Qiao was overjoyed. She quickly asked, Can you tell me what the gift is first? You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, it's definitely a surprise. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be mysterious and said, So you have to work harder. You have to at least get into 211 before you can get a gift. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Although my foundation is a little worse than my classmates, It's not impossible for me to get into 211 if I work hard, Lin Xiao said with her chest out. Brother Ruofei, just wait for your wallet to bleed. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I can't wait. At this time, Huzi's mother poked her head out of the kitchen and said, Xiaoer, why are you pestering your brother Ruofei as soon as you come back? Why don't you go change your clothes first? Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Okay. Lin Xiao stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ruofei and turned around. Soon, Lin Xiao went back to her room to change into a cute pink cotton-padded outfit. Then, she ran to the living room and chatted with Xiao Ruofei about school. She only stopped when Huzi's mother finished cooking and urged her to wash her hands and eat. When Lin Xiao went to wash her hands, Huzi's mother said to Xiao Ruofei, Ruofei, Xiaoer used to pester her brother to chat. Ever since Huzi left, she's rarely this happy. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei saw that Huzi's mother's eyes were a little red. He quickly said, Auntie, look at what you're saying. Huzi's sister is my sister. We're family. Why are you being so polite? I'll come visit you guys often in the future. Huzi's mother said happily, it's enough that you're so considerate. Young people should be busy with their careers. Just come visit when you're free. After Lin Xiao finished washing her hands, the three of them sat around the dining table and ate dinner together. Huzi's mother's cooking skills were pretty good. The ingredients were all from the Ring 2 space. Xiaoer said that it was delicious, especially the 2 grass carps. Even Huzi's mother was full of praise for the taste of this dish. Seeing Huzi's mother and Xiaoer's happy smiles, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think of Huzi's face and the last words he said before the last bullet hit him. Ruofei. Help me. Take care of my mother, and my sister, Huzi, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Xiao Ruofei said silently in his heart. P.S. This week, Sanjiang's recommendation is starting. Please give me your votes. Jidian's readers can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of the Sanjiang channel. After you get it, you can vote on the channel's page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye to Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao's reluctant gaze. When he drove back to the holiday villa, he saw that the construction site was still working. The whole site was brightly lit by several strong lights. The large construction machinery was still roaring, and many workers were busy on the site. In order to meet the deadline, Liang Qichao ordered the entire construction team to work in 3 shifts to ensure that they could deliver before the Spring Festival. Manager Li had already gone back to rest, and the person taking over was an assistant manager. After Xiao Ruofei parked the car, he went to the construction site to find the assistant manager. He asked about the progress of the project and thanked him for his hard work. Then Xiao Ruofei took out 1,000 yuan and asked the assistant manager to send someone to Chongping County to buy supper for the workers. The assistant manager had already received Manager Li's advice and knew that Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao had a close relationship. Therefore, he repeatedly thanked Xiao Ruofei, patted his chest, and said that he would ensure quality and quantity, and complete the construction on time. After chatting with him for a while, Xiao Ruofei felt relieved and returned to the villa. After returning to the bedroom, he locked the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spiritual map scroll and entered the space. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air in the space, Xiao Ruofei immediately felt his fatigue disappear. The vegetable seeds and ginseng seeds he bought in the afternoon were neatly stacked on the ground in the space. Xiao Ruofei's control of the Ring 2 space was getting better and better. He could directly store things from the outside world into the space, and he could also very accurately control the position of the items in the space. Those vegetable seeds were temporarily not of use, so Xiao Ruofei directly picked up the plastic bag containing the Chongbai Mountain ginseng seeds. Before this, Xiao Ruofei also looked up some ginseng planting techniques. He felt that the information he found on the internet was too complicated, and even if he strictly followed the instructions on the internet, the survival rate was very low. Therefore, he simply followed his own method. This was also because he had great confidence in the Ring 2 space. He first found a large plastic bucket and poured half of the spatial spirit pond water into it. Then, he took out the fresh-keeping box containing the strange flower petals. Inside the box were the 11 strange flower petals that he had saved over the past few days. Xiao Ruofei grabbed one of the flowers with a pair of tweezers and threw it into the plastic bucket. If these ginseng seeds could grow up smoothly, their value would be very considerable. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also put in a lot of effort and directly used an entire rare flower petal. As soon as the petal entered the spiritual pond, it immediately melted without a trace. Xiao Ruofei was still worried. He found another stick and stirred the petal solution in the plastic bucket evenly. Then, he opened the plastic bag and poured all the Changbai Mountain ginseng seeds into the plastic bucket and began to soak them. Then, Xiao Ruofei left the space and allowed the seeds to absorb the essence of the strange flower's petals. He went to the bathroom to take a shower. After calculating the time, he entered the space again. Love go little say Xiao Ruofei scooped up all the ginseng seeds soaked in the plastic bucket. He didn't cultivate new crops according to the information on the internet. Instead, he found a piece of land slightly outside the space. After the space evolved, there was a lot of open land outside, and scattered these ginseng seeds randomly. Then he dug some space soil from the side and evenly covered these seeds. He didn't waste the small bucket of petal solution soaked in the seeds. He poured it into a watering can and poured it all on this piece of land. Then, Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to take care of it anymore. He had given the ginseng seeds the best conditions. If they still couldn't survive, then there was definitely a problem with the seeds themselves. And Xiao Ruofei did this to simulate the wild environment to the greatest extent, so that the quality of the ginseng could be higher. Then, Xiao Ruofei patrolled the space again. He picked the ripe vegetables and stored them well. He checked the grass carp in the fish pond and the red arowana in the small pond. They were growing very well. The degree of oxidation of the gold-rimmed phoebe wood increased again, faintly showing golden filaments. The mother plant of the succulent plant had completely recovered. This time, there were a few pots of new succulent seedlings left. Under the unique environment of the space and the nourishment of the petal solution, they had grown to the extent that they could be cut. Xiao Ruofei decided to start a new cutting propagation the next day. But this time, he planned it well and divided it into several batches. The mother plant that had grown up from the latest succulent seedlings would be placed in the last batch for cuttings. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei, in addition to providing vegetables for Shi Jiangyu and Ling's restaurant, walked around the construction site and checked on the progress of the project. In addition, he carried out a new round of cuttings for the mother plant of the succulent plant. After a few days of rest, he put the first batch of succulent seedlings on the internet for sale again. He also put up an announcement, telling all users that in the future, if there were no special circumstances, the new frequency would be reduced to once every 5 days. This news naturally attracted the attention of high-end succulent players. Soon, it became a hot post on Baidu's succulent bar. The sales were naturally as hot as ever. Within a few minutes, they were all sold out. After all the succulent seedlings were sold, Xiao Ruofei would earn about 100,000 yuan. Moreover, this was only the first batch. In the future, there would be another batch every 5 days. In total, he could earn 600,000 yuan a month. In addition to the 300,000 yuan income from the Taoyuan vegetables, Xiao Ruofei could earn at least a million yuan a month. After roughly estimating the income, Xiao Ruofei's mind became active again. Now, he had enough funds to pay for the project, and he still had a little surplus. Moreover, the 2 million yuan project did not need to be paid all at once. It would be paid in installments. After the project was completed and the project passed the inspection, the final payment would be paid. The whole project would last for about a month. And within this month, Xiao Ruofei would be able to earn another million. He set his mind on the 70 centimeters Phoebe Jinan that he heard about last time. Now that his funds were basically guaranteed, he might as well buy it now to avoid any more problems. If he delayed for a while, the Jinan would be cut down, or someone else would beat him to it. Then, it would be difficult to find another suitable Jinan. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately gave Liang Qichao a call. "Ruofei. What's the matter?" Liang Qichao said very enthusiastically. Then, he asked, "Is there a problem with the project?" No. Brother Liang, the construction team you sent is very good. Manager Li is also very responsible. I basically don't have to worry about it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'm looking for you today because I need your help with something else. Oh? What is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Liang Qichao said straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, It's like this, Brother Liang. Didn't we talk about Phoebe Jianan last time? You said that you found a 70 centimeters thick Phoebe Jianan. I want to ask you, can you help me contact it? I want to buy it. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Why are you suddenly interested in Phoebe? Liang Qichao asked with a smile. It's not me. It's a friend of mine, Xiao Ruofei said. The friend who sold it to you in the White Moon. When we were chatting today, I casually mentioned Phoebe. He was very interested and wanted to buy it. At a critical moment, this imaginary friend could save Xiao Ruofei a lot of trouble. When Liang Qichao heard that it was Xiao Ruofei's friend who had the best quality succulents, he immediately paid more attention to it in his heart. He said, So it's your friend who wants it? No problem. I'll contact him right away. As long as it hasn't been sold, it shouldn't be a big problem. Phoebe was a rare tree species. It definitely couldn't be sold on the table, but Liang Qichao naturally had his ways. Xiao Ruofei said again, Brother Liang, my friend wants to transplant it as a whole. If the tree has been cut down, he won't want it. Then I'll ask quickly. Liang Qichao said quickly. This thing is very valuable. Once the villagers know, they might cut it down and sell it. Xiao Ruofei said, Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Liang. You can help me negotiate the cost. Liang Qichao was worried about this matter. The two didn't talk much and hung up the phone. After a while, Liang Qichao called. As soon as Xiao Ruofei picked up, he heard his excited voice. Ruofei, I asked clearly. The tree is still there. Then he said with lingering fear, but this matter is really dangerous. The villagers were really going to secretly cut it down and sell it for money. Fortunately, I asked in time. That's good. Xiao Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was glad that he made this decision early. Liang Qichao then said, I also talked about the price, and they insisted on 800,000. But this price is a little more expensive than the market price, so it's still acceptable. After all, the price of golden silk cedar is rising every day. It's definitely not a loss to buy it. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, Yes. Brother Liang, I'll transfer 800,000 yuan to your account immediately. I'll leave this matter in your hands. As for the transportation costs, I'll transfer it to you later. All right. Don't worry, leave it to me. Liang Qichao said straightforwardly, By the way, send me your friend's address. I'll get them to send it over. Let's bring them to my holiday villa. Xiao Ruofei said. We'll take care of the rest ourselves. All right. Liang Qichao said. Precious trees like golden silk cedar were not allowed to be sold publicly, but Liang Qichao naturally had his own channels, so he agreed very quickly. He was quite happy to do Xiao Ruofei's resourceful friend a favor. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei immediately drove to Chongping County and went to the bank to transfer 800,000 yuan to Liang Qichao's company account. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei had been waiting. Every day, besides going into the space to take care of the succulents and red arowana, he wandered around the construction site. Seeing his own farm take shape day by day, Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with satisfaction. Ling Qingxue also came to Xiao Ruofei twice. Since the last time they met, the first kiss incident seemed to have passed, and the two of them got along very naturally. In front of Xiao Ruofei, Ling Qingxue was different from her usual cold self. Not only was she very talkative, but she also liked to laugh. Often, Xiao Ruofei's words could make her laugh. Her smile was very contagious, and when Xiao Ruofei was with her, her mood unknowingly became joyful. On the afternoon of the fifth day, the golden silk cedar that Xiao Ruofei had been eagerly waiting for finally arrived. A container truck drove to the entrance of the villa, and a tall man in his late 20s got out of the truck. He shook hands with Xiao Ruofei, who had heard the news and came downstairs to check on the situation. The man said, "You must be Mr. Xia? Mr. Liang asked me to send this Phoebe to you." Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and quickly asked Manager Li to find some workers. They worked together to unload the thick Phoebe Jianan from the truck and placed it in the courtyard of the villa. Because this cedar tree was quite valuable, some small branches were cut down for the convenience of transportation. They were also transported with the car. The workers unloaded the branches from the cart as well. The tall man said to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, this tree has been transported for more than 3 days, so if you want to transplant it, you might have to hurry." This Namma tree indeed looked a little listless. Many of its branches and leaves had already withered. It looked very dispirited. "Okay, thank you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The tall man said a few polite words, then said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and left the villa in a container truck. Manager Li and the workers gathered around the gold-rimmed Phoebe Jianan. They looked at the thick tree curiously and whispered to each other. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then went back to the villa and locked the door. Then he entered the Ring 2 space and fetched a bucket of space spirit pond water. He also took a petal of a strange flower and mixed it into the pond water. Then he left the space with the bucket. After keeping the spirit map scroll in his palm, Xiao Ruofei carried the water bucket back to the courtyard. Manager Li urged the workers to go back to work. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and stopped Manager Li. He said, "Manager Li, everyone has been working hard these days. Don't work overtime tonight. Let everyone relax. It doesn't matter if it's a day earlier or later." In fact, Xiao Ruofei wanted to deal with this Phoebe Jianan at night. If there were people at the construction site all night, it was naturally inconvenient. When Manager Li heard Xiao Ruofei say so, he was naturally happy and relaxed. He expressed his gratitude and went to the construction site to supervise the workers. Xiao Ruofei locked the courtyard door and carried the bucket around the Phoebe Jianan. He sprinkled the petal solution on the leaves of the Phoebe Jianan, and then poured the remaining half of the solution on the roots of the Phoebe Jianan. Only then did he feel relieved. He believed that with a strange flower petal, this Phoebe Jianan worth more than 800,000 yuan wouldn't die before transplanting. Xiao Ruofei went back to the bedroom upstairs and looked at the Phoebe Jianan in the courtyard from the balcony. For the time being, he could only leave it there. He could only start to move when the workers went back in the evening. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then went back to the bedroom and entered the Ring 2 space. He carried the shovel and hoe to the place where the ginseng seeds were sowed before. Now the ginseng seeds had all sprouted, growing into inch-long seedlings scattered in this area. Xiao Ruofei found an open space next to the ginseng seedlings and dug a big hole. He was going to plant the Phoebe Jianan next to the ginseng. After the Phoebe Jianan grew, its canopy would be very large. It would certainly cover the growing area of the ginseng and create better growing conditions for the shady ginseng. Next, he could only wait. The workers got off work in the evening, and the construction site soon quieted down. Xiao Ruofei patiently waited until the second half of the night. After the workers on duty at the construction site fell asleep, he went downstairs to the yard. This Phoebe Jianan was moistened by the petal solution and was much more energetic than when it was just unloaded. Xiao Ruofei summoned the Ling to painting scroll and gently put it aside. Then he grabbed the Phoebe Jianan with both hands and began to communicate with the space. He was very nervous at the moment. After getting the space, he had never tried to directly send such a big guy into the space. Although the space had undergone several evolutions, and Xiao Ruofei himself was constantly absorbing the petal solution, and his connection with the space was much closer, he still didn't have a trace of confidence in his heart. However, Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to give it a try. He took a deep breath, made up his mind, and sent an order to the space. P.S. This week, Sanjiang recommendation will start. Please give me your votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of the Sanjiang channel. After you get it, you can vote on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 70 centimeters thick tree first trembled, then with a swoosh, it disappeared from the courtyard. Xiao Ruofei's face suddenly became pale, his head hurt like it was splitting, as if thousands of needles were stabbing him at the same time. He instantly felt like his body was being hollowed out. His whole body swayed a few times, teetering on the verge of collapse. This was a sign that his spiritual power was severely overdrawn. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly put the spirit map scroll into his palm, one hand holding the courtyard wall, the other taking out a mineral water bottle from his pocket. This bottle contained half a bottle of space spirit pool water that Xiao Ruofei had prepared in advance, mixed with an entire petal solution. Xiao Ruofei unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped down half of the water, only then did he feel his spiritual power slowly recover. He had no doubt that in that state just now, if he didn't immediately take the petal solution, his brain would have suffered permanent damage. Xiao Ruofei rested for a while, only then did he feel completely recovered. He couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. In the future, he really had to act according to his ability. Today's action was really a bit risky. But Xiao Ruofei also firmly believed that with the evolution of the space and his continuous absorption of the petal solution, in the near future, he would definitely be able to easily send this kind of Phoebe into the space. Xiao Ruofei felt his own situation, and felt that there were no more problems, and he faintly felt that this overdraft seemed to have made his connection with the space closer. But Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to try again, he would rather improve step by step. He returned to the villa, directly went upstairs to the bedroom, and locked the doors and windows. Then he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm, and with a thought, entered the space. Just now when Xiao Ruofei sent the Phoebe into the space, because its size was too big, he could only do his best to control where it appeared in the space. After entering, Xiao Ruofei took a look, and his heart was filled with joy. That Phoebe fell into the pre-dug hole according to his instructions, but it was slightly tilted. If it fell somewhere else, it would crush the things in the space, and Xiao Ruofei would have a headache moving it back into the pit. Even in this situation, Xiao Ruofei spent a lot of effort and even built a simple pulley mechanism to straighten the tree. Xiao Ruofei found a few thick wooden sticks to prop up the golden silk cedar, and then filled the hole with soil from the space. Then, he fetched some water from the space spirit pool and watered it once. Then, he took out a bottle of flower petal solution that he had prepared and watered it as well. In the past few days, Xiao Ruofei's exotic flower petals had been consumed very quickly. Now, there were only 6 petals left. However, these expenses were all worth it. In the future, the benefits would be hundreds and thousands of times greater. Furthermore, he could harvest 5 petals every 3 days. As long as he used them sparingly, it would be enough. Xiao Ruofei left the space. When he was about to take a bath and sleep, he suddenly thought of the branches cut from the Phoebe in the yard. His heart moved, and he quickly went downstairs to the yard. He kept all of these branches into the spirit map space, without leaving a single one behind. Compared to the whole Phoebe, collecting these branches was naturally easy. Then Xiao Ruofei returned to the upstairs bedroom and entered the space again. He picked out the slightly larger branches one by one and counted more than 20 branches. Then Xiao Ruofei dug a hole in the open area outside the space, and inserted these selected branches into the soil of the space one by one. Then, he fetched some water from the space spirit pool and watered them one by one. If it was in the outside world, such cuttings would definitely not survive. Even in the space, Xiao Ruofei was not sure, so he did not waste the precious exotic flower petals. His idea was very simple. Since those branches were lost, they were lost anyway. If 1 or 2 survived, it would be a gain for him. Even if none survived, he wouldn't lose anything. Xiao Ruofei threw the remaining small branches and leaves directly under the big Phoebe. They would soon rot and become nutrients for the Phoebe, returning to its roots. In the following half a month, Xiao Ruofei spent most of his time in the villa. Every day, in addition to supplying vegetables to the 2 families, he would walk around the construction site, and then take care of various animals and plants in the space. During this period, Xiao Ruofei carried out 3 more batches of cuttings. Every 5 days, he would put the new succulent seedlings up for sale on the internet. Every time, they were sold out. Half a month in the outside world was almost a year in the space. Now, the space was a thriving scene. The gold-rimmed Phoebe had long been alive, and it had even grown a circle. Now, it was full of leaves and branches. What surprised Xia Ruofei even more was that the more than 20 branches of Phoebe chinensis that were randomly inserted into the soil of the space were all alive and growing quite well. This also gave Xia Ruofei a new understanding of the preciousness of his Ring-2 space. Needless to say, the vegetables were plucked again and again. The fish in the fish pond in the space generally grew to more than 3 caddies. Even without the factor of the flow of time, this growth rate was still quite amazing. The precious red arowana had already grown to nearly 40 centimeters, and its scales had all turned a pure red color. It was very pleasing to the eye as it swam in the small pond. This red arowana was a female and had basically reached adulthood. In order to match this red arowana, Xia Ruofei also specially went to the seafood market. His luck was not bad. There happened to be a store that was selling a red arowana of similar size. Xia Ruofei spent more than 20,000 yuan to buy this fish. Now, there were already 2 red arowana in the small fish pond in the space. But the one that was put in later, whether it was the purity of the scales or the spirit, it was not as good as its wife. But Xia Ruofei believed that it would not be long before this male fish grew better and better. The piece of gold-rimmed Phoebe wood placed in the space had been completely oxidized. Beautiful golden threads appeared on the wood. Under the light, these golden threads connected together like golden clouds. It was the best gold-rimmed Phoebe wood. This small piece of material was worth at least 100,000 yuan. This also made Xia Ruofei more confident in planting Phoebe chinensis in the space. In the outside world, Xia Ruofei's Taoyuan farm had basically taken shape. 8 huge connected modern film greenhouses were being built at the same time. The roads in the farm had also begun to take shape. The orchard in the back mountain was also being developed. The laying of various pipelines, the construction of fences, the greening of the farm, the construction of the fish pond, and so on were steadily progressing. According to this progress, there was no pressure to put it in use before the Spring Festival. There were still more than 20 days before the Spring Festival. Xia Ruofei remembered that he had not visited Professor Tian for a while, so he decided to go to the city as a courtesy visit before the Spring Festival. So he called Professor Tian, picked some vegetables from the space, and went to the fish pond in the space to catch a few carps that were more than 1.5 pounds. He drove the pickup truck straight to the city. Xia Ruofei, who had been here once, drove to the front of Professor Tian's small building with ease. He easily picked up 20 to 30 pounds of vegetable basket with one hand and carried the carps with a straw rope with the other hand. He came to the front of the courtyard door. He put down the vegetable basket and rang the doorbell. After a short while, Xia Ruofei heard a rush of footsteps. After the iron door opened, Xia Ruofei saw Tian Huilan's daughter, Lu Yu. After seeing Xia Ruofei, the joy on Lu Yu's face instantly turned into astonishment. After a while, she slightly frowned and said, "Why are you here?" P.S. Continue to ask for Sanjiang votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of the Sanjiang channel. After you get it, you can vote on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Readers who use the new version can open the introduction page of any book, and you can still find the entrance to the Sanjiang channel in the navigation menu above. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xia Ruofei was even more confused. He said, "Who else could it be? I'm here to see Professor Tian." Then Xia Ruofei also came to his senses. He said with a smile, "Are you waiting for someone?" Lu Yu curled her lips slightly and rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. She said, "What does it have to do with you?" Xia Ruofei said in her heart, "This girl's temper is really not small. But I don't seem to have provoked her. Why does she look so bitter when she sees me?" At this moment, Professor Tian's voice came from inside. "Xiaoxia is here, right? Come in, come in. Yu, why are you standing at the door? Let Xiaoxia in." Only then did Lu Yu snort softly and step aside unwillingly. Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't argue with a girl. He smiled at her in a friendly way, reached out to pick up the basket, and stepped into the courtyard. Professor Tian, who had white hair and was hale and hearty, greeted him with a smile and said, "Xiaoxia, why did you bring so many things again? Didn't I tell you not to bring things in the future?" The vegetables I grew and the fish I raised are not worth much. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile and asked anxiously, Professor Tian, how have you been recently? Very good. Professor Tian said happily, after drinking the Chinese medicine you sent, all the small problems are gone. I feel 10 years younger. Xiao Ruofei saw that Professor Tian's mental state was really good. His face was glowing, and there was a breeze when he walked. It was impossible to tell that he had just walked in front of the gates of hell not long ago. He was happy for him. Professor Tian took Xiao Ruofei to the antique tea table in the corner of the living room and sat down. He took out his precious tea leaves and made kung fu tea for him. He poured the tea leaves into the Yixing clay teapot and said with a smile, Xiaoxia, stay for lunch today. My youngest daughter and son-in-law just came back from Hong Kong. Huilan will come over after work. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Yu, who was lying on the sofa in the living room and switching channels with the remote control. He roughly knew who she was waiting for. Xiao Ruofei said, Professor Tian, I won't disturb your family reunion. What are you talking about? Professor Tian pretended to be angry. You came to visit me, but you didn't even eat a meal. How can I let you go? Besides, my youngest daughter knows about what happened last time. She has been saying that she wants to thank you in person. Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei could only agree with a bitter smile. Professor Tian was in a good mood today, probably because his daughter, whom he had not seen for a long time, was about to return home. He made tea while chatting with Xiao Ruofei about his daughter. Professor Tian's youngest daughter was called Tian Huixin. She was 35 years old and her husband was Ma Jiming. He was the only son of Ma Xiong, a tycoon in Hong Kong. Tian Huixin had married into a rich family, but she and Ma Jiming were classmates when they were studying in the United States. They fell in love and got married in the United States. Now that Ma Xiong was old, Ma Jiming took over his father's business and gradually began to take control of the family business. Tian Huixin had not gone out to work since she was pregnant. She had been living a good life in Hong Kong. After the two of them chatted for a while, the doorbell rang again. Lu Yu cheered and jumped up from the sofa. She trotted out to open the door. Then, Xiao Ruofei heard Lu Yu's surprised voice. Auntie. Uncle-in-law. You're here. Huan. I missed you so much. Come and give me a hug. Xiao Ruofei and Professor Tian also stood up and walked out. Before they reached the door, Lu Yu and the others had already come in. A charming young woman walked in front with a cute little girl who was about 4 or 5 years old. Behind her was a well-dressed middle-aged man who was about 36 or 37 years old. When the two of them saw Professor Tian, they called out in unison, Dad. Professor Tian was also a little excited. He nodded and said, Jiming, Huixin, come in quickly. It must have been hard on the road, right? It's okay. It's not far from Hong Kong, Ma Jiming replied with a respectful look. Professor Tian then looked at the little boy in Tian Huixin's arms with a loving look on his face. He said, Huan. Tian Huixin patted Huan gently and said, Huan, call Grandpa. Huan did not respond. She did not even look at Professor Tian. Her eyes were a little dull as she stared blankly at a small spinning top in her hand. Professor Tian looked gloomy. And asked, still not getting better? Tian Huixin's eyes turned red and said, yes, Ma Jiming saw that the atmosphere was a little heavy, so he wanted to change the topic. At this time, he saw Xiao Ruofei standing next to Professor Tian and quickly asked, Dad, this is, Professor Tian smiled and said, oh. I forgot to introduce you. Jiming, Huixin, this is Xiaoxia, who I told you about. Xiaoxia, this is my daughter, Tian Huixin, and my son-in-law, Ma Jiming. So you're Xiaoxing. Ma Jiming's attitude became more enthusiastic. He said in Mandarin with a strong Hong Kong accent, I heard about what happened last time. Thank you so much. Tian Huixin also showed a grateful look and said, Xiaoxia, thank you. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, there's no need to say thank you. I've told Professor Tian and Mayor Tian before. It's really just a small matter. At this time, Professor Tian said, let's sit in the room. Don't stand and chat. The group of people came to the living room and sat down. Huan also got down from Tian Huixin's arms. She tiptoed to the corner of the living room and fiddled with the spinning top. Every time the spinning top started, she would be very focused and stare at it without blinking. Lu Yu ran over and wanted to play with her, but no matter what she said, Huan didn't even look at her. Xiao Ruofei also realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this little girl. She hadn't said a word since she entered the room, and she didn't respond to the stimulation of the outside world. However, this should be the privacy of Ma Jiming and his wife, so Xiao Ruofei didn't ask. He saw the deep worry in Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin's eyes, so he knew that Huan's problem might not be small. Otherwise, with Ma Jiming's financial resources, how could he not even solve the problem of his baby daughter? After the top stopped, Huan picked it up clumsily and wanted to turn it, but she didn't succeed after several tries. Seeing this, Lu Yu said, Huan, sister will help you turn it. After that, she directly took the top from Huan's hand. Before Lu Yu could spin the top, Huan hit Lu Yu's stomach with her head without warning. Lu Yu, who was caught off guard, fell to the floor and grimaced in pain. Then, Huan let out a hysterical scream. Seeing this, Tian Huixin quickly ran over and held Huan in her arms, comforting her softly. Professor Tian went over to help Lu Yu up. Even in her mother's arms, Huan was still screaming loudly. After a long time, she gradually quieted down. Ma Jiming sighed and said, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Xiao Ruofei saw the tears in Tian Huixin's eyes just now, and he couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Ma, may I ask, Huan? Ma Jiming glanced at his wife and son not far away and said with a sad face, to tell you the truth, Huan is Xingxing's child. P.S. Continue to ask for Sanjiang votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day, and it's free. It's on the old version of the website, Sanjiang channel. After you get it, you can vote on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Readers who use the new version can open the introduction page of any book, and you can still find the entrance to Sanjiang channel in the navigation menu above. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xingxing's child? Xiao Ruofei didn't understand and repeated. Professor Tian sighed and said, it's autism, also known as autism in our country. It's a congenital neurological disease. Such children live in their own world and generally have serious language and social problems. Grandpa, why are you saying so much? Lu Yu complained in a low voice. Professor Tian said unconcernedly, Xiaoxia is not an outsider. What's there to hide? Ma Jiming quickly said, yes. There's nothing to hide. It was obvious that he respected his father-in-law very much. Xiao Ruofei said with a hint of apology, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. It's just that Huan is so cute, and her appearance looks. Tian Huixin hugged Huan and said with a bitter smile, children with autism look the same as ordinary children. Many Xingxing children even look cuter than ordinary children. Xiao Ruofei looked at Huan, who was completely immersed in her own world, and asked, this disease, is it very troublesome to treat? Tian Huixin sighed and said, yes. At present, there is no specific treatment for autism in the world. The only thing that can be done is to let the child master survival and social skills as much as possible through perceptual integration training and some other auxiliary correction. However, Huan's degree is more severe. Although we have specially hired a first-class special teacher, she still can't speak. At this point, Tian Huixin was a little choked up. She gently kissed Huan's jade-like face and said with reddened eyes, my biggest wish is to hear Huan call me mommy in my lifetime. Even if it's just once, it's fine. After saying this, Tian Huixin couldn't help but sob. Huan, on the other hand, was completely unaware of her mother's sadness. She was still staring at the little top in her hand, and her head would tremble from time to time. This was a sign of a serious sensory imbalance. Ma Jiming walked over and gently hugged his wife's shoulder, comforting her in a low voice. Lu Yu, on the other hand, glared at Xiao Ruofei with an unhappy face and said, why are you like this? Why are you asking so many questions? You made my aunt cry. Yu. What are you saying? Professor Tian frowned and shouted. That's true. Lu Yu said indignantly, Huan's matter is a sore point for Aunt. Our family members won't take the initiative to mention it, but he keeps asking this and that. Isn't he rubbing salt on Aunt's wound? Shut up. Professor Tian glared at Lu Yu and said. Ma Jiming also quickly said, Yu, it's okay. Xiaoxing only asked because he was concerned about Huan. Seeing that everyone in the family was speaking for Xia Ruofei, Lu Yu snorted and sat down on the sofa in a fit of pique. She was so angry that she stopped talking. Tian Huixin wiped her tears and said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I made a fool of myself in front of you. Xia Ruofei also said awkwardly, Ms. Tian, I really didn't mean to pry into your privacy. Actually, the reason why I wanted to know more about the situation is that I have learned several ancient prescriptions. One of them is effective for neurological diseases, so I wanted to determine the specific situation of autism and see if I could help you. Tian Huixin just smiled faintly and said, Mr. Xia, I appreciate your kindness. In the past few years, we can't even remember how many famous neurologists we have taken Huan to, and we have also seen a lot of traditional Chinese medicine, but... Professor Tian heard this and coughed a few times. Tian Huixin suddenly realized that her words seemed to be inappropriate, so she said awkwardly, Mr. Xia, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to not believe you. Xia Ruofei smiled casually and said, it's okay. Actually, I'm not sure myself. After all, that prescription hasn't been tested on autistic patients. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't have any ancient prescriptions. He saw that such a cute little girl like Huan lived completely in her own world and didn't care about the reactions of the outside world, so he was moved by a trace of compassion. Since it was a problem with the development of the nervous system, he felt that the strange flower's petals might be helpful to her condition, so he took the initiative to mention it. If Tian Huixin didn't want to ask him to treat her, then he naturally wouldn't be in a hurry to do this. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Professor Tian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly asked, Xiaoxia, the ancient prescription you mentioned, was it the same person who taught you the prescription that treated me and nourished my body last time? Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, yes, it was recorded in a broken medical book that the old traditional Chinese medicine doctor left me, but I haven't tried to treat autistic patients. After getting a definite answer, Professor Tian said excitedly, then it's worth a try. After that, he said to Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming, Huixin, Jiming, Xiaoxia's prescription is very magical. Last time, when I had a very dangerous heart attack, it was Xiaoxia's Chinese medicine that saved my life. The doctor said that if I hadn't taken the right medicine in the early stages, I wouldn't have been able to make it to the hospital. He paused and continued, in addition, the Chinese medicine that Xiaoxia prescribed for me to nourish my body is also very effective. My old legs that have been cold for decades have been cured. Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming looked at each other when they heard this. Both of them were a little moved by Professor Tian's words, but Tian Huixin had just politely declined Xia Ruofei's kindness, so she was a little embarrassed to ask again. Xia Ruofei glanced at the couple and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, I'm very willing to try to help Huan. Moreover, the side effects of Chinese medicine are very small. Even if it doesn't have any effect, the child will be fine. Ma Jiming finally made up his mind and said, Mr. Xia, then I'll have to trouble you to treat my daughter. Whether it works or not, we will thank you very much. Lu Yu, who was sulking, couldn't help but stand up and say, Uncle, are you serious? Do you really believe that he can cure autism? Look at his age. Does he look like a doctor with great medical skills? And he himself said that he has no experience in treating autistic patients. Professor Tian's face darkened and he scolded angrily, Yu, shut up. It's getting more and more outrageous. Xiaoxia means well, and he is my savior. How can you be so rude? Grandpa. Lu Yu said coquettishly, we have to believe in science. Science can cure your grandpa's acute myocardial infarction? Science can make my body so good in such a short time? Science itself is a kind of superstition. Professor Tian said unceremoniously. Huaxia's traditional Chinese medicine is extensive and profound. Who dares to say that traditional Chinese medicine can't cure autism? Lu Yu shook her head helplessly. In her opinion, her grandpa must have been bewitched by Xiao Ruofei to believe him unconditionally. Professor Tian glared at Lu Yu again, and then said to Xiao Ruofei, "Xiaoxia, it's my fault for not disciplining Yu. That's why she's so arrogant. Please don't lower yourself to her level." Xiao Ruofei smiled generously and said, "No, actually, she's doing it for Huan's sake. Everyone's starting point is the same." Lu Yu pursed her lips. Obviously, this girl didn't appreciate Xiao Ruofei's kindness. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't care. He just smiled and said, "Then I'll go to the pharmacy to get the necessary herbs, and then come back to decoct the medicine." Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Xiaoxia," Tian Huixin said quickly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, then walked out of the door. At this time, Lu Yu also quickly followed. Professor Tian shouted, Yu, what are you doing?" Lu Yu said without looking back, "I bought the medicine for Huan. I have to follow him. I want to see if he's playing any tricks." "Nonsense, why aren't you coming back?" Professor Tian was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't care and stopped. He turned back and said, "Professor Tian, it's okay. Since Lu Yu wants to follow, then let her follow." This? Professor Tian shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but glare at Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei said to Lu Yu, "Then let's go. Let's go and come back quickly." Lu Yu snorted softly and ignored Xiao Ruofei. She followed Xiao Ruofei out of the door. Soon, there was the roar of an engine outside. Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck and drove to the nearest Chinese medicine pharmacy outside the campus with Lu Yu, the secretary's daughter. P.S. It's the last 2 or 3 days. Continue to ask for Sanjiang votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of the Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting is also on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Readers who use the new version can open the introduction page of any book. The navigation menu above can still find the entrance to the Sanjiang channel. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The pickup truck drove on the campus. The 2 people in the car didn't speak, and the atmosphere was very strange. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Yu from the corner of his eye. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and the seat belt was around her chest, outlining a tempting curve. The curve of her face was very delicate. The winter sun shone through the window, and her face seemed to be covered with a faint glow. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel the breath of youth. Instead, he felt that the temperature in the car had become a little low because of Lu Yu. No matter how beautiful her face was, it couldn't be pleasant if it was stiff. This girl's resentment towards him was a bit deep. What did he do to make her unhappy? Xiao Ruofei's heart was full of question marks. When the car passed the main teaching building of the School of Civil Engineering, Xiao Ruofei stepped on the brakes and parked the car on the side of the road. Then he opened the door and got out, and walked directly into the teaching building. Lu Yu didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei got out of the car that she quickly poked her head out and shouted, "Hey! Where are you going?" Xiao Ruofei didn't even turn her head as she said, "I need to go to the bathroom to relieve myself. Do you want to come with me?" Lu Yu's face was hot. She spat and said, "Bah! Vulgar." She saw that Xiao Ruofei had walked quickly into the teaching building, and he looked really anxious. She couldn't help but kick the cushion of the passenger seat, and said in her heart, "What kind of person is this? He doesn't go to the bathroom at home, but goes at this time. He won't play any tricks, will he?" Lu Yu wanted to go in and see what Xiao Ruofei was up to, but after all, she was shy. If Xiao Ruofei really went to the bathroom, wouldn't it be embarrassing? So in the end, she didn't do anything. She could only sit in the passenger seat and sulk. The waiting time always passed very slowly. After several minutes, Xiao Ruofei still didn't appear. Lu Yu was so angry that her teeth itched. Just when she thought that Xiao Ruofei had fallen into the toilet, Xiao Ruofei's figure finally appeared at the door of the teaching building. When Lu Yu saw Xiao Ruofei walking over unhurriedly, she couldn't help but get angry. She couldn't help but stick her head out and mock, "You've been gone for a long time. Don't tell me you helped the School of Civil Engineering clean the toilets while you were at it?" With a harmless smile on his face, Xiao Ruofei opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, saying, "I'm sorry. I caught a cold yesterday and had a stomachache. Sorry to keep you waiting." Lu Yu snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and didn't mind. He started the car and drove out of the school. Just now, he didn't really go to the toilet. He just found a secluded place in the teaching building to summon the Ling to painting scroll. He took out a small, flat stainless steel wine pot from the space. It was filled with the petal solution that Xiao Ruofei had prepared in advance. The amount of the strange flower petals in it was about 1/3 of the petals. Then he used his mobile phone to search for some Chinese medicine prescriptions for nursing children with autism on the internet. He memorized one of the prescriptions that had a mild medicinal effect and was mainly for nursing children. It took a lot of time to search for information because Xiao Ruofei had to compare the prescriptions to ensure the accuracy and safety of the prescriptions. At the same time, he also had to remember some information such as the medicinal materials, the amount, and the dosage. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei deliberately walked out of the teaching building unhurriedly. After spending so much time, Lu Yu was naturally impatient. Fortunately, on the way to the pharmacy, Xiao Ruofei didn't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, Lu Yu would really go crazy. There was a pharmacy of Tongxing Tang near Sanshan University. After Xiao Ruofei parked the car, he walked toward the pharmacy. Lu Yu naturally followed quickly. The intention of monitoring Xiao Ruofei was obvious. Xiao Ruofei didn't care. He directly reported a series of medicinal names to the shop assistant, such as Rehmannia glutinosa, Poria cocos, Xianxia, Schisandra, and so on. They were all common Chinese medicinal materials. He also asked the shop assistant to classify and package these medicinal materials. Just as the shop assistant went to prepare the medicinal materials, a pleasant voice sounded, "Yu." Lu Yu turned her head and immediately showed a happy smile. She cried, "Yaya. Why are you here?" The girl named Yaya was wearing a white short down jacket and a pair of washed blue jeans. She was tall and graceful. She had a perfect oval face and a pair of big watery eyes that were very lively. Yaya blushed slightly and said in a low voice, "My stomach hurts. Prescribe some Chinese medicine for recuperation." This was a girl's problem. When she saw Lu Yu with a young man, she was naturally embarrassed to say it too clearly. After saying that, Yaya couldn't help but secretly look at Xiao Ruofei with a blushing face. It didn't matter if she didn't look at him. After seeing him, Yaya opened her mouth slightly and a look of surprise gradually appeared on her face. She stared at Xiao Ruofei intently. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable being stared at by a beautiful woman like this. Lu Yu was even more puzzled. Just as she was about to ask about the situation, Yaya had already walked directly to Xiao Ruofei. She cried in surprise, "Brother! I finally found you." Xiao Ruofei was shocked. What was going on? Did he have a long-lost sister outside? The expression on Xiao Ruofei's face fell into Yaya's eyes. She asked, "Brother, don't you remember me?" Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and frowned slightly. She asked Yaya, "Yaya, what's going on? Did this guy cheat on your feelings? Don't be afraid. Tell me and I'll help you teach him a lesson." "Hey! Lu Yu, don't talk nonsense." Xiao Ruofei said quickly, "I don't know this girl at all." Yaya also blushed and said in a low voice, "Yu, why are you talking nonsense?" After that, she looked at Xiao Ruofei with her big eyes and said, "Brother, you really don't remember? More than 2 months ago, in the shanty town next to the Sanshan Square." When Yaya said this, Xiao Ruofei immediately understood and said, "Hey! It's you. If you didn't remind me, I wouldn't have remembered. By the way, is your foot okay?" It turned out that Yaya was the girl Xiao Ruofei saved in the alley of the shanty town. It was also because of that injury that Xiao Ruofei went back to the rented house to find a first aid kit. The blood on the wound dripped onto the Ling to scroll and accidentally opened the ring to space. Yaya said happily, "Brother, you remember. My foot has been fine for a long time. Thank you for that day." Lu Yu said with a puzzled face, "What kind of riddle are you two playing?" Yaya happily grabbed Lu Yu's hand and said, Yu, didn't I tell you before that I met a few hooligans in the shanty town next to the Sanshan Square last time? At that time it was this brother who helped me beat the hooligans away. And in order to save me, his arm was cut by a dagger. Today is the birthday of the book friend Xinyan. Steel Spear wishes you a happy birthday here. The character I promised you will appear soon. Consider it a belated birthday gift, there are only 2 or 3 days left. Continue to ask for the Sanjiang ticket. The readers of Qidian can get 1 ticket every day. It's free. It's on the old version of the Sanjiang channel. After getting it, the voting is also on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you everyone. Readers who use the new version can open the introduction page of any book. The navigation menu above can still find the entrance to the Sanjiang channel. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. No way? Is there really such a coincidence? Liu said with an incredulous expression, are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? Yaya looked at Liu angrily and said, you really treat me like a child. How could I get it wrong? After that, Yaya looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, brother, how's the injury on your arm? Is it okay? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's healed a long time ago. By the way, don't call me brother. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Ruofei. Yes. Brother Xia. Yaya said happily, my name is Jiang Yu. I'm Yuyu's best friend and roommate in college. By the way, we don't know each other well. Xiao Ruofei and Liu said in unison. Jiang Yu looked at the tacit understanding between the two of them, and a smile appeared in her eyes. Liu immediately cried, Yaya, what's with your expression? I'm really not familiar with him at all. Don't think too much. Then, Liu pulled Jiang Yu over and whispered in her ear, there's more. Even if he saved you before, don't try to repay him with your body. I don't think this guy is a good person at all. Be careful not to be taken advantage of. Jiang Yu's pretty face immediately turned red. She said shyly, Yu, what are you talking about? What do you mean by giving yourself to him? If you talk nonsense again, I'll scratch you. Although the two of them spoke softly, Xiao Ruofei had absorbed so many strange flower petals that his hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. He heard every word of their conversation, so he felt very embarrassed. Fortunately, at this time, the shop assistant had prepared all the medicinal materials that Xiao Ruofei needed and packaged them according to Xiao Ruofei's requirements. Xiao Ruofei hurried over to pay, and at the same time, he bought more than a dozen vacuum packaging bags used to preserve the decocted Chinese medicine. Then he said to Jiang Yu, I have something urgent to do here. I'll leave first. After that, he carried the wrapped Chinese medicinal herbs and said to Liu, let's go. Where to? Liu asked subconsciously. Xiao Ruofei found it funny as he replied, we've already bought the medicine, so of course we're going back. Oh. Liu said after being stunned for a while. The whole process of buying medicine was very simple. It seemed to be a little different from what Liu had imagined. Xiao Ruofei didn't hide anything. He directly told her what herbs he needed and left immediately after buying them. It could be said that other than meeting Jiang Yu by chance, there was nothing abnormal about it. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was almost at the door of the store. Liu didn't have time to think too much. She said goodbye to Jiang Yu and hurriedly chased after him. Jiang Yu chased after him and asked, Big brother Xia, when are you free? I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Xiao Ruofei put the herbs in the back seat of the pickup truck and opened the door of the driver's seat. Then, he turned back and smiled at Jiang Yu and said, last time was just a small matter. You don't have to thank me. At this time, Liu had already gotten into the car. Xiao Ruofei started the car and waved at Jiang Yu with a smile. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the entrance of the pharmacy. Jiang Yu shouted from behind, Hey! Big brother Xia, give me your phone number. However, before she could finish her sentence, the car had already driven far away. Jiang Yu finally found Xiao Ruofei, but she didn't even leave her phone number before the other party ran away. Naturally, she felt a little down. However, she quickly revealed a bright smile and said to herself, at least I know your name. Moreover, Yu definitely knows your phone number. I'll ask her for it later. After that, Jiangyu looked at the pickup truck that was driving further and further away. She smiled and then turned back to the pharmacy to buy medicine. In the pickup truck, Xiao Ruofei drove without any distractions. However, when Lu Yu turned to look at him for the third time, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu, there doesn't seem to be any flowers growing on my face, right? Or have you finally discovered my handsome side?" Lu Yu snorted and said disdainfully, "TSK. You're daydreaming. I just want to see how the soldier brother that Yaya has been talking about for more than 2 months is different from the rest." Then, Lu Yu said with a suspicious look, "I say. Don't tell me you're coveting Yaya's beauty and deliberately found someone to act out a hero saving a damsel in distress?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He didn't even bother to explain such a retarded question. This girl is really full of malice towards me. I don't know if it's because of their 8 characters, but I don't seem to have offended her at all. Xiao Ruofei complained in his heart. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei ignored her, Lu Yu lost interest in talking. The two of them went back to Professor Tian's house in silence. In the living room, Huan Huan was still playing alone. Sometimes she would make some meaningless sounds, and sometimes she would suddenly stand up and walk around the living room on her tiptoes. Seeing Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu enter the door, Professor Tian and the others got up to greet them. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to show everyone the Chinese medicine bag in his hand and said with a smile, "The medicine has been bought. I'll go and decoct it now." "Xiao Sheng, sorry to trouble you," Ma Jiming said gratefully. Regardless of whether Xiao Ruofei's medicine would be effective or not, his intention was at least good. Ma Jiming and his wife's gratitude to Xiao Ruofei was also from the bottom of their hearts. As for the efficacy of the medicine, the two of them really didn't have much hope. With their family's financial resources, what kind of famous doctor couldn't they hire? However, autism was a world-class medical problem. There was no way to completely cure it. Xiao Ruofei said to Professor Tian, "Professor Tian, I need a casserole. There's one in the kitchen. Follow me." Professor Tian said. Xiao Ruofei followed Professor Tian to the kitchen. When he reached the door, he turned to Lu Yu, who was trying to follow them, and said, "Miss Lu, the process of decocting medicine is very important. There can be no interference, so." After that, Xiao Ruofei shrugged and looked at Lu Yu. Before Lu Yu could speak, Professor Tian frowned and said, Yu, go to the living room and play with Huan Huan. Little Xiao's prescription is so precious. Of course, it has to be kept secret. Why did you come in?" Lu Yu could only roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei, then pouted and left the kitchen door. Professor Tian found the casserole for Xiao Ruofei and told him how to use the gas stove. After that, he took the initiative to leave the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei directly put the Chinese herbs into the casserole according to the ratio. After adding water, he put it on the gas stove and began to decoct the medicine. Before Xiao Ruofei joined the army, he had decocted Chinese medicine when his grandfather was sick, so naturally, he was not unfamiliar with it. The decoction of Chinese medicine was a very boring waiting process. It only needed to be watched throughout and the heat was controlled from time to time. During this process, Professor Tian and the others were very tactful and did not disturb Xiao Ruofei in the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei mixed the medicine about 10 times. After decocting, he poured the Chinese herbs into the stainless steel soup pot. Then, he took out the stainless steel wine pot and poured the solution equivalent to 1/3 of the strange flower petals into the medicinal soup. He stirred it evenly. Next, he just had to wait for the medicinal soup to cool down. It would take a long time for such a large pot of medicinal soup to cool down, but Xiao Ruofei also had a way. He directly summoned the spiritual map scroll from his body and put the stainless steel soup pot filled with medicinal soup into the ring 2 space. After waiting for about 2 minutes in the kitchen, Xiao Ruofei took out the stainless steel soup pot again. Sure enough, after more than 40 minutes of cooling in the space, the medicinal soup had dropped to the temperature that it could be consumed. Xiao Ruofei first filled a stainless steel bowl with a portion. Then, he took out the vacuum bag he bought from the pharmacy and divided the medicinal liquid into 9 portions. After sealing them, he put them into the refrigerator for storage. Then, he walked out of the kitchen with the bowl of medicinal soup. P.S. It's the last 2 or 3 days. Continue to ask for Sanjiang votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of the Sanjiang channel. After receiving it, the votes are also on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Readers who use the new version of the website can open the introduction page of any book. The navigation menu above can still find the entrance to the Sanjiang channel. Genius remembers love in 1 second / small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei walked into the living room with the medicine and saw Tian Huilan, who was wearing a business suit, talking to Tian Huixin and her husband. He went forward and greeted them, Secretary Tian. Tian Huilan's official appointment had been announced. She was now a member of the Standing Committee of the Southeast Provincial Committee and the Secretary of the Sanshan Municipal Committee. Naturally, this appointment would be on the Southeast News. It was well known in Sanshan, and Xiao Ruofei was also aware of it. In fact, Wu Liqian had already taken up a post in Chongping County. For this reason, she had specially called Xiao Ruofei and said that if he had any problems in Chongping County, he could directly call her on her personal phone. This was obviously a very good gesture. Tian Huilan smiled gently and said, Xiaoxia, I heard from Huixin that you went to boil medicine for Huan. Thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. I'm not sure about this prescription. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, but I really hope that I can help Huan. It would be a pity if such a lovely child was always like this. Tian Huilan sighed and nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruofei said, by the way, the medicine has been boiled. Feed it to Huan once. I boiled a total of 10 portions, and the other 9 portions have been stored in the refrigerator. You just need to feed her 3 times a day. If this medicine is right for the illness, you should see the effect in 3 days. Okay, thank you, Xiaoxia, Tian Huixin replied. Lu Yu, who was playing with Huan, secretly curled her lips. Obviously, she didn't agree with Xiao Ruofei's words about the effect in 3 days. The effect of Chinese medicine was relatively slow, and the treatment of autism had always been a protracted battle. The so-called effect in 3 days was basically a fantasy. In fact, even Tian Huixin, Tian Huilan, and Ma Jiming were not optimistic, but out of politeness, they did not question Xiao Ruofei. After all, Xiao Ruofei had good intentions. Among them, only Professor Tian was looking forward to Xiao Ruofei's decoction. He said eagerly, Huixin, quickly feed the medicine to Huan. Yes. Tian Huixin replied. She then took the bowl of medicine from Xiao Ruofei's hands, walked over to Huan, squatted down, and said softly, Huan, drink the medicine, and you'll be fine. However, Huan turned a deaf ear to her and did not look at Tian Huixin at all. Tian Huixin could only smile bitterly as she brought the bowl closer to Huan. However, when Huan smelled the medicine, she immediately slapped the bowl in disgust. Fortunately, Tian Huixin was already very familiar with Huan's various actions, so she retracted her hand in time and the medicinal soup did not spill out. She helplessly shook her head, then looked at her husband and said, Jiming, we can only force her to drink. Ma Jiming smiled bitterly and nodded. He walked over and hugged Huan. Huan was not like other children who enjoyed their parents' hugs very much. She was very repulsed and kept struggling in Ma Jiming's arms. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, why don't you let me try? You? Even my aunt and uncle can't do anything. Can you make Huan take the medicine obediently? Lu Yu couldn't help but ridicule. Tian Huixin also said awkwardly, Xiaoxia, Huan is not controlled, and she basically can't understand adults. I'm afraid, Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, you can force the medicine to her. Tian Huixin thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Ruofei took the bowl of soup from Tian Huixin's hands and squatted down in front of Huan. He said with a pleasant expression, Huan. Although Huan raised her head and glanced at Xiao Ruofei, her eyes were still very unfocused. She didn't look at Xiao Ruofei and quickly lowered her head to play with the top. Xiao Ruofei noticed that Huan seemed to like spinning objects very much. Today, when he searched the internet for autism prescriptions, he also saw that many autistic children had this characteristic. So he had an idea. He took out a coin from his pocket and flicked it gently. The coin immediately spun quickly on the ground. Sure enough, Huan's eyes fell on the coin and she reached out her small hand to grab it. However, Xiao Ruofei picked up the coin before she could. Huan didn't even think about it and came over to snatch the coin from Xiao Ruofei's hand. Xiao Ruofei flipped his hand and then opened his palm. The coin had disappeared. In fact, Xiao Ruofei quickly clamped the coin between his fingers. As long as Huan flipped over Xiao Ruofei's palm, she would be able to see it. However, Xiao Ruofei's movements were very fast. Not to mention Huan, even the adults present didn't see the trick. A trace of doubt appeared on Huan's face. Xiao Ruofei then flipped his hand again and opened his palm. The coin appeared in his palm again. A pure smile appeared on Huan's face. She seemed to be amused by this interesting little magic trick and reached out her small hand to take the coin. However, Xiao Ruofei held her hand and said, Huan, drink the medicine. Brother will make the coin appear for you, okay? Huan blinked. She didn't understand Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiao Ruofei pointed at the medicine bowl again and said, drink the medicine and you will have a coin. After that, Xiao Ruofei kept opening and clenching his right hand. The coin appeared and disappeared from time to time. Huan was amused and giggled. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were stunned. It was the first time that they had seen someone make their daughter smile so happily. A professional orthodontist might be able to use some special methods to make Huan follow instructions, but he couldn't attract Huan's attention so quickly. Lu Yu's face was full of disdain, but now she slowly widened her eyes, revealing a trace of incredulity. Huan finally looked at the medicine bowl. Xiao Ruofei used his right hand to perform a magic trick and put the medicine bowl close to Huan's mouth. Unexpectedly, Huan didn't refuse. After taking a sip, she frowned slightly. The taste of Chinese medicine was a little bitter, but after mixing it with the petal solution, the bitter taste was reduced a lot. It seemed to be acceptable. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei used this simple little magic trick to amuse Huan while feeding her half a bowl of medicine soup. The living room was very quiet. After Huan drank all the medicine, Tian Huixin came over to take the empty medicine bowl with surprise and said, Xiaoxia, you really have a way. Ma Jiming also said happily, Xiaosheng, if you knew nothing about autism before, I would have thought that you were a professional special teacher. Xiao Ruofei said modestly, in fact, I just have a try. Maybe Huan and I hit it off. As if to confirm Xiao Ruofei's words, Huan, who had just taken the medicine, immediately rushed over and tried to pry open Xiao Ruofei's fingers, trying to find the coin. Her pink little face kept rubbing against Xiao Ruofei, as if Xiao Ruofei had a natural affinity, which made her naturally want to get close to him. This scene made everyone laugh, and Tian Huixin's eyes were obviously still filled with tears. As the mother of an autistic child, it had been too difficult all the way. Every subtle improvement of Huan could make Tian Huixin cry with joy. Although they had just taken the medicine and didn't know the effect, Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming inexplicably felt a glimmer of hope. Huan kept pestering Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei also liked this little girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, so he sat on the floor of the living room and played with her. The prescription Xiao Ruofei had found was for calming the nerves, and with the effect of the petal solution, Huan quickly became sleepy. After a while, she fell asleep on Xiao Ruofei's lap. Xiao Ruofei carefully carried Huan and handed her to Tian Huixin, whispering, it should be the effect of the Chinese medicine. Let her sleep first. After she wakes up, feed her something and then drink the medicine again. Thank you, Xiao. Little Xia, Tian Huixin said sincerely. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you're welcome. Quickly carry Huan to the bedroom. Tian Huixin carefully took Huan and carried her upstairs to the bedroom. Xiao Ruofei then tidied up his wrinkled clothes and walked to the sofa in the living room. On the other hand, Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei with a complicated expression. This man who had left a bad impression on her from the beginning had now become somewhat unpredictable in her eyes. P.S. It's the last 2 days. Please continue to ask for Sanjiang votes. Readers of Qidian can get one every day. It's free. It's on the old version of the website, Sanjiang channel. After you get it, you can vote on the channel page. It's a little troublesome. Thank you. Readers who use the new version of the website can open the introduction page of any book, and you can still find the entrance to Xianxia channel in the navigation menu above. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After settling Huan in the bedroom, Tian Huixin went downstairs to prepare lunch with Tian Huilan. Ma Jiming accompanied Professor Tian to make tea and chat with Xiao Ruofei. Liu didn't stay in the living room either. She went to the kitchen to chat with her aunt Tian Huixin, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, and then ran upstairs to see Huan. Soon, the Tian Huilan sisters prepared lunch, but Huan was still sleeping, so everyone went to the dining room to eat. This was the second time that Xiao Ruofei had enjoyed the treatment of the secretary personally cooking, and he was much calmer than the first time. During lunch, Professor Tian and Ma Jiming frequently toasted Xiao Ruofei, especially Professor Tian. His daughter and son-in-law had returned from Hong Kong, and his granddaughter's autism had been a thorn in his heart. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope, so he was particularly happy. There were few things that soldiers couldn't drink. Xiao Ruofei had been in the army for a few years. He got drunk with a bottle of beer when he first joined the army. By the time he retired, he could drink 2 caddies of white wine, so he almost didn't refuse. Among the 3 men, he drank the most, but he was the most sober. Even the Tian Huilan sisters, Tian Huixin, also toasted Xiao Ruofei. During the meal, everyone naturally praised the Taoyuan vegetables brought by Xiao Ruofei, especially the taste of the carp. Even a rich young master like Ma Jiming couldn't help but praise it. Although Liu just ate quietly, it was rare that she didn't confront Xiao Ruofei coldly and tit for tat. There were a few times when she couldn't help but sneak a peek at Xiao Ruofei. However, whenever Xiao Ruofei looked over, she would quickly avert her gaze. After the meal, Xiao Ruofei chatted with Professor Tian and the others for a while, and told them the precautions for taking the remaining medicine. He thought that the family was reunited after a long separation, so he didn't want to disturb them too much, so he got up and prepared to leave. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. Everyone looked up and saw that little Huan had already woken up. She had gotten out of bed and walked downstairs. Tian Huixin hurriedly got up to greet her, but before she could hug Huan nimbly wiggled under her armpit and ran directly to Xiao Ruofei. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Xiao Ruofei curiously and shyly. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel that Huan's eyes were different from this morning. There seemed to be a hint of intelligence in them. Xiao Ruofei knew that it was very likely that the petal solution had an effect. He was secretly delighted. It seemed that his guess was right. Although autism manifested as a social disorder and a language disorder, it was still a congenital problem of the nervous system development. As long as it was a physical problem, the petal solution was almost perfect. It had been tried and tested many times. Xiao Ruofei smiled kindly and squatted down to look at Huan. Sure enough, although Huan subconsciously avoided his eyes, she still maintained eye contact with him for a second or two. Tian Huixin and the others also came over. Tian Huixin, especially, was keenly aware of this scene. She couldn't help but reach out to cover her mouth, her eyes filled with tears. Xiao Ruofei gently held little Huan's chubby little hand and said with a smile, Huan, call uncle. Huan hesitated for a moment. Xiao Ruofei looked at her with an encouraging look and said, call uncle. Huan slowly opened her mouth and said with some difficulty, Hugh. Hugh, Tian Huixin suddenly cried out. Even Ma Jiming couldn't help but have his eyes turn red. Huan was almost 5 years old, but this was the first time she really spoke since she was born. Although she could make sounds before, they were all meaningless syllables. Today, although her pronunciation was still unclear, it was very obvious that she was responding to Xiao Ruofei's request. She also tried hard to say the word uncle. The fire of hope burned in the hearts of Ma Jiming and his wife. Such an obvious improvement was simply crossing a huge hurdle. The two of them knew Huan's situation the best. They were sure that Xiao Ruofei's Chinese medicine had played a decisive role. Although it sounded like a fantasy that a dose of medicine could have such an effect, the two of them firmly believed in it at this moment. Xiao Ruofei gave Huan a thumbs up and said encouragingly, Huan is great. Then, Xiao Ruofei held Huan's shoulder and turned her to Tian Huixin. He pointed at Tian Huixin and said to Huan, call mom. Tian Huixin gently bit her lower lip and looked at her daughter very nervously. She felt that her heart was about to jump out. To her relief, Huan's eyes met hers, and there was a trace of intimacy. The next moment, Huan finally spoke, Mom. Mom, hot tears rolled down Tian Huixin's face. She hugged Huan tightly in her arms and couldn't help but tremble. She sobbed and said, Good girl. Mom has waited for this day. Ma Jiming couldn't help but go forward and hug his wife and daughter. His eyes were also filled with tears. Only Huan still had a blank expression. She didn't understand why her parents were so excited. Tian Huilan's eyes were also wet. She gently wiped her tears and said to Xiao Ruofei, Little Xia, thank you so much. Professor Tian said excitedly, Little Xia, you've helped our family so much. Thank you. Luyu looked at Xiao Ruofei and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She walked over and comforted her aunt in a low voice. Xiao Ruofei waited for them to calm down a little before saying, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, now it seems that my prescription should be right for the disease. I believe that after taking a course of treatment, Huan's condition should be greatly improved. However, she still needs to learn language from scratch. She's only 4 years old now, so it shouldn't be too late. Tian Huixin said excitedly, I know. I know. The doctor said that if the problem of the nervous system can be solved, the problem of social disorders will naturally not exist, and the ability to speak can be recovered quickly. The language barrier of autistic patients was mainly due to the problem of the nervous system, which led to the inability to learn and understand in this area. If the problem of the nervous system was solved from the root, they only needed to learn to speak like a normal child, which was not a very difficult thing to do. Ma Jiming was also very excited. Xiaosheng, you're really a miracle doctor. You saved Huan's life and our family. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Mr. Ma, you're welcome. Whether my prescription is effective or not will only be known after the whole course of treatment. It must be effective. It must be effective. Ma Jiming said repeatedly. She only took 1 dose of the medicine, and the effect was immediate. If she takes 10 doses, the effect will definitely be more significant. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I hope so too. Huan is so cute. She should have a happy childhood like a normal child, and not be immersed in her own lonely world. By the way, Mr. Ma, please keep the fact that I'm treating Huan a secret. Xiao Ruofei said, First, the effect of the medicine has not been verified yet. Second, I don't have the qualification to practice medicine. Moreover, I like to be quiet. If a bunch of patients came to me, I really don't know how to deal with it. Okay. Please rest assured that we won't tell anyone, Ma Jiming responded quickly. Now, he treated whatever Xiao Ruofei said as the golden rule, so naturally, he would not violate it in the slightest. Well, then I'll take my leave first. Xiao Ruofei said, You can call me to communicate with Huan's situation at any time. If the effect is good, I'll prepare the second course of medicine. After 3 courses of treatment, it should be enough. 3 courses of treatment were basically the amount of a whole petal of the rare flower. Unless it was a very serious disease, she would definitely be cured. Just as Fang Yang was about to step out of the door, Lu Yu suddenly called out to him. Xiao Ruofei, wait a minute, P.S., yeah. China's women's volleyball team won. Did you watch the Olympic final? It's so moving. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Yu. Professor Tian frowned and called out. He subconsciously felt that Lu Yu was going to make trouble again. From the beginning, Lu Yu seemed to be at odds with Xiao Ruofei. She didn't like Xiao Ruofei at all. Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Lu Yu and asked with a faint smile, What's wrong? What's the matter? Lu Yu gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. After a while, she finally said, I was prejudiced against you before, and my attitude wasn't very good. I apologize. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised, but he quickly came back to his senses and said with a smile, It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. Xiao Ruofei's smile fell into Lu Yu's eyes, which made her feel that Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to care. She couldn't help but secretly grit her teeth. However, she didn't show it. Instead, she continued, "Can you stay in the afternoon? Huan likes to stay with you, and she'll take the medicine again later. If you're there, we'll know what's going on." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there's no danger in that Chinese medicine, that's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand." Lu Yu quickly said, "I just want you to stay for another half a day to accompany Huan. It's also good for her recovery." Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and tried to soften her facial expression, but in her heart, she was already gnashing her teeth with hatred. "This stinky guy, I've lowered myself to beg you, but you're still trying to make things difficult for me. You're so annoying." Lu Yu really cared about her cousin Huan. She had always been at odds with Xiao Ruofei, and just now, she was almost humble. Xiao Ruofei saw a trace of expectation in Tian Huixin and Ma Jiming's eyes. He couldn't help but sigh secretly. He looked at Professor Tian and asked with a smile, "Professor Tian, will this disturb your family reunion?" Professor Tian quickly said, "Xiaoxia, we're very happy that you're willing to stay with Huan. Right. Xiaoxing, Huan is very close to you. Please stay and accompany her." Ma Jiming quickly said. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right then. I don't have anything to do today, I'll go back in the evening." Lu Yu had a complicated look in her eyes, but she still said softly, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "I also like Xiao Huan very much. I also hope that she can recover as soon as possible." With that, Xiao Ruofei walked back to the living room, squatted down in front of Huan, and said in a gentle tone, "Huan, big brother will show you another magic trick, okay?" Huan now understood that it was still a little difficult for the adults to speak. After thinking seriously, she revealed an extremely pure smile and nodded heavily. Soon, Xiao Ruofei and Huan played together. She giggled from time to time, almost as if she was a different person compared to before. Tian Huixin brought Huan's lunch. When she was about to feed her, Xiao Ruofei quietly stopped Tian Huixin, and then tried to use words to encourage Huan to eat by herself. To his surprise, Huan really began to pick up the small spoon and eat by herself. Although her movements were still a little clumsy, and there were some problems with the fine control of her hands, spilling a lot of rice and soup, it was still a very gratifying progress. After Huan finished eating, she rested for a while. Xiao Ruofei brought the second dose of Chinese medicine over after heating it. This time, it was even smoother than the last time. She drank half a bowl of medicine in a few mouthfuls, and then she pestered Xiao Ruofei to play games. It was the first time that Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin had seen their daughter so clingy. They had been ill for a long time, and they knew a lot about autism. Naturally, they knew what a joyous change this was. Both of them were very excited. Little Huan played for a while and felt sleepy again. This time, she fell asleep directly on the floor. Tian Huixin carefully carried Huan upstairs to rest. After such a long time, the wine Xiao Ruofei drank in the afternoon was almost gone. Huan was also resting, so he took the opportunity to say goodbye. Professor Tian's family, including Tian Huilan and Lu Yu, all got up and sent Xiao Ruofei to the door. Ma Jiming even held Xiao Ruofei's hand and said a lot of words of thanks. Watching Xiao Ruofei drive away in the pickup truck, Tian Huixin still couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart. She never dared to think that a normal visit home would bring hope to them, who were almost desperate. "Jiming, no matter how much Huan recovers this time, we must thank Xiaoxia," Tian Huixin said to her husband. Ma Jiming nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, we must give Xiaoxing the consultation fee." Tian Huilan said with a smile, "Jiming, I can see that Xiaoxia really likes Huan. He definitely didn't treat Huan for the consultation fee." "Sister, we know this," Ma Jiming said, "but from our point of view, we still have to show our gratitude." Professor Tian knew that his son-in-law had a net worth of tens of billions. Money was nothing to him, so he smiled and said, "It's okay to pay the consultation fee. It's natural to spend money to treat a patient. Besides, Xiaoxia's prescription is so precious." Professor Tian used to trust Xiao Ruofei unconditionally, and the others didn't think so in their hearts. But now, no one thought so anymore. Huanhuan's wonderful change today made everyone dare not underestimate Xia Ruofei's medical skills. Professor Tian then said, "By the way, Jiming, Xiaoxia is now starting his own business. In the future, he should develop in the farming and breeding industry. Don't you have a few Michelin-starred restaurants in Hong Kong? In the future, you can also help Xiaoxia with his career." Ma Jiming heard this and quickly said, "Of course, of course." The rich were naturally most concerned about their health. Xia Ruofei first pulled Professor Tian back from the brink of death due to acute myocardial infarction. This time, he even had a solution to a world-class medical problem like autism. His medical skills had been recognized by Ma Jiming from the bottom of his heart. If a little help in business could make friends with someone like Xia Ruofei, Ma Jiming naturally couldn't ask for more. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know about the discussion between Ma Jiming and the others. After he drove out of Sanshan University, he went straight to the vacation villa in the suburbs. Soon, the car quickly went out of the city and turned into the 306 National Highway. At this time, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He was wearing a pair of jeans today, and his phone was in his trouser pocket. Now, he was sitting in the driving position, so his trousers were a little tight. Xia Ruofei held the steering wheel with one hand, then raised his butt slightly and took out his phone from his trouser pocket with the other hand. This position was a little awkward. At this time, Xia Ruofei suddenly saw a black shadow rush out from the side of the car. Although his reaction was excellent, he only had time to slam on the brakes and subconsciously swerve to the left to avoid it. However, Xia Ruofei clearly felt that the front right side of the car had bumped into something. His heart couldn't help but thump, and he knew that he might have hit someone. P.S. Starting today, this is the most important recommendation for the new book. Steel Spear here asks for more recommendation votes from the brothers and sisters who read the book. If you don't have a bookmark, please bookmark it. The result of this book depends on the last word before it's on the shelves. Please. Please. Geniuses remember love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Xia Ruofei quickly got out of the car to check, and saw a black dog lying next to the car, whimpering. One of its front legs was obviously twisted, and there was a lot of blood coming out of its head. It looked like it was badly injured. Xia Ruofei was slightly relieved at first, at least it didn't hit anyone. But at the same time, he was worried. The dog was dirty and covered in wounds. It was obvious that it was a stray dog. Although it was the dog that suddenly jumped out from the side of the road and hit his car, it was now so badly injured that if he just left, it would most likely die. Xia Ruofei thought about it, and felt that it was still a life, and he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he just left it there. So he walked over and squatted down, ready to check the dog's injuries. When the black dog saw Xia Ruofei coming over, it showed a wary look, and struggled to bare its teeth at Xia Ruofei. Unfortunately, it was too badly injured, and blood came out of its mouth as soon as it opened. It didn't look threatening at all. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you," Xia Ruofei said gently. At the same time, he reached out his hand and gently stroked the black dog's back. Perhaps it felt Xia Ruofei's kindness, the black dog's hostility in its eyes gradually disappeared. Its body was slightly curled up, and it couldn't stop trembling. It was obvious that it didn't have long to live. Xia Ruofei quickly summoned the spiritual map scroll, and took out a bottle of flower petal solution from it. Now, Xia Ruofei would always keep a few bottles of flower petal solution in the dimension, just in case he needed it. A piece of flower petal melted into the spiritual pool in the dimension, and it was almost enough to fill 3 bottles. Xia Ruofei opened the black dog's mouth, and poured in about 1/4 of a bottle of flower petal solution. The black dog's body suddenly shook, and the dying dog seemed to be much more energetic, and the life that was fading from its eyes slowly returned. Xia Ruofei was already used to this. He then took out a first aid kit from the dimension and skillfully treated the black dog's wounds. After the black dog drank the flower petal solution, it no longer had its guard up against Xia Ruofei. Instead, it even showed signs of closeness and allowed Xia Ruofei to heal it. After cleaning and disinfecting all the small wounds, Xia Ruofei took out a pair of splints from the first aid kit and said to the black dog, "It might hurt a little, bear with it, Naturally, the black dog could not understand what he was saying, but it displayed a very human-like expression of confusion. Xiao Ruofei smiled and reached out to touch the black dog's broken leg. Then, he used some force to adjust the broken bone. The black dog whimpered in pain, but it seemed to know that Xiao Ruofei was helping it, so other than whimpering in pain, it did not have any other extreme reactions. Xiao Ruofei skillfully took the splints and fixed the black dog's broken leg, then poured a little of the flower petal solution on the broken leg. The black dog instantly felt a cooling sensation, and then the pain was greatly reduced. It could not help but whimper in comfort and rubbed its nose against Xiao Ruofei's hand, acting very affectionately. Xiao Ruofei thought, the spiritual energy in the Ring 2 space is rich, it should be very beneficial for the black dog's recovery. So, he gently picked up the black dog and sent it into the Ring 2 space with a thought. Xiao Ruofei used his mind to check the situation in the space at the same time. The black dog seemed to be a little confused by the sudden change in its surroundings, and looked around nervously. However, the environment in the space was much better than the outside world, and the black dog was no longer nervous. It laid on the ground in a very comfortable position, its eyes slightly closed, as if it had fallen asleep. Xiao Ruofei then put the spiritual map scroll into his body. Just as he was about to get into the car, the phone in his trouser pocket rang again. He had bumped into the black dog because he wanted to answer this call. After that, he was busy saving the black dog, and the phone stopped ringing after a while. He did not expect the caller to be so persistent, and called again after a while. Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and saw that the caller was Guan Ping, his classmate from middle school and high school for 6 years. Guan Ping was a real estate agent. Xiao Ruofei was in a hurry to sell the house to treat Huzi's mother's illness, and it was through Guan Ping that he sold the house in a very short time. Ling Qingxue also found the address of the group house that Xiao Ruofei rented through Guan Ping. Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone and asked, Guan Ping, what's the matter? Why didn't you pick up the phone for so long? Guan Ping said jokingly, don't tell me you're having an affair with Campus Belle Ling? What are you talking about? What Campus Belle Ling? Xiao Ruofei said guiltily. Pretend. You're still pretending, aren't you? Guan Ping laughed. Campus Belle Ling Qingxue even asked me for your address. This girl is chasing a guy through layers of gauze. Guan Ping, if you have something to say, just say it. Why do you keep talking about Ling Qingxue? Xiao Ruofei said, don't tell me you're interested in her. Of course I'm interested. She's rich, and she's a long-legged beauty. Who wouldn't like her? Guan Ping laughed. Unfortunately, she's only interested in you. As a brother, I can only wash my face with tears to fulfill your wish. Bullsh *T. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, you brat, do you have something to say? If not, I'm hanging up. I still have to drive. No. I have something to say, Guan Ping said quickly, are you free tomorrow night? Yuan Lily is getting engaged. Before the engagement, she wants to invite our classmates for a gathering. This year is the 10th year of junior high. Yuan Lily? Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of a young girl. She's getting engaged? Time really flies. Yuan Lily was Xiao Ruofei and Guan Ping's junior high school classmate. At that time, she was the kind who didn't show off. However, if she could take the initiative to invite her classmates to a gathering, she must be doing well. A lot could happen in 10 years. A girl getting engaged at the age of 24 isn't that fast. Guan Ping joked, you and Campus Belle Ling Qingxue are about to get engaged. Don't delay her. Xiao Ruofei saw that Guan Ping was talking about Ling Qingxue again, so he quickly changed the topic and asked, will there be many classmates coming tomorrow night? Xiao Ruofei joined the army after graduating from high school, so he had almost no contact with his junior high school classmates. He even had a vague impression of many of their names. 10 or 20 at most. Many of them have gone abroad, and some are working in other places, Guan Ping said. I've always been in Sanshan, so I have the most contact with my classmates. That's why Yuan Lily asked me to try my best to help. Sanshan was a famous home for overseas Chinese. Almost every family had relatives abroad. There were also many people who went abroad to work or study. Then, Xiao Ruofei was a little hesitant about whether he should go or not. He had almost lost contact with his junior high school classmates. After not seeing them for 10 years, they must be very unfamiliar with each other. In fact, such a gathering would be quite boring. Ruofei, you should go. I don't have much to talk to those classmates who are doing well. You can be my companion. Guanping advised. Oh right, Fatty is also confirmed to be attending. Fatty's name was Peng Hao. When they were in junior high school, he and Guanping were the classmates who had the best relationship with Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei heard this, thought for a while and said, okay then. Send me the time and place on WeChat later. Pick me up at my company at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Guanping laughed, I'll hitch a ride there. No problem. Xiao Ruofei agreed readily. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei continued driving back to the holiday villa. He went straight upstairs to the bedroom and summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm. He wanted to go in and see how the injured black dog was recovering. P.S. I've forcefully pushed it, please recommend me. Genius remembers love in 1 second /small. Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Calculating the time, it should have been a few hours in the space. Xiao Ruofei estimated that the black dog's injuries should have recovered by a lot. As expected, when he entered the space, he found that the black dog was no longer depressed. The small wounds on its body had already scabbed over. Only the fracture of its foreleg had not recovered so quickly. At this moment, it was limping back and forth in front of the space's fish pond, and in front of it was the pair of red arowana. Xiao Ruofei broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that the red arowana would be frightened or hurt, so he quickly shouted and ran over. When the black dog heard Xiao Ruofei's voice, it immediately limped over to him and wagged its tail at Xiao Ruofei. Its eyes were filled with affection. Xiao Ruofei observed it carefully and found that the black dog was indeed much more energetic. The most obvious change was that its fur had become glossy, and it no longer looked as depressed as before. Also, Xiao Ruofei did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black dog's eyes were especially lively, as if it had a hint of spirituality. The black dog ran to Xiao Ruofei's side and stuck out its tongue to lick Xiao Ruofei's feet. It kept wagging its tail at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh when he saw this. He asked, "Are you hungry?" He was just asking casually, but the black dog wagged its tail even more vigorously. It even barked twice, as if it was answering Xiao Ruofei's question. Hey! You can understand me? Xiao Ruofei could not help but be surprised. If you're hungry, wag your tail once. If not, wag your tail twice. Xiao Ruofei was just saying. He did not expect the black dog, which had been wagging its tail just now, to suddenly stop. After wagging its tail once, it stopped again and looked at Xiao Ruofei eagerly. You can really understand it? Xiao Ruofei felt a little incredulous. Everyone knew that dogs could understand humans, but Xiao Ruofei had never heard of a dog that could understand humans to this extent. He thought it might be a coincidence, so he ran a few more tests. He found that as long as the questions were slightly simpler, the black dog would be able to respond correctly and understand what he was saying. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was still enjoying himself, the black dog could not help but whimper a few times. Only then did Xiao Ruofei react. He laughed and said, I know. I'll get you something to eat right away. Wait for me. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei ran to the side of the pond and scooped up 2 grass carps with a net. His control over the space of the spirit map was far greater than before, and he could even use his mind to control the animals in the space to a certain extent, so scooping up fish was relatively easy for him. Xiao Ruofei threw the grass carp on the ground. The grass carp was still jumping around in panic, but the black dog had already pounced on it. It had been drooling over the fish in the pond just now, but it was too far away. Xiao Ruofei found that although the black dog was still a little limp, it was already very fast. It dashed out like a gust of wind. Love go little say W, Chu. Xiao Ruofei knew that an ordinary dog could understand humans so well. This was most likely the magical effect of the strange flower petals and the ring to space. At first, Xiao Ruofei was a little worried that the black dog would get stuck in the fish bones, but he did not expect it to be so smart. It picked out the big fish bones when it was eating, and swallowed the small ones directly. In a short while, the two fish were eaten clean. The fish produced in the space were delicious. The black dog was still not satisfied and kept whining at Xiaoruofei. What a gluttonous dog! Xiaoruofei scolded with a smile. However, there were many fish in the space, and these fish could reproduce by themselves. He could not finish them all, so Xiaoruofei naturally did not feel bad about eating a few fish. He ran over to the black dog and scooped up 2 more fish. After eating these 2 fish, the black dog was satisfied and lay down at Xiaoruofei's feet. Xiaoruofei squatted down and gently stroked the black dog's glossy fur. The black dog also seemed to be enjoying it and closed its eyes slightly. It's fate that we met today. You can follow me from now on, Xiaoruofei said with a smile. But I have to give you a name first. What should I call you? Wang Kai? Dehei? The black dog raised its eyelids and smacked its lips a few times, as if expressing its disdain for Xiaoruofei's naming skills. It sounds a little old-fashioned. Xiaoruofei scratched his head awkwardly, then said after a moment of silence, I see that you're so fast. Why don't we call you Lightning from now on? Isn't this name cool enough? The black dog suddenly opened its eyes and wagged its tail at Xiaoruofei, barking twice. Xiaoruofei knew that this meant that it agreed, so he said with a smile, okay. I'll call you Lightning from now on. I didn't expect you to be such a prideful guy. It won't do if the name isn't cool enough. Lightning shook its head with a confused look on its face. Obviously, this sentence was too complicated for it to understand with its intelligence. However, its limited spirituality still made it very dependent and intimate with Xiaoruofei. Xiaoruofei and Lightning played in the space for a while, then prepared to go out and prepare dinner. Before he left, he thought about it for a while. It was definitely not good to let Lightning stay in the space. The flow of time here was 20 times faster than the outside world, so staying here was equivalent to quickly consuming Lightning's life. However, Lightning's injury had not completely healed, so it was naturally best for it to stay in the space at this time. Therefore, Xiaoruofei thought for a while and said to Lightning, Lightning, you stay here for a while, but there are some places you absolutely can't go, do you understand? After that, Xiaoruofei led Lightning to walk around the space, including the vegetable field, the fish pond, the golden silk Phoebe, and other forbidden areas one by one. Xiaoruofei especially emphasized the small fish pond where the red arowana was located, the space's spirit pond, and the nameless plant that produced the strange flower. Then, Xiaoruofei fished up a dozen fish from the space, and raised them in a large wooden bucket used to soak them in the spirit pond. He told Lightning to eat the fish if it was hungry. Then, Xiaoruofei left the Ring 2 space. Before leaving, Xiaoruofei fed Lightning a few mouthfuls of the flower petal solution, and at the same time also smeared some flower petal solution on its injured leg. However, Xiaoruofei was still somewhat worried. After arriving outside, he still paid attention to the situation inside the space. He found that Lightning was really very obedient. Although it was wandering back and forth inside the space, but he had just pointed out a few forbidden areas, and it would absolutely not take a step closer to them. After observing for a while, Xiaoruofei was finally completely relieved. Xiaoruofei went to the kitchen to prepare some dinner, and then went to take a bath. After surfing the net for a while in the room, he estimated that several days had passed inside the space. Only then did he summon the divine map scroll and use his mind to check the situation inside the scroll. Sure enough, Lightning seemed to have completely recovered, and was running around happily in the space. The space's grass carp in the wooden bucket had been eaten until only 1 or 2 were left, but the vegetable field, spirit pond, fish pond, and nameless plant were all intact. Obviously, Lightning had strictly followed his instructions. So, Xiaoruofei moved Lightning out of the Ring 2 space. P.S. During the promotion, please give me your recommendation votes, thank you. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lightning was a little confused by the sudden change in the surrounding environment, and it was also quite dissatisfied with the bad air in the outside world. However, after seeing Xiaoruofei, it immediately rushed over in surprise and wagged its tail around Xiaoruofei, trying to please him. Love go little say W, Although Xiao Ruofei had only spent a few hours in the outside world, for Lightning, it had been several days since it last saw its master. It felt like a reunion. Xiao Ruofei stroked its smooth fur and said with a smile, "Lightning, this is your home from now on." Woof woof. Lightning barked happily and stuck out its tongue to lick Xiao Ruofei's hand. Its attitude was very intimate. Xiao Ruofei took Lightning downstairs and turned on the heater in the guest room. He let Lightning rest in the room at night and told it to go outside the yard to relieve itself. Such simple instructions were not difficult for the intelligent Lightning to understand. He could only make do tonight. Tomorrow, he would ask the construction team to help build a kennel in the yard. Then, Lightning would have its own room. After playing with Lightning for a while, Xiao Ruofei let it stay in the guest room on the first floor, and then he went upstairs to rest in the bedroom. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei first prepared the vegetables for Shijiang Moon Club and Ling's restaurant. After the purchasing staff of the two companies took the vegetables away, he prepared a simple breakfast. The workers in the construction site were almost ready to go to work. Xiao Ruofei found Manager Li and asked him to find 2 carpenters to build a big kennel in the corner of the villa yard. Lightning was also very satisfied with its new home and kept wagging its tail at Xiao Ruofei. After solving the problem of Lightning's residence, Xiao Ruofei took it around the villa again, which was equivalent to giving it a sphere of influence. In the future, Lightning would have to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the house. Xiao Ruofei checked the construction progress at the construction site and then went to the backyard to tend to the cabbages. Soon, he had a leisurely day. At around 4 o'clock, Xiao Ruofei and Lightning left the villa and went straight to Xianxia City. After picking him up at the real estate agency where Guanping worked, Xiao Ruofei learned that Yuan Lily had set the meeting place at their alma mater, Xianxia City Second High School. "What's going on? Why are we meeting up at Second High?" Xiao Ruofei asked as he drove. "Yuan Lily said she wanted to revisit the old place. I think they will be there in the afternoon." Guanping said with a smile, "Poor office workers like us can only gather at this time and then go to the hotel together." "Revisiting old haunts?" Xiao Ruofei laughed. "How long has it been since Yuan Lily returned to the Three Mountains?" "I heard that she went abroad to study and then stayed in the United States to work." Guanping said, "This time, she will go out again after the engagement." "Understood." Xiao Ruofei nodded. Sanchon Second High School was not far from Guanping's company. After a while, Xiao Ruofei had arrived near Second High School. Having studied here for so many years, Xiao Ruofei was naturally familiar with the terrain here. He quickly found a parking space and parked the car. Then, the two strolled to Second High School together. When they arrived at the entrance of Second High School, they saw a group of people coming out of the campus. Surrounded by the crowd was a woman of 24 or 25 years old. She was dressed very fashionably and had light makeup on her face. This person was Yuan Lily, who was treating today. Xiao Ruofei could still vaguely remember Yuan Lily's appearance when she was in junior high school. In comparison, a woman indeed changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. However, her appearance was still the same as before. If they met on the street, Xiao Ruofei might not recognize her. When Yuan Lily saw the two of them, she showed a smile and said, "Guanping, you really came at the right time. Office workers can't help it." Guanping said with a smile. "It didn't delay anything, did it?" "That's true." Yuan Lily smiled, then turned to Xiao Ruofei and said, "You are Xiao Ruofei, right? You have hardly changed since then." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Yuan Lily, congratulations." "Thank you," Yuan Lily said with a faint smile on her face. At this time, several other classmates also came forward to say hello. One of them, a chubby boy, came forward and punched Xiao Ruofei's chest. He laughed and scolded, "Good for you, Xiao Ruofei. I heard that you have been back for 2 or 3 months, but you didn't come to see me. Do you not see me as a brother anymore?" This person was Xiao Ruofei's good friend in junior high school, Peng Hao. Xiao Ruofei had been in the army for 7 years, and basically cut off contact with his junior high school classmates. After he retired, he had no intention of contacting his classmates at first because he was terminally ill. Later, after he got the Ring 2 space, he focused on developing his career. Xiao Ruofei hugged Peng Hao and said with a smile, "Little fatty, you are becoming more and more horizontal. Should I call you Big Fatty now? You brat, don't you know what to say?" Peng Hao stared at him with his small eyes and laughed. The other classmates also came forward to say hello to Xiao Ruofei, especially the girls. They looked at Xiao Ruofei with faint sparks in their eyes. These classmates in Sanjian City had some contact with each other. Xiao Ruofei had been in the army after graduating from high school, and there had been no news of him since. Therefore, in the eyes of his classmates, he was a little mysterious. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had absorbed quite a number of exotic flower petals. Her entire temperament had changed slightly, and she had a hint of closeness. This was one of the important reasons why Xiao Huanhuan was willing to be close to Xiao Ruofei. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's appearance was not bad, so the eyes of the girls who were still single were shining. For a moment, Xiao Ruofei became the focus of everyone's attention. This made him feel a little uncomfortable, and he could only pretend to be polite to these classmates who already had a vague impression of him. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Haha, Ruofei, I haven't seen you for 10 years. You're still so popular." Xiao Ruofei turned his head and looked. The one who spoke was a male classmate. He was wearing a well-ironed suit, and his leather shoes were as shiny as his hair. He looked like a groom. However, the hypocritical smile on his face lacked sincerity no matter how one looked at it. Xiao Ruofei quickly recalled, and then asked with uncertainty, "You're Lu Heng, class monitor Lu? I thought you didn't remember me." "Haha, not bad, not bad. You still remember me," Lu Heng said with a smile. Lu Heng was Xiao Ruofei's class monitor in his 3rd year of junior high school. At that time, Xiao Ruofei was the sports committee member, and also a member of the class committee. However, his relationship with Lu Heng was not very good. In the 3rd year of junior high school, Xiao Ruofei often skipped the evening self-study session to play basketball. Lu Heng often tattled on him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei recalled his name after a brief recollection. "I can forget anyone, but I can't forget the class monitor." Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Heng's appearance and laughed along. "Haha, Ruofei, I heard that your college entrance exam wasn't very good, and then you went straight to the army?" Lu Heng asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Yeah, I didn't pass the exam, and I didn't want to study, so I just went straight to the army. Actually, being a soldier is pretty good. It trains people," Lu Heng said, and then immediately changed the topic. He deliberately showed a puzzled expression and said, "But as far as I know, there are soldiers who retire after 2 years, 5 years, and 8 years. Why did you come back after 7 years? Could it be that you made some mistakes in the army?" Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei frowned, but before he could say anything, Peng Hao said with dissatisfaction, "Lu Heng, what do you mean? Can't Ruofei be discharged early?" Lu Heng said innocently, "I don't mean anything else. I'm just concerned about Xiao Ruofei. If there's any stain in the army, the file has to be brought to the place. My dad works in the Civil Affairs Bureau, so he has some say. If Ruofei is really punished, it's best to find a way to get rid of it. Otherwise, it'll affect his future." Xiao Ruofei could tell that Lu Heng was unhappy that he had become the center of attention. After all, as the former class monitor, he had always been the center of attention. That was why he had purposely said those words to tease him and flaunted his father's power at the same time. Of course, it could also be that Lu Heng didn't like Xiao Ruofei because of the accumulated resentment from school. But Xiao Ruofei felt that Lu Heng's behavior was ridiculous. He didn't want to fight for the limelight, but Lu Heng treated him as a threat. He was really petty. Peng Hao stared and said, "Are you trying to help Ruofei?" "You. Xiao Peng, don't say any more." Xiao Ruofei interrupted Peng Hao, then looked at Lu Heng and said lightly, "Thank you for your concern, class leader. I'll find you if I need anything." "NN. Don't be polite with me," Lu Heng said with a fake smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at the surrounding students with a sense of superiority. Xiao Ruofei just looked at him lightly, then looked at Yuan Lily and asked with a smile, "Oh yeah, why don't I see your fiancé?" Yuan Lily also saw that Lu Heng and Xiao Ruofei didn't get along. As the host, she was thinking about how to resolve the awkwardness. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to change the topic, she immediately smiled and said, "My man is still in New York. He is very busy with his work at the investment bank, so he can only rush back on the day of the engagement. Today is a small gathering of our classmates. It can also be considered my bachelor party. When the time comes, our wedding will be held directly in America." "So that's the case. It's not easy for successful people like you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "What successful person?" Yuan Lily said modestly. "By the way, since everyone is here, let's not stand here and talk. Let's go to the hotel." "Yes, yes, yes. Let's talk at the hotel." Lu Heng immediately said, "My car can seat 4 people. Lily, take my car." "Sure," Yuan Lily said with a smile. Guanping said, "I came here in Ruofei's car. Let's take his car later." When Peng Hao heard this, he immediately said, "Ruofei, you are driving. Then I will take your car too." After hearing this, Lu Heng was slightly stunned. He then asked, "Ruofei, you just retired from the army and you already bought a car. You are doing well. I have been working for more than 3 years. Last year, I just bought a Toyota Rueji. Sigh, I usually spend a lot, so I can't save any money." Then he asked, "Oh yeah, what kind of car did you buy?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "The Great Wall pickup." "Pickup?" Lu Heng showed an exaggerated expression and said, "Who still drives a pickup these days?" "Ruofei, are you kidding me? What's there to joke about?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said faintly, "I think a pickup is quite convenient. It is also very practical for work." Lu Heng heard this and immediately asked, "What? Ruofei, your job has been confirmed? Where are you working? Why do you still need a pickup?" Xiao Ruofei felt that Lu Heng was really annoying, but today was Yuan Lily's treat. He didn't want to make the atmosphere too stiff, so he thought about it and said, "I don't need a place to settle down. Now, I have a piece of land in the suburbs to grow vegetables." "Grow vegetables? You went to the suburbs to be a vegetable farmer?" Lu Heng's expression was very exaggerated. "Why didn't you come to me earlier? My dad is the section chief of the Civil Affairs Bureau. My family can help a retired soldier settle down. I think it's good to be self-employed." Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and showed a hint of impatience on his face. Lu Heng showed a hint of understanding and said, "That's true. The retirement of soldiers is originally worse than the retirement of officers. Plus, you have a high school diploma. It's not easy to get a permanent position. So, it's actually quite wise for you to not settle down and get more retirement pay. Besides, growing vegetables now is not bad. If you are diligent, it's not a problem to earn a few thousand yuan a month." His words seemed to be thinking for Xiao Ruofei, but in fact, every sentence was belittling Xiao Ruofei. Guanping and Peng Hao on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Yuan Lily saw the situation and quickly said, "Everyone, stop chatting here. Who else is driving? Let's take separate cars to the hotel." Another 2 students who drove over also tried to smooth things over and asked everyone to take their cars. There were a total of 12 or 13 people in the group. 4 cars were naturally more than enough. Lu Heng's words might have been effective. The few female students who were very enthusiastic about Xiao Ruofei just now, after hearing that Xiao Ruofei was now a vegetable farmer, none of them offered to take Xiao Ruofei's car. In the end, only Guanping and Peng Hao sat in Xiao Ruofei's pickup truck. Along the way, Guanping and Peng Hao angrily criticized Lu Heng for being unkind. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei didn't care at all because in his eyes, Lu Heng's sense of superiority wasn't even worth mentioning. It was even laughable. Soon, Xiao Ruofei followed the car in front of them to a restaurant by the Min River. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the signboard. This restaurant was called Hong Tian Restaurant. Xiao Ruofei, who grew up in Sanjian City, had heard of it before. It was considered an old and time-honored restaurant that specialized in authentic Min cuisine. Since Xiao Ruofei's car was the last to enter, it was guided to a place further away from the parking lot. When Xiao Ruofei parked his car and walked into the restaurant's lobby with Peng Hao and Guanping, they heard Lu Heng's loud voice shouting, "What are you guys doing? I clearly said on the phone that I wanted to reserve Xiang Pavilion. Now that my guests are here, you're telling me that Xiang Pavilion has already been reserved? Lu Heng angrily slammed the front desk as he shouted. The front desk manager carefully explained, Chief Lu, I'm really sorry. After receiving your call, I immediately went to the front desk to check. However, Xiang Pavilion has already been reserved, so I arranged for the opposite Rui Pavilion for you and sent you a text message. Text message? Lu Heng immediately took out his phone. He saw that there was indeed a text message from the manager. Just now, he, Yuan Lily, and the others were revisiting Second High's campus, so they didn't notice this text message. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Xia Ruofei and the other two walked forward. Guan Ping pulled a familiar classmate over and asked, what's going on? Through the classmate's explanation, Xia Ruofei and the other two got a rough idea of what had happened. Love go little say W, Chu had turned out that Lu Heng had volunteered to book a restaurant for Yuan Lily. When they arrived at Hong Tian restaurant, the front desk manager told him that the Xiang Pavilion private room he wanted had already been booked. He even sent a text message to Lu Heng to inform him of this. At the same time, the front desk manager also arranged for Rui Pavilion private room with the same layout as Xiang Pavilion for Lu Heng. However, Lu Heng was set on Xiang Pavilion and started to cause a ruckus in the restaurant's lobby. Since the layout is the same, what's there to cause a ruckus about? Xia Ruofei asked, puzzled. The classmate smiled bitterly and said, although the layout is the same, Xiang Pavilion's private room is near the river. You can see the river when you eat, but Rui Pavilion's private room can only see the hotel's parking lot. Also, the class monitor probably feels that his face has been damaged. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a little speechless. Wasn't this a little too pretentious? Although the hotel was at fault, it was just a meal. They should understand each other, moreover, they told you immediately. It was just that you didn't notice the text message. Chief Lu, the guest over there booked it first. It's not easy for us to coordinate. The front desk manager said awkwardly. Seeing this, Yuan Lily also said, Lu Heng, why don't we forget about it? Isn't it the same for classmates to gather in any private room? Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, agreed. It's rare for everyone to gather together. It's a very happy occasion. There's no need to spoil the mood for such a small matter. When Yuan Lily spoke, Lu Heng's face only slightly darkened. However, when he heard Xia Ruofei chime in, he immediately frowned and said impatiently, Xia Ruofei, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Is this a small matter? When have I, Lu Heng, ever suffered such vexation? We can't even book a private room that we want. How can we have a good meal? Xia Ruofei curled his lips and smiled silently. This Lu Heng really thought he was a pushover. Just now, Yuan Lily had the same opinion, but he didn't say anything. However, when Xia Ruofei opened his mouth, he immediately scolded him. However, today was Yuan Lily's treat, and Xia Ruofei didn't want to make the atmosphere too stiff. He used his eyes to stop Peng Hao and Guan Ping, who were about to flip out. He simply stood aside with his arms crossed and watched the show. Since Lu Heng wanted to be in the limelight, then let him perform to his heart's content. In Xia Ruofei's eyes, Lu Heng was no different from a clown. Lu Heng raised his head and said to the front desk manager, since you can't make the decision, go and call your store manager he over. The front desk manager said with a strange expression, I'm sorry, Chief Lu. Store manager he left a few days ago, you. Lu Heng was stifled this time, and his expression was constipated. At this time, another female classmate said, Manager, why don't you tell us who booked Lakshmi Pavilion? We can talk to him about changing rooms, okay? When Lu Heng heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and he said, yes, yes, yes. You tell me, who booked Lakshmi Pavilion? I'll call him myself. I don't believe that my, Lu Heng's, face can't be used in 3 mountains. Class monitor, it seems like you've been doing well in the system these past few years. Isn't that so? How many years has our class monitor Lu been working? He's already a chief. Who dares to not give Chief Lu face? Several classmates said flattering words one after another, and Lu Heng clearly enjoyed it. His eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, swept over Xiao Ruofei, filled with a sense of superiority. The front desk manager hesitated for a moment. Revealing customer information was definitely against the rules, but Lu Heng clearly wasn't willing to give up. Moreover, the person who booked Lakshmi Pavilion was also someone in the system, so after weighing the pros and cons, she made a decision. Chief Lu, tonight's Lakshmi Pavilion was booked by the Provincial Civil Affairs Department's Section Chief Hao. The front desk manager carefully said, "How about, you go and talk to him? But you can't say that I leaked the information, that's against the rules." When Lu Heng heard this, the proud expression on his face immediately froze. What kind of joke was this? Talk to the Provincial Civil Affairs Department's Section Chief, how about changing rooms? My old man is only a section chief in the District Civil Affairs Department. Even when he sees the Provincial Civil Affairs Department's section chief, he has to be polite. I'm just a small chief, and you want me to give orders to the Provincial Civil Affairs Department's section chief? Right now, Lu Heng really hated this gentle front desk manager. If she had said earlier that Lakshmi Pavilion was reserved by Section Chief Hao, then he would have gone with the flow. But now, in front of so many classmates, he had already said those words. Wasn't this like riding a tiger and not being able to back down? Everyone had been in society for a long time, so they had the ability to observe people's expressions. Therefore, when little fatty Peng Hao saw Lu Heng's appearance, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Guan Ping, on the other hand, couldn't stand Lu Heng's eccentric and condescending manner when he spoke to Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, he directly said, "Class Monitor Lu, go and talk to this section chief Hao. Tell him to obediently give up the room." When Peng Hao heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Yeah. The room issue concerns our class monitor Lu's face. It's not a small matter." Xiao Ruofei smiled as he stood on the side and watched the show. A warm current welled up in his heart. Xiao Ruofei could see that Guan Ping and Peng Hao were just ordinary people, while Lu Heng clearly had a certain amount of power. However, the two of them didn't hesitate to offend Lu Heng in order to help him vent his anger. Their friendship from middle school hadn't decreased in the slightest. Lu Heng's face suddenly flushed red. He looked at Peng Hao and Guan Ping with some resentment. Obviously, he hated the two of them and Xiao Ruofei at the same time. Yuan Lily saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. "Lu Heng, why don't we just forget about it? Since they booked it first, let's just change to another room. Everyone is gathered together, so it's the same no matter where." Lu Heng let out a sigh of relief. Although he had been slapped in the face, at least he had a way out. He quickly said, "Okay. After all, everything has a first-come first-served basis. Since you, the host, don't mind, I don't have any objections." The few classmates who had praised Lu Heng just now had a strange expression on their faces. The class reunion hadn't even started yet, but the atmosphere had already become quite strange. Just as everyone was about to head to the elevator, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from the door. "Mr. Xia. Are you coming over for dinner?" Xiao Ruofei and the others stopped in their tracks and looked back. They saw a young woman with a plump figure and a charming charm in a black business suit walking over quickly with a warm smile on her face. The person who had come was the new purchasing manager of Lingji Catering. When Xiao Ruofei had first provided Taoyuan vegetables to Lingji Catering, it was Ling Qingxue who had personally brought her to Xiao Ruofei's villa. "So it's Sister Sue. You're here for dinner too?" Xiao Ruofei greeted her with a smile. Then, he joked, "Isn't your company in the catering business? Why are you still letting outsiders take advantage of you?" Manager Sue pursed her lips and smiled. "Mr. Xia, you really know how to joke. Didn't Qingxue tell you? Lingji Catering has already bought Hongtian Restaurant. It's now a wholly owned subsidiary of our company that specializes in Fujian cuisine. Genius 1 second remember love/go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "No way? How can it be so coincidental? I'm having a meal in your territory." At this time, a man in a suit hurried over and said, "Manager Sue, welcome to our store for inspection and guidance. Also, thank you for the care of the head office for Hongtian Restaurant. We have been looking forward to this batch of Taoyuan vegetables." Today, it has finally come. Manager Su first smiled apologetically at Xiao Ruofei, then turned to the man in the suit and said lightly, Branch Manager Lin, the Taoyuan vegetables are in the car outside. You can ask people to move them to the kitchen. In addition, Manager Ling told me to check the purchase accounts of several branches. You can ask people to prepare first. I still have something to deal with here. Okay. Branch Manager Lin said quickly. He handed it over to the manager at the front desk and whispered a few words to the people below to move the vegetables and prepare the accounts. He himself stood somewhat cautiously to the side. If a department manager from the head office came to a branch, then he would be an imperial envoy. He had to be served carefully. When Manager Su faced Xiao Ruofei, his facial expression immediately became very gentle, and there was even a hint of respect in it. She asked, Mr. Xia, may I ask, is this a gathering of friends? Oh. We are junior high school classmates. It's the 10th anniversary of our graduation, so we made an appointment to have a meal together. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After that, Xiao Ruofei introduced Manager Su to his classmates. Manager Su also nodded and greeted everyone very warmly. When Xiao Ruofei's junior high school classmates heard that this woman was the famous purchasing manager of Ling's restaurant, and that the new branch manager of Hongtian restaurant was so respectful to her just now, but she was so polite in front of Xiao Ruofei, they suddenly looked at Xiao Ruofei differently. Lu Heng's face alternated between red and white. He didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei, who claimed to be a vegetable farmer, would have so much face. Compared to his previous clumsy performance, he really wished there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. Mr. Xia, when I came in just now, you seemed a little unhappy. Manager Su asked, is there something wrong with the restaurant's service? As soon as Manager Su said that, Branch Manager Lin became nervous. Xiao Ruofei faintly smiled and said, it's nothing. It's just that the box we want has already been booked in advance. Just now, everyone was discussing about changing the box. Oh? Hearing this, Manager Su immediately turned to Branch Manager Lin and said, Branch Manager Lin, get the Linjiang Pavilion on the top floor ready for Mr. Xia and the others. Hearing this, Branch Manager Lin was stunned at first, and then said hesitantly, Manager Su, the Linjiang Pavilion is Mr. Ling's private box. This, as it turned out, Ling Xiaotian, who was from Sanshan, had a special liking for Fujian cuisine. In terms of the authenticity of Fujian cuisine, the large-scale Ling Xiaotian's restaurant chain was not as good as Hongtian restaurant, which had been established for decades. Therefore, after Ling Xiaotian bought Hongtian restaurant, he specially ordered people to decorate a big box on the top floor. This box was reserved for Ling Xiaotian's personal use, and it was not open to the public. Therefore, although Manager Su had spoken, Branch Manager Lin still felt very embarrassed. After all, Manager Su was only a department manager in the head office, but the Linjiang Pavilion was the private box of the boss of the company. Manager Su frowned and said, what's wrong with Mr. Ling's private box? Mr. Xia is Mr. Ling's distinguished guest. Of course, we have to open the best box for him. How about, you call Mr. Ling and ask for instructions? Branch Manager Lin's forehead was suddenly covered with sweat. He hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. I'll arrange it right away. He also secretly scolded himself for being stupid. Since Manager Su had spoken, he should just do as she said. Anyway, if Mr. Ling really wanted to blame him, she would be responsible. Now, he had to open a box, but he had offended her for no reason. Manager Su nodded expressionlessly. Then, she turned to Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry. The people downstairs don't know who you are. I've already asked them to move you to the Linjiang Pavilion on the top floor. Xiao Ruofei felt the strange looks from the surrounding students. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sister Su, actually, there's no need for that. We don't have many people. It's good enough for us to stay in Rui Pavilion. That won't do. Manager Su said seriously. If Mr. Ling knows that we neglected you, I can't afford to be blamed, well. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to smile bitterly. He turned to Yuan Lily and asked, Yuan Lily, since Manager Su is so polite, let's change to another box. Yuan Lily nodded with a smile and said, okay, we'll take advantage of your reputation. Hearing this, branch manager Lin hurriedly led Xia Ruofei and the others to the exclusive elevator of the private box in Linjiang Pavilion. They went directly to the top floor. The box in Linjiang Pavilion was above Jixiang Pavilion and Rui Pavilion. It was as spacious as the two boxes combined. There were two glass walls in the direction of Linjiang, where one could enjoy a 270-degree view of the river without any blind spots. The luxurious decoration of the box made Xia Ruofei's junior high school classmates feel like they were in the Grand View Garden. A thick white wool carpet covered the whole room. Against the wall, there was an antique oak shelf, on which a variety of exquisite collections were placed. In front of the shelf, there was a row of luxurious handmade Dutch sheepskin sofas, and an exquisite tea set was placed on the marble tea table. On one side of the glass wall, there was a luxurious round table. Above the round table, there was a bright crystal lamp. The hanging ornaments swayed gently in the breeze, reflecting blurred light. The glass window on the curtain wall was half open. Under the river breeze, the tassel-like gauze curtain swayed gently, making people feel relaxed and happy. Every detail in the private room was done to perfection. It had both the luxurious Western style and the classical Chinese style, but the two completely different styles blended harmoniously in this place, making people feel no sense of disharmony. Even Lu Heng, who claimed to be experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't help but be shocked after entering the box. He had been to this restaurant many times, but he had never known that there was such a luxurious box on the top floor. Manager Su made tea for everyone in person, and branch manager Lin became an errand boy, ordering the youngest and prettiest waitresses in the shop around. After chatting for a while, everyone went to the round table and took their seats. Manager Su tactfully said goodbye. The students were full of curiosity about Xia Ruofei. Yuan Lily was the first to ask with a smile, "Xia Ruofei, we are all riding on your coattails today. This is definitely the treatment of a top VIP. Tell us honestly, what do you do for a living? Why does the famous Ling's restaurant have to be so polite to you?" "Yes, yes, yes. If you dare to hide anything, you will die without a burial place." Peng Hao also joined in, the fat on his face jiggling as he laughed, looking very funny. The other students also echoed. Only Lu Heng lowered his head slightly, his face terrifyingly gloomy. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Didn't I tell everyone? Actually, I'm really just a vegetable farmer." Tisk. Who would believe that? Peng Hao shouted. Students, do you believe it? No. Xia Ruofei's classmates all laughed and shouted. At this time, branch manager Lin of the restaurant personally came in with a plate of food. He had a warm smile on his face, but there was a kind of heartache in his eyes that couldn't be hidden. It made his smile look a little bitter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mr. Xia, distinguished guests, this is our restaurant's newest Taoyuan vegetables. Please enjoy. Branch manager Lin tried to keep his voice calm and forced a smile. He regretted it so much that his intestines were about to turn green. Although he had followed manager Su's instructions and booked a private room at Linjiang restaurant, he still felt uneasy. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but sneak out and call Ling Xiaotian to report it. He didn't expect that as soon as Ling Xiaotian heard that it was Xia Ruofei, she immediately told him to do his best to ensure the service and that everything tonight would be free of charge. That didn't matter. After all, Ling Xiaotian was the boss. It wasn't his money that would be lost. However, what Ling Xiaotian said next made branch manager Lin want to cry. Ling Xiaotian asked him to prepare Taoyuan vegetables for Xia Ruofei's table, and to serve one of every kind. Recently, the Taoyuan vegetables of the Ling's restaurant chain had become their signature dish. Many gluttons from other places had come to try them, which brought a lot of popularity to Ling's restaurant. Branch manager Lin had applied for many days before he snatched a few kilograms of vegetables from several flagship stores in the city and sent them to Hongtian restaurant. He had wanted to use the Taoyuan vegetables to boost his sales, but he didn't expect Ling Xiaotian to give half of his daily quota to Xia Ruofei's table. And it was free of charge. However, he didn't dare to disobey his boss's orders. He could only tell the kitchen to hurry up and cook. Xia Ruofei's classmates didn't feel anything. Although many of them had heard about Taoyuan vegetables, they didn't have a direct understanding of how precious they were. Even Yuan Lili thought that Xiao Ruofei had arranged the menu. Only Lu Heng's eyes narrowed when he heard the words Taoyuan vegetables. He often went out to socialize, so he naturally knew about the Taoyuan vegetables that had become famous recently. He had even gone to Ling's restaurant to try them, but he hadn't been able to do so. Taoyuan vegetables were too popular now. Unless one had an internal connection, one had to make an appointment many days in advance to go to Ling's restaurant. As the director of a small district's civil affairs bureau, he didn't have that much influence. He didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so powerful. Lu Heng couldn't help but sneak a peek at Xiao Ruofei, who was still calm, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. "Thank you, Branch Manager Lin," Xiao Ruofei said with a gentle smile. He then turned to Yuan Lili and the others and said, "Everyone, let's try the culinary skills of the Grand Sky Restaurant's chef." It was a dish of stir-fried spinach. The green spinach looked particularly attractive in the porcelain plate that was as white as jade. The appearance of Taoyuan vegetables had always been excellent and could easily arouse people's appetite. After tasting it, everyone's expressions became colorful. After chewing and swallowing, they were full of praise for the taste of the Taoyuan vegetables. A few days ago, a colleague ate Taoyuan vegetables at Ling's restaurant. When he came back, he kept bragging to us. "Today, I finally tasted it," Guanping said excitedly. "I can only say that I wronged that colleague. He wasn't bragging at all. It's really delicious. I've been hearing people talk about Taoyuan vegetables these days. After tasting it today, I realized that it was so delicious," Pang Hao said. A female classmate said regretfully, "Oh, I forgot to take a photo and post it on my WeChat moments. It's not easy to eat Taoyuan vegetables. If I don't post it on my WeChat moments to show off, I'll be sorry." This female classmate's words immediately resonated with several classmates. Everyone felt sorry because there wasn't much left on the plate of spinach. At this time, Branch Manager Lin hurriedly said, "Distinguished guests, there are still 5 dishes left. All of them are high-quality Taoyuan vegetables. You can take photos later." "Really? That's great, that's great. Don't move in a while. Wait for me to finish taking photos first. Let's take photos together." Seeing that his classmates were so excited, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little amused. He smiled at Branch Manager Lin and said, "Branch Manager Lin, sorry to trouble you. Please also convey my gratitude to Manager Ling." Of course, of course. You're too polite." Branch Manager Lin hurriedly said, "I'll go to the kitchen to rush them. Everyone, please wait a moment." After that, Branch Manager Lin bowed slightly to everyone and left the private room. After Branch Manager Lin left, the junior high school students focused their attention on Xiao Ruofei. If what had happened in the private room just now had surprised them, then the Taoyuan vegetables had really shocked them. Xiao Ruofei had always wanted to keep a low profile, but things were so coincidental. Today, Yuan Lili was treating them to dinner. He didn't want to steal the limelight, so he raised his glass with a smile and said, "Students, don't forget today's theme. I suggest that we toast to Yuan Lili and wish her a happy marriage." "Okay. Congratulations. Come on, cheers." Yuan Lili raised her glass and said with a smile, "Thank you, Ruofei." "Thank you, everyone." Everyone drank a glass of wine together. After a while, the remaining Taoyuan vegetables were served one by one. Naturally, everyone took photos from different angles and then ate together. Although Xiao Ruofei intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Yuan Lili, he still inevitably became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Yuan Lili herself made a toast to Xiao Ruofei alone. After entering society, it was inevitable that people would become more realistic than before. In contrast, Xiao Ruofei had been in the army for 7 years. He didn't have the aura of a Philistine, and he had always been indifferent to money. Of course, this was also because he had the spiritual map scroll, so he didn't need to worry about money. For this meal, they enjoyed a luxurious private room with an invincible river view. There was also a complimentary Ling Xiaoyan's private collection of red wine and Taoyuan vegetables. Xiao Ruofei's junior high school classmates were naturally quite satisfied. Only Lu Heng seemed to be a little silent throughout the entire meal. Even when tasting the delicious Taoyuan vegetables, he was a little absent-minded, looking at his phone from time to time. Guan Ping, who was sitting next to Xiao Ruofei, nudged him and whispered with a smile, "Kid, you're quite fast. You even met the parents." Xiao Ruofei was a little confused. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean by meeting the parents?" "What parents?" "Kid, are you still pretending with me?" Guan Ping smiled mysteriously and said, "Didn't you go back with Campus Bell Ling to meet the parents? Why is CEO Ling so good to you? Tonight's arrangement is simply meticulous. A genius remembers love in 1 second? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read." Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt as if 10 million alpacas had galloped past him. What the hell was going on? It turned out that Guan Ping thought that Xiao Ruofei had received such preferential treatment at the branch of Ling Xiaoyan's restaurant because his relationship with Ling Qingxue had been confirmed, and he had become Ling Xiaoyan's future son-in-law. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's speechless expression, Guan Ping smiled and said in a low voice, "Okay, okay. Don't pretend to be innocent. I'm still loyal. Haven't I been keeping it a secret for you? Keep your ass." "I really didn't." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly and smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. You can think whatever you want." Xiao Ruofei didn't even have the strength to explain. If Guan Ping wanted to misunderstand, he could only let him be. When everyone was almost done eating, Yuan Lily quietly got up and went out. After a while, she returned to the private room with a bitter smile and said, "Ruofei, you're too polite." Xiao Ruofei was confused and asked, "What's wrong?" "I just went to pay the bill, and they said you had already paid for it," Yuan Lily said reproachfully. "How could I let you pay for a meal when I'm treating my classmates before I get engaged? How much did you spend on this meal? I'll transfer it to you later." "I didn't." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and helplessly. He thought about it and understood the reason. He said, "I know. Yuan Lily, don't worry about it. I have some friendship with the owner of this restaurant. He probably told him to waive the bill." "How can that be?" "I'd better give you the money," Yuan Lily said. "The problem is that I didn't spend any money." Xiao Ruofei helplessly spread out his hands and said, "Just treat it as if this meal was on you. It doesn't matter who paid the bill at all. The important thing is that we can all get together, right?" Yuan Lily still wanted to insist, but the other students also tried to persuade her. Some people said that Xiao Ruofei had stolen Yuan Lily's limelight. Of course, most of them were just joking. At this moment, Lu Heng said, "Yuan Lily, Xiao Ruofei is right. The most important thing is for classmates to have fun together. Besides, a meal doesn't cost much. Don't be so formal. This meal isn't cheap." Yuan Lily smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not talk about the high-end seafood. Although I haven't been back for long, I know how popular the vegetables are in Sanshan City. One dish costs at least a few hundred yuan. Plus, there are so many dishes today. Even if people have the money, they can't afford it. Yuan Lily, you don't have to fight. You can just treat us to a meal when your fiancé comes back," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Heng also said, "Today, Xiao Ruofei will be the host. How about this? It's rare for Yuan Lily to come back, and it's also rare for us classmates to get together. Let me arrange the next program." When Peng Hao heard this, he smiled and said, "Chief Lu, are there any more programs?" "Of course, the nightlife has just begun." Lu Heng said, "In a while, I will take everyone to a good place. Ordinary people can't even enter the door." "Really? Then we will have to take a good look." Guan Ping also said jokingly, "Class monitor, is there any problem with the private room this time?" Previously, Lu Heng had been sarcastic to Xiao Ruofei. As Xiao Ruofei's good brothers, Guan Ping and Peng Hao couldn't stand it. Now, seeing that Lu Heng, who had been sulking all night, was a little arrogant, Guan Ping couldn't help but want to give him a blow. "What do you know? They are all members." Lu Heng said disdainfully, "Members can get a private room at any time." Then Lu Heng turned to Yuan Lily and said, "Yuan Lily, just now Xiao Ruofei was the host. Next, I will be the host to celebrate with you. You won't refuse, right?" Yuan Lily smiled and said, "Of course, I have to give face to the class monitor. Anyway, we don't have to spend money. Everyone, don't you think so?" The classmates naturally smiled and agreed with Yuan Lily's words. Xiao Ruofei could only smile bitterly. This class reunion had already changed a bit, but it wasn't good to slip away halfway. He could only follow along. He could imagine that Lu Heng must be trying to be in the limelight and compete with him. However, he felt that this kind of competition was simply too childish. Everyone was full, so Lu Heng arranged for everyone to go to the next round. Then, the group left Hong Tian restaurant. Lu Heng found a few designated drivers and drove their cars straight to the city center. Xiao Ruofei sat in the passenger seat and felt that the road seemed a bit familiar. After arriving at the parking lot, Lu Heng led a group of classmates to the scenic area of the 3 blocks and 7 alleys. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but show a strange look on his face. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Heng led everyone to the door of Shijiang Moon Club. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but touch his forehead with his hand. What was going on today? Why was it either Ling's restaurant or Shijiang Moon Club? Couldn't he have a low-key reunion with his classmates for once? Lu Heng went directly to the black-shirt man at the door and said, "Young Master Li used his membership card to book a private room in the Plum Blossom Hall for me. He told your manager." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help shaking his head when he heard this. It turned out that Lu Heng didn't have a membership card at all. He even asked someone to book a private room to show off. He really didn't know how vain this guy was. Xiao Ruofei reached out and pinched the Supreme Platinum card in his pocket. After thinking about it, he put it back. The black-shirt man's expression was cold. After confirming with the inside through the walkie-talkie, he nodded and let them go. Lu Heng led Yuan Lily and the others into the courtyard of the club. Immediately, a tall waiter in a cheongsam came forward to lead them to the private room. Lu Heng introduced proudly, "This Shijiang Moon Club is not a place that ordinary people can enter casually. Even I don't have a membership card here, but I have a good friend who is a silver member here. Today, I specially asked him to book a private room for me so that everyone can see the life of the upper class." The magnificent decoration in the club was too much for the students to take in. Lu Heng continued to boast, "I often come here to eat with young Master Li. Almost every time I come here, I can meet a star. I heard that King Lu came to Sanshan to hold a concert and entertain his friends here. If you are lucky, maybe you can meet your idol later." Looking at the envious faces of his classmates, Lu Heng's vanity was greatly satisfied. He looked at Xiao Ruofei in a show of force, but Xiao Ruofei still had an indifferent expression on her face, which reduced his sense of achievement by a lot. Soon, they arrived at the lobby of the club. Xiao Ruofei saw the charming young woman lobby manager at a glance. Coincidentally, the lobby manager also looked over. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, she was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes widened. However, before she could speak, Xiao Ruofei shook his head secretly and gave her a look. The lobby manager immediately understood and smiled at Xiao Ruofei. She did not come forward to disturb them. However, when Xiao Ruofei and the others followed the waitress through the lobby to the Plum Blossom Hall, the lobby manager immediately walked aside and called President Xing. "Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." "President Xing, Mr. Xia just came to the club," the lobby manager said respectfully. "Brother Xia is here? Why didn't he call me in advance?" President Xing was a little surprised and said, "Xiao Meng, you must take good care of Brother Xia." The hall is empty tonight, right? Let's arrange it for Brother Xia." "President Xing, Mr. Xia came with some friends. He doesn't seem to want me to disturb him," the lobby manager reported. "I see." President Xing thought for a moment and said, "Then find out which room they are in and give them a bottle of good wine in the name of the club. I'll rush back now. Wait for me to come back." "Okay, President Xing," the lobby manager said respectfully. After the phone call, she immediately paid more attention to Xiao Ruofei. She knew that President Xing was playing cards at his friend's house tonight, but she didn't expect that President Xing would put down the game and rush back as soon as he heard that Xiao Ruofei was coming. How much did he value Xiao Ruofei? She immediately called a waiter and asked him to find out which room Xiao Ruofei and the others were in. Then, she went to the warehouse to choose the wine. Xiao Ruofei and the others soon arrived at the Plum Blossom Hall. The Plum Blossom Hall was not big. After Xiao Ruofei and the others went in, it seemed a little crowded. Obviously, Lu Heng's influence was limited. However, the decoration of every room in the Shijiang Moon Club was quite exquisite. Such a medium-sized room, whether it was the luxury of the facilities, the professional sound system, or every detail, was naturally much better than ordinary nightclubs and KTVs. Come, come, come. Sit wherever you want. Lu Heng greeted everyone with a smug look. Then, he asked the waiter to order some drinks, fruit plates, snacks, and so on. In fact, if the club's VIP members came to spend money, they didn't need to order these things themselves. The club would naturally arrange everything. Everyone, be at ease. If you want to sing, sing. If you want to play cards, play cards. The club also has a special sauna room and gym. You can use them for free. Anyone who is interested can go directly. Lu Heng said as if he was the host. Apart from Yuan Lily who lived abroad, the rest of the students who came to the party were all working in Sanshan. It was also their first time coming to a top-class club like West River Moon, so naturally, they were a little reserved. Therefore, none of them went to use the other free facilities in the club. Instead, they sat together. Some began to sing songs, while others gathered together to play cards. Some were even playing dice, just like in a normal KTV room. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the private room. A beautiful and tall waitress came in with a bottle of red wine in both hands. She bowed slightly and said, "Distinguished guests, this is the 85-year-old Petrus red wine that the club is giving to you." Gift? Petrus in 85? After all, Yuan Lily had lived abroad. Hearing this, she immediately said in surprise, "A bottle costs at least $1,500. No way. What kind of wine is this? It's so expensive." "Lily, are you sure you're not mistaken? $1,500 for a bottle of wine? In US dollars? Oh my god, this wine is worth a square meter of a house in the center of Sanshan City." The waitress did not look down on Xiao Ruofei and the other students because they had not seen much of the world. She just smiled and said, "This is indeed an 85 petas. Our club directly imported it from Bordeaux, where it originated." In fact, everyone was just shocked by Yuan Lily's price. They did not really doubt the authenticity of the red wine. Lu Heng was a little confused at first, but he quickly reacted and said with a smile, "Haha. It must be because of young Master Li. He's a silver member of the club. He booked the private room himself, so it's normal for him to give a bottle of red wine." His face began to glow. This time, he had made a lot of money. When he spoke of that young Master Li, he also felt a sense of pride and honor. Lu Heng thought to himself, young Master Li is so nice. I have to thank him properly later. What should I give him? If it's too cheap, I can't take it out, because Xiao Ruofei had hinted when he came in, the lobby manager did not give the waitress any special instructions, so she did not know the situation. Hearing this, she brought the red wine to Lu Heng and asked him to check the label. Lu Heng waved his hand and said, "No need. You can't fool young Master Li's guests with fake wine, right?" The waitress did not know who young Master Li was, but her good professionalism made her just smile. After getting Lu Heng's permission, she opened the red wine with a wine opener and poured a little into the goblet, asking Lu Heng to taste it. This time, Lu Heng did not refuse. He liked to be in the limelight. He pretended to take the goblet, but he drank all the red wine in the goblet in one gulp. Then he closed his eyes and said after a while, "Good wine." Lu Heng brewed his emotions for a long time, but he didn't say anything. His posture of drinking in one gulp was like the state of drinking at a food stall. The waitress almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Lu Heng didn't know and shouted, "Quickly pour a little for each of them. Everyone, try this $1,500 red wine." "Okay, sir," the waitress said respectfully. After everyone's wine was poured, Lu Heng said, Come. Everyone, let's try it together. It's not easy to drink such good red wine." He was speaking the truth. As a small unit leader, he had a lot of social activities, but he had never tasted a red wine worth more than 10,000 yuan. Let me tell you, this is because young Master Li has a big face. For ordinary people, don't talk about giving wine to the club. Even if you pay for this kind of rare red wine, the club may not sell it. Lu Heng continued to brag about the young Master Li who made him proud. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the young Master Li who had a big face. He had a heroic spirit in front of his junior high school classmates. He felt that he had completely defeated Xiao Ruofei. Little did he know that Xiao Ruofei looked at him as if he was watching a clown perform. However, these classmates naturally said some compliments. This also made Lu Heng's face shine. He felt that he had finally won back some ground. His heart was very happy. After everyone played for a while, the door of the private room was pushed open again. Before the person arrived, a forthright voice came first. Haha. Brother Xia, why didn't you call in advance to come to my club? You're treating me as an outsider. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but show a wry smile. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Ruofei saw the chubby CEO Jing appear at the door with a smile on his face. Beside him was that charming young woman, the lobby manager. Genius remembers love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Although Yuan Lily and the others didn't know who Director Jing was, they could tell that he was an extraordinary person. Therefore, they all stopped their entertainment and even stopped singing. Director Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, Brother Xia, this Plum Blossom Hall is too shabby. I've already asked someone to prepare the hall for you. Please go there with your friends. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a wry smile on his face and said, Director Jing, I'm just here to eat and drink with my classmates. You don't have to be so polite. In fact, this private room is pretty good. After that, Xiao Ruofei introduced him to Yuan Lily and the others. Students, this is Boss Jing of Shijiang Moon Club. Director Jing, these are my junior high school classmates. Today is our 10th anniversary party. Hello, everyone. Director Jing said with a smile and then motioned to the lobby manager. The lobby manager immediately handed over a wine glass. It was a small red wine glass, about 3 ounces of capacity, and it was filled with white wine. Director Jing raised his glass and said, You are Brother Xiao's friends, which means you are my friends. Today, you came to Shijiang Moon Club because we didn't treat you well. I'll toast you with this glass of wine as an apology. You can do whatever you want. I'll drink it. After that, Director Jing raised his head and drank the whole glass of white wine. Then, he showed the bottom of the glass to everyone without changing his expression. When Xiao Ruofei's classmates heard that the fat man in front of them was the owner of the top-notch club that Lu Heng had praised to the heavens, and that this Chief Xing valued Xiao Ruofei so much that he had toasted everyone with a large glass of white wine, they all stood up and raised their glasses to drink. Only Lu Heng's reaction was half a beat slower. His face was red and white, and his brain was still in a state of crash. It seemed that he had lost the ability to think. He just mechanically raised his glass and drank with his classmates. Chief Xing did not notice Lu Heng. In fact, all his politeness and thoughtfulness were directed at Xiao Ruofei. All his attention was naturally on Xiao Ruofei. Director Jing smiled and asked, Brother Xia, I asked Xiaoming to give you a bottle of wine just now. Are you satisfied with it? The room suddenly became very quiet, and Lu Heng's face and ears turned red. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into, this was really too embarrassing. He didn't know how to face the classmate who was complimenting him just now. Xiao Ruofei was not surprised at all. He smiled and said, It's a very good red wine. Thank you, President Jing. As long as Brother Xia likes it. Chief Xing laughed and then asked, Are you sure you don't need to change to another private room? There's really no need for that. Plum Blossom Hall is pretty good. Thank you, Chief Xing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. All right. Chief Xing did not force him. He just said straightforwardly, Tonight, all the expenses are free of charge. Let's eat, drink, and have fun. I won't disturb your class reunion. Thank you, Chief Xing, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Chief Xing toasted everyone with another glass of wine before politely taking his leave. After he left, the atmosphere in the private room became a little strange. Everyone's ears were still echoing the words that Lu Heng had just bragged about and young Master Li, who he had said was incomparably awesome. Now that the truth was out, Lu Heng's previous bragging had undoubtedly become a big joke. Lu Heng's face was naturally the ugliest. He lowered his head for a while, then forced a smile and said, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first. Everyone, have fun. After saying that, he left the private room as if he was escaping. From the beginning to the end, he did not dare to look at Xia Ruofei again. Compared to Lu Heng's embarrassment, Xia Ruofei was much calmer. Whether it was when Lu Heng was boasting before or now, he always had an indifferent expression. After Lu Heng left, the awkward atmosphere in the private room was suddenly swept away. Everyone became lively. Xia Ruofei successfully stole the show again and became the focus of everyone's attention. Even Yuan Lily, who was supposed to be the protagonist, was very curious about Xia Ruofei. Ruofei, tell us honestly. What do you do? Yuan Lily said with a smile. The classmates also joined in the fun. Yes. Even the boss of Shijiang Moon Club is so polite to you. How can you say that you're a vegetable farmer? You even hid it from your old classmates. That's not good enough, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, everyone. I really didn't lie to you. I'm a vegetable farmer. The reason why I know Chief Xing and Chief Ling is that they bought my vegetables. Is it really that simple? It's that simple. I swear. Xia Ruofei said. Since when did vegetable suppliers become so awesome? What kind of vegetables are you selling? Guanping said with a smile. Then he said suspiciously, Is it the Taoyuan vegetables? Xia Ruofei smiled noncommittally. Peng Hao shouted, No way. Is it really the Taoyuan vegetables? Ruofei, you're really awesome. It's not long since you retired from the army. You've come up with such an amazing product. The students were also amazed. They had all tasted the Taoyuan vegetables and knew how popular these vegetables were in Rongqing. They didn't expect that the supplier of the Taoyuan vegetables would be among them. Moreover, it was the most inconspicuous Xia Ruofei. Naturally, many people came to Xia Ruofei to drink. Although he was a good drinker, he had to leave the private room with the excuse that he needed to go to the bathroom. In fact, drinking was secondary. He was really not used to those compliments. Xia Ruofei really couldn't figure out why Lu Heng was so eager to be in the limelight. In fact, there was a bathroom in the private room, but Xia Ruofei went directly outside. Not long after Xia Ruofei left, Peng Hao also got up and left the private room. He had drunk a lot tonight and wanted to go out and get some fresh air. Walking out of the private room, Peng Hao felt a little dizzy as the wind from the central air conditioning in the corridor blew. He looked up at the sign and walked to the bathroom with heavy steps. When he passed by the door of a private room, Peng Hao felt really dizzy. He stood still and reached out to the wall to rest. At this time, the door of the private room opened. A man in his mid-20s walked out with one hand around the slender waist of a gorgeously dressed woman. The woman was holding a wine glass in her hand and smiled sweetly as she fed the man wine. The two of them didn't look at the road and bumped into Peng Hao. Peng Hao was caught off guard and fell to the floor. Although the corridor was also covered with a thick carpet, Peng Hao still fell in a very sorry state. Although the man and woman didn't fall, they were frightened. The glass of red wine in the woman's hand fell on the man's expensive suit. The scarlet red wine on the white suit was particularly conspicuous. The woman was so frightened that she screamed. The man's face was very ugly. He walked over to Peng Hao, who was dizzy from the fall, and scolded, Genius 1 second remember love go/small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. This man in white is called Deng Ming. His background is not small. He is the son of a deputy mayor of Sanshan City. Although this deputy mayor Deng has not yet entered the government and his ranking in the government is relatively low, he is still a big shot in Sanshan City. This young master Deng, relying on his father's connections, opened a consulting company in Sanshan City and became a behind-the-scenes boss. The so-called consulting company, to put it bluntly, is to help some people deal with tenders, approvals and other things that are difficult for ordinary people to do, but he can easily do it. The money is quite fast. Today, Deng Ming and a few friends were singing in a private room. His evil fire was aroused by the private room princess beside him. He was about to take her upstairs to vent, but he did not expect to bump into Peng Hao as soon as he went out. Moreover, this expensive Zilli suit was actually stained with a large amount of wine stains. It was basically ruined. How could Deng Ming not get angry? Peng Hao was the one who was hit. When he heard Deng Ming's words, he naturally could not help but get angry. He stood up and said, "Why are you so unreasonable? It was obviously you who bumped into me. How can it be my fault?" "Bullshit." Deng Ming was furious. "Am I as blind as you? You're such a big fat man standing here. How can I not see you and bump into you? You." Peng Hao was so angry that he could not speak. He has never seen such an unreasonable person. He clearly bumped into someone. Not only did he not apologize, but he also blamed the other party. "You what? Do you know how much this suit costs?" Deng Ming looked at Peng Hao contemptuously and said, $8,000. Now this suit is ruined. Compensate me. You want money so much that you're crazy. Peng Hao was so angry that he laughed. "You want me to compensate you? It's already good that I didn't ask you to compensate me. Damn fatty, you want to act shamelessly." The flirtatious private room princess immediately said, "Don't you know who young Master Deng is? You want to leave without compensating him after dirtying his clothes?" Just now, the glass of red wine was poured from her hand onto Deng Ming. If she did not catch Peng Hao, Deng Ming would very likely be angry with her. Therefore, she spared no effort to help. "This is simply unreasonable," Peng Hao said angrily. Peng Hao then turned to leave. Peng Hao didn't want to be entangled with such rude and unreasonable people. It was better to just leave. He knew that even if he continued to entangle with them, they wouldn't apologize. How could Deng Ming let Peng Hao go so easily? He grabbed Peng Hao's clothes and said, "Damn it. You still dare to run? If you don't pay up today, don't think about going anywhere." Even if Peng Hao was a clay bodhisattva, he would still be a little angry. He shook off Deng Ming's hand and glared at him. "What? Do you want to fight? Come on. Who's afraid of who?" Although Peng Hao was fat all over, he was very tall. Deng Ming's small body that had been hollowed out by wine and women was naturally no match for him. Deng Ming took a step back and shouted towards the private room, "Yi Lin Yun, are you dead? Come out now." The door of the private room opened, and a young man in a black suit with a cold face walked out. At the same time, a few men in disheveled clothes and reeking of alcohol came out. They were all Deng Ming's bad friends. The young man in the black suit had no expression on his angular face. He was tall and straight like a javelin, and his body faintly emitted a cold aura. It was obvious that he had experienced a life and death battle and had seen blood. He walked to Deng Ming's side and asked, "Boss, what are your orders?" Deng Ming pointed at Peng Hao and gnashed his teeth. "Go. Beat him up for me. Beat him up so badly that even his mother won't recognize him." Yi Linyun didn't move. He just said calmly, "Boss, my duty is to protect your safety, not to be a thug. I can't do anything illegal." Deng Ming was even angrier when he heard this. He turned his head and scolded, "Yi Linyun, are you out of your mind? You're my bodyguard. I'm the one who pays your salary. Now that I'm being bullied, what's wrong with you teaching him a lesson?" "I'm sorry, boss. If this person endangers your personal safety, I will definitely take action," Yi Linyun said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "But if you want me to beat up an ordinary person, it's an order outside the scope of the contract. I refuse to carry it out." Deng Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Yi Linyun for a few seconds. Yi Linyun's expression didn't change. He stood straight next to him and didn't avoid his murderous gaze. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you," Deng Ming said coldly. "I'll give you two choices. First, go and beat up that damn fatty. I'll be responsible for any problems. Second, get the F***ck out of here now." Yi Linyun was also very straightforward. He took 2 steps back and said, "I can't go against my principles. I choose the second option." Deng Ming's bad friends immediately roared with laughter, and some of them even whistled. "Young Master Deng, your bodyguard has such a personality. Haha, this kid is a bit fierce. He can't even tell who's the boss." Young Master Deng, I'll introduce you to a few bodyguards later. They'll definitely be more obedient than this precious weapon. Deng Ming was so angry that he laughed out loud. He nodded and said, okay, Yi Lin Yun, you're fired now. You can get the F***ck out of here. Also, I'll tell my friends that in the future, let alone being a bodyguard in Sancheon City, I'll even take your surname if you can apply for a security guard job. Deng Ming, who always sought revenge for the smallest grievance, was disobeyed by his bodyguard in front of so many of his friends. Naturally, he hated Yi Lin Yun to the extreme. Yi Lin Yun was still expressionless. He said calmly, Boss Deng, you can fire me. It's your business how you want to shut me out. But I've worked for you for 7 days. According to the contract, my monthly salary is 20,000 yuan. You need to pay me 5,000 yuan. Give me the money and I'll leave. You still dare to ask me for money? Deng Ming was so angry that he laughed. Are you King crazy? Yi Lin Yun's expression turned cold. His whole body exuded a cold aura. He took a step forward and stared into Deng Ming's eyes. He said word by word, are you sure you want to go back on your word? Deng Ming's heart tightened for no reason. He recalled the scene when Yi Lin Yun was applying for a job and easily took down a dozen burly men by himself. He knew that his small body wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger from Yi Lin Yun. Moreover, after 6 or 7 days of contact, Deng Ming knew that Yi Lin Yun didn't talk much. However, he was definitely a ruthless person who had seen blood before. Such a person could do anything if he was forced into a corner. He was a person of status. There was no need for him to compete with this kind of desperado. Thinking of this, Deng Ming pretended to be generous and waved his hand. Forget it. Isn't it just 5,000 yuan? I'll give it to you. Just treat it as sending off a beggar. Hey, you guys don't watch the show. Who brought cash? Give me 5,000 yuan first. Deng Ming said to his friends. Although these people used cards most of the time when they came out to play, they would more or less bring some cash. Soon, they gathered 5,000 yuan. Deng Ming handed the 5,000 yuan to Yi Lin Yun and said in disgust, I've given you the money. Don't bother me in the future. Get lost. Yi Lin Yun took the money and counted it twice meticulously. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it in his pocket. He didn't say anything else and turned to walk out of the club. At this time, a voice rang out. How lively! Did I miss a good show? Peng Hao heard this voice and his uneasy heart immediately calmed down. Yi Lin Yun, who was walking out, heard this familiar voice. His whole body trembled slightly and he suddenly turned around. He saw a trace of a smile in Xiao Ruofei's eyes as she looked back at him. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly at Yi Lin Yun and then walked over. He flicked his finger and a half-smoked cigarette accurately flew to the top of the trash can and inserted it into the small hole. The cigarette butt dipped into the water and made a sizzling sound. Xiao Ruofei walked to Peng Hao and said with a smile, Little fatty, what's going on? I didn't even finish my cigarette and I was attracted by your loud voice. In fact, Xiao Ruofei came earlier than that. When Deng Ming and Peng Hao were pulling each other, he had already reached the corner of the corridor. However, when he saw Yi Lin Yun, he stopped. He wanted to see how Yi Lin Yun would deal with it. Obviously, Yi Lin Yun's choice made Xiao Ruofei very satisfied. Xiao Ruofei and Yi Lin Yun knew each other 5 years ago. At that time, he was a sergeant, which was a corporal after the military rank reform, and Yi Lin Yun was a new recruit who had just joined the army for a few months. At that time, Xiao Ruofei was already an official member of the Lone Wolf Commando team. Yi Lin Yun's identity was a member of the selection team and he was the only private in the entire team. Yi Lin Yun's military skills were very good since he was able to participate in the selection of the Lone Wolf Commando team in his first year as a new recruit. That training lasted for 3 months and there were eliminations every day. Xiao Ruofei was one of the instructors of this training team. Although Yi Lin Yun lasted until the 3rd month and became one of the last 2 members to be eliminated, he was still selected by the military special forces like he was a treasure. To be able to last until the third month in the selection of the Lone Wolf Commando team, he was definitely qualified to be a core member of a normal Special Forces unit. After 3 months of working together, Xia Ruofei and Yi Linyun were naturally very familiar with each other. In the next few years, the two often interacted with each other in work, and they even fought together in real military exercises several times. Yi Linyun naturally respected this instructor who had led him into the field of special warfare. In fact, he had always regarded Xia Ruofei as his idol and goal. Xia Ruofei was also surprised to run into Yi Linyun in Xianxia City. Based on his understanding of Yi Linyun, this talented soldier should be able to stay in the Special Forces for a long time. It was even possible for him to become a sergeant major in the future. Why did he suddenly retire from the army and become a personal bodyguard? Xia Ruofei's heart was also filled with questions, but now was obviously not the time to reminisce. He planned to ask Yi Linyun what was going on after he came down. Peng Hao briefly described what had just happened to Xia Ruofei. "Are you hurt?" Xia Ruofei casually glanced at Deng Ming before asking Peng Hao. "It's nothing." Peng Hao grinned. "It's just that they won't let us go. They said that I dirted his high-end suit and they want me to pay $8,000. Xia Ruofei nodded lightly and looked at Yi Linyun. "Xiao Yi, is this your boss?" "He was a minute ago, but not now," Yi Linyun said. "Got it." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said. Then he stared at Deng Ming and said lightly, "Apologize to my friend." Deng Ming had been suppressing his anger for a long time. He immediately shouted, "Who the F***ck are you? Why are you acting like a big bad wolf? You want me to apologize?" "I said, F***ck you." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Linyun suddenly moved. Deng Ming only saw a blur in front of his eyes. He didn't even see Yi Linyun's movement and Yi Linyun was already in front of him. Yi Linyun's hand was like an iron clamp that grabbed his throat. Then Deng Ming heard Yi Linyun's cold voice. "Deng Ming, watch your mouth. If you dare to disrespect Instructor Xia again, I will break your neck." Deng Ming was so scared that he shouted, "Yi Linyun, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Don't you know who my father is?" "I don't care who your father is. I only know that I will teach whoever dares to disrespect Instructor Xia a lesson," Yi Linyun said coldly. In the shadow of the corner of the corridor, Shen Hu, the head of security of Shijiang Moon Club, had been paying close attention to the situation. The guests in the club were all people of status. Under normal circumstances, the club would not immediately intervene when a conflict occurred. After all, both sides had powerful backgrounds and the club could easily make things difficult for both sides. Only when the conflict escalated and the conflict was irreconcilable would the club intervene. Therefore, Shen Hu had been there for a while after receiving the report. However, he had been hiding in the dark and observing closely. Now that he saw Yi Linyun suddenly attack Deng Ming, Shen Hu's expression changed slightly. He was ready to go out and separate the two parties and then find a way to appease them. Just as he walked out of the corner, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xia Ruofei's figure. His expression froze and he abruptly withdrew his foot. Then, he quickly took out his phone and called Chief Xing. "Hu, how is the situation?" Chief Xing asked. "Boss, it seems a little complicated." Shen Hu hesitated and said, "I just saw Mr. Xia, and he seems to be on the opposite side of young Master Deng." "What?" Chief Xing also frowned. "What's the situation now?" "It's not good. The two sides seem to be about to fight," Shen Hu said. "Chief Xing, what should we do?" Chief Xing fell into deep thought. Xia Ruofei was his strategic partner and had a close relationship with the Sanshan mayor, Tian Huilan. Naturally, Chief Xing wanted to rope him in. However, Deng Ming was not to be trifled with. The son of the deputy mayor was considered a rich second generation in Sanshan City. Moreover, this kind of rich second generation had always been incapable of accomplishing anything. It was definitely unwise to offend him. Chief Zhang's mind was spinning quickly. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and quickly said, "Hu, you don't have to worry about this. Just watch over there. Unless there is a bloody conflict, don't do anything." After that, Chief Xing hung up the phone and turned to the lobby manager next to him. Xiao Meng, isn't Chongping County's Mayor Wu hosting an old colleague at Mingyue Hall? Go and report this to her immediately. Be quick about it. Chief Xing, is this appropriate? Xiao Meng hesitated. The other party was the son of the deputy mayor. How could Mayor Wu take the lead? That's none of your business. Chief Xing said. Go now. Remember to mention Brother Xiao's name. Oh, okay. Xiao Meng did not dare to say anything more. She quickly trotted out. The conflict between the two sides was a little tense. Xiao Ruofei had a faint smile on his face and said, Xiao Yi, let him go first. Yes. Instructor Xia, Yi Linyun replied. Then, he looked at Dang Ming coldly and let go of his hand. Dang Ming took deep breaths of fresh air and rubbed his neck. He looked at Yi Linyun with resentment in his eyes. Yi Linyun ignored him and walked directly behind Xiao Ruofei. He stared coldly at Dang Ming's group. Dang Ming looked at Yi Linyun with some fear. He reckoned that he and a few of his friends would not be enough to deal with Yi Linyun alone. In particular, Yi Linyun's ruthlessness made him feel scared, so he also had thoughts of retreating. Anyway, as long as they were in Sanshan City's territory, he, young Master Dang, would not be afraid that he would not be able to find out the ins and outs of those people. When the time came, he could just move his mouth and find a way to deal with them. There was no need to put himself in danger now. After making up his mind, Dang Ming snorted coldly and said, Damn fatty, you're lucky. I'll let you go today. Brothers, let's go back and continue drinking. Dang Ming said to his friends. After that, he looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei and the other two. He did not hide the resentment in his heart, then turned and walked back to the private room. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hearing this, Dang Ming stood still and slowly turned around. He glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, I didn't ask this fatty to pay up. Do you think I'm too easy to talk to? Go out and find out who I am. Even if you want to take advantage of her, you should find a good partner. You knocked down my friend and insulted him with your mouth full of shit. You even put the blame on him and asked him to pay for it. I just asked you to apologize, and you're taking advantage of me? Xiao Ruofei said sarcastically, I really don't know who you are, but it doesn't matter who you are. This was Xiao Ruofei's temperament. If someone opened their heart to him, he would open his heart to them too. Love Go Little Say Peng Hao had been his good friend for many years, and Peng Hao had stood up for him many times during the class reunion. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei treated him as a brother. Peng Hao had been wronged. Xiao Ruofei would definitely help him get back at them. As for Dang Ming's identity, to be honest, he really didn't care. Dang Ming gritted his teeth and said, Old, I forgot to remind you. Xiao Ruofei rudely interrupted Dang Ming. If you keep calling me lousy, I can't guarantee that I won't slap your face until it's swollen. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Dang Ming's eyes were spitting fire as he said, Don't think that you're amazing just because you're skilled. There are some people that you can't afford to offend. Yi Linyun was enough to make Dang Ming fearful. Since this fair-skinned young man in front of him was called an instructor by Yi Linyun, his skills were definitely not inferior to Yi Linyun's. This was also an important reason why Dang Ming had been suppressing his anger all this time. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have already called his friends over to beat him up. You talk too much. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to apologize to my friend, and the other is to be beaten by me until you apologize to my friend. Take your pick. Xiao Ruofei's tone was exactly the same as when Dang Ming had spoken to Yi Linyun. In fact, he was even more arrogant than Dang Ming. Dang Ming was fuming with anger. He glared fiercely at Xiao Ruofei and said while panting, Good, you have guts. I'll play with you till the end today. After that, he turned around and said, De Hua, call Elder Jing from West River Moon. Tell him that if he continues to pretend to be dead, I'll bring my men over tomorrow to seal up his shitty club. Chongqing, give Abiao a call. Tell him that I told him to bring his men here. Tell him that if he doesn't show up in 10 minutes, he can forget about staying in the 3 mountains. After that, Dang Ming looked at Xiao Ruofei with a ferocious expression and said, Come on. I dare you to lay a finger on me. Ruofei, forget it. Peng Hao said from the side. He could tell that Deng Ming had a powerful background. If things got out of hand today, it would definitely implicate Xiao Ruofei. As a brother, he naturally didn't want to see that happen. Deng Ming sneered and said, "Are you scared now? I'm telling you, it's too late. Come and hit me if you dare." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. I've seen people courting and proposing, but I didn't expect someone to ask for a beating. There's no such thing as the lowest, only the lowest. As soon as his voice fell, he lightly exerted force on his feet and shot out like lightning. In almost an instant, he was in front of Deng Ming. Then, 2 crisp slaps rang out. Deng Ming stood there in a daze, even forgetting the burning pain on his face. He didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would really dare to hit him. Moreover, he didn't hesitate at all. Yi Linyun, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Ruofei's back. Just now, Xiao Ruofei's speed had made his eyes light up, and he admired him even more. "Love go little say W, Chu, who the F*ck do you think you are?" Xiao Ruofei said coldly. "I did remind you, but you pig brain didn't learn." Deng Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He had been slapped in the face by Xiao Ruofei in front of so many friends. It was a great humiliation. F*ck. "Let's fight. Together." Deng Ming shouted. Just as Deng Ming's friends were about to swarm him, a cold voice was heard. "Stop." Chongping County's executive deputy mayor, Wu Liqian, was wearing a fitted suit and quickly walked between the 2 groups of people. She was slightly out of breath, and there was a little sweat on her bun. It was obvious that she had rushed over. Wu Liqian had drunk some wine that night, so her face was pale with a hint of red. When she panted, her full breasts moved up and down, adding to her mature charm. Deng Ming looked greedily at Wu Liqian's towering breasts and said, "Oh, it's County Mayor Wu." Wu Liqian had been Tian Huilan's secretary for a long time, and Tian Huilan had been the mayor at that time. He and Deng Ming's father were both members of the municipal government, so Deng Ming naturally knew Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian looked at Deng Ming lightly and nodded slightly, but her attitude was obviously very calm. Then she looked at Xiao Ruofei, frowned and asked, "Ruofei, what's going on?" "Sister Wu, so you're here too?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "My friend was bumped into by Mr. Deng. Not only did he not apologize, but he also insulted my friend. I'm trying to reason with him." "Deng, is that true?" Wu Liqian frowned and asked. Deng Ming immediately said, "County Mayor Wu, so you know this guy?" "It's not what he said at all. It's obviously that fat guy who bumped into me. Look at the red wine stains on my clothes, and you also saw that the guy hit me first." He looked at Xiao Ruofei with hatred and continued, "County Mayor Wu, since you know him, then please uphold justice. Now that I, Deng Ming, was hit by him, you tell me what to do." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "You're really good at twisting the truth." Then he pointed at Deng Ming's head and said, "Do you see what that is?" "A camera. Let's go and look at it now. If it's really my friend who bumped into you, I'll pay for your suit and give you an explanation for hitting you." Then Xiao Ruofei paused, stared at Deng Ming and said coldly, "If it's really like what my friend said, that you bumped into him and blamed him, what do you say?" "I think it's a good idea." Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Deng, what do you think?" "The camera won't lie. If it's really Ruofei's friend who's in the wrong, I'll definitely not help him." Deng Ming was immediately speechless. He knew very well who was right and who was wrong. After hesitating for a while, Deng Ming said, "I drank wine just now, so I can't remember clearly. But even if I accidentally bumped into that fat guy, so what? Can he just hit people casually? When it comes to you, it's an accident?" Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "It's really a double standard. Just now, he was begging me to hit you." "You." Deng Ming was angry and said, "County Mayor Wu, you saw his attitude. It's not that I don't want to give you face." After that, he turned around and said, "Chongqing, call the police. Didn't he say that there wasn't a camera? There's conclusive evidence that he hit me just now." "Okay." The long-haired young man behind Deng Ming grinned and took out his phone to call the police. Wu Liqian frowned and said, "Deng, there's no need to call the police. Young people have a big temper. It's just a small conflict. Why make a big deal out of it? Then, Wu Liqian said to Xia Ruofei, Dang Ming was wrong to bump into your friend. But just now, you also vented your anger. Give Sister Wu face and let it go, okay? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, since Sister Wu said so, of course, I have no problem with it. Peng Hao wasn't hurt much anyway. Dang Ming, on the other hand, was slapped twice, so his back teeth were probably loose. Xia Ruofei didn't hold back just now. No matter how he looked at it, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Dang Ming sneered and said, County Mayor Wu, it's too obvious that you're taking sides. I, Dang Ming, have never suffered such a big loss in my life. Just a small conflict and you're letting it go? Chongqing. What are you doing? Why don't you call the police? Dang Ming frowned and said to the long-haired young man. Obviously, he wasn't going to give Wu Liqian face. Seeing this, Wu Liqian's expression turned cold and she said, Dang Ming, you should think about it again. Calling the police for such a small matter will be a waste of police resources. Then, she paused and said meaningfully, oh yeah, when I was reporting to Mayor Deng this morning, he specifically told me to take care of your investment project in Chongqing County. Genius 1 second remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Dang Ming originally had an unforgiving look, but when he heard this, he immediately frowned. He looked at Wu Liqian with a complicated expression. His mind was spinning rapidly. He had indeed invested in a project in Chongqing County a few days ago. Wu Liqian's words carried a faint threat, which made Dang Ming immediately alert. Does she really dare to obstruct my project? Dang Ming thought to himself. He quickly analyzed the situation and was dismayed to find that Wu Liqian seemed to have the confidence. She had the support of Tian Huilan, a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee. His father was only a low-ranking deputy mayor. If Wu Liqian really wanted to fight back, his father's words might not be effective. A county official was not as good as a person in charge. No matter how long Deputy Mayor Deng's hands were, he couldn't directly interfere with the Chongqing County's executive deputy mayor, especially when the executive deputy mayor had such a frightening background. After weighing the pros and cons, Dang Ming's expression changed again and again. In the end, he said unwillingly, County Head Wu, since you've come forward, I'll give you face. Let's end today's matter here. A smile finally appeared on Wu Liqian's face. Thank you, little Dang. Dang Ming looked at Xia Ruofei and the others with an uncertain expression. Then, he said to his friends, let's go. Wu Liqian thought for a moment and said, little Dang, wait. Let's talk somewhere else. Do you have any other instructions, County Head Wu? Dang Ming asked with a frown. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with Wu Liqian using his project in Chongqing County as a threat. Wu Liqian smiled and signaled for Dang Ming to follow her. When they reached a place where there was no one else, Wu Liqian said in a low voice, little Dang, I hope that today's matter will end here. You know what I mean. Dang Ming laughed and said, County Head Wu, isn't this the end? I've already done as you instructed. I've already endured being slapped in the face. What else do you want? When he spoke, the resentment in his eyes was very obvious. Wu Liqian naturally knew that this kind of playboy would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In the future, he would definitely use all kinds of methods to deal with Xia Ruofei, and no one would be able to find any evidence of him doing it. The reason why she called Dang Ming aside was to help Xia Ruofei solve the problem. Therefore, Wu Liqian said to Dang Ming meaningfully, if that's the case, that would be for the best. Little Dang, I just wanted to give you a reminder. I don't have any other intentions. By the way, Secretary Tian is also very appreciative of Ruofei. There are some things that need to be considered before doing. When Dang Ming heard Wu Liqian's words, his eyes narrowed. Wu Liqian stopped there. She patted Dang Ming's shoulder and walked towards Xia Ruofei. Dang Ming stood there in a daze for a moment, then called his friends to return to the private room. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Wu Liqian, Sister Wu, thank you for helping me out. Wu Liqian laughed and said, it's nothing. By the way, this Dang Ming is the child of Deputy Mayor Deng. His personality is a bit extreme. If he still makes trouble for you in the future, you must tell me. I'll help you mediate. Okay. Thank you so much, Sister Wu. Xiao Ruofei said. Okay. I still have a few old colleagues over there. I'll go back first, Wu Liqian said with a smile. Wu Liqian didn't hesitate to stand up for Xiao Ruofei today. Even if it might offend Deputy Mayor Deng, she still didn't hesitate. This was because she was very clear about Xiao Ruofei's position in the hearts of the Tian family. This time, when she returned to Sanshan, Wu Liqian also specifically went to Tian Huilan to report her work. Tian Huilan also intentionally or unintentionally mentioned that Xiao Ruofei was running a farm in Chongping County. Although he didn't explicitly instruct Wu Liqian to take care of him, his meaning was very clear. According to Wu Liqian's understanding of Tian Huilan, Xiao Ruofei's position in Tian Huilan's heart was definitely not small. As the most direct subordinate of Tian Huilan, Wu Liqian naturally had to firmly support Xiao Ruofei. After Wu Liqian left, Xiao Ruofei said to Peng Hao, "Fatty, I'm leaving too. Tell Yuan Lily and the others that I'm leaving." "Ah? You're leaving already?" Peng Hao said with some surprise. "They're still waiting to toast you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I can't drink anymore. Help me say sorry to Yuan Lily. Tell her that I have something to do and I'm leaving first. By the way, you have my phone number. We'll contact each other later." "Okay then." Peng Hao said, "Ruofei, thank you for today. We're brothers. Don't be so polite." Xiao Ruofei said as he patted Peng Hao's shoulder. Then he said to Yi Lin Yun, "Let's go." "Yes. Instructor Xia." Yi Lin Yun replied. The two of them walked side by side to the elevator, while Peng Hao returned to the private room. In Deng Ming's private room, his gang of scoundrels were fanning the flames one after another. "Young Master Deng. Today's matter is too humiliating. Yeah. We can't just let it go like this. Who is that guy? He's so arrogant. I'll ask Biao to take a few people to deal with him." Deng Ming was a little annoyed by these people talking at the same time. He waved his hand and frowned. Okay. Let me think about it. Young Master Deng, you can't just let it go like this, right? What did that female county head say to you that made you so afraid? Deng Ming took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, "She said that the guy is very close to Secretary Tian. But I think she might be bluffing." "Absolutely. I've never heard of such a person in Sanshan City. How could he know Secretary Tian? She's using the tiger's skin as a flag." Young Master Deng. Deng Ming nodded and said, "I think so too. Ah Hua, find someone to check this guy's background first and find out who he is." Ah Hua grinned and said, "Okay." Deng Ming threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it and said, "He better have some background. Otherwise, I'll definitely give him an unforgettable lesson." Xiao Ruofei and Yi Lin Yun walked out of the Shijiang Moon Club side by side and came to the parking lot outside the 3 blocks and 7 alleys. "You didn't drink, right?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "No." "Well, you drive." Xiao Ruofei said as he threw the car key to Yi Lin Yun. "Yes." Yi Lin Yun didn't talk much. He didn't ask where Xiao Ruofei was going. He directly took the key to the driver's seat and started the pickup truck. Xiao Ruofei used his mobile phone to set the navigation route back to Taoyuan Farm and clipped the phone to the bracket above the center console. Yi Linyun nodded knowingly and drove the pickup truck forward according to the navigation. Xiao Ruofei gave Yi Linyun another cigarette and then put one in his mouth. The two of them smoked and didn't talk. It was quiet in the car. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with interesting novels to read. Instructor Xia, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yi Linyun said in a low voice. It's nothing. Didn't I retire from the army too? What right do I have to criticize you? Xiao Ruofei laughed at himself and said, and I believe that you must have your reasons. Xiao Ruofei knew very well that Yi Linyun was born to be a Special Forces soldier. It only took him 6 months to become a qualified Special Forces soldier from a local youth. In less than 2 years, he became the backbone of the Special Forces. His innate sensitivity to the special forces and his love for the army were undeniable. Yi Linyun looked like he was reminiscing as he drove. He told Xiao Ruofei about his retirement. It turned out that Yi Linyun was going to stay in the army this year. The special forces needed a backbone like him. Even if there was only a promotion quota for a sergeant this year, it would definitely be given to him. However, when Yi Linyun was training hard for the promotion exam, his father was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. Yi Linyun was the only son in the family. His mother passed away when she gave birth to him. His father didn't remarry for so many years and raised him alone. Loyalty and filial piety couldn't be achieved at the same time. Yi Linyun's family savings were used up very quickly. Although his comrades in the special forces had organized donations and even the leader of the army personally sent condolences, cancer treatment was a bottomless pit. There wasn't enough money. Most importantly, there was no one to take care of his seriously ill father. After a fierce struggle, Yi Linyun, as the only son in the family, finally decided to retire from the army. He wanted to say goodbye to his beloved green uniform and the straight and square green military camp. Knowing his family's special situation, the army also took special measures. They allowed him to leave the army in advance before it was time for him to retire. When he returned home, Yi Linyun tried his best to take care of his seriously ill father. Even when his father knew about his illness and wanted to give up treatment, Yi Linyun firmly refused. Yi Linyun had spent all his retirement money, sold everything that could be sold, and had a huge debt. In the end, Yi Linyun was unable to save his father, who had passed away not long ago. After burying her father, Yi Linyun took the train south to Xianxia City. She hoped to earn money as soon as possible to repay the hundreds of thousands of yuan she had borrowed from her relatives and friends. However, after being a soldier for more than 4 years, all he had learned was how to kill people. Moreover, he did not have a university degree, so he had repeatedly hit a wall when applying for jobs. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. When he applied for a security guard position in Deng Ming's company, he was hired as Deng Ming's personal bodyguard due to his good skills. His monthly salary was 20,000 yuan. He had only worked for a week, and because of today's incident, he was directly kicked out by Deng Ming. After Yi Linyun finished speaking, he continued, "Instructor Xia, your comrades all know about your illness. At that time, everyone was discussing finding time to visit you at the Military General Hospital. I didn't expect you to leave the army so soon." "Oh right, your illness. How is it now?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "After coming back, I tried to treat it with traditional Chinese medicine. The effect is not bad. There shouldn't be any big problems." "Is that so? That's great." Yi Linyun, who always had a cold face, could not help but show a happy expression. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Linyun, what are your plans for the future?" "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll take it one step at a time." Yi Linyun said, "I owe about 150,000 yuan to treat my father's illness. I'll definitely find a job and work hard to earn money. I'll think about other things after I pay off the money." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well, work for me. We are comrades and brothers. It's better than being a bodyguard for a private boss." "Instructor Xia, you." Yi Linyun was a little surprised. After all, Xiao Ruofei had just retired from the army a few months ago. Moreover, he had been seriously ill before. It would be a problem for him to support himself. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I started my own business after retiring from the army. Now I have my own farm. If you don't mind, come and work with me." "Of course I'm willing," Yi Linyun said. Then he hesitated and said, "But Instructor Xia, other than what I learned in the army, I don't know anything else. With your skills, you don't need me to be a bodyguard." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I don't need it, but the company does. In the future, you'll be in charge of the company's security work. I'll also give you a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. Is there a problem?" Yi Linyun subconsciously straightened his chest and said, "Instructor, no problem." Then he hesitated and said, "But 20,000 yuan a month is too high. How high is 20,000 yuan a month for our elite special forces?" Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "The company is still in its early stages. I'll give you a raise when it develops well. The security supervisor of my Taoyuan company should at least get 1,000,000 yuan a year. Yi Linyan smiled and said, no need, Instructor Xia. 20,000 yuan a month is already a lot. While they were talking, Yi Linyan followed the GPS and drove to the holiday villa in Chongping County. Seeing the construction site in full swing, Yi Linyan asked, Instructor, is this your farm? Yes. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, it should be finished before the spring festival. You can work here with peace of mind. We'll conquer the world together. Yes. Instructor. Yi Linyan's tone was a little excited. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Lin Yun, we've already left the army. We're no longer soldiers. You don't have to call me Instructor Xia anymore. Just, call me Brother Xia. Oh, okay, Yi Linyan said. Brother. Brother Xia. Obviously, he was still not used to this new title. Xiao Ruofei opened the gate of the villa with the remote control. Yi Linyan drove into the villa and parked the car. The two got out of the car. In the corner of the yard, Lightning heard the sound and immediately rushed out of its kennel. It intimately threw itself in front of Xiao Ruofei and looked at Yi Linyan with vigilance. Xiao Ruofei pointed at Yi Linyan and said, Lightning, this is my brother. He's one of us. Don't be so fierce, okay? Lightning was very understanding. It immediately wagged its tail at Yi Linyan, obviously trying to please him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Lightning's head, asking it to go back to its kennel. Then, he took Yi Linyan to a guest room on the first floor. He opened the cabinet and took out a new quilt. He said, Lin Yun, you can stay at my house for this period of time. Okay, Brother Xia. Yi Linyan scratched his head and smiled. It's my first time living in a big villa, work hard. It won't be long before you can buy a big villa yourself. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay, go take a shower first. Thank you, Brother Xia. Xiao Ruofei went upstairs to his bedroom. After carefully locking the door, he summoned the spiritual map scroll from the palm of his hand. Then, with a thought, he took out a small travel bag from it. There were stacks of cash in the bag. Some time ago, the vegetable transactions with Zijianjiu and Lingji Catering were all in cash. Xiao Ruofei, who owned the Ring 2 space, did not deposit the money in the bank. Instead, he put it in the space. It was much safer than the bank. Xiao Ruofei counted out 150,000 yuan and put it in a big plastic bag. Then, he went to the bathroom and took a shower. Then, he took the money and went downstairs. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. When Xiao Ruofei came to the guest room on the first floor, Yi Linyan had already finished showering. When he saw Xiao Ruofei come in, he quickly got up and said, Brother Xia. Love go little say Wang. Chu. Xiao Ruofei smiled and handed the plastic bag in his hand to Yi Linyan. Take it. What? Yi Linyan subconsciously took the plastic bag. When he saw the stacks of $100 bills inside, he put down the plastic bag as if he had been electrocuted and said, Brother Xia, why are you giving me so much money? Take this money and pay off your debt first, Xiao Ruofei said. No way. Yi Linyan quickly said, Brother Xia, I haven't done any work today. How can I take so much money from you? It's not appropriate. This money isn't for free. Xiao Ruofei said, just take it as your salary in advance. This? Yi Linyan was in a dilemma. What are you talking about? Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry. Why are you being so wishy-washy as a soldier? Just take it when I tell you to. Yes. Yi Linyan said with his chest out. Then. Thank you, Brother Xia. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Well, if there's nothing else, rest early. Pay off the money tomorrow, then come back to work in peace. Okay. Yi Linyan said, then asked, Brother Xia, what exactly do I do? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the company has just been established. Are you afraid that there won't be work to do? Hee hee. I get such a high salary. I feel bad if I don't work. Yi Linyan said, scratching his head. Don't worry. There are a lot of things waiting for you to do. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The first task is to set up the entire farm's security system. I made a list before and asked the construction company to help me purchase equipment. Your first task is to ensure the quality of the security equipment. The second task is to supervise the installation and debugging process. There can be no problems. Don't worry, Brother Xia. Yi Linyun puffed out her chest and said, I promise to complete the mission. Yi Linyun was definitely an expert in this kind of work. Therefore, he was full of confidence, just like when he was in the army, he expressed his determination to the leader. Xiao Ruofei smiled and patted Yi Linyun's shoulder. Of course I'm not worried about you. Alright, let's rest. After that, Xiao Ruofei left Yi Linyun's room and returned to his bedroom upstairs. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei gave Yi Linyun the car keys and told him to go to the bank in the city first to return the money he owed. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, finished trading the vegetables supplied to the two families and then went to the construction site to inspect it. The main project of the entire farm had basically been completed. Now, the workers were mainly carrying out the equipment debugging of some of the greenhouses, the laying of roads and pipelines, the installation of farm fences, the greening of the farm area, and other finishing work. As Xiao Ruofei patrolled, he was also calculating in his heart. Yesterday, although recruiting Yi Linyun was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it also reminded Xiao Ruofei that it was time for him to recruit some people. The structure of the company was not very urgent, but the workers on the farm had become the top priority. He couldn't take care of such a big farm alone, right? If so, it would be better to plant it in the Ring 2 space. The experimental planting of the cabbage in the backyard was very successful. After soaking in the petal solution, the cabbage grew much faster in the outside world than ordinary varieties. Moreover, the taste was similar to the previous ordinary vegetables in the space. It completely met the requirements of mass planting. Xiao Ruofei's initial plan was to plant these common vegetables and fruits in the outside world. The main purpose was to promote the popularity of the Taoyuan brand. Those precious ingredients, herbs, trees, flowers, and so on were mainly planted in the space. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. It was impossible to get a lot of these high-end varieties at one time. Even if they were planted in the space, it was easier to hide a small amount each time. Therefore, there was no need to plant these things in the outside world. Planting in the space would undoubtedly improve the efficiency and quality. In fact, Xiao Ruofei already had a lot of precious crops in the Ring 2 space. Golden silk cedar, Changbai mountain ginseng, and the pair of red arowana would bring him huge profits in the future. Since he thought about recruiting, Xiao Ruofei did not want to delay anymore. After Yi Linyun finished the remittance and came back, Xiao Ruofei took him to find Manager Li, who was supervising the construction site, and introduced Yi Linyun to him. After that, he let Yi Linyun directly coordinate with him for the equipment acceptance, installation, and debugging of the security system. Then Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck and left the farm. On the way, he called the branch secretary of Dongqing village, Wan Fugui, and told him that he wanted to recruit people. He also said that if there were suitable candidates in the village, he would prioritize recruiting in the village. Wan Fugui was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly said that there must be villagers in the village who met the requirements. In this small coastal fishing village, many young people went out to do business or work, and many of the older generation lived in the village. Many people were old and could no longer go to sea to fish, so they could only stay at home. In fact, these people were not too old, so it was not a problem for them to work on the farm. Moreover, these people were not only fishermen, but many of them were also farmers. Xiao Ruofei immediately said that he would come over immediately and asked Wan Fugui to inform the villagers that those who were interested in applying could go to the village committee. When Xiao Ruofei drove to the village committee, Wan Fugui had already gathered a lot of villagers and was waiting there. As soon as Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, he spread a circle of smoke, which immediately won the villagers' favor. Wan Fugui lit the Zhonghua cigarette that Xiao Ruofei gave out, took a deep puff, and said, "Today, Boss Xia is here to recruit workers." Everyone, applaud for Boss Xia's speech. The villagers applauded one after another. Xiao Ruofei smiled and gestured with his hands, saying, "Everyone, I'm sure everyone knows that I've rented our village's collective land to open a farm, so we can be considered as fellow villagers." The villagers suddenly laughed and thought that the boss was very good, without any arrogance. Xiaoruofei continued, since we are one family, I won't be polite and will get straight to the point. I am going to recruit 15 workers for the first batch. Their main job is to do the work in the field, such as planting vegetables, fertilizing, raising fish, and so on. My requirements are that they are hardworking, honest, and have farming experience first. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Boss Xia. An old farmer in his 50s raised his hand like a primary school student and asked, how much will you pay? Xiaoruofei thought for a moment and said, the monthly salary of an ordinary worker is 5,000 yuan, and there is insurance and housing. In the future, it can be increased according to the farm's efficiency and personal performance. In addition, there will be bonuses during festivals. As soon as they heard that the salary was 5,000 yuan, the villagers became more interested. One of them immediately asked, there is insurance and housing? Isn't that the same as the white-collar workers in the city? Boss Xia, do you have food and accommodation? Xiaoruofei smiled and said, the farm can provide lunch. Our farm has an 8-hour working system. Everyone works during the day and can go home at night. If you want to live on the farm, it's okay. I will ask them to build a staff dormitory later. But don't you want to go home and hug your wife? Xiaoruofei's words immediately caused a burst of laughter. Everyone had a better impression of this young boss Xia. Then, people asked a lot of questions, and Xiaoruofei patiently answered them one by one. Finally, when he saw that everyone was clear, he smiled and said, okay, those who are interested in applying can go to Uncle Ruan to sign up. If you have any specialties, you must write them down. I will give priority to you. As soon as Xiaoruofei finished speaking, the villagers immediately surrounded Ruan Fugui. Most of these villagers were idle at home. Now, they could earn 5,000 yuan a month if they worked on the farm, and they only had to go to work during the day. Xiaoruofei also promised good benefits in all aspects. These conditions were too attractive. Who wouldn't want to do it? Fugui, register me first. I know how to raise abalones. Me too, me too. I have been farming for more than 10 years. How can you, who go fishing every day, compare with me? Fugui, register me. The villagers didn't know how to line up. They just swarmed forward, making Ruan Fugui flustered. He constantly shouted to maintain order. Xiaoruofei looked at the fiery scene in front of him and smiled. He walked to the side, lit a cigarette, and smoked leisurely. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The villagers quickly finished registering. There were 30 to 40 people who had signed up for the job. Xiaoruofei held the stack of information and said, everyone, please wait outside for a moment. When your name is called, come in. I have a few simple questions to ask. Boss Xia, is this the interview that people outside are talking about? A villager asked. Xiaoruofei smiled and said, more or less. I mainly want to understand everyone's situation. After that, Xiaoruofei gestured to Ruan Fugui. The two of them walked into the village committee together, while the villagers waited nervously at the door. Xiaoruofei offered such good treatment that everyone naturally wanted to apply for the job. In fact, Xiaoruofei avoided the crowd mainly because he wanted to hear Ruan Fugui's advice. Ruan Fugui had been the village party secretary for so many years and knew the villagers inside out. He definitely knew the situation the best. He couldn't say anything in front of the villagers outside, but he wouldn't offend anyone if he said it in the village committee. Xiaoruofei straightforwardly asked Ruan Fugui to help him choose first. First of all, he definitely couldn't hire people with bad conduct. Also, Xiaoruofei wouldn't consider people who liked to slack off and didn't put in any effort. In addition, he would give priority to those with special skills in certain areas. When he rented the land last time, Ruan Fugui knew that Xiaoruofei had a strong background. Later, Xiaoruofei also took them to the Shijiang Moon Club for dinner, which was an eye-opener for him. Therefore, he didn't dare to hide anything from Xiaoruofei. Soon, the preliminary selection was completed. Then, Xiaoruofei began to call in the villagers one by one for an interview. It was nothing more than asking about their personal situation, how old they were, how many people they had in their family, and what special skills they had. Soon, the interview process was completed. With Ruan Fugue's opinion, Xiao Ruofei finalized the list of 15 people. He walked out of the village committee with the list and announced the results of the recruitment to the villagers. The villagers who were selected were naturally overjoyed, while those who were not selected were somewhat disappointed. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged, everyone. Our farm will expand production in the future. When we need to recruit workers in the future, we will prioritize recruiting from Dongqing village. I hope everyone will be enthusiastic to sign up when the time comes." Under the envious gazes of the villagers, the 15 selected villagers stayed behind while the others left one after another. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "All right, everyone is now the employees of Taoyuan Farm. Go to the farm tomorrow and sign the employment contract. Then, you can officially start work." The salary will be calculated starting from today. Boss, let's go and work today. I heard from Secretary Ruan that your farm is undergoing construction, so you definitely need manpower. A villager rubbed his hands and smiled honestly. "If we take money without working, we will feel uneasy." Xiao Ruofei's new employees also agreed. These villagers were really simple. Their simple concept was to be paid according to one's work. Since their salary would be calculated starting today, they had to work for the boss today. Otherwise, they would not be paid for nothing. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "There is a construction team for construction. Everyone, go home today and arrange things at home. You can come back tomorrow to sign the contract." This. "All right, thank you, boss." The new employees happily went home. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Ruan Fugue and drove away from the village committee. After returning to the villa, Xiao Ruofei called Ling Qingxue and asked her to send him a sample of the employment contract for Ling Ji Catering. He then made some changes based on the actual situation of Taoyuan Farm and printed out 15 copies. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei saw that there was nothing else to do for the time being, so he picked up his phone and called Peng Hao. "Ruofei. Little fatty, did you have fun last night?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. "Very good." Chief Xing later asked people to send a lot of fruit plates and snacks over. Peng Hao said, "It was because you ran away at the last minute. The ladies in the class expressed strong indignation and asked you to treat them next time as an apology." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay. No problem." Then he asked, "By the way, little fatty, there were so many people yesterday, so it was not convenient for me to ask you. What do you do now?" Peng Hao smiled bitterly and said, "What kind of good job can a third-rate graduate like me have? I've been working as a salesman for an insurance company for the past 2 years. How's the treatment?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "The basic salary is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. I can only barely survive by relying on business commissions," Peng Hao said. "So I have to work hard to run the business. Sigh. Anyway, I'll just muddle along for now." Xiao Ruofei teased, "Little fatty, you speak as if you're living in an abyss of suffering. But what I'm curious about is that despite the pressure of life, you can still maintain such a plump figure. This little brother really admires you. Damn you." Peng Hao laughed and scolded, "You're touching a sore spot, aren't you?" "Haha." Xiao Ruofei laughed happily and then asked, "Seriously, what are your plans for the future?" "It would be a lie to say that I have no plans. Love go little say na too," Chu Peng Hao said. "I kind of regret that I played games all the time when I was in college and neglected my studies. Although the school is average, a few of my hard-working classmates are still doing well." Peng Hao paused and then said, "I majored in finance and accounting in college, so I'm revising now to get an accountant's certificate. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to change careers." "What future are you waiting for? Come work in my company," Xiao Ruofei said directly. "It's good that you majored in finance and accounting. I'm looking for an accountant. When the company's structure is ready, you'll be the chief financial officer." "Ah? Ruofei, are you kidding?" Peng Hao asked hesitantly, unable to react for a moment. "Little fatty, can I joke about this?" "Xia." Ruofei laughed and said, "Being the chief financial officer of the Taoyuan company is better than being an insurance salesman, right?" Xiao Ruofei called Peng Hao because he wanted to recruit him. That was why he wanted to find out about Peng Hao's recent situation. If Peng Hao was doing well, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't mention it. But Peng Hao himself wasn't satisfied with the current situation, so Xiao Ruofei naturally decided to recruit him without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei used people based on ability, but he valued character more. Peng Hao was his good friend in junior high school, and after talking with him yesterday, he knew that the little fatty's character was still the same as before. He could be said to be from the bottom of society, but in order to stand up for Xiao Ruofei, he didn't hesitate to quarrel with Lu Hang, the second generation of an official. This was an important reason why Xiao Ruofei trusted him. Peng Hao naturally knew the name of the Taoyuan company, so he said, "Of course, but Ruofei, I didn't even pass the accountant exam. If I go to your company, you can learn slowly if you're not familiar with the business. Besides, aren't you already preparing for the exam?" Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. "It doesn't matter to me whether I have a certificate or not. The important thing is that for an important position like finance, I must use a brother that I trust." Peng Hao was very touched and immediately said, "Okay. Ruofei, just because of what you said, I'll resign in a moment. Don't worry, I'll come here to work, and I'll make sure everything is in order. If there's a mistake, you can fire me directly. It's not that serious." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Okay, then I won't say more. I'll send you the location via WeChat. You can come over early tomorrow morning." "Okay, see you tomorrow." The next morning, Yi Linyun went directly to the construction site. The security equipment he ordered had arrived today, so he had to start working. After Xiao Ruofei sent off the 2 trucks, he saw Peng Hao and the 15 new employees, who had been recruited yesterday, arrive at the villa almost at the same time. "Good morning, boss." "Hello, boss Xia." The new employees greeted Xiao Ruofei and looked around from time to time. They felt very new to the modern farm. Xiao Ruofei smiled and greeted them. Then he went over to Peng Hao and said with a smile, "Fatty, you're here early." Peng Hao smiled and said, "The opportunity for a meteoric rise is right in front of me. How could I not be early? You brat." Xiao Ruofei gently punched Peng Hao's chest and said, "You wait here for a moment. I'll take care of something here." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei asked Peng Hao to go to the living room and move a small table to the yard. Then he took out the pre-printed contract. A few of the new employees were literate. Although they couldn't fully understand the contract, they could still understand the benefits. So, everyone quickly signed the contract and pressed their fingerprints. Xiao Ruofei also signed each contract and stamped the company's seal. The employment contract was officially effective. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to give the new employees a few more days off. After all, some of the finishing work on the farm had not been completed yet. A few days of salary was nothing to him. But these simple fishermen and farmers refused to do anything. In their view, they were paid to do things. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to let them help at the construction site. That way, they could more or less increase work efficiency. After handing over the new employees to Manager Li, who was supervising the construction site, Xiao Ruofei handed over the company's financial affairs to Peng Hao, including the account information, financial stamps, transfer checks, and so on. Peng Hao's work at this stage was to formalize the Taoyuan company's financial affairs, including making a salary table for the new employees and settling the project payment with the construction party in stages. Also, the settlement of Ling's restaurant and Shijiang Moon Club had to be gradually changed to public transfer. These were enough to keep Peng Hao busy for a while. Xiao Ruofei simply gave him 5,000 yuan and asked him to go back to the city to buy a good desktop. Then, he temporarily used the other guest room on the first floor as the finance office for Peng Hao. In this way, everyone was busy with their own things. Xiao Ruofei became idle again. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei was playing with lightning in the villa's yard. Yi Linyun suddenly appeared at the door silently and said, "Brother Xia, there are 2 cars over there. It seems that they are looking for you." "Oh?" Xiao Ruofei stood up and walked out of the villa. Yi Linyun followed him closely. In the distance, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan and a silver Mercedes-Benz MPV drove over one after another. The cars drove directly to the gate of the courtyard. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and several young men in black suits quickly got out of the car. Xiao Ruofei knew at a glance that these young men in black suits were very agile. They were definitely martial artists. He couldn't help frowning slightly. However, when the electric door of the MPV slowly opened with 2 beeps, Xiao Ruofei's eyebrows immediately relaxed. Because he saw Tian Huixin get out of the car first with Huan Huan in her arms, followed by Ma Jiming and Lu Yu. When Huan Huan saw Xiao Ruofei from afar, she immediately broke free from Tian Huixin's arms, showed a happy and pure smile, and ran towards Xiao Ruofei. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Uncle! Huan Huan shouted happily from afar. Love go little say W, Chu this time. Her pronunciation was much clearer than a few days ago. A gentle smile also appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face. He squatted down and opened his arms. Huan Huan threw herself into his arms at once, her pink face constantly rubbing against Xiao Ruofei's face. Huan Huan, did you miss Uncle? Xiao Ruofei asked as he hugged Huan Huan. Very much. Huan Huan answered very seriously. How much? Huan Huan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she opened her hands and gestured, that's how I miss you. Then, the adults who followed them all laughed happily. Even Lu Yu had a rare smile on her face. Xiao Ruofei stood up with Huan Huan in one hand and greeted them, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, Lu Yu, hello. Xiaosheng, the environment of your farm is good. Ma Jiming said with a smile, it seems that your business is also doing very well. Tian Huixin also smiled and greeted Xiao Ruofei. Lu Yu also nodded slightly at Xiao Ruofei. The expression on her face was much more relaxed than before. She no longer looked like Xiao Ruofei owed her millions. There was even a slight smile on her face. Obviously, her impression of Xiao Ruofei had greatly changed. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Ma Jiming, it's just a small matter. It's not worthy of Mr. Ma's attention. Then, he reached out and pinched Huan Huan's little face and asked, by the way, Mr. Ma, Ms. Tian, has Huan Huan finished a course of medicine? How is it? Tian Huixin said excitedly, Xiaoxia, the effect of your Chinese medicine is very obvious. Yes, Xiaosheng, you are a miracle doctor. Ma Jiming was also very excited. We are here to thank you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, come, let's talk inside. Yi Linyun was stunned. He had never heard that Instructor Xia had medical skills, and it seemed that his medical skills were very good. But why would Instructor Xia run to the medical team whenever he had a headache or fever in the army? He must have taken a fancy to one of the beautiful female soldiers. Yi Linyun speculated in his heart. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know that the silent Yi Linyun's heart was burning with the flames of gossip. He led the group into the villa's courtyard. Ma Jiming's bodyguards in black stayed outside the courtyard. Seeing so many people come in, Lightning, who was originally lazily lying down and basking in the sun, suddenly got up. Its eyes vigilantly swept over the crowd, and its mouth also made a whining sound. Lightning, they are all my guests. Don't be rude. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Lightning would scare them, so he quickly said loudly. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Lightning immediately became lazy again. It casually glanced at the crowd, then strolled to the other side of the courtyard where the sun was more abundant. It comfortably lay down and continued to bask in the sun. When Huan Huan saw Lightning, whose fur was like silk, her face suddenly showed a happy expression. She pointed at Lightning with her pink little finger and said, Doggy. Doggy. Huan Huan, that dog is called Lightning. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, do you want to play with Lightning? Yes. Huan Huan said without hesitation. Okay. Xiao Ruofei put Huan Huan on the ground and said with a smile, go ahead. Xiaoxia, this. Tian Huixin couldn't help but worry. Lightning was very fierce just now. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Ms. Tian, don't be afraid. Lightning is very gentle. After that, Xiao Ruofei said seriously, Lightning, play with Huan Huan. Don't scare her, okay? Lightning raised its eyelids and slowly shook its tail, indicating that it understood. Huan Huan happily ran to Lightning and reached out to stroke Lightning's smooth fur. Tian Huixin's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she saw this. However, Lightning seemed to enjoy it very much. It closed its eyes slightly and let Huan Huan stroke it. It even used its nose to gently touch Huan Huan, looking rather docile. The more Huan Huan played, the happier she became. Later, she directly put her arms around Lightning's neck and said something to Lightning. Her language ability was still worse than the average child of her age. Tian Huixin watched for a while and slowly felt relieved. Xia Ruofei asked Yi Linyun to stay in the yard to look after Huan Huan, while he walked into the villa with Ma Jiming, his wife, and Lu Yu. Everyone took their seats in the living room. Xia Ruofei made tea for the three of them, then sat down and said with a smile, "It seems that Huan Huan should have improved a lot." Tian Huixin nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, Xiaoxia. It can be said that every time Huan Huan drinks the medicine, her condition will improve a little. It's like a dream." Tian Huixin glanced at her daughter, who was happily playing with Lightning in the yard, and said, "Huan Huan's eyesight is completely fine now. She can look at adults, and she can listen carefully when we talk. Even normal communication is not a problem. It's just that her language ability still needs time to recover." As she spoke, Tian Huixin's eyes became a little red. For the past few years, she had been worried sick about her daughter. She had gone through the process of hope, disappointment, and even despair countless times. Now that Huan Huan had such a pleasant change, it was hard to describe the feeling in her heart. Ma Jiming put his arm around his wife's shoulder and patted her gently. He said, "Xia Sheng, we took Huan Huan to do a long-range dynamic electroencephalogram yesterday. The results are very normal. The epileptic sharp waves that had always existed before have all disappeared. The doctor said that this is an important sign that the cranial nerve system has returned to normal." "That's great," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Huan Huan was such a lovely little girl, but she had always lived in her own world. Now that she could recover, Xia Ruofei was naturally happy for her from the bottom of his heart. "I'll prepare another course of Chinese medicine today to consolidate the effect of the medicine," Xia Ruofei said. "I estimate that after 1 or 2 more courses, the problem should be completely solved." "Xia Sheng, I can't thank you enough," Ma Jiming said as he held Xia Ruofei's hand tightly. Then, Ma Jiming took out a check from the inner pocket of his suit and handed it to Xia Ruofei. He said, "Xia Sheng, I know that you didn't treat Huan Huan for money, but this is a token of our Ma family's sincerity. You must accept it." Xia Ruofei took the check and looked at it. It was a total of 1 million Huaxia dollars. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony." After that, he put the check away. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, $1 million for a complete petal of a strange flower was not expensive. Lu Yu, who was next to him, saw this and muttered in her heart, "This guy is really not polite." He didn't even decline. However, although she said so in her heart, Lu Yu found that she didn't feel disgusted by Xia Ruofei's behavior as before. Instead, she felt that he was sincere and not pretentious. Even she didn't realize that her impression of Xia Ruofei had changed a lot unconsciously. Xia Ruofei said, "You can play here with Huan Huan for a while. I'll go to the county's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy to get some medicine back. You can take it back and keep it in cold storage." Okay. "Sorry to trouble you, Xia Sheng," Ma Jiming said quickly. Xia Ruofei looked at Lu Yu and asked with a smile, "Miss Lu, would you like to go with me to buy medicine today?" Lu Yu's pretty face was slightly hot and she said, "I'm too lazy to go with you." "What if you go to do that again? Won't I have to wait for you for half a day again?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help laughing. He reached for the car key on the tea table and walked outside. Just then, Ma Jiming's mobile phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Ma Jiming said in Cantonese. He didn't know what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Ma Jiming's face suddenly changed and he asked hurriedly, "What? How could this be? My daddy has always been in good health. Is his life in danger? Tell me quickly." "Okay, I see. Genius 1 second remember love divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Although Xia Ruofei didn't understand Cantonese, he knew that something big must have happened when he saw Ma Jiming's face change. Therefore, he stopped and looked at Ma Jiming. Love go small, said W. Chu Tian Huixin waited for Ma Jiming to hang up the phone and immediately asked anxiously, Jiming, what happened to Dad? Ma Jiming was a little lost, and his eyes were a little red. He calmed himself down and said to Tian Huixin, Dad, he suddenly had a cerebral hemorrhage. His condition is not good, and he has fallen into a deep coma. Ah? Tian Huixin covered her mouth with her hand and murmured after a while, how could this be? Dad, he has always been in good health. Ma Jiming said sadly, Huixin, we have to go back to Hong Kong immediately. Dean Qin said that Dad's condition. I'm afraid he can't hold on for long. The plane sent by our family has applied for a round-trip route, and it is now on its way to Sanshan. Let's go to the airport now. Okay, let's go. Tian Huixin was also a little panicked. Although her father-in-law had gradually begun to delegate power to Ma Jiming, he was still the backbone of the family business. If her father-in-law was gone, Ma Jiming would immediately face a situation of internal and external difficulties. Ma Jiming gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said to Xiao Ruofei, Xiao Sheng, I'm sorry. My father suddenly had a cerebral hemorrhage, and now our family has to rush back to Hong Kong immediately. As for Huan Huan's treatment, I'll have to trouble you next time. Oh, it's okay. Xiao Ruofei said, you should go back quickly. The old man's condition is more important. Go small, said Kama. Jiming and Tian Huixin walked out. Tian Huixin went to the yard and picked up Huan Huan, who was still playing, and walked out of the yard together. Xiao Ruofei naturally walked them all the way to the door. At this time, Lu Yu suddenly looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Xiao Ruofei, do you have any way to save my uncle's father? Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Ruofei with hope. Just now, all they wanted was to rush back to Hong Kong as soon as possible. After hearing Lu Yu's question, Ma Jiming and his wife suddenly thought that Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were very brilliant. Professor Tian's acute myocardial infarction was very dangerous. Anyone with a little medical knowledge knew that, not to mention Huan Huan's autism, which was a world-class medical problem, but Xiao Ruofei had successfully solved it. In the phone call just now, Dean Qin of his family's private hospital had basically announced that there was no hope for his father, Ma Xiong. Ma Jiming was in a hurry to go back. On one hand, he wanted to see his father for the last time. On the other hand, he wanted to go back to stabilize his position and prepare to face all kinds of pressure from inside and outside the family after Ma Xiong's death. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw and pinned all his hopes on Xiao Ruofei. The couple stared at Xiao Ruofei, hoping that Xiao Ruofei would nod his head. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, there is a treatment for cerebral hemorrhage in traditional Chinese medicine, but it also needs a specific analysis of the specific situation. I haven't seen the patient and I don't know the condition at all. I can't make any promises. Hearing this, Lu Yu immediately said, Xiao Ruofei, please help aunt and uncle. We don't need you to make any promises. We just need to try our best. As Lu Yu spoke, she looked at Xiao Ruofei with a pair of big watery eyes. Ma Jiming also quickly said, Xiao Sheng, if it's convenient, please go back to Hong Kong with us. Whether the treatment is successful or not, we will be very grateful. Xiao Ruofei didn't reject treating Ma Xiong. He had a good impression of this famous rich man. He was also familiar with the inspirational story of Ma Xiong's childhood when he was poor and started from scratch. Besides, helping the Ma family would definitely be of great help to his career in the future. It was just that he didn't know how serious Ma Xiong's condition was, so Xiao Ruofei was a little hesitant. He thought about it and said, it's okay for me to go with you, but I don't have a Hong Kong or Macau pass. A pass was needed to go to Hong Kong. Even if it was urgent, it would take 5 to 7 working days. By then, it would be too late. I'll ask my mother to arrange it immediately. Lu Yu said without hesitation, you go to the airport first. I'll take care of the Hong Kong and Macau passes. Xiao Xia. Tian Huixin looked at Xiao Ruofei with a pleading look in her eyes. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate anymore. He nodded and said, okay. I'll go with you. But you have to wait for me for 2 minutes. After that, Xiao Ruofei returned to the villa and went into the garage from the inside. The garage door was locked every morning, except when he moved vegetables. Xiao Ruofei summoned the spiritual map scroll in the garage. Then, he took out 5 days' worth of vegetables for the 2 catering companies and put them on both sides. Then, he took out a small suitcase from the space and put a few clothes in it. Then, he dragged the suitcase out of the villa. In the eyes of Ma Jiming and the others, Xiao Ruofei must have gone into the house to pack his luggage. Xiao Ruofei told Ji Linyun about Shi Jianyue and Ling's catering company coming to pick up the vegetables. In addition, he also entrusted the farm construction site to him. Finally, Xiao Ruofei gave the keys to the villa and the pickup truck to Yi Linyun. Then, Xiao Ruofei told Lightning to listen to Yi Linyun while he was away. Time was of the essence. After Xiao Ruofei quickly dealt with these things, he followed Ma Jiming's family into the Mercedes-Benz. Lu Yu took the Mercedes-Benz that Ma Jiming's bodyguard drove directly back to the city. On the way to the airport, Xiao Ruofei called Mr. Jing and Ling Qingxue of Shi Jianyue. He told them that he would be away for a few days and that the vegetables for the next 5 days were ready in advance. He asked them to send a car to pick them up immediately. Both of them had their own cold storage, so it wasn't a big problem to store the vegetables for a few days. Finally, Xiao Ruofei sent Yi Linyun's contact information to the 2 of them respectively. When Ling Qingxue heard that Xiao Ruofei was going out, she asked about the situation with concern. However, this was a private matter of Ma Jiming's family, so Xiao Ruofei couldn't say much. He just said that he had something urgent to do and that he would be away for a few days. The airport was also in Chongping County, so the car drove for about half an hour before they arrived at the seaside Chongping Airport. This time, the Ma family directly sent a private jet to pick them up, so Xiao Ruofei and the others didn't take the normal passage. Instead, they went to a small building next to the main terminal. There was a passage for private jets there. As soon as they arrived at the airport, Lu Yu called to say that Xiao Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass was settled. The secretary personally came, so it couldn't be described as efficient. 10 minutes ago, Xiao Ruofei took photos of the required documents in the car and sent them to Lu Yu. In less than half an hour, a complete set of documents was completed. Ma Jiming's bodyguards drove to the airport with Xiao Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass. Now, Xiao Ruofei and the others could only wait. Fortunately, the private jet from Hong Kong hadn't landed yet, so it wasn't a waste of time. It was about a 50-minute drive from the city, but from the time Lu Yu called to the time the bodyguards arrived at the private jet terminal, it was only about half an hour. He reckoned that these brothers had been rushing all the way here with all their might. After Xiao Ruofei received the brand new Hong Kong and Macau pass, he immediately went through a simple security check with Ma Jiming's family of 3 and entered the restricted area of the private jet terminal. The plane's capacity was limited, so the bodyguards didn't follow them in. They would take the fastest civil plane back to the port. Xiao Ruofei and the others went directly to the designated parking spot on the tarmac and waited. After a while, they saw a commercial jet that was much smaller than a civil plane slowly approaching from a distance. It soon landed steadily on the runway. Genius remembers love in 1 second go? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. The plane quickly left the runway and slowly glided along the taxiway to Xiao Ruofei and the others. As soon as the plane stopped, a flight attendant immediately opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway ladder. Then, she quickly walked down and stood respectfully next to them. Time was of the essence, so after Xiao Ruofei and the others boarded the plane, the beautiful female flight attendant immediately closed the cabin door. As soon as everyone sat down and fastened their seat belts, the captain's voice came from the radio, telling everyone that the plane was about to taxi to the runway again. From landing to boarding, and then taxiing again, there was almost no delay in the middle. The Gulfstream business jet waited for 2 or 3 minutes at the runway before it was allowed to take off. The plane slowly turned and began to increase the takeoff thrust after it was aligned with the runway. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of pressure. The scene outside the porthole was rapidly retreating, and the speed of the plane was rapidly increasing. Soon, Xiao Ruofei felt the fuselage tremble slightly, and the plane leaped lightly and rushed into the sky. When Xiao Ruofei was in the army, he had taken military transport planes and armed helicopters, but this was the first time he had taken such a high-end business jet, so he couldn't help but look around curiously. This Gulfstream G660 was considered a high-end product among private jets. The interior of the cabin was extremely luxurious, with fully wrapped leather seats, spacious seating space, and dazzling multimedia facilities. All of these were things that ordinary civil aviation first-class cabins couldn't compare to. This was the life of the rich. It was convenient, fast, and traveling was more of a pleasure. Xiao Ruofei silently said in his heart, sooner or later, I will buy a plane like this. After 7 years in the army, he had risked his life for the country. Now that he had retired, it was time to enjoy life. Ma Jiming and his wife were both worried. Only the immature Huan was very happy because Xiao Ruofei was also on the plane. The cruising altitude of the Gulf Stream was 40,000 feet, higher than the 30,000 feet of ordinary civil aviation. Cruising in the stratosphere with smooth airflow, the plane naturally had no turbulence. About an hour later, the plane began to descend slowly and landed at Hong Kong International Airport. The plane taxied to the parking space, where a luxurious Toyota Nanny van was already waiting. The Ma family even coordinated with the staff at the immigration office and quickly handled the immigration procedures for Xiao Ruofei on the tarmac. Then, the group got into the Toyota Nanny van. Xiao Ruofei thought that the car should drive directly to the hospital, but he didn't expect that the car didn't drive out of the airport. Instead, it was led to the helipad on the other side of the airport by the guide car. The private helicopter arranged by the Ma family had already started its engine, and the group of people boarded the helicopter. The helicopter soon took off and flew toward the southwest of Hong Kong. On the plane, Ma Jiming explained to Xiao Ruofei that their arrangement was to avoid the traffic jam during rush hour so that they could reach the hospital faster. Xiao Ruofei looked out of the window and listened to the roaring sound of the helicopter engine. He couldn't help but think about the life of the rich. Soon, the plane landed on the helipad on the rooftop of a hospital building. This hospital was owned by the Hengfeng group of the Ma family, and it was also one of the most high-end private hospitals in Hong Kong. It had first-class medical conditions in Asia. Xiao Ruofei and the group got off the helicopter. The Ma family had already been waiting for them on the helipad. He led everyone directly to the ICU on the 8th floor by elevator. The director of Hengfeng Hospital and the others were gathered outside the ICU. The boss of the group was dying, so they were naturally very nervous. In addition to a group of doctors in white coats, there was also a group of people who were dressed very well. They were all waiting outside the ICU. This group of people had different expressions on their faces. Some were anxious, some were faintly expectant, and some were even gloating. As soon as Ma Jiming and a group of people appeared, the people who were gathered at the entrance of the ICU all greeted them. The director of Hengfeng Hospital was an old man with white hair. Before he had time to greet him, Ma Jiming asked eagerly, Director Qin, how is my father now? Director Qin frowned and said, Master Ming, Mr. Ma's situation is not optimistic. The development of the disease is very rapid, and now he is in a deep coma. The hemorrhage is quite large, and he has symptoms of intracranial hypertension. The corneal reflex is almost gone. You have to be mentally prepared. The two of them talked in Cantonese. Because it was related to the illness, Tian Huixin quietly translated to Mandarin for Xiao Ruofei. Ma Jiming's eyes suddenly turned red. He asked, Director Qin, is there really no other way? Director Qin shook his head regretfully and said, Mr. Ma is so old, and the hernia has been there for a long time. There is no condition for surgery. And conservative treatment is basically useless for such a serious condition. Ma Jiming's body swayed, and he almost fainted. He reached out to hold on to the wall and took a few deep breaths to calm down. Ming, you have to hang in there. Uncle is a good man. He will be fine. Second uncle is sick now. Hengfeng needs you to support it. The relatives next to him all comforted Ma Jiming. Although Ma Xiong only had one son, Ma Jiming, the Ma family was still very big. Ma Xiong had a total of 6 brothers and sisters. Most of the people present today were Ma Jiming's cousins. However, although these people were comforting him, there was not much sadness on their faces. This was the case for rich families. Hengfeng Group was founded by Ma Xiong, but most of these relatives held important positions in the group. Many of them also controlled some of Hengfeng's high-quality assets. Now that the leader of Hengfeng, Ma Xiong, was about to die, many people's thoughts had already turned to how to divide the family property. Ma Jiming suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Ruofei hopefully. He asked, Xiao Sheng, you must have a way to save my father, right? Xiao Ruofei said calmly, Mr. Ma, I can try, but I really can't guarantee the result, thank you. Thank you. Ma Jiming said quickly, Mr. Xia, then I'll leave it to you. No matter what the result is, I will thank you well. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said lightly, there is no time to lose, Mr. Ma. I need to prepare some Chinese medicine immediately. You can ask someone to take me to the nearest Chinese medicine shop. Ma Jiming quickly said, we have a Chinese medicine shop in Hengfeng Hospital. Director Qin, take Xiaoxing to the Chinese medicine shop immediately. No matter what herbs he needs, you have to prepare them immediately. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. This middle-aged lady was called Ma Quan, the daughter of Ma Jiming's uncle. She also worked in Hengfeng, and her position in the group was second only to Ma Jiming. Ma Jiming frowned slightly and said, Sister Quan, this Xiaoxing is a master I invited from the mainland. Master? Ma Quan raised her head slightly and glanced at Xiao Ruofei. She sneered and said, does this young man know magic? This is the first time I've seen such a young master. Sister Quan, don't talk nonsense. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaoxing is a brilliant Chinese medicine doctor. Such a young Chinese medicine doctor. Ma Quan exclaimed exaggeratedly. Ming Zai, have you been cheated? We understand that you're concerned about your uncle's illness, but you can't be so ridiculous. What kind of medical skills can a young man know? Ma Quan had been talking to Ma Jiming in poor Mandarin. Obviously, she deliberately said it for Xiao Ruofei to hear. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Xiao Ruofei and deliberately said loudly, Ming Zai, there are too many scammers in the mainland. You have to be more careful. Some scammers are targeting rich people like you. Tian Huixin couldn't help but frown. Ma Quan's words were too harsh. Ma Quan pretended to cover her mouth and said, Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about you. Tian Huixin was from the mainland. Ma Quan's words obviously had a hidden meaning and deliberately said it for Tian Huixin to hear. Tian Huixin looked at Xiao Ruofei next to her. Seeing that he was still calm, her heart calmed down a little. Then she frowned slightly and said, Sister Quan, Xiao Xia is my father's good friend. He's also a guest that Jiming and I invited. Please be polite. Ma Quan widened her eyes exaggeratedly and said, Sister-in-law, I'm doing this for you and Jiming, and for Hengfeng. What if Zai Ming is too concerned and gets cheated of a large sum of money in order to treat second uncle's illness? That would be Hengfeng's loss. Hengfeng was founded by Ma Xiong. Although he gave a small amount of shares to the younger generation of the family, most of the shares were controlled by him and Ma Jiming. But Ma Quan's words made it sound like she was the owner of Hengfeng. Ma Jiming suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and said, Elder Sister Quan, don't say any more. My daddy's condition is so critical that every minute we delay is dangerous. Now, I'm going to ask Mr. Xia to treat daddy immediately. It's settled. Ma Jiming saw that Ma Quan was about to say something, so he added, the person lying in the ward is my father. If anything goes wrong, I will be responsible for it. After saying this, Ma Jiming sincerely looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, Xiao Sheng, I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Dean Qin of Hengfeng Hospital hurriedly led the way, preparing to personally take Xiao Ruofei to the Chinese medicine pharmacy. When Xiao Ruofei passed by Ma Quan, a playful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He stopped and looked at her and said, Elder sister, I'll give you a word of advice. The brain is a good thing. Ma Quan was a little confused by these words. She asked impatiently, what are you talking about? Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said lightly, the brain is a good thing. I hope you can have it too. After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped forward and followed Dean Qin in front of him. Ma Quan was stunned for a moment. After coming to her senses, she flew into a rage and screamed, damn mainlander. How dare you call me brainless? Xiao Ruofei suddenly stopped in her tracks. She abruptly turned around and coldly glanced at Ma Quan. His bone-chilling gaze made Ma Quan feel a chill in her heart. Xiao Ruofei withdrew his cold murderous aura and said lightly, the patient is Mr. Ma's father, and I'm a doctor invited by Mr. Ma. Do you think a person with a brain will jump out and talk nonsense at this time? He paused and continued without waiting for Ma Quan to speak. Also, you'd better put away your inexplicable sense of superiority, especially your foul mouth. It will only expose your lack of education. After that, Xiao Ruofei left quickly without looking back. Ma Quan was trembling with anger. She asked hatefully behind him, "What if you can't cure second uncle's illness?" Xiao Ruofei looked back again and sneered, "What a joke. When did I guarantee that I can cure him? Hengfeng Hospital has so many brain experts and first-class medical facilities in Asia. Aren't they all helpless? Why should I be the one to cure him?" Even Mr. Ma didn't say anything. "What qualifications do you have to criticize me?" After that, Xiao Ruofei no longer paid attention to this unreasonable woman. He quickly followed Ding Qin and disappeared at the corner of the corridor. Ma Jiming frowned slightly and looked at Ma Quan thoughtfully. He didn't pay attention to her and took his wife and daughter to sit down on the bench next to him. He pinned all his hopes on Xiao Ruofei. All he could do now was wait. Since Ma Jiming attached so much importance to Xiao Ruofei, Ding Qin naturally didn't dare to neglect him. He respectfully led Xiao Ruofei to take the elevator to the Chinese medicine pharmacy on the first floor and then asked, "Mr. Xia, we've arrived at the Chinese medicine pharmacy. What can I do for you?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Ding Qin, I'll have to trouble you. Please ask all the staff in the pharmacy to leave. I can make the medicine myself. It'll be quick and won't delay your work." No problem, Ding Qin said quickly. Not to mention a delay of a few minutes, even if the pharmacy was closed for an entire day, Ding Qin wouldn't dare to say anything. He left and called out all the staff in the pharmacy according to Xiao Ruofei's instructions. Then, he respectfully invited Xiao Ruofei into the pharmacy. Xiao Ruofei walked in and saw that Hengfeng Hospital was really strong. The rows of neatly arranged cabinets were densely packed with small drawers. Each drawer was labeled. At first glance, it was very spectacular. The scale of this Chinese medicine pharmacy was not as big as that of a provincial hospital. Xiao Ruofei had already checked and memorized a prescription for calming the nerves and nourishing the brain in advance. This prescription naturally couldn't cure cerebral hemorrhage, but it would definitely not be harmful to the body. Xiao Ruofei didn't directly take the medicine according to the prescription. Instead, he took more than 40 kinds of herbs. Except for the 7 or 8 herbs he needed, the rest were taken casually. The pharmacy was monitored, and Xiao Ruofei was always cautious. Xiao Ruofei walked out of the pharmacy with a large tray of herbs. Ding Qin immediately greeted him, but he also knew how to avoid arousing suspicion. He didn't look at the herbs. "Mr. Xia, have you found all the herbs?" Ding Qin asked. "Yes. You have quite a lot of herbs here." Xiao Ruofei smiled and then asked, "Is there a place to decoct the medicine?" Yes, it's next door. Please follow me," Ding Qin said quickly. The room where the medicine was decocted had already been cleared. Ding Qin walked him to the door and consciously stopped. Xiao Ruofei locked the door and carefully checked that there were no surveillance devices in the room. Only then did he feel relieved. He skillfully found the herbs he needed from the tray and officially began to decoct the medicine. P.S. This book will be officially published tomorrow. There will be a third update later. It will be published at noon tomorrow. Here, Steel Spear is asking for a subscription and guaranteed monthly ticket in advance. Once again, thank you brothers and sisters for your support in the past 2 months. Genius 1 second remember love/go/little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The third update has been delivered. This is the last chapter of the public version. It will be on the shelves at noon tomorrow. Steel Spear would also like to ask brothers and sisters in advance for subscriptions and guaranteed monthly tickets. Thank you. Hengfeng Hospital's Chinese medicine pharmacy was very professional. It had all the necessary facilities to brew Chinese medicine. There was a charcoal stove, a casserole pot, and a special bucket of rootless water. Xiao Ruofei put the herbs into the casserole pot, added an appropriate amount of rootless water, and started the stove to brew the medicine. The process of brewing medicine was very boring, but he couldn't be distracted at all times. Although it was just a deceptive medicinal soup, Xiao Ruofei still strictly followed the procedures described in the online information and spent more than half an hour to brew the medicine. He poured the medicinal soup into a porcelain bowl specially used for Chinese medicine, and then poured the remaining unused herbs into the stove together with the dregs, and burned them all. In this way, even if a brilliant Chinese medicine doctor came, he wouldn't be able to find out the specific prescription used in this medicinal soup. Xiao Ruofei vigilantly checked again. After confirming that there was no danger, he summoned the Ling Tu painting scroll and took out the container containing the strange flower petals from the space. After a period of accumulation, there were now 13 strange flower petals. This was under the condition that Xiao Ruofei increased the frequency of using the petals to 2 petals every 3 days. Otherwise, he could have saved more. Although the consumption of the strange flower petals would inevitably increase after the farm started operating, and there might even be a situation where he couldn't make ends meet, Xiao Ruofei still insisted on constantly strengthening himself. After experiencing the torture of a terminal illness, Xiao Ruofei was very clear that the improvement of his personal strength was real. Otherwise, everything would be fleeting. Love go little say W. Chu Xiao Ruofei carefully picked up one of the blue flower petals with a pair of tweezers and put it into the medicinal soup. The petals instantly dissolved in the medicinal soup without a sound. He stirred the medicinal soup with a spoon again, and then followed the same method as last time. He placed the porcelain bowl containing the medicinal soup into the Ring 2 space, and used the difference in the flow of time inside and outside to quickly cool down the medicinal soup in a few minutes. Xiao Ruofei took out the cooled medicine from the space and stored the spirit map scroll into his body. Then, he carried the porcelain bowl out of the room. For more than half an hour, Dean Qin had been waiting outside the door. He didn't even sit down for a while. He kept pacing back and forth anxiously. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come out, Dean Qin hurried over and asked, "Mr. Xia, is everything settled?" "Yeah." Xiao Ruofei smiled. "Dean Qin, let's go to the ICU." Okay, thank you for your hard work," Dean Qin hurriedly said. The two of them hurried to the elevator. Cerebral hemorrhage was very dangerous, especially when Ma Xiong fell into a deep coma so quickly. In this case, the mortality rate was as high as 90%, and they all died within a few hours to a few days. Therefore, the two of them felt a sense of urgency. As soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei and Dean Qin, Ma Jiming immediately walked over to greet them. Most of Ma Jiming's relatives looked at them from afar with complicated expressions. Ma Quan, who was full of crap just now, sneered and looked at Xiao Ruofei with disdain. In fact, not to mention Ma Quan and these relatives, even Dean Qin and the neurologists in the hospital felt that Ma Jiming was desperate. With such a serious cerebral hemorrhage, he could die at any time. How could Chinese medicine work? "Xia Sheng!" Ma Jiming shouted. "The medicine is ready," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "There's no time to lose. Let's give it to Mr. Ma right away." Okay. Ma Jiming hurriedly said. He personally accompanied Xiao Ruofei, and under the guidance of Dean Qin, they entered the ICU together. Everyone put on sterile clothes and after a set of disinfection procedures, they finally entered Ma Xiong's ward. This was the first time Ma Jiming saw his father after returning to Hong Kong. He saw the gray-haired Ma Xiong lying on the hospital bed with his eyes closed. He looked very haggard. His body was connected to various wires, and advanced medical equipment was monitoring his body's indicators at all times. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at the skinny old man on the hospital bed. He really couldn't associate him with the tycoon in Hong Kong's business world. Ma Xiong started from scratch, and after decades of hard work, he accumulated tens of billions of assets. He was a veritable jewelry king in Hong Kong. At the same time, the Hengfeng Group founded by Ma Xiong was also involved in many industries such as catering, medical, finance, and so on. It was a veritable business empire. However, such a business tycoon was still so vulnerable in the face of a sudden disease. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel that life was fragile. So what if you were rich? If the king of hell wanted you to die at midnight, you wouldn't be able to live past midnight. Daddy. Ma Jiming's voice was a little choked. Master Ming, Mr. Ma is now in a deep coma, and he doesn't have any reaction to external stimuli. Dean Qin whispered. Xiao Ruofei carefully put the medicine on the bedside table, and then said, "There's no time to lose, let's give Mr. Ma the medicine immediately." Dean Qin quickly said, "Mr. Xia, Mr. Ma doesn't have any swallowing reaction at the moment. Should we perform a gastric intubation first?" It was very important to give medicine to a patient in a deep coma, because normal people swallowed to let food enter the esophagus, but in a deep coma, there would be no swallowing reaction. The amount of Chinese medicine was relatively large. If it was directly given, the success rate was very low, and it was even likely that the medicine would choke the lungs. However, if it was intubated, the patient would suffer because the catheter usually went through the nostrils and directly into the stomach. The process was naturally very painful. Of course, the patient in a coma generally didn't feel this kind of pain. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Not for the time being. Let's try feeding him a small amount first. If it doesn't work, then we'll intubate." "Ah? This?" Dean Qin was shocked. "Mr. Xia, this is too dangerous." No. Dean Qin didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to make such a layman's decision. Originally, he didn't have any hope for Chinese medicine treatment. Now, Xiao Ruofei's decision made him have a strong doubt of Xiao Ruofei's medical skills. Because Xiao Ruofei didn't even understand common sense, if it wasn't for Ma Jiming's face, Dean Qin would definitely scold him. Ma Jiming said without thinking, "Dean Qin, listen to Xia Xing. Okay." Dean Qin sighed and said. Private hospitals were like this. The other party was a young master, and they had the final say. Professionalism didn't work at all. Dean Qin simply stood to the side and watched with folded arms, allowing Xiao Ruofei to mess around. Xiao Ruofei raised the head of the bed a little, then took a spoon and scooped a small amount of medicinal soup. He gestured for Ma Jiming to come over and help support Ma Xiong. Then, he held Ma Xiong's chin and gently forced Ma Xiong's mouth to open a little. He held the spoon in his other hand and put a small amount of medicinal soup into Ma Xiong's mouth little by little. Dean Qin secretly shook his head as he watched. Xiao Ruofei's actions were too unprofessional. However, Xiao Ruofei was still very calm. After feeding him a small mouthful, he waited for a little while, then scooped a big spoonful and was ready to feed him a second mouthful. Dean Qin almost couldn't help but stop him. It didn't matter if the first mouthful was small, but the second mouthful was a full spoonful. If Xiao Ruofei was allowed to mess around, the patient would be in danger. However, what surprised Dean Qin was that Xiao Ruofei actually smoothly fed him the entire spoonful of medicinal soup, and quickly scooped another spoonful. Dean Qin took a closer look. When Xiao Ruofei was feeding him the medicine, Ma Xiong's throat had an obvious swallowing motion. Dean Qin's eyeballs almost popped out. What the hell is going on? Ma Xiong was clearly in a deep coma. How could he suddenly have an automatic swallowing reaction? Could it be that his coma index has increased? Dean Qin almost directly rushed to the instruments that were monitoring Ma Xiong's vital signs. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Talk Web, providing you with wonderful novels to read. First update on the shelf, looking for initial subscription, looking for guaranteed monthly votes. When Dean Qin saw that the ECG monitor showed that the breathing, heartbeat, blood pressure, pulse and other indicators had become normal and stable, he felt like he was in a dream. In his decades of medical practice, he had never seen such a magical or even strange event. Xiao Ruofei was still feeding Ma Xiong medicine spoonful by spoonful. The reason why he didn't let Dean Qin intubate Ma Xiong was actually due to his great confidence in the strange flower's petals. He had absorbed the petals himself and didn't need to take them at all. He could just touch the petals with his body and they would be absorbed into his body. Although the petals dissolved into the medicinal soup, their basic properties should not change. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei fed Ma Xiong a small spoonful for the first time. In fact, before the medicinal soup entered the esophagus, the components of the strange flower petals had been absorbed by the body. As Xiao Ruofei continued to feed the medicine, Ma Xiong's body continued to absorb the components of the strange flower petals. In fact, he had already recovered from a deep coma and began to subconsciously swallow. As he continued to drink the medicinal soup, Ma Xiong's physical condition naturally began to recover quickly. When Xiao Ruofei saw that the condition was so serious, he directly used a whole petal of the strange flower. Ma Jiming saw Ding Qin's reaction and couldn't help but ask nervously, "Ding Qin, what's wrong? Could it be that daddy?" Ding Qin said excitedly, "Master Ming, Mr. Ma's vital signs are stabilizing. This is incredible." Ding Qin's decades of medical experience were subverted by this ironclad fact at this moment. Love Go Little Say W, Chu Ma Jiming was overjoyed when he heard this and asked, "Does this mean that daddy will wake up soon? Ding Qin, is my daddy okay?" This. Ding Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Such a serious cerebral hemorrhage will more or less leave some sequelae." When he said this, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and didn't seem very confident. Ma Xiong was basically sentenced to death in the medical field, but Xiao Ruofei used a decoction to forcefully pull him back from the gates of hell. This kind of medical skill was simply unfathomable. Who knew if there would be any miracles later? When Ma Jiming heard this, he quickly asked, "Sequelae? What side effects will there be?" Ding Qin thought for a bit and said cautiously, "It's hard to say. The structure of the brain is too complicated. There are still too many unsolved mysteries of the brain." Ma Jiming frowned and said, "Ding Qin, just say it directly. What are the repercussions under normal circumstances?" "That depends on the extent of the brain damage. In the most serious case, he will become a vegetable." Ding Qin said, "There are many patients with cerebral hemorrhage who have passed the acute stage. Their vital signs are very stable, but they remain in a coma for a long time. Some may never wake up." Love Go Little Say Could. Ding Qin paused and said, "If the situation is better, the patient may be able to wake up, but there may be hemiplegia, loss of speech, or memory damage. It's hard to say." Ma Jiming's face became very serious, and Ding Qin comforted him. "Master Ming, maybe Mr. Ma will be blessed and can recover. Don't think too much about it." Originally, for Mr. Ma to fall into a deep coma in such a short period of time, the mortality rate is as high as 95%. Isn't it developing in a good direction now? That's the only way. Ma Jiming said sadly. At this time, Xiao Ruofei had already fed Ma Xiong a whole bowl of decoction. He put the porcelain bowl on the bedside table and said lightly, "There won't be any sequelae." Ma Jiming was stunned. "What?" I said, "Don't worry so much. There won't be any sequelae," Xiao Ruofei said with certainty. "How is that possible?" Ding Qin couldn't help but cry out. "Mr. Ma's brain damage is quite serious, and many of the injuries are irreversible. How can there be no sequelae?" He blurted out these words, and after he finished speaking, he realized that it was a little inappropriate. He quickly explained, "Master Ming, It's not that I don't want Mr. Ma to get better, it's just," Ma Jiming waved his hand and didn't care about Ding Qin's slip of the tongue. Instead, he looked at Xiao Ruofei excitedly and asked, "Xiaoxing, really? My daddy really won't have any sequelae?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said lightly, "Won't we know when we wait? Let's wait here for a while. Mr. Ma should wake up soon." What a joke. A whole piece of strange flower petal could cure his Lou Gehrig's disease. The treatment this time had already shown results, so how could there be any sequelae? "You mean, my daddy will wake up soon?" Ma Jiming asked in surprise. Ding Qin also widened his eyes as if he heard a fantasy story. If Ma Xiong didn't drink the medicine and his vital signs immediately stabilized, Ding Qin would definitely think that Xiao Ruofei was a liar, and a clumsy liar. But now he wasn't sure, especially when Xiao Ruofei said it so confidently. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't explain much. He moved a chair over and sat down first. Ding Qin and Ma Jiming both stared at Ma Xiong nervously. Ma Jiming was full of hope, but Ding Qin's mood was complicated. His reason told him that it was impossible, but deep in his heart, he hoped to witness a great medical miracle with his own eyes. Almost 3 minutes passed. These 3 minutes were like 3 years for Ma Jiming. He squatted in front of the bed and stared at his father. Suddenly, Ma Xiong's fingers moved slightly. Ma Jiming suddenly stood up. He rubbed his eyes hard, afraid that it was just an illusion. But soon, Ma Xiong's fingers moved again. This time, all 5 of his fingers were clenched into a fist. Ma Jiming excitedly grabbed Ma Xiong's hand and said softly, "Daddy. Daddy." Ding Qin witnessed all of this and stood there with his mouth wide open. He couldn't believe his eyes. Ma Xiong's eyelids moved and he opened his eyes with difficulty. When he first saw Ma Jiming, he asked very weakly, "What happened to me? Where is this? Ming, didn't you go back to the mainland with Xianxia?" Ma Jiming said with tears streaming down his face, "Daddy, you suddenly fainted at home. I received a call from the mainland and rushed back. You scared me to death, you know, Daddy, aren't you okay now?" Ma Xiong smiled and said. Ding Qin also quickly said, "Master Ming, Mr. Ma's condition is the most dangerous right now. Please control yourself." Okay. Ma Jiming quickly said, "Daddy, you have to be calm and recuperate." Ma Xiong smiled and nodded. Then, his eyes fell on Ding Qin and said, "Ding Qin, thank you for your hard work. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Second update, monthly votes, subscription." Ma Xiong had actually noticed Xiao Ruofei a long time ago, but he was too young. Ma Xiong didn't think much of it and thought that he was Ding Qin's assistant. So when he heard what Ding Qin said, Ma Xiong was also shocked. He quickly propped himself up and said to Xiao Ruofei, "So it was Xiaoxing who did this." "I'm sorry." Xiao Ruofei stepped forward and held Ma Xiong. He smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, you're still very weak. Don't worry about these formalities. Lie down and rest." "It's okay. I feel very good now," Ma Xiong said. "I don't know which medical master Mr. Xia studied under?" Ma Jiming said, "Dad, Xiaoxing is a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Even my father-in-law's acute myocardial infarction was treated by Xiaoxing in time. This time, I specially invited him to treat you." Ma Jiming originally wanted to say that Huan's autism was basically cured by Xiao Ruofei, but considering Ma Xiong's physical condition, he was worried that he would be too emotional, so he changed his words at the last minute. "I see." Ma Xiong said, "Mr. Xia, thank you so much." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, you're welcome. You're still very weak now, so you can rest here for the night. You can be discharged tomorrow morning. We won't disturb you for now." After that, Xiao Ruofei gestured to Ma Jiming and Ding Qin, and the three of them walked out together. Xiao Ruofei said as he walked, "Mr. Ma, I hope you can keep the matter of me treating Mr. Ma as a secret as possible. I don't want it to be too shocking." Okay. Ma Jiming quickly said, "Ding Qin, you have to tell the doctors and nurses not to talk nonsense when they go out. Also, when my dad is discharged tomorrow, don't make a big fuss. We'll leave quietly. After a while, tell the public that my dad's condition is stable and he's resting at home." "Yes, Master Ming," Ding Qin said. Neither of them doubted Xiao Ruofei's claim that Ma Xiong would be discharged the next morning. In fact, even if Xiao Ruofei said that he was actually Superman who wore his underwear on the outside, these two people would probably believe him without a doubt. What he had witnessed today was simply too shocking. The three of them chatted as they left the ICU. As soon as they appeared at the door, the relatives with different intentions surrounded them. Ma Quan saw that Ma Jiming's eyes were red. She immediately shouted, "Little Ming. Was second uncle's condition not too good? I told you that this mainlander is a liar. How much did he cheat you out of? We'll call the police right away." With a straight face, Ma Jiming sternly said, "Ma Quan. If you dare to speak rudely to Xiaoxing again, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my cousin." After that, Ma Jiming no longer paid attention to Ma Quan. Instead, he looked around and said loudly, "Everyone, let's go. Go back to work at the company. My father's condition has stabilized, and he has passed the critical period." Ma Quan was stunned. She had come to the hospital earlier than Ma Jiming, so she was very clear about Ma Xiong's condition. The doctor clearly said that it was very likely that he would not be able to live for more than a day. How could his condition suddenly stabilize and pass the critical period? How is this possible? Ma Quan cried out involuntarily. Ma Jiming suddenly turned his head and stared at Ma Quan, as if he could see through her heart. He stared until Ma Quan guiltily looked away. Then, Ma Jiming asked meaningfully, "Sister Quan, do you really want something to happen to my father?" Ma Quan quickly said, "How could that be? Little Ming, you misunderstood. I. I. I just. Ma Jiming snorted softly. Without waiting for Ma Quan to finish, he walked directly to his wife, Tian Huixin, and daughter, Huan Huan. Is Dad okay? Tian Huixin asked. Yes. Don't worry. Ma Jiming nodded and said, you know Xiaxing's medical skills. Tian Huixin smiled and nodded. Then, she squatted down and said to Huan Huan, let's invite Uncle Xia to our house, okay? Huan Huan immediately clapped her hands happily and said, okay. Xiaoxia, stay at our house tonight. Tian Huixin smiled and said, Huan Huan likes you so much. I also want you to play with her more. Okay. Then, I'll bother you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said. Not at all. Ma Jiming said happily, we can't wait to welcome you. Then, the three of them left the hospital with Huan Huan. Ma Quan and the group of relatives looked at each other with their eyes wide open. A Toyota nanny van sent Ma Jiming's family and Xiao Ruofei to Ma Xiong's mansion on Repulse Bay Road in Hong Kong. Xiao Ruofei also opened his eyes. The mansion covered an area of nearly 20,000 square feet and was located in Repulse Bay, which was known as Hawaii of the East, so its value could be imagined. Compared to this luxurious mansion with a tennis court in front and a swimming pool in the back, Xiao Ruofei's vacation villa in Sanchon City was simply too shabby. Huan Huan was naturally the happiest person to see Xiao Ruofei. She kept pestering Xiao Ruofei to play with her, and from time to time, she would let out cheerful laughter. The servants at home had never seen Huan Huan like this. In the past, Huan Huan was immersed in her own world and basically ignored everyone. Even with Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, she did not have the intimacy of ordinary children. It was already late when they got home. After dinner, Huan Huan kept pestering Xiao Ruofei to play games. Tian Huixin urged her several times before she reluctantly went to take a shower and sleep. Xiao Ruofei also returned to the guest room that Tian Huixin had arranged for him to rest. The next morning, Ma Jiming rushed to the hospital to pick up Ma Xiong. Before leaving the hospital, Dean Qin personally arranged a thorough examination for Ma Xiong. The results of the examination once again made Dean Qin feel unparalleled shock. A series of brain CT, MRI, and other examination results showed that the ruptured blood vessels in Ma Xiong's brain had been completely repaired. Not only that, but all the previous bleeding had been naturally absorbed. Even some parts of his body that had suffered irreversible damage had miraculously recovered. In other words, Ma Xiong was now a completely healthy person. He was even healthier than before he was sick. Dean Qin felt that he had studied medicine for so many years in vain. Everything that had happened yesterday had completely subverted his understanding of medicine. Dean Qin's medical level was naturally very high, and his love for medicine was beyond doubt. It was also because of this that his heart felt like it was being scratched by a kitten. He really wanted to meet Xiao Ruofei and have an in-depth discussion with him about this treatment. During the entire treatment, Xiao Ruofei only used one dose of medicine to save the dying cerebral hemorrhage patient. Moreover, it was a perfect treatment. This was absolutely unprecedented. If the results were summarized, it would not be a problem to even win the Nobel Prize in medicine. However, Ma Jiming knew that Xiao Ruofei did not like to be disturbed, so naturally, he rejected Dean Qin's request. Not only that, he also repeatedly told Dean Qin to keep it a secret. Dean Qin could only helplessly watch Ma Xiong and his father get into the car and leave. He felt that he had missed a great medical breakthrough. He was quite unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Not only that, but he also had to keep it a secret. Otherwise, forget about any medical breakthroughs, he would not even be able to keep his current job. Ma Xiong was also anxious to return home at this time. After the examination results came out, Ma Xiong realized how dangerous his illness was yesterday. It could be said that without Xiao Ruofei, he would almost certainly die. Ma Jiming also told him that Xiao Ruofei had cured Huan Huan's autism, which made him even more excited. Huan Huan was the apple of his eye. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Third update, looking for monthly votes, looking for subscriptions. When Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming's Maybach 62s slowly drove into the mansion on Repulse Bay Road, Xiao Ruofei was playing with Huan Huan in the garden. Love go little say W, Chu Huan sat on the swing, and Xiao Ruofei pushed it from behind. The swing swung higher and higher, and Huan kept giggling. Tian Huixin stood aside and looked at the scene in front of her with a knowing smile on her face. When Xiao Ruofei saw the Maybach stop in front of the building, he held onto the swing and said to Huan, your grandpa is back. Let's go. Oh. Huan said with a slight pout. She was having a good time, and suddenly she was not allowed to play anymore, so she was a little unhappy. Xiao Ruofei laughed and went to the front to pick up Huan and walked to the front of the building. At this time, Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming had also gotten out of the car and walked over. Mr. Xia, I will never forget your kindness for saving my life. Ma Xiong reached out to Xiao Ruofei from afar. Xiao Ruofei held Huan with one hand and shook hands with Ma Xiong with the other. Then he smiled and said, it's good that Mr. Ma is okay. Then Xiao Ruofei reached out and gently pinched Huan's little face and said, Huan, call Grandpa. Ma Xiong also looked at Huan with some nervousness. Huan was no longer the autistic girl she used to be. Her eyes were bright, and after looking at Ma Xiong, she quickly called out in a childish voice, hello, Grandpa. Ma Xiong was very comforted and said, good granddaughter. This business tycoon was no different from an ordinary old man at this time. His eyes were even a little red. Seeing that his precious granddaughter had recovered, he was also excited. Ma Jiming saw this and quickly said, Daddy, you have to control your emotions. You can't be too excited, Ma Xiong said indifferently, what's there to be afraid of with Mr. Xia here? Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't that right? With a godly doctor like Xiao Ruofei here, there was nothing to be afraid of even if something went wrong. Ma Xiong continued, besides, you've seen the results of today's examination. Not only has my brain recovered completely, but my blood pressure has also been effectively controlled. I'm very healthy now. The culprit that caused the cerebral hemorrhage was Ma Xiong's high blood pressure. Xiao Ruofei's medicine yesterday not only solved his brain damage and blood clots, but also greatly alleviated his high blood pressure. Yes. Xiaoxing's medical skills are really amazing. Ma Jiming sighed. Xiaoxing, we owe you a big favor for treating Huan. Now that you've saved my father's life, I don't know how to thank you, Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, you don't have to be so courteous. Besides, didn't you pay the consultation fee? Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaoxing, that's just a small token of our appreciation. It's not worth mentioning compared to your great kindness. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't answer. The reason why he treated Huan was entirely out of love for this lovely little girl. Of course, he agreed to come to Hong Kong this time because the Ma family could help him in his career in the future, but more importantly, it seemed that Ma Xiong was Huan's grandfather, and Lu Yu had asked for it. Ma Xiong spent a lot of time in the hospital, so everyone sat and chatted in the garden for a while before it was time to eat. This was Ma Xiong's first meal after returning home after recovering from his illness. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was there, so it was very grand. Ma Xiong's wife had passed away, so the people eating were Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming and his wife, Huan, and Xiao Ruofei. In the well-decorated and spacious dining room, there was a long table with a set of exquisite pure silver tableware neatly placed on the table. After everyone was seated, the housekeeper ordered the servants to start serving. The first dish was spaghetti, which looked very ordinary. The servants pushed the cart briskly and placed a bowl of spaghetti in front of each person. Then, a white man in a white chef's suit and a tall hat came up with a plate. The plate was filled with a layer of rice, and on the rice were two things the size of goose eggs, which looked similar to potatoes. As soon as the plate was brought up, Xiao Ruofei immediately smelled a strong but indescribable fragrance, which seemed to be the fragrance of soil and tree roots. Ma Xiong said with a smile, Mr. Xia, I just bought these 2 white truffles 2 days ago, but I fell ill before I could eat them. Today, I invite you to enjoy them together. After that, Ma Xiong motioned to the white chef, who immediately took the plate to Xiao Ruofei's side. He gently put the plate down, picked up a truffle from the plate, and then took out something that looked a bit like a bottle opener and a bit like a plane. The chef skillfully peeled off pieces of white truffles as thin as paper and covered Xiao Ruofei's spaghetti directly. The unique fragrance was even stronger at close range. The cut surface of the white truffle had marble-like lines, which looked very beautiful. Soon, the chef added a lot of white truffles to everyone's plate. However, because the truffles were very thin, not even a single truffle was used. Ma Xiong picked up the plate and took a deep breath of the rich fragrance, showing a very intoxicated look. Ma Xiong was also an old glutton. He was very particular about food. He said with a smile, "Xiaoxing, this white truffle is called the white gold on the dining table. In Europe and the United States, it is called the three treasures together with caviar and foie gras. These two pieces are superior white truffles from the Elba region of Italy. I spent 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars to buy them 3 days ago, and then directly flew them over. It has been less than 4 days since they were unearthed. Now is the best time to eat. Try it." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be shocked. These 2 pieces of potatoes actually cost 1.8 million Hong Kong dollars. It was too extravagant. Xiao Ruofei took a bite. The taste was indescribable. The taste was naturally very delicious, and the fragrance was very unique. Paired with the clear and fragrant Italian white wine Alta Villa della Corte, it had an indescribable unique flavor. "Mr. Ma, this white truffle is actually so valuable?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Can you explain it to me in detail?" Ma Xiong laughed and said, "The price of white truffles is at least $3,000 per pound. Superior white truffles from the Elba region are even more priceless. The auction price can even reach tens of thousands of US dollars per pound. The heavier the white truffle, the higher the unit price. The reason for the high price is very simple. It has a unique flavor, is rare, and can't be artificially cultivated." After listening to Ma Xiong's endless introduction, Xiao Ruofei learned that the truffle was a kind of mushroom plant that grew in the soil under oak or beech trees. Because of the extremely harsh requirements for humidity, climate, tree species, soil, and so on, it was basically impossible to artificially cultivate it. It could only be found by truffle hunters with specially trained hounds, so the price had always been high. Truffles had always been the favorite on the dining table in Europe and the United States. Countless people flocked to their charming fragrance, and the annual demand was huge. White truffles were the most precious variety of truffles. Even in a good year, the world's production of white truffles was about 3 tons, so the price could be imagined. In fact, truffles and cordyceps had amazing similarities. They were both the result of transformation of fungi. They were both representatives of expensive and luxurious natural nourishment, and they both had excellent functional performance. So there was a saying, "The East eats cordyceps, the West chews truffles." After listening to Ma Xiong's words, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. This kind of top-grade ingredient was worth it. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. 4th update, looking for monthly votes to subscribe. Xiao Ruofei looked at the white truffle in the chef's hand. He couldn't wait to grab it and throw it into the ring to space. He almost couldn't help but ask Ma Xiong for the remaining half of the truffle. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that he couldn't be so impulsive. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious. After the white truffle was picked, it wouldn't be preserved for more than a week. If he didn't eat it, what would he do with it? So, Xiao Ruofei waited until the end of the luncheon. Every dish in this meal used top-quality ingredients. Several dishes were accompanied by precious white truffles. Even if it was a very ordinary dish, the taste would immediately change dramatically with the addition of white truffles. This also strengthened Xiao Ruofei's idea of developing the white truffle plantation business. After the meal, Xiao Ruofei showed an expression of reminiscence and said, "Old Mr. Ma, this white truffle really left a deep impression. The aftertaste is endless." Ma Xiong laughed and said, "Xiaoxing, every customer who has tasted the top-quality white truffle will say so." Xiao Ruofei deliberately said with a bitter face, "Mr. Ma, you have harmed me. After I go back, everything I eat will be tasteless." Ma Xiong saw that Xiao Ruofei had such a high evaluation of white truffle. He was very happy and laughed. "Xiaoxing, this is simple. This is the season for truffles. I will immediately ask my men in Italy to buy it. When the time comes, it will be directly flown to the 3 mountains. You will be the first to taste the freshest truffle. Xiao Ruofei was shocked and quickly said, that won't do. It's too precious. But you are familiar with the market. I would like to trouble you to buy a batch of top-quality truffles for me. A batch? Ma Xiong asked in surprise. It doesn't need a lot. 1 or 2 kilograms. Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment, I will eat some of it myself and give some to the elders. That's no problem. Ma Xiong said readily. Xiao Ruofei said happily, thank you. I'll pay for it. Xiao Sheng, let's not talk about money. Ma Xiong waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Ruofei. I don't know how to repay you for saving my life. Besides, you also know that such a small amount of money is nothing to me. Just give me a chance to express my sincerity. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said with a smile, okay. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ma Xiong invited Xiao Ruofei to stay in Hong Kong for a few more days, but Xiao Ruofei was still worried about the company, so he politely declined. He stayed with the Ma family for a day and prepared a course of Chinese medicine for Huan Huan. This time, he added 2/3 of the petals of a rare flower. This way, Huan Huan would be able to fully recover after this course of treatment. Ma Jiming didn't go to work that day. Instead, he took his wife and daughter to tour around Hong Kong with Xiao Ruofei. In the evening, Ma Jiming and his wife took Huan Huan and Xiao Ruofei on Ma Xiong's Sunseeker luxury yacht to tour Hong Kong at night. They enjoyed the charming night view of Hong Kong. The next day, Ma Jiming and his family personally sent Xiao Ruofei to the airport. They used Ma Xiong's private jet, a Gulfstream 650, to send Xiao Ruofei back to Sanchon City. Xiao Ruofei also enjoyed the honorable charter service. Not only that, but Xiao Ruofei also had a check of 5 million Huaxia dollars in his arms. This was the consultation fee for Ma Xiong's treatment. Xiao Ruofei had specially made a trip to Hong Kong for this matter and even used a precious petal of a rare flower. Therefore, he did not reject it and directly accepted it. Together with the 1 million consultation fee they paid for Huan Huan, Xiao Ruofei already had 6 million Huaxia dollars in his account. This was several times more than the money he earned from stone gambling, vegetable farming, and succulent sales. Private jets, luxury cars, yachts, mansions. Xiao Ruofei experienced firsthand the life of a top tycoon. His heart was also greatly moved. Although he didn't expect to become a rich man like Ma Xiong immediately, Xiao Ruofei at least had a direction to work hard and an intuitive understanding of the future in his heart. When he returned to Sanchon City, he still used the private jet's special passage to quickly pass through the customs. When he came out of the special terminal building, a Mercedes-Benz car from Hengfeng Group's office in Sanchon City was already waiting there. Xiao Ruofei asked the driver to send him directly to Sanchon City. He went to the Industrial and Commercial Bank to cash the 2 checks. 1 million of them was transferred to the company's account. The next stage of the workers' wages and the final payment of the project required money. With this 1 million, it was basically enough for the company's expenses before the new year. Xiao Ruofei saved the remaining 5 million into his card. He planned to buy another batch of jade materials before the new year, looking forward to the Ring 2 space being upgraded again. Then, Xiao Ruofei went to the headquarters of Ling Ji Catering to find Ling Qingxue and gave her the small gift he bought in Hong Kong. Although the Cartier crystal necklace that cost more than 100,000 yuan was not a luxury item for the little princess of Ling Ji, Ling Qingxue was still pleasantly surprised. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei bought jewelry for her. The meaning was different. Ling Qingxue's pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. She gently bit her lower lip and looked around to make sure no one was around. Then, she quickly tiptoed and kissed Xiao Ruofei's cheek. Then, she blushed and ran back to the headquarters of Ling Ji Catering. Xiao Ruofei touched his cheek that was suddenly attacked again and grinned foolishly. This girl was getting bolder and bolder. She even dared to be so unrestrained in front of her own company. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to invite Ling Qingxue for lunch, but Ling Qingxue's sudden attack naturally ruined the lunch plan. Xiao Ruofei looked up at Ling Ji Catering to find it funny. At this time, his phone rang with a WeChat notification. Xiao Ruofei took it out and saw that it was from Ling Qingxue. Ruofei, thank you. I'm very happy. this girl?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't hesitate and directly replied to Ling Xianxia with a big cat kissing emoji. Ever since he recovered from his terminal illness, Xiao Ruofei's attitude towards Ling Xianxia had also changed. Although the two of them didn't break through that layer of window paper, Xiao Ruofei enjoyed this little bit of flirtatiousness very much. Ling Xianxia quickly replied with an emoji of a hammer hitting the head. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Since Ling Xianxia's lunch plan was ruined, Xiao Ruofei simply went to Huzi's mother's house. It was almost lunchtime, so he could go there for a meal and bring the gifts for Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was already on winter vacation, so she stayed at home. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she was naturally very surprised and happy. Especially when she saw the gifts Xiao Ruofei brought from Hong Kong, she was so excited that she jumped up and down. Xiao Ruofei prepared a set of nutritional supplements for Huzi's mother, and a set of Dior cosmetics and an authentic Disney doll for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was now a big girl, so she could use some cosmetics appropriately. As for the doll, Xiao Ruofei bought it when he saw it in Hong Kong with Ma Jiming's family. Lin Xiao really liked it. She played with it for a long time and didn't even want to put it down when it was time to eat. After having a warm lunch with Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye and left. Because there was still some unfinished work on the farm, the construction site was still in a mess. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei promised the two that he would pick them up a few days before the Chinese New Year. After leaving Lin Xiao's house, Xiao Ruofei directly took a taxi back to Taoyuan farm. Yi Linyun and Peng Hao were busy with their own work. When they saw Xiao Ruofei come back, they came over to report the progress of the work to him. The security system equipment was all in place. Yi Linyun personally inspected it. Now, the installation and debugging work was being carried out in an orderly manner. With Yi Linyun watching over the site, Xiao Ruofei was very relieved. Peng Hao also took care of the finance work in an orderly manner. The 15 newly recruited workers all had payroll cards and could be paid directly through the bank. At the same time, the connection with the construction team was also done well. The construction funds were paid in full in batches. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with everyone's work. He estimated that in another 5 or 6 days, the entire Taoyuan farm would be ready for acceptance and use. Over the next few days, Xiao Ruofei resumed his daily routine. Every day, in addition to patrolling the construction site, he would read books in the villa, surf the internet, go out with Lightning, and take care of various plants and crops in the space. During this period, he completed a batch of cuttings of succulent plants. At the same time, he put the mature succulent seedlings on the shelves and sold them. Another 100,000 yuan came into his account. On the third day, Xiao Ruofei suddenly received a phone call. "Hello, is this Mr. Xia?" "This is Xiao Ruofei." "Who is this?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm the manager of Hengfeng Group's office in Sanshan. My surname is Huang." The person on the other end of the phone said, "Chairman Ma of our group's board of directors has something to give you. Is it convenient for you to receive it now?" Xiao Ruofei knew that the truffles that Ma Xiong had bought for him had arrived. He quickly said, "I'm free at any time. I'll send you the address. Come over now." "Okay. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. 5th update seeking monthly votes and subscriptions." Xiao Ruofei was also shocked when he saw the car. The car was more than 6 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide. The pitch-black body of the car had completely abandoned the traditional curves and was filled with sharp edges and corners. It looked like a bloodthirsty ferocious beast, with a domineering aura that assaulted the face. This was simply a highway tank. A half-ton pickup truck was like a little brother in front of it, and a mighty Hummer H2 was like a little lamb next to it. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly used the remote control to open the villa's courtyard door. The 3-meter-wide courtyard door was only wide enough for the car to pass through. A domineering SUV stopped in the courtyard, and a young man in a dark blue suit jumped out of the car. "Hello, are you Mr. Xia?" "I am." "Are you Manager Huang?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. No, Mr. Xia, you can just call me Xiao Huang." Manager Huang quickly said. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, this Hengfeng group is indeed a super financial group. How could a mere manager of the Three Mountains office drive such an awesome car? Although he didn't know how much the off-road vehicle with the K logo on the front was worth, he knew from its appearance that it definitely wasn't cheap. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't say what he was thinking. He just smiled and said, "Manager Huang, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xia, you're too kind." Manager Huang said respectfully, "We wouldn't dare to neglect the task that Chairman Ma personally gave us." After that, Manager Huang opened the car door and took out a large thermostat box from the back seat. He handed it to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, please check it." Xiao Ruofei took the incubator and looked at it. There was still a seal from Hengfeng Group on it. He looked at the seal and saw that it was intact. He smiled and nodded, tore off the seal, and opened the incubator. It was filled to the brim with rice. Xiao Ruofei knew that truffles were stored in rice, so he reached in and grabbed a piece of white truffle. He took it out and looked at it. Although it was smaller than the one he ate at the Ma family mansion, the quality was not inferior. Xiao Ruofei didn't check how many truffles were in the box. He buried the white truffle in his hand into the rice in the box and then closed the lid of the incubator. "No problem." "Thank you, Manager Huang," Xiao Ruofei said. "Mr. Xia, please sign here." Manager Huang handed a form to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei signed his name without hesitation. Then Xiao Ruofei said, "Manager Huang, I'll go put these truffles away first." "Excuse me," although it wouldn't be a problem to store the truffles in the incubator for a while, Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to put them in the Ring 2 space. Only there could they be absolutely fresh. Manager Huang quickly said, "Please wait, Mr. Xia. We haven't finished the handover yet." "Ah? There's something else?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, "What else?" "It's this car." Manager Huang said, "This was also ordered by Chairman Ma to deliver to you. We've completed all the relevant procedures." "What?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but cry out, "You mean, this car is also for me?" "Yes. Chairman Ma personally ordered it. The car just entered the customs from Hong Kong yesterday. We used all our connections and completed all the relevant procedures in one day," Manager Huang said. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but look at the giant off-road vehicle that was more than 2 meters tall. The car was like a muscular monster. It was really visually impactful. Strictly speaking, it was already an armored car. No. This car is too expensive. I can't accept it." Xiao Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, "You should drive it back." Manager Huang said, "Mr. Xia, I'm only responsible for delivering the car and the things to you. I can't make any decisions about other things. Please help me sign for it first. I really can't accept this." Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. "Mr. Xia, if you don't accept it, I can't report back." Manager Huang said with a sad face, "Please help me. If you really don't want it, you can call Chairman Ma or Chairman Ma later and ask them to take it back." Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, "Okay. Come on, sign for it for me." Manager Huang was just an employee. Xiao Ruofei couldn't talk to him. When Manager Huang heard Xiao Ruofei, he immediately took out another list and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't even look at it and just signed his name. Manager Huang handed the car keys and remote control to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, let me introduce this car to you." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a bitter smile and said, "Okay." Speaking of cars, Manager Huang immediately became energized. He said, "Mr. Xia, this Night 15 off-road vehicle is produced by Canada's Conquest Vehicle Company. Each car is handmade and there are only 100 of them in the world. The body is made of bulletproof steel plates and fiberglass wheel arches and bumpers. The windows and windshield are all made of bulletproof transparent material. It's equipped with an 8-liter V10 engine with a maximum output of 400 horsepower. The interior uses a modified Ford heavy-duty chassis." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How was this still a car? This was more like a tank, he quickly asked, "Manager Huang, first tell me how much this car cost." Manager Huang smiled and said, "This car is sold for $50,000 overseas, but it's definitely worth more than that if you include shipping and customs duties. Chairman Ma also custom-made thicker armor and heavily modified the car. As far as I know, the total cost is no less than $4 million US. Great. This car cost more than 20 million Huaxia dollars. It was several times more than Xia Ruofei's current net worth. Although Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked by the price. Manager Huang continued, Mr. Xia, after the modification, the weight of this car has reached more than 6 tons, and its carrying capacity is about 3 tons. The interior space has reached 283 cubic meters. Even if 6 professional basketball players sit in it, it won't feel crowded at all. In addition, this car could withstand 20 kilograms of explosives, and its chassis could withstand grenade blasts. The default bulletproof level of this car is B4, but this car can reach B6 after modification. Manager Huang then introduced some of the other features of the car, such as Wilton cashmere carpet, night vision goggles, rear camera system, PS3 game console, Alpine navigation and Bluetooth equipment, bulletproof flat tires, and original factory flashlights. In addition, there were many safety features such as a built-in oxygen survival kit, a 27-inch LCD TV, a water bar, a freezer, a cigar box, and other amenities. One could say that every aspect of the car was luxurious. After Manager Huang finished his introduction, he looked enviously at the monster-level SUV. He then took out a file and handed it to Xia Ruofei, saying, Mr. Xia, this is the complete set of documents for this car. The mainland license is in the process of applying for it. I'll send it to you when it's done. In the meantime, you must take these documents with you when you drive out, so the traffic police can check them. Okay, thank you. Xia Ruofei took the file with a smile. Mr. Xia, I'll take my leave now, Manager Huang said. Manager Huang, it's not easy to get a car in the middle of nowhere. I'll send you to the nearby main road. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, I'll give this car a try too. This? Then I'll have to trouble you. Manager Huang said. Wait a moment, I'll put the truffles in, Xia Ruofei said. He carried the incubator into the villa and went to the kitchen. After he was out of sight, he summoned the spiritual map scroll and sent the incubator into the Ring 2 space. Then, Xia Ruofei quickly walked out of the villa and asked Manager Huang to get into the car. The Knight XV's chassis had a clearance of 355 mm, so the car looked very tall. Xia Ruofei stepped on the pedals and sat in the driver's seat of this super SUV. He had the illusion that he was climbing into a Dongfeng truck. He took a deep breath, then inserted the key into the keyhole, turned it, and started the engine. Geniuses remember love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xia Ruofei gently moved his body to feel the comfort of the handmade leather seat. He then fastened the seatbelt, shifted gears, and stepped on the gas pedal. The Knight's 15, which weighed 6 tons, shot forward in an instant. The 8-liter V10 engine drove the heavy car without any sluggishness. Xia Ruofei turned the steering wheel and found that the car wasn't as cumbersome as he imagined. It was very nimble to control. In the army, Xia Ruofei had even driven an armored vehicle before, so driving this monster-level SUV was naturally not a problem. He drove the car through the villa's gate and onto the road outside. He then stepped on the gas pedal. At this time, the windows were all rolled down. Xia Ruofei felt like an airplane was passing by. The roar of the engine was incomparably shocking. After the modification, the Knight's 15 acceleration was very good. Xia Ruofei stepped on the gas pedal and the car sped along the small road. The road was only 4 meters wide. The Knight's 15 sped along the road at high speed. Naturally, it was very exciting. Beside him, Manager Huang's face was a little pale. After a while, they reached the main road. Xia Ruofei still felt like he hadn't had enough. He simply drove the car towards Chongping County. The Knight's 15 was like a domineering dark warrior. Almost 100% of the people turned their heads. Especially when they reached Chongping County, it attracted a lot of attention. Many people even took out their phones to take pictures. One must know that there were only 100 of these cars in the world. It was said that there were only 3 of them in the whole of Huaxia. It was rare to see one. Interestingly, in Chongping County, there was a Hummer H2. Xia Ruofei compared the Hummer's roof to the Knight's 15 window. In front of the domineering Knight's 15, the Hummer was like a delicate little girl. Xiao Ruofei dropped off manager Huang at the county and turned around to drive to Taoyuan farm. Along the way, he was addicted to driving. Men's love for good cars seemed to be innate. Especially for a man like Xiao Ruofei, who had been through the hardships of the military, he had no resistance in front of such a muscular super SUV. He was deeply captivated by this road-going tank. However, he still held back the surging emotions in his heart. After parking the car by the roadside, he called Ma Xiong. Last time in Hong Kong, Ma Xiong had left his private mobile phone number to Xiao Ruofei. "Xiao Sheng. Did you receive the gift I sent you?" Ma Xiong asked with a hearty smile as soon as he answered the phone. "How is it? Do you like it?" Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Ma, I'll accept the truffle you gave me, but I really can't accept this car. Xiao Sheng, I bought this Night 15 some time ago. I've been modifying it in Hong Kong." Ma Xiong said, "I heard from Jiming that you use an ordinary pickup truck every day, so I wanted to give it to you." "What? Is this car not to your taste?" "It doesn't matter if you don't like SUVs, I also ordered a limited edition Ferrari supercar." "Mr. Ma, you misunderstood." Xiao Ruofei quickly interrupted Ma Xiong and said, "It's not that it's not to my taste, it's just that, this car is too expensive, I can't accept it." This old man was really too much. He gave her a sports car just because of a disagreement. He didn't even consider if her little heart could take it. Are all super rich people so capricious? When Ma Xiong heard this, he immediately pretended to be angry and said, "Xiao Sheng, my life was saved by you. Is my life not worth a few $1,000,000? That's not what I meant. I've already received the consultation fee for your treatment. It's not right for me to accept this car." Xiao Ruofei explained with a bitter smile. "Xiao Sheng, are you talking about the 5 million Huaxia dollars?" Ma Xiong laughed and said, "That's just a small token of our appreciation. The last time I went to the United States for a small knee surgery, it was more than that, not to mention that you pulled me back from the gates of hell." Then Ma Xiong said, "Xiao Sheng, how about this car be my advance payment for the consultation fee? Next time, if there's any difficult disease, I can confidently ask you for help, right? You can't refuse anymore. If you refuse again, you're not giving me face." Since Ma Xiong said this, Xiao Ruofei could only helplessly say, "Okay then. Thank you, Mr. Ma." "Haha. It's just a small token, Xiao Sheng, don't be so polite." Ma Xiong laughed and said, "There's a phone number for the car repair shop in the file. If there's any problem with the car, call this number. They'll immediately send someone from Hong Kong to deal with it for you." "Haha. This car can't be repaired by ordinary car shops in the mainland." "Okay, I got it," Xiao Ruofei said. He then chatted with Ma Xiong for a while, inviting him to visit Sanshan when he was free, and then hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei restarted the car and drove the powerful, domineering super SUV back to Taoyuan farm. As soon as he parked the car, Peng Hao and Yi Linyun ran out of the villa. "Ruofei. Whose car is this? Night 15? That's F** King Awesome." Peng Hao shouted. "I've only seen pictures of it on the internet. I didn't expect to see a real car today." Yi Linyun's eyes lit up and asked, "Brother Xia, where did you get this car? It's so exciting." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "This car is now mine." "What?" Peng Hao exclaimed. "Yours? Ruofei, did you win the lottery? You actually bought a Night 15. A few workers who were working nearby also came over when they saw the flashy car. Hearing Peng Hao's words, one of the workers asked with a smile, "Boss, this car looks very expensive. It must be more than $1 million, right?" Peng Hao curled his lips and said, "More than $1 million? It's almost enough to buy the wheels. If this car is imported into the country, it'll cost at least 15 million. What? 15 million? The worker was so shocked by the price that he was stuttering. Yi Lingyun looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Brother Xia, is this car really that expensive?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. The car's price is about 15 or 16 million, but I modified it, so it cost about $4 million US. Gasp, there was a series of gasps. Even Peng Hao, who knew the market, was shocked when he heard the price. After a while, he came back to his senses and couldn't wait to reach out his hand to Xiao Ruofei. "Quick, give me the keys. Let me go for a spin." Xiao Ruofei pushed Peng Hao's hand away and asked, "What's there to drive? Do you have a driver's license?" "Hee. I've already passed subject 3, so I'll have a driver's license soon." Peng Hao smiled. F***ck off. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, "I'm not worried about my car, but I'm worried about the courtyard walls." Everyone suddenly laughed. Peng Hao also knew that he didn't have a driver's license, so it was dangerous to drive such a powerful off-road vehicle, so he could only withdraw his hand. "Brother Xia," Yi Linyun said weakly. Xiao Ruofei glanced at him and threw the car keys to him. "You'll be back after a stroll. Don't drive too fast, this is a car, not a plane." "Yes." Yi Linyun was overjoyed and quickly opened the door and got in. Hey. Ruofei, this is not fair. Why didn't you give me the keys when I asked, but you gave them to Yi Linyun the moment he asked?" Peng Hao shouted. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, he even drove an armored car in the army. How can you compare to him?" Peng Hao was suddenly speechless. Yi Linyun couldn't wait to start the car, and the Night 15 roared loudly. Peng Hao quickly shouted, Wait. I can't drive, but it should be fine to sit in the car." After that, he ran around to the other side, opened the door of the passenger seat, and climbed in with his hands and feet. His chubby body was very agile. Yi Linyun carried Peng Hao and drove the Night 15 out of the villa. Xiao Ruofei directly returned to the villa. He was very confident in Yi Linyun's driving skills, and he knew that this kid wouldn't have any problems. Xiao Ruofei went upstairs, thinking about an important matter: artificial cultivation of truffles. Genius 1 second remember love/go/little? I'll provide you with a wonderful novel to read. Keep begging for votes. Xiao Ruofei returned to his bedroom and carefully closed the curtains, locking the door and windows. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his body and entered the spirit map space with a thought. The incubator filled with truffles was placed next to the spatial spirit pool. Xiao Ruofei walked over with a clean container in hand. He opened the incubator and dug out the truffles buried in the rice. Xiao Ruofei found that not only were there precious white truffles, there were also high-quality black truffles. In a short while, there were 2 piles of truffles in the container. One pile was white truffles, and the other was black truffles. They were the purest truffles from Italy's Alba region. Each pile weighed about 2 kilograms. Xiao Ruofei poured the pool water into the container. When the truffles were just above the surface, he stopped pouring. Then, he took the container with the rare flower petals. There were already 16 of them. He carefully used a pair of tweezers to pick up an entire petal and threw it into the container. When the petal came into contact with the pool water, it immediately dissolved. Xiao Ruofei used a small wooden stick to stir the water evenly. Then, he left the Ring 2 space in a flash. He went to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. From afar, he saw Yi Linyun's Night 15 driving back. So, he left the bedroom and quickly went downstairs. Just as he reached the ground floor, a huge black SUV rushed into the yard and stopped steadily next to the pickup truck. The pickup truck next to the Night 15 was like a pocket-sized toy. Yi Linyun and Peng Hao jumped out of the car. Yi Linyun returned the car keys to Xiao Ruofei and said excitedly, "Brother Xia, this is so fun. It's like driving an armored car in the army. And the comfort level is so much better than that of an armored car." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "If your hands are itchy in the future, come and get the keys from me." "Yes. Thank you, Brother Xia," Yi Linyun said happily. Peng Hao asked meekly, "Ruofei. When I get my driver's license, can you let me try it too?" When he saw Yi Linyun driving from the side, he was extremely envious. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Little fatty, practice first. When you get your driver's license, you can build the pickup truck." "Ah? I have to drive the pickup truck first," Peng Hao said bitterly. "Nonsense, there's no after-sales service for this car in Huaxia. If you scratch off the paint, I'll have to ask Hong Kong to send someone to fix it. Xiao Ruofei said. Little comrade, don't bite off more than you can chew. When your skills are good enough, it's not impossible for me to lend it to you for fun. Okay, Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay. Get back to work. Yi Linyun and Peng Hao went to do their own things. Xiao Ruofei went back to his bedroom and took out the spiritual map scroll to enter the dimension. 10 to 20 minutes had passed in the outside world. 5 to 6 hours had passed in the dimension. Therefore, the truffles must have absorbed the essence of the flower petals. After Xiao Ruofei entered the dimension, he took the box of truffles and walked to the other side of the dimension. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the time to develop the area before. But 3 days ago, when Xiao Ruofei had just returned to Sanshan City, he had bought 20 oak saplings from Liang Qichao and planted them. Xiao Ruofei also used a flower petal to make a solution to water them. 3 days was almost 2 months in the dimension. Now, there was an oak forest here. These oak trees had already grown up and were as thick as a bowl. Xiao Ruofei put down the box of truffles and went to the side to get a shovel. Xiao Ruofei also searched for information on the internet about artificial cultivation of truffles. Basically, the success rate of artificial cultivation of truffles was very low. At present, there were relevant scientific research institutions in the country that had made some attempts. The main method was to artificially inoculate sterile saplings with infection and then transplant the infected truffle saplings for afforestation. The success rate of this method was still not high. It required specialized and meticulous maintenance and management of the forest, and it would take 6 to 8 years for truffles to be produced. During this time, if the soil, temperature, humidity, sunlight, and other environmental factors couldn't meet the conditions for truffles to be produced, it was very likely that it would be like drawing water with a sieve. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know how to infect the saplings with truffles, so he naturally used the stupid method. He first took out a military dagger and cut the white and black truffles into slices. Then he used a shovel to dig under the oak tree. Xiao Ruofei found that the oak tree had completely taken root, and these roots were still very thick. Obviously, it was the effect of the petal solution. He dug 20 centimeters deep, then used his hands to pull away the soil next to the oak roots. He put the cut truffles close to the roots, then backfilled the space with soil and poured the reconfigured petal solution. Xiao Ruofei didn't know how to infect the oak root with truffles, but since the truffles were attached to the root and had been watered with a solution of flower petals, it should be able to successfully infect it. Then he did the same thing. Every thick root of each tree was dug out, and after planting the truffles, he backfilled it with the petal solution. In order to improve the success rate, Xiao Ruofei placed several truffles on each root in different positions. Even so, 4 kilograms of truffles were all implanted, making Xiao Ruofei sweat profusely. He had dug at least 100 or 200 holes. For more than 10 hours, he was constantly digging holes, implanting truffles, backfilling, and watering. After everything was done, Xiao Ruofei straightened his body and twisted his sore waist. He said to himself, "It's finally done. You guys have to do your best. Otherwise, my big investment will be in vain." Not to mention the expensive truffle. For this truffle planting plan, Xiao Ruofei had spent a total of 3 rare flower petals, 1 for planting the oak tree, 1 for soaking the truffle, and 1 for planting the truffle into the oak tree root. Just now, she had used another one. If this stupid method didn't succeed, it would be a big loss. Of course, now that everything was done, he could only wait. It would take at least 4 or 5 years for the outside world to see the results, but Xiao Ruofei's space had the bonus of the flow of time, the petal solution, and the space spirit pool water, as well as the bonus of the spiritual energy inside the space after the upgrade, so the result should be known in a month or so. If truffles could really be produced at that time, it would be the end of the traditional truffle season, which would bring a lot of benefits to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei left the space and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing off the dust, it was almost time to eat. When Xiao Ruofei went downstairs, Yi Linyun had already prepared lunch. Since this guy moved in, Xiao Ruofei basically didn't have to worry about cooking. He just had to make sure there were ingredients in the refrigerator. After having lunch with Yi Linyun and Peng Hao, Xiao Ruofei went back to his room and took out his mobile phone to call Boss Chen of Lingyu Restaurant. In a few days, the farm would be accepted and handed over, and the spring festival was coming soon. He would be very busy then, so Xiao Ruofei wanted to take advantage of the 2 days he had free time to exchange all the 5 million yuan for jade materials, to see if he could make the Ring 2 space evolve again. 5 million yuan of jade materials was a bit too much. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Lingyu Restaurant might not be able to gather so much jade materials in a short time, so he decided to make a phone call first, in case he got nothing. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Forget about the stone gambling. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I know my limits very well. Boss Chen, I want to buy another batch of jade from you. The quantity is a bit large, so I called to ask about it. Oh? How much do you need? Boss Chen was suddenly interested when he heard that business was coming. 5 million huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, and then asked, do you have any in stock? Boss Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. A 5 million deal was definitely not a small deal, even in the jade industry. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was a long-term customer, and the demand was increasing greatly every time. Boss Chen quickly calculated the stock in the store and said, it shouldn't be a problem to get together. Brother Xia, you can come over at any time. In fact, Lingyu Hall didn't have that much stock, but Boss Chen agreed to it in order to keep Xiao Ruofei as a long-term customer. He had a few good jade bosses, and it wasn't a big problem to ask them to get some in case of an emergency. That's great, I'll drive over now. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, Xiao Ruofei took his bank card and went downstairs to say goodbye to Yi Linyun. Then, he drove his new Night 15 to the antique street of the flower and bird market in Sanshan City. Naturally, the car attracted a lot of attention when it entered the city. Xiao Ruofei found a parking lot near the antique street and parked the muscular Night 15. Then, he walked to Lingyu Hall. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at Lingyu Hall, Boss Chen had already prepared the 5 million yuan worth of jade materials he needed. Love go little say W, Chu. After Xiao Ruofei checked that there were no mistakes, the two sides happily completed the transaction. Boss Chen also invited Xiao Ruofei to buy 2 raw stones next door to play with, but Xiao Ruofei directly refused. It was fine to gamble on stones once in a while. If one bought it often, even if one chose a raw stone that was worth a lot and did not open it on the spot, there would always be the danger of exposing one's secret. Besides, Xiao Ruofei could make money very quickly. Buying jade materials directly was the safest way. Xiao Ruofei took the 5 million worth of jade materials and said goodbye to Boss Chen and left Lingyu Restaurant. After retrieving the domineering Night 15, Xiao Ruofei drove straight back to Peach Blossom Farm. Yi Linyun and Peng Hao were both busy with their own matters. Xiao Ruofei carried a large bag of jade materials to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. After locking the door and windows, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Without saying a word, Xiao Ruofei opened the big bag containing the jade material and began to let the spirit map scroll absorb it. Piece after piece of jade was thrown into the spirit map scroll. Like clay oxen entering the sea, they instantly disappeared without a trace. Every piece of jade material was worth at least tens of thousands. They were thrown into the spirit map scroll one after another as if they were free. Although Xiao Ruofei was already used to the spirit map scroll's evolution mode, he still could not help but feel a burst of pain. The jade material worth 5 million huaxia dollars was completely absorbed by the spirit map scroll in just a short while. Xiao Ruofei could not wait any longer. With a flash, he entered the Ring 2 space. First, he felt that the invisible spiritual energy in the space had become denser. Taking a deep breath inside, he felt as if he was floating. Looking around, Xiao Ruofei could feel that the range of the space had expanded. However, the space had become very large. It was not easy to estimate how much it had expanded. However, the spatial spirit pool could be seen to have become a lot bigger. However, Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly. This was because he realized that after the spatial spirit pool's diameter increased, it had reached about 6 to 7 meters. The first time the space evolved, the spirit pool's diameter became 2 meters. The second time, it became 4 meters. The third time, the space did not expand. It was just that there was invisible spiritual energy inside, and it allowed Xiao Ruofei to keep the spirit map scroll in his body. According to the previous pattern, since the space had expanded this time, the spirit pool's diameter should have expanded to about 8 meters. Why was it only 6 to 7 meters? Xiao Ruofei frowned and thought for a while. Then, he decided not to care about this. What he was most concerned about was the plant and the 5-colored strange flower on it. Thus, Xiao Ruofei quickly walked towards the nameless plant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao Ruofei counted twice and found that there were still 5 petals. It was not like he had imagined, where there would be another one. 3 days ago, he had just harvested 5 petals. Today, the 5 petals were newly grown. According to the previous pattern, it was very likely that there would be a 6th petal. Xiao Ruofei frowned even more. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a change. At the end of one of the branches of the nameless plant, there was a thumb-sized fruit with a hint of red in its green color. Xiao Ruofei's heartbeat sped up. The strange flower's petals already had so many heaven-defying effects. This time, the nameless plant actually bore a fruit. What kind of special effects would this fruit have? Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel agitated and let his imagination run wild. However, he quickly realized that this fruit did not seem to have fully matured. Then, he thought about the size of the spirit pool and an answer came to his mind. That was, the space's evolution was not complete. After coming to this conclusion, Xiao Ruofei felt like crying but had no tears. The first evolution of the space only used a jade paperweight given to him by Professor Tian. The second evolution used 500,000 worth of jade stones. And by the third time, he had spent 2 to 3 million worth of jade materials. Of course, this evolution also allowed Xiao Ruofei to absorb the spirit map scroll into his body, solving one of his biggest problems. This time, it was a jade material worth 5 million yuan. After absorbing it, it still did not evolve completely. This Ring 2 space's evolution really burned too much money. However, the benefits of evolution were also obvious. Not to mention the space expansion and the acceleration of time flow, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was worth it to spend any amount of money just to obtain an extra petal after each evolution. One had to know that this strange flower's petals would grow every 3 days. Each time, there would be an extra petal. After accumulating for a long time, it would be an incredible number. In 1 year, there would be over 100 new petals, and this time, there was even a spirit fruit that seemed to be of a higher grade. Xiao Ruofei had a premonition that with this new spirit fruit, it would be worth it even if he had to spend another 5 million. It seemed like he still had to think of a way to earn more money. Xiao Ruofei frowned and thought of a way to earn money quickly. It would be best if he could get a sum of money to buy jade materials before the Chinese New Year. The space was halfway through its evolution. Xiao Ruofei's heart felt like it was hanging in the air, or like it was being scratched by a cat. He couldn't wait to get more jade materials to complete the evolution. If he wanted to earn money quickly, he naturally had to think of a way to find the resources inside the space. Xiao Ruofei simply used his mind to sweep through the space like a scanner, hoping to find inspiration from the things planted inside the space to make money. Just as Xiao Ruofei's mind swept through the space, he suddenly had a very mysterious connection with a certain place in the space. This feeling was something he had never felt before this incomplete evolution. Xiao Ruofei had a puzzled look on his face. He strengthened his telepathic connection and slowly walked toward the location he sensed. Xiao Ruofei followed his senses and slowly walked to the edge of the space. In front of him was a layer of blue membrane, and the invisible connection seemed to be stronger. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Gradually, this feeling became clearer and clearer. Xiao Ruofei vaguely felt that there seemed to be a layer of space outside the membrane, and there was a mental connection with him. However, perhaps because this evolution was not complete, this mental connection was always vague. The specific situation of the outer space was always like a fog, and he could not sense it clearly. However, this discovery still made Xiao Ruofei very excited. A nested space outside the space, the existing Ring 2 space had already given Xiao Ruofei too many surprises. What kind of surprises would the outer space bring him? This evolution was obviously not complete. If he continued to absorb jadeite and reached the level of complete evolution, Would he be able to open this layer of space? Also, would the spirit fruit on the nameless plant ripen as well? Xiao Ruofei's heart was surging. At this time, he was completely immersed in the joy of constant exploration. Xiao Ruofei felt that there was never a moment like this when he was so eager to make money. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and then began to think about how to earn a large sum of money in a short time to exchange for jadeite. If it really didn't work, he could only go stone gambling again. If he bought a good raw stone, he would not cut it on the spot, but directly bring it back to the Ring 2 space to absorb. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not intend to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. When Xiao Ruofei's eyes fell on the gold-rimmed Phoebe forest, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He quickly walked to the largest gold-rimmed Phoebe that had been transplanted. The last time Xiao Ruofei entered the Ring 2 space, he had already discovered that the ginseng that was sown seemed to grow very fast. Under these gold-rimmed Phoebe trees, green compound leaves could be seen. Especially under the largest gold-rimmed Phoebe tree, 3 or 4 of them were quite tall. Xiao Ruofei had checked the relevant information on the internet before sowing the ginseng seeds. He knew that the price of authentic high-quality wild ginseng was very high, and it was extremely rare. If he took it to an old Chinese medicine pharmacy, it would definitely be bought at a high price. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be tempted. However, he didn't have much confidence in his heart. After all, these ginsengs were only planted for more than a month. According to the flow of time, they had been growing in the space for about 2 years. How much could a 2-year-old ginseng be worth? Of course, it couldn't be calculated like that. After all, the spiritual energy in the space was rich. Even without the enhancement of the flow of time, the growth of crops was far faster than the outside world. What's more, Xiao Ruofei had also watered a certain amount of petal solution when he planted them. Usually, every time he came in, he would bring the spatial spirit pool water to water them. Therefore, it was really hard to tell how much it could grow. Xiao Ruofei thought for a long time, but still decided to sell the ginseng for money. But the decision was made. He felt that he really couldn't dig it out immediately. To be on the safe side, Xiao Ruofei used a strange flower petal to make a bottle of solution. Then he picked 3 of the best growing ginseng and watered the petal solution. Then Xiao Ruofei flashed and left the space. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the outside world for a whole day. It wasn't until lunch the next day that he returned to his room, locked the door and windows, and took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space. As soon as he entered the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei ran straight to the gold-rimmed Phoebe tree. He found that the 3 ginseng watered with the petal solution had grown a lot. There were even a lot of red seeds on their tips. They stood out among the other ginseng. Whether this strange flower petal was worth it or not depended on the quality of the ginseng that was dug out. Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried about the quality of the ginseng. As long as it was something produced in the Ring 2 space, it would never be of bad quality. The only thing he was worried about was the age. Only by digging it out would he know. Xiao Ruofei found a military shovel and very carefully dug out the soil near the ginseng's roots. Of course, he only used a military shovel at the beginning. After digging a little, he changed to digging with his bare hands. Because he had checked the information, he knew that the expensive wild ginseng's roots had to be intact. Otherwise, the price would be greatly reduced. Therefore, this was a job that required a lot of patience. Xiao Ruofei didn't lack patience. He used his fingers to dig until the whole ginseng was dug out. The main root of this ginseng was about 12 or 13 centimeters long and was as thick as a thumb. There were 2 main branches at the bottom, which were cylindrical in the shape of a herringbone. The roots were very slender, 2 to 3 times the length of the main root. There were many small protruding points on the roots, like small pearls. Xiao Ruofei had only checked some basic information on the internet. He didn't know what grade this ginseng was, but compared to his expectations, it seemed to be a lot smaller. But Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and directly began to dig out the second one. In the end, all 3 ginseng were dug out. The size and weight of each were almost the same. Xiao Ruofei carefully cleaned up the soil on the roots, and then placed the 3 ginseng side by side on the ground in the space. Pharmacies usually bought dried ginseng. Xiao Ruofei did this to let them dry naturally in the space. He left the space and went back to his room to check the traditional Chinese medicine shops in Sanchon City. He found that there was also a Tongrentang branch in Sanchon City, on Huban Road in Zhongluo district. Xiao Ruofei immediately decided to go to Tongrentang to sell ginseng. Tongrentang was a century-old shop, and its reputation was guaranteed. He stayed in the outside world for 2 or 3 hours. When he returned to the space, the 3 ginseng were a little smaller. The inside and outside of the ginseng were dry and hard. The water should have been discharged. So Xiao Ruofei took the ginseng back to his room and sealed them in a plastic bag. Then he found 3 similar long cardboard boxes and put them in them. Xiao Ruofei put the 3 cardboard boxes in his bag. Then he picked up the Night 15 car key on the computer table, went downstairs, and drove straight to Sanchon City. Xiao Ruofei found the Tongrentang branch on Huban Road in Zhongluo district on the car GPS. After setting the route, he drove all the way to the city. Along the way, the wild and domineering Night 15 attracted a lot of attention. Especially after they entered the city, the huge monster SUV passed through the traffic, giving a strong visual impact. Many drivers couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures of Xiao Ruofei's car. After Xiao Ruofei arrived at the Tongrentang branch and parked his car, he carried his bag and went straight in. When he came to the counter, a young female clerk asked politely, "Sir, what kind of medicine do you need?" Xiao Ruofei took out a cardboard box from his bag and put it on the counter. He asked with a smile, "Do you take ginseng here?" Today's first update. Continue to ask for monthly votes. There are many monthly votes in the red bag area. You can go get your red bag and vote at the same time. Steel Gun urgently needs your support. The young saleswoman smiled and said, "Of course we will accept the ginseng, but Tongrentang has high requirements for the quality of ginseng. We don't want ordinary ginseng." As she spoke, she opened the paper box that Xiao Ruofei had pushed over. With just a glance, the saleswoman's expression immediately froze. She said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I will ask our pharmacist to come over." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Judging from the saleswoman's reaction, the quality of the ginseng he had brought out must be very good. After all, although the saleswoman was young, she had been influenced by Tongrentang. She definitely knew the quality of the ginseng. Her attention was enough to explain the problem. Soon, an old pharmacist with white hair and a beard came over with the saleswoman. He nodded politely to Xiao Ruofei and then looked at the ginseng. The old pharmacist's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out a pair of reading glasses from his white coat and put them on. Then, he took out a small magnifying glass and looked at the ginseng closely. He looked very carefully and even picked up the ginseng from the box. After looking at it for a long time, he said excitedly, "Sir, the quality of your wild ginseng is very good. It is also very old. Tongrentang is willing to buy it for 700,000 yuan. After the old pharmacist finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Ruofei with great expectation. There were very few wild ginseng on the market now. Even a century-old shop like Tongrentang did not have a lot of wild ginseng in reserve. It wasn't easy for him to come across a wild ginseng with almost perfect 5 forms and 6 bodies. This old medicine master was also eager to take it. It was no exaggeration to say that such a wild ginseng was enough to be the treasure of this Tongrentang branch. When Xiao Ruofei heard the price of 700,000 yuan, his heart suddenly relaxed. When the old pharmacist saw that Xiao Ruofei did not speak, he quickly said, "Sir, 700,000 yuan is definitely the real price. Our Tongrentang is a century-old shop. We will never cheat our customers and ruin our reputation." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I believe you." Then, he took out another 2 boxes from his bag and placed them on the counter. He gently pushed them towards the old pharmacist and said, "Please take a look at these 2 as well. If the price is right, I'll sell them to you together." There were 2 more. The old apothecary's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hurriedly opened the box. When he saw the 2 ginsengs that were not inferior to the first wild ginseng, his heart could not help but beat faster. This kind of ginseng was rarely seen, but this time, there were 3 of them. The old pharmacist held a magnifying glass and looked at it repeatedly, afraid that he would miss a single detail. After looking at them for more than 10 minutes, the old pharmacist was finally certain that all three of the ginseng were authentic wild ginseng. According to the grading standards, they were at least grade 1 ginseng, or maybe even special grade ginseng. "Sir, we'll take all three of these ginseng from Tongrentang," the old pharmacist said. "With my authority, I can give you a maximum of 720,000 yuan per ginseng. What do you think?" The old pharmacist had made up his mind to take the 3 ginseng, so he gritted his teeth and added another 20,000 yuan per ginseng. "Deal," Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly. "Thank you." "Thank you," the old pharmacist said happily. Soon, the two sides signed a simple agreement on the transfer of the ginseng. Xiao Ruofei's bank account, which was almost empty, had an extra 2.16 million Huaxia yuan. When Xiao Ruofei left, the old pharmacist enthusiastically sent him to the door and said, "Sir, if you have any more high-quality wild ginseng like this in the future, you must come to Tongrentang. We'll buy as much as you have." Xiao Ruofei smiled and agreed. But in the short term, he didn't plan to sell any more wild ginseng. Such a precious wild ginseng was not a radish. If he sold one every few days, even a fool could see that there was a problem. Moreover, these 3 ginseng had been accelerated by the petal solution. The other ginseng in the Ring 2 space still needed time to grow. The longer they were planted, the higher their value would be. Wouldn't it be a waste to dig them out at this time? After Xiao Ruofei got back to the car, he directly took out his mobile phone and called Boss Chen of Lingyu Hall. "Brother Xia, hello." Boss Chen greeted him enthusiastically. "Boss Chen, I'm bothering you again," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "The quality of the jade materials yesterday was good. I want to buy some more. Do you have any more stock?" Boss Chen was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, does this young master think that jade materials are cabbages in the vegetable market? He bought 5 million yuan yesterday, and he wants more today? Xiao Ruofei had already bought all the jade materials of this grade in his shop. Yesterday, in order to get enough jade materials worth 5 million yuan, he went to another shop to buy some. Boss Chen asked, "Brother Xia, how much do you need?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "About 2 million yuan. Boss Chen took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, "Brother Xia, to tell you the truth, the jade materials in my shop were all sold out yesterday." "I see." Xiao Ruofei felt a little regretful. "Then I'll look elsewhere." It seemed that he had to ask another shop. He had a very good cooperation with Boss Chen. It was quite troublesome to change to another shop. He didn't know if other shops were willing to sell raw jade materials. At this time, Boss Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Xia, give me 3 days. I'll definitely get 2 million yuan worth of jade materials in 3 days. Is that okay?" Boss Chen knew that high-quality customers like Xiao Ruofei must be firmly grasped. If he went to another shop this time, he might not come back to buy from him next time. Although the profit from selling jade materials directly was relatively small, it couldn't withstand Xiao Ruofei's huge demand. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Boss Chen." "Don't mention it. You're taking care of my business. I should be the one thanking you," Boss Chen said with a hearty smile. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei started the car and drove back to Taoyuan Farm. For the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei stayed in the farm because all the projects were in the final stage. On the 3rd day, the construction of the entire Taoyuan farm was completed as Yi Linyun was in charge of the security system. Xiao Ruofei immediately organized the inspection. He had to admit that the quality of the construction team sent by Liang Qichao was top-notch. Xiao Ruofei led Yi Linyun, Peng Hao, and Manager Li around the entire farm and basically couldn't find any problems. All the construction was completed according to the requirements of the design, with quality and quantity guaranteed. There was no cutting corners. Xiao Ruofei signed his name on the project inspection form very quickly and asked Peng how to pay the balance in the afternoon. According to the usual practice, the construction company would usually withhold a part of the balance and pay the balance after the project was put into use for a period of time. But Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao were so familiar with each other that he didn't do that. Anyway, if there were any problems with the project in the future, Liang Qichao would definitely not deny it. After the inspection, Xiao Ruofei was about to drive to Lingyuzhai to pick up the new batch of jade materials. Several workers that he had recruited some time ago came to the villa and said that they had something to report to their boss. Xiao Ruofei closed the half-opened car door and asked with a gentle smile, "Why are you looking for me?" One of the workers, who was in his 40s and had a dark face, said, "Boss, now that the farm is finished, we discussed and thought that we should plant the vegetables immediately. This way, we can sell them after the spring festival." This worker was called Chao Taishu. He was the most energetic among the 15 workers, and he had gone out to work and seen the world. Therefore, everyone elected him to report to Xiao Ruofei. These days, the workers had been learning from the factory's technicians who built the greenhouse. They had a good understanding of the modern greenhouse's performance. They also knew that, although it was winter now, the vegetables in the greenhouse would not be affected at all. Therefore, everyone was a little impatient. They were paid 5,000 yuan a month, but they hadn't done any substantial work for half a month. At most, they helped at the construction site, so they couldn't wait to get to work. The concept of rural people was so simple. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Old Chao, I was thinking that since the spring festival is coming soon, we should rest for a few days and talk about it after the spring festival." Chao Taishu said anxiously, "Boss, what rest? We are all full of energy and want to do a good job. We can't rest." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. It was a good thing that the workers were so enthusiastic about their work. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't discourage their enthusiasm. He thought about it, then nodded and said, "Okay. Then we'll start planting tomorrow. My friend used new technology to cultivate some vegetables. I'll go to the city to buy the seeds later. We'll officially start tomorrow." "Okay." Chao Taishu rubbed his hands happily and said, "Boss, we'll go to the greenhouse first. While the factory's technicians are still there, we should learn more." "The greenhouse is too advanced," Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. The workers went to the greenhouse energetically. Xiao Ruofei drove to Sanshan City. He first went to Lingyu Hall to find Boss Chen and bought the 2 million yuan worth of jadeite. After that, Xiao Ruofei went to the Forestry Bureau's dormitory. Today, he was going to pick up Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao and go back to Taoyuan farm together. This was what they had agreed beforehand. Everyone was going to celebrate the new year together. Before coming to the city, Xiao Ruofei had called the two of them in advance, so when Xiao Ruofei arrived at their house, the two of them had already prepared a change of clothes. "Brother Ruofei!" Lin Xiao shouted happily when he saw Xiao Ruofei. Today, Lin Xiao was wearing a rose-red down jacket and a pair of skin-tight blue jeans. Her hair was tied up in a lively ponytail, and her entire body was filled with a youthful aura. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, "Xiao, how are your final exam results? If it's too bad, you won't get a New Year's gift this time." Lin Xiao made a face at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I got 15th place in the class this time." "Really? Our family's Xiao is so amazing." Xiao Ruofei said very happily. Lin Xiao's school was the province's key high school, and her class was the school's key liberal arts class. Therefore, 15th place was quite amazing. Xiao Ruofei knew that when Lin Xiao first transferred to the school, she was below average in a class of 50 people. Of course. Lin Xiao showed a proud expression. "The New Year's gift won't run away, right?" Huzi's mother looked at Lin Xiao dotingly and said, "Xiao, you're only 15th and you're already so proud. You still dare to ask your brother Ruofei for a gift?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Auntie, it wasn't easy for Xiao to get 15th place. She must have put in a lot of effort." Lin Xiao grabbed Xiao Ruofei's arm tightly and said, "Brother Ruofei knows me best." All right. How old are you?" "You're still acting like a child," Huzi's mother said with a smile. "Auntie, everything is ready. Let's go." Xiao Ruofei said, "Have you turned off the electricity and gas at home?" "Everything is ready." Huzi's mother smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to Brother Ruofei's house to celebrate the new year." Lin Xiao shouted happily. The two of them only had one bag each. Xiao Ruofei easily carried one bag in each hand. The three of them went downstairs and went straight to where Xiao Ruofei parked his car. When Lin Xiao saw Xiao Ruofei use the remote to unlock the car and open the door of the Night 15, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and exclaim, "This car is so cool. Brother Ruofei, is this your car? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded and said, yes. I just changed to a new car. How does it feel? One word, cool. Lin Xiao looked at the Knight 15 and murmured. Xiao Ruofei lightly knocked Lin Xiao's head and said, that's 3 words. Lin Xiao laughed and said, Brother Ruofei, you're so old-fashioned. Do you know that's a popular saying now? Xiao Ruofei didn't expect to be looked down upon by this little girl. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened the door of the back seat and said, Auntie, Xiaoer, there's more space in the back and it's more comfortable. You two can sit in the back. After that, Xiao Ruofei put their bags into the car. Lin Xiao shouted, I don't want to. It's more comfortable sitting in the front. Mom, you can sit in the back alone. I'll sit in the front with Brother Ruofei. You crazy girl. Huzi's mother laughed and scolded her. She didn't care about Lin Xiao and got into the car with Xiao Ruofei's help. Lin Xiao couldn't wait to open the door to the front passenger seat. With one foot on the pedal and one hand on the handle, she nimbly sat in the front passenger seat. Xiao Ruofei went around the front of the car and opened the door to the driver's seat. After starting the car, Xiao Ruofei lightly stepped on the gas pedal. The Knight 15 suddenly roared. Xiao Ruofei drove the car out of the Forestry Bureau's residence and shuttled through the traffic of Sanjian City. Along the way, Lin Xiao was very excited. She took out her phone and took pictures here and there. Then, she fiddled with the high-end sound system in the car. She was very interested in the huge LCD screen in the middle of the car. Huzi's mother was very nervous. She was restless in the back seat and kept reminding Lin Xiao not to touch anything in the car. She was afraid that she would affect Xiao Ruofei's driving. Xiao Ruofei didn't care. He just looked at Lin Xiao with a doting gaze and a very relaxed smile on his face. The car passed through the traffic of the city and sped along the highway around the city. Soon, they arrived at Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei didn't stop the car. He directly drove along the newly built asphalt road inside the farm to the courtyard of the holiday villa. As soon as Xiao Ruofei and the others got out of the car, Lightning rushed over and pounced on Xiao Ruofei. It shook its head and wagged its tail. Xiao Ruofei stroked Lightning's glossy fur and reminded it that Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao were his family. He reminded it not to scare people. Then, Xiao Ruofei asked Peng how to take the mother and daughter around the farm. He took out the bag of jade from the trunk and went upstairs. He couldn't wait for the spirit map scroll to absorb the jadeite. Important notice, a VIP reader group has been officially opened. Group number, 2958488872. To join the group, you need to verify your subscription. The author will distribute monthly tickets in the red box area from time to time. When the time comes, a notice will be sent to the VIP reader group in advance. Brothers and sisters who have fully subscribed, please hurry up and join the group. After returning to the bedroom and locking the door and windows, Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to summon the spiritual map scroll from the palm of his hand. Then he opened the bag full of jadeite, grabbed a handful of jadeite, and directly let the spiritual map scroll absorb it. Within a few minutes, the jadeite that was worth 2 million was almost completely absorbed. When there were only 3 or 4 pieces of jadeite left in the bag, Xiao Ruofei clearly felt that the connection between the spiritual map scroll and his mind suddenly became a lot closer. Moreover, he could also sense that the interior of the space seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. He hurriedly finished absorbing the remaining 3 or 4 pieces of jadeite into the Ring 2 space. Then with a thought, he flashed into the space. After entering the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei first felt that the spiritual energy was a lot richer. That kind of relaxed and happy feeling even made him a little unwilling to go back to the outside world. Another obvious feeling was that the scope of the space had expanded. Although the scope of the space was now so big that Xiao Ruofei couldn't directly see it, he could still see some clues from the size of the spatial spirit pool. He took out the tape measure that he had prepared in advance and measured the diameter of the spatial spirit pool. 8 meters, according to the rules of the previous evolutions, this was an important sign that the space had completed its evolution. It seemed that the size of the space should have expanded to about 8 acres. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was now very closely connected with the Ring 2 space. For example, when the space had just completed its evolution, he could feel it. But when he entered the space, through all kinds of evidence, he was more certain of this conclusion. Xiao Ruofei then came in front of the nameless plant. What he was most concerned about was the new spirit fruit that had just appeared. Xiao Ruofei took a closer look and immediately revealed a joyful expression. The fruit had already turned from green to dark red and exuded a tempting fragrance. It was obvious that it was completely ripe. As for the wondrous flower's petals, Xiao Ruofei had already plucked the wondrous flower's petals. Today was the third day, and the wondrous flower's petals had grown again. There were still exactly 5 petals. However, Xiao Ruofei was not disappointed. He believed that the value of this fruit would definitely far exceed the value of the flower's petals. Xiao Ruofei stood in front of this nameless plant and couldn't help but worry. Xiao Ruofei was very hesitant about whether or not he should pick it. After pondering for a while, Xiao Ruofei decided to pluck it. He wanted to see if the fruit would grow back after a certain period of time, just like the petals of a strange flower. After deciding to pluck it, Xiao Ruofei was very cautious. He found a new crisper box and patted it with a thick layer of medical gauze. Then, he held the crisper box with one hand and placed it directly under the fruit. With the other hand, he held a small pair of scissors and gently reached out to cut off the small branch that was hanging the fruit. The dark red fruit fell on the medical gauze in the crisper box. During the whole process, Xiao Ruofei didn't touch the fruit with his hand. He was worried that it would be absorbed by his body as soon as he touched it, just like the wondrous flower's petals. This fruit was obviously much more precious than the wondrous flower's petals. Xiao Ruofei certainly didn't want to use it casually. Maybe it would be of great use in the future. He carefully closed the crisper box and then plucked all the wondrous flower's petals and put them in another crisper box. Now he had 17 wondrous flower's petals. After carefully putting away the 2 crisper boxes, Xiao Ruofei walked with a hint of excitement to the place where he had an inexplicable feeling last time. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei entered the space today, the feeling was even stronger. He followed the feeling and slowly walked to the front of the expanded space membrane. He tried to communicate with it with his mind. The wonderful feeling appeared again, but this time it was much clearer than 3 days ago. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and tried to send out an order with his mind. A slight pulling force came. When Xiao Ruofei opened his eyes, he found that he was no longer in the original space. Of course, he was not in the outside world. This place was obviously another independent space. Xiao Ruofei stood on a piece of green grass. At a glance, it was much wider than the original Ring 2 space. Looking as far as the eye could see, in addition to this piece of grass, there was a small hill in the distance. At the foot of the hill, there was a small stream winding around the hill and flowing into a small lake about 1 mu in size. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw a blue halo above. He didn't know how high it was from the ground, but it was obviously different from the sky outside. He went straight to the small hill. The highest point of the hill was only about 10 meters above the ground. From afar, it looked like a big steamed bun. When he came to the foot of the hill, Xiao Ruofei first squatted down beside the stream. He cupped some of the stream water with both hands and drank a few mouthfuls. He found that the stream water tasted exactly the same as the water in the space spirit pond. Xiao Ruofei looked upstream at the stream. The meandering stream appeared out of thin air from the space membrane. Xiao Ruofei showed a thoughtful expression. He felt that the stream and the space spirit pond were related. Maybe the source of the two was the same. Then Xiao Ruofei walked around the hill. When he was halfway there, his eyes suddenly focused and his footsteps suddenly quickened. Because he saw a stone tablet standing at the foot of the hill not far away. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei saw an artificial object after he got the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei's mood was somewhat agitated. He carefully approached the stone tablet. Looking at it from a close distance, Xiao Ruofei was even more certain that it was not naturally formed. Because there were obvious signs of hacking and chiseling on it. It was definitely man-made. The stone tablet looked gray. He did not know what kind of stone it was made of. There were obvious signs of hacking and chiseling on it. However, Xiao Ruofei looked up and down several times, but did not see any writing. This was a wordless stone tablet. Xiao Ruofei looked at it for a long time but did not find anything. He helplessly smiled bitterly. Then, he carefully stretched out his hand toward the stone tablet. Xiao Ruofei gently put the back of his hand on the stone tablet. At this time, his heart was full of vigilance. If he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately withdraw his hand. The stone tablet was ice cold. There was nothing wrong with it. However, Xiao Ruofei was still keenly aware that when his hand touched the stone tablet, there was a trace of mental connection between him and the stone tablet. It was similar to the connection between him and the Ring 2 space. However, this connection was very weak. It did not provide Xiao Ruofei with any useful information. Xiao Ruofei sighed and withdrew his hand. It seemed that he could only wait until the space evolved again. He could faintly feel that the stone tablet that had suddenly appeared in this space was something very important. Xiao Ruofei looked around blankly. He did not understand what was so special about this new space. It was also filled with rich spiritual energy. It was also a small space. Why was it divided into two? Xiao Ruofei compared the situation of the two spaces in his heart. He wanted to find the original intention of the creator of the Ring 2 scroll. Suddenly, Xiao Ruofei's mind flashed. He thought of a possibility. Important notice, a VIP reader group has been officially opened. Group number, 2958488872. To join the group, you need to verify your subscription and screenshot. The author will distribute monthly ticket packages in the red box area from time to time. When the time comes, a notice will be posted in the VIP reader group in advance. Brothers and sisters who have fully subscribed, please hurry up and join the group. The flow of time, Xiao Ruofei thought of this factor. The conditions of the two spaces seemed to be similar in all aspects. The only thing that couldn't be felt was the flow of time. Xiao Ruofei was in the Ring 2 space where the flow of time was 20 times faster, so he felt exactly the same as the outside world. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei decided to do a test immediately. With a thought, after the familiar slight dizziness passed, Xiao Ruofei was surprised to find that he had directly appeared in a room in the outside world, and not in the original space as he had imagined. This discovery surprised Xiao Ruofei a little. He picked up the small alarm clock from the bedside table, and then tried to communicate with the Ring 2 painting scroll with his mind. He soon found that he could directly enter the original Ring 2 space or the newly discovered space according to his thoughts. Obviously, these two spaces were connected and relatively independent at the same time. Xiao Ruofei issued a command in his mind, and the next moment, he directly appeared in the newly discovered space. Xiao Ruofei was already familiar with testing the flow of time. Before entering the space, he had matched the time on the alarm clock and the phone to ensure that the two were the same. And he had never brought the phone into the space. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei confirmed the time displayed on the alarm clock, he directly left the new space and returned to the outside world. After staying in the outside world for 5 minutes, Xiao Ruofei entered the new space again. He took the alarm clock and looked at it. Exactly 5 minutes had passed in the new space. Sure enough, the biggest difference between the two spaces was the flow of time. The flow of time in this new space was the same as the outside world. This discovery made Xiao Ruofei very excited. He thought of many possibilities. The time flow in the original space was 20 times faster than the outside world. After this evolution, he didn't have time to test it. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be 30 times faster. In the original space, growing crops that took a long time, such as slow-growing succulents or precious trees that took hundreds or even hundreds of years to mature, was definitely very suitable. However, the fast flow of time also brought about a problem, and that was that some animals or crops that only needed a short time to mature were not suitable for living in the original space. For example, if Xiao Ruofei kept lightning in the original space all year round, it would not be long before it died of old age. Another example was the vegetables in the space. The vegetables planted in the space would ripen in a very short time, which was a great help to Xiao Ruofei in accumulating initial funds. However, in the later stages, he had to replant them almost every day or two. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had already begun to reduce the amount of vegetables planted in the space. As long as it could supply Shijiangyu and Ling's restaurant, it would be fine. Later, the matter of planting vegetables would be completely transferred to the Taoyuan farm in the outside world. With this new space with the same flow of time inside and outside, Xiao Ruofei could raise many animals here. Presumably, these animals would be as intelligent as lightning. He could even cultivate his own animal army, and it would be an animal army that he could carry with him. In addition, because the flow of time inside and outside was the same, Xiao Ruofei could stay in the space for a longer time under the premise of ensuring his safety. He could even sleep and rest in the space. The spiritual energy here was rich, and it was many times better than the polluted air in the outside world. He could even build his own Xanadu here. Xiao Ruofei thought of too many possibilities, and for a moment, he couldn't help beaming with joy. In the original space, he cultivated precious species that needed a long time to mature, while in the new space, he focused on plants and animals that didn't need a long time to grow. The two could be said to complement each other. Xiao Ruofei vaguely felt that the new space was not as simple as the flow of time being different from that of the original space. The space here was wider, and there was a different topography and landform, as well as the mysterious stone tablet that was full of mystery and had a trace of mental connection with him. Xiao Ruofei felt that there were too many unknowns waiting for him to explore in this space. However, he was not in a hurry. According to his experience after obtaining the spirit map scroll, as long as the space continued to evolve, the mysteries of the unknown would slowly fade away and gradually appear in front of him, just like the appearance of this new space today. However, thinking of the upgrade, Xiao Ruofei had a headache. This upgrade cost a total of 7 million worth of jadeite. The next upgrade probably wouldn't even cost 14 million. Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a wry smile, and decided not to think so much for the time being. With a killer weapon like the Ring 2 space, the speed of making money would definitely be faster and faster. One day, he would be able to unravel all the secrets of the space. And maybe in the future, he would be able to find something more suitable for the space to evolve than jade. Xiao Ruofei vaguely felt that this kind of thing definitely existed, but he just needed a bit of luck. Maybe the black stone that the Ring 2 space absorbed into his body during the last evolution was something different from jade that could make the space evolve. After all, that stone could make the spiritual map scroll vibrate by itself, and Xiao Ruofei did not open it when he took it back, and directly absorbed it into the scroll, so he had no idea what was inside. Xiao Ruofei decided not to think too much about it. He took the small alarm clock and directly entered the original space from the new space, and tested the flow of time. As he expected, after the evolution, the flow of time in the original space had become 30 times faster than the outside world. This was undoubtedly extremely beneficial to the growth of Phoebe Jinan, truffles, and ginseng. Xiao Ruofei patrolled the original space, and then began to work. He had promised the workers that he would provide high-tech seeds, and those seeds had already been bought and placed in the space. Now, what he needed to do was to complete the most crucial step, soaking the seeds. Xiao Ruofei had bought a lot of plastic boxes of different sizes and placed them in the space, because these boxes could come in handy in many situations. He took a dozen small boxes and poured each kind of vegetable seed into one box. Then, he took a large wooden bucket and began to mix the petal solution. This time, there were more seeds to soak, so Xiao Ruofei directly used 2 petals to mix a large bucket of solution. After mixing the petal solution in the wooden bucket evenly, he poured it into a dozen small boxes. Then, with a thought, he flashed out of the space. After he stayed in the outside world for a few minutes, he calculated that a few hours had passed in the space. Those seeds should have fully absorbed the nutrients in the petal solution, so he entered the original space again. Xiao Ruofei spread a plastic sheet on the floor of the space, and then fished out all the seeds with a hedge. He spread them out on the plastic sheet, and let them dry naturally. He did not waste the petal solution after soaking the seeds, and watered it all on the Phoebe Jinan, the oak roots, and the ginseng. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei left the space. He would enter the space again tomorrow to collect the dried seeds. Xiao Ruofei put the spiritual map scroll in his palm, and then went downstairs to find Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. Important notice, a VIP reader group has been officially opened. Group number, 2958488872. You need to verify your subscription before you can join the group. The author will give out monthly tickets in the red box from time to time. There will be an announcement in the VIP reader group in advance. Brothers and sisters with full subscriptions, please hurry up and join the group. When Xiao Ruofei came downstairs, Peng Hao had just brought Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao back from a tour of the farm. Xiao Ruofei greeted them with a smile and asked, "Auntie, Xiaoer, what do you think of the tour?" Huzi's mother smiled and said, "Ruofei, the construction here is very good. The environment is very good, and the air in the countryside is very good. It's really good. If you like it, you can stay for a while." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The farm has just been built. After a while, the landscape trees will grow a little. Then, we can plant all kinds of vegetables in the greenhouse and plant fruit trees in the back of the mountain. The environment will be better." "Wow. Won't that be delicious?" Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Ruofei bro, you have to leave a room for me. I'll come and stay when I'm free in the future." "No problem. You're always welcome during the winter and summer holidays." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You can eat all kinds of fruits in the summer. Only during the winter and summer holidays? What about during normal times?" Lin Xiao asked. "You have to go to school during normal times. Of course, you'll live in the city. What about after I get into university?" Lin Xiao asked mischievously. Xiao Ruofei found it funny and said, "After you get into university, you'll go to other places to study. Won't you only come back during the winter and summer holidays?" "Who said I'm going to other places?" Lin Xiao said, "I'm going to a local university in Xianxia." "Oh. You already have an ideal university?" Xiao Ruofei asked, surprised, "What university?" Lin Xiao made a cute face and said with a smile, "It's a secret." Huzi's mother laughed and scolded, "You little girl. Why are you keeping your big brother Ruofei in suspense?" "It's okay," Xiao Ruofei said. "Auntie, Xiaoer is already an adult. It's good that she has her own ideas. Moreover, she's doing quite well in Sanshan University. She can take care of you nearby. Our Sanshan city also has several key universities." After experiencing the pain of losing her son, Huzi's mother naturally cherished her only daughter, Lin Xiao, even more. In her heart, she also hoped that Lin Xiao could be by her side. If Lin Xiao really went to a faraway place to study, she would definitely be worried. After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Huzi's mother smiled and nodded in agreement. The three of them chatted as they walked into the villa. Xiao Ruofei arranged rooms for both mother and daughter on the second floor. Other than the master bedroom, there were 2 guest rooms on the second floor. Both mother and daughter had 1 room each. Xiao Ruofei had already tidied up the room and changed it into new bedding. In the room prepared for Lin Xiao, he specially used a pink kitty cat set and spent a lot of effort to decorate it. The whole room was filled with the elements of a young girl. Lin Xiao screamed as soon as she entered the room. Then, she threw herself onto the soft bed and hugged the pink pillow tightly. She refused to get up and kept saying that this room must be reserved for her. Whenever there was a holiday, she would come and stay there. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao lovingly and nodded with a smile. After Huzi's mother moved into the villa, she took over the kitchen. Yi Linyun, who had been a part-time cook for a few days, was officially announced to be laid off. However, Huzi's mother's cooking skills were indeed much better than Yi Linyun's. In addition, the ingredients were all vegetables and fish from the dimension. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Peng Hao immediately said that he would eat here in the future. Early the next morning, Chow Tai-shu brought a few workers to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei knew what they were here for. He took them directly to the villa's garage and gave them the dozens of vegetable seeds that he had taken out in advance. Xiao Ruofei also specifically told them that these seeds were all high-tech products. They didn't need to be soaked. They could be sown directly. Chow Tai-shu and the others were very happy. They had been working for almost a month and finally had work to do. Chow Tai-shu ordered the other workers to move the seeds out of the garage. He rubbed his hands and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Boss, we discussed it yesterday. We think that the orchard in the back of the mountain has already been opened. It's best to plant the fruit trees there at the beginning of spring. You can think about which fruit trees to plant in the next few days." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I got it. Old Chow, thank you for your reminder." "Oh right, boss." Chow Tai-shu wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he said, "Our village has planted fruit trees in that mountain forest for a few years. But maybe because of the soil, the fruits are bitter and astringent. They can't be eaten at all. So, when choosing the saplings, it's best that you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay, I got it. Don't worry. I have a friend in this line of work. I'll ask him to give me some advice. He'll definitely be able to choose the most suitable variety. Chow Taishu grinned and said, okay. It's good that boss has thought about it. Then, I'll go to the greenhouse first. We'll prepare to plant the seeds today. After that, Chow Taishu walked toward the door. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and called out to him. Then he said, Old Chow, I think you're doing quite well in management. How about this? In the future, you'll be in charge of the greenhouse. Is that okay? Chow Taishu said in surprise, Boss, you're letting me manage the greenhouse? Don't worry. Since boss trusts me so much, I'll definitely manage the greenhouse well. Okay. Do a good job. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, well, you can be considered a supervisor for the time being. I'll raise your monthly salary to 7,000 yuan. There's a salary increase. Chow Taishu was a little surprised. He immediately said, Boss, our salary is already high enough. This, Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, our company pays according to one's work. We don't practice equalitarianism. As a supervisor, you definitely can't be paid the same as an ordinary worker. Do a good job. When the company develops well, your salary will definitely increase. Ah. I got it. Thank you, boss. Chow Taishu said excitedly, don't worry, boss. I'll definitely do a good job. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Chow Taishu left energetically, and Xiao Ruofei could be considered to have handed over the vegetable matter. As long as the greenhouse of Taoyuan Farm officially started to produce vegetables and started to operate well, Xiao Ruofei could completely stop the planting of vegetables in the Ring 2 space. During the transition period, he still had to guarantee that Ling's restaurant and Shijiang Moon clubhouse would be supplied every day. At night, Xiao Ruofei locked the doors and windows of the bedroom. After checking carefully, he took out the spiritual map scroll. Now that there were many people living in the villa, Xiao Ruofei had to be more careful. Xiao Ruofei entered the original space and prepared to patrol around first. Then, he would sort out the original vegetable field. Now, he could reduce the scale of the planting. When the greenhouse started to produce vegetables, he could completely stop planting ordinary vegetables in the space. At that time, he would only need to prepare the high-tech seeds regularly. When Xiao Ruofei patrolled to the small pond where the pair of red arowana were raised, his eyes were immediately attracted to it. There's a bloody storm on the monthly votes list. Steel Spear doesn't like to write a single chapter, nor is he good at shouting at the top of his lungs. I'm here to implore the brothers and sisters who like this book. If you still have monthly votes, please support Steel Spear in this difficult time. Thank you. The red arowana was no longer the same as when they were first brought into the space by Xiao Ruofei. The most obvious difference was their body shape. They had been in the space for several years, bathing in rich reiki all the time. Occasionally, Xiao Ruofei would drip some extra petal solution into the pond, so now the pair of red arowana had grown to more than 60 centimeters long. There was also the color. The color of the red arawana's hair was very thorough. At first glance, the whole body was blood red, and the fish scales had a metallic luster. The layers of fish were very beautiful. Xiao Ruofei compared some pictures on the internet and felt that the so-called top blood red dragons on the forum were not as beautiful as the pair of red arowana. So every time Xiao Ruofei entered the Ring 2 space, he would come here to admire for a while. Looking at such a beautiful pair of fish swimming in the pond, it was indeed a pleasing thing to watch. Today, Xiao Ruofei found that the two fish seemed a little different from usual. Although they were chasing and playing, Xiao Ruofei saw that the tails of the two fish touched each other from time to time, and in the process of swimming, the two fish were getting closer and closer. Sometimes they even lay on each other's back, very intimate. Xiao Ruofei, who had read a lot of information during this period, suddenly realized that the red arowana was about to lay eggs. Xiao Ruofei didn't know how long the red arowana had been successfully paired, but it seemed that they should be about to lay eggs. He subconsciously walked lightly, for fear of disturbing the pair of red arowana who were having their wedding night. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't walk away. He kept a relatively distance and quietly watched the red arowana laying eggs. Xiao Ruofei had read the information and knew that the process of laying eggs and hatching red arowana was very strange. After the female fish laid fertilized eggs, the male fish would put the eggs into his mouth one by one. The male fish's mouth couldn't hold so many eggs, so he would swallow some into his stomach. During the hatching process, if the male fish was frightened, he would also swallow the eggs and even the young fish. So the number of young arowana hatched each time was very small. Seeing that the red arowana was about to lay eggs, Xiao Ruofei naturally was unwilling to leave. The red arowana was very precious, so he must find a way to improve the efficiency. He couldn't let the red arowana hatch naturally. He tiptoed away from the pond and went to the side to make some preparations. Then, he carefully approached the small pond with the things he had prepared. Xiao Ruofei stared at the pond without blinking. About half an hour later, the female fish began to lay eggs. The red arawana's eggs were a very pure golden color, about 10 millimeters in diameter, shining with a dazzling golden light like pearls. One by one, they fell from the fish's body. The whole process was filled with the joy of life. When the female fish laid eggs, the male fish swam over and opened his mouth, ready to put the eggs into his mouth. At this time, Xiao Ruofei immediately contacted the ring to space. Suddenly, an invisible binding force trapped the male fish. It was only a few feet away from the eggs, but it couldn't swim over. Xiao Ruofei's telepathic connection with the ring to space had evolved 4 times, so it was very close. His control of the space had also improved greatly. Since the male fish was in the space, Xiao Ruofei could easily control it. At this time, the female fish still didn't know and continued to lay eggs. The whole process of laying eggs lasted about 20 minutes. Xiao Ruofei roughly counted that there were about 10 golden fish eggs. When the female fish finished laying eggs, Xiao Ruofei used the same method to bind it with the invisible force in the space. This force was very gentle. Although it prevented the 2 red arowana fish from moving around in a large area, it didn't frighten them. Next, Xiao Ruofei once again concentrated and controlled the fish eggs in the small pond to slowly gather together. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei felt a little strained. Fortunately, the small pond wasn't big, so he could still handle it. Soon, those golden fish eggs slowly moved in the water and gathered into a ball. Xiao Ruofei took out a pre-prepared food container and slowly walked to the edge of the pond. He put the food container into the water and scooped up more than half of the 70 to 80 fish eggs, leaving about 10 to 20 fish eggs in the pond. He did this to prevent his method from not being able to hatch the fish eggs. Leaving some fish eggs could prevent him from drawing water with a sieve. Secondly, he was worried that after he took away all the fish eggs, the male fish wouldn't be able to find a single fish egg. If that happened, it would go berserk and hurt him. Red arowana fish were very precious. If the fish's scales or fins were damaged while swimming berserk, its value would be greatly reduced. Then Xiao Ruofei slowly loosened the restraints on the 2 red arowana fish. They immediately began to swim in the small pond again. Apparently, they didn't realize that Xiao Ruofei had stolen more than half of the fish eggs. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei didn't take away the fish eggs, many of these fish eggs would have been swallowed by the male fish during the incubation process. The male fish quickly found the fish eggs in the pond. He quickly swam over and put the fish eggs into his mouth. The female fish opened her pectoral fins horizontally, showing a unique defensive posture beside the male fish. This was a natural reaction condensed in the blood. The female fish laid eggs, the male fish hatched, and the female fish defended. It was an endless cycle, passed down from generation to generation. In the following incubation process, the male fish would no longer eat. His mouth would squirm from time to time, and sometimes he would shake his head to maintain balance. About 60 days, the 5 to 6 centimeters long young fish would go in and out of the male fish's mouth. The male fish was very protective of the young fish. This movement in and out would continue for about 90 days, and then it would slowly decrease until the young fish adapted to the outside environment. The entire incubation process would be considered complete. During the whole process, if the male fish was frightened, it was very likely that he would swallow the young fish into his stomach. This was a completely instinctive reaction. Moreover, without eating for such a long time, the male fish's body functions would be exhausted, and the damage it would receive would also be great. Some of the males would even die. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided that during this time in the space, he must be careful not to disturb this pair of red arowana. He also walked over quietly and poured half a bottle of flower petal solution into the pond to ensure that the male fish's body functions wouldn't be overdrawn. Then, Xiao Ruofei took the container of 40 to 50 fish eggs and went to a place far away from the small pond. He poured the fish eggs in the container into the container that he had just prepared. The container was filled with the space pond water, and it was also mixed with a strange flower petal. Xiao Ruofei believed that such an environment would definitely allow all the fish eggs to hatch. In this way, with the addition of more than 10 fish that could hatch naturally in the pond, he would have 60 to 70 young fish. This would be a huge fortune. For the next few days, Xiao Ruofei didn't go out. He stayed at home with Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. Xiao Ruofei was even pestered by Lin Xiao to go to the nearby beach. When he saw Lin Xiao jumping in joy at the sea, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel speechless. How could a girl who grew up by the sea be so excited at the sight of the sea? There was an elder at home who took care of everything in an orderly manner. It was almost the new year. Huzi's mother specially asked Yi Linyun to drive her to the county town. She bought a lot of fireworks, firecrackers, red lanterns, china knots, and other things to decorate the small villa and even the entire Taoyuan farm. Now, small lanterns and china knots were hung on the landscape trees on both sides of the farm road. Huzi's mother also asked Peng how to find someone to light up a few ribbons. At night, the ribbons and lanterns on the farm road were lit up, and the atmosphere was very warm. Huzi's mother also personally cleaned the inside and outside of the villa, making it bright and clean. Xiao Ruofei couldn't persuade her no matter how hard he tried. She kept saying that she was very healthy now and that there was no problem with doing these small things. In the end, Xiao Ruofei could only let her do as she pleased. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei knew that Huzi's mother must be very healthy now. She should have no problem moving around appropriately. 3 days passed quickly. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Xiao Ruofei gave the workers an early holiday. Before the holiday, Xiao Ruofei gave every worker a red packet of 1,000 yuan and transferred their wages to their cards in advance. As the supervisor, Cao Taishu received a red packet of 3,000 yuan. These workers had only been on the job for a few months, but they all received red packets. They were all overjoyed. The vegetable seeds were also sowed. During the new year, someone needed to be on duty. Of course, overtime was also calculated at 3 times the salary. Peng Hao would take care of these attendance records. The newly appointed Cao Taishu offered to be on duty on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Xiao Ruofei trusted him, so he agreed after some thought. However, Xiao Ruofei asked him to come over whenever he was free. He didn't have to stay on the farm all day, it was the new year, and everyone wanted to have a reunion. Peng Hao also packed up his things and went back to spend the new year with his family. The farm, which had been bustling with noise and excitement, became much quieter. Only Xiao Ruofei, Yi Linyun, Huzi's mother, and Lin Xiao were left. Yi Linyun's parents and relatives were no longer around. Like Xiao Ruofei, they were all alone, so it was a good opportunity for them to celebrate the new year together. That night, after Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he immediately locked the doors and windows, took out the spirit map scroll, and entered it in a flash. Yesterday, when Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he saw young fish entering and exiting the mouth of the male fish from time to time. He knew that the red arowana's incubation process was basically complete. Now that the flow of time inside and outside the space was 30 times faster, 3 days was almost 3 months inside the space. Sure enough, when Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he saw that in addition to the 2 large red arowana in the small pond, there were also many young fish swimming happily. Roughly counting, there were at least 20 of them. This was a bit more than expected, but it was normal. If the amount of young fish produced in the Ring 2 space was less than the outside world, then that would be ridiculous. Each young fish was more than 10 centimeters long. Their bodies could be said to be perfect. Their scales were tight and fine, faintly emitting a metallic luster. Even though Xiao Ruofei only knew a little about red arowana, he knew that these young fish were in excellent condition. Then he went to the large container where most of the fish eggs were placed. This side was even more spectacular. More than 50 young fish were swimming happily in the solution of flower petals. These young fish were directly hatched in the container. Perhaps it was because of the solution of flower petals, but their bodies were much larger than the young fish in the small pond, and they looked more energetic. Xiaoruofei was full of joy as he looked at these young fish. Under normal circumstances, 10 fish eggs could hatch more than 10, and at most 20 young fish. But this time, Xiaoruofei directly harvested more than 70 young fish. It was really a bumper harvest. Red arowana was almost the most expensive ornamental fish. A good quality blood red dragon was once auctioned for a sky-high price of 5 to 6 million yuan. After these young fish grew up, he would definitely make a lot of money. But now the small pond was definitely too cramped. With so many fish in it, it would be very crowded. Xiaoruofei thought about it, simply picked up the hoe and shovel, and dug next to the small pond again. This time he dug a 10 by 10 meter pit, and it took him more than 10 hours. Even though he was now absorbing the flower petal solution, he still had to rest 2 or 3 times in the middle. Then Xiaoruofei dug the diversion channel, and then moved some pond mud, algae, plankton, small fish and shrimps from the grass carp pond to the new fish pond. Then he dug the opening of the diversion channel, and the space spirit pond water was directed into the new pond. Xiaoruofei went back to the outside world for a while, and when he returned to the space, the new fish pond was already full of water. So Xiaoruofei carefully put the young red dragon fish in the container into the new pond. As for the young fish in the original small pond, Xiaoruofei didn't take care of them for the time being, and let them live with his parents. Anyway, there was still enough space. After a while, when the young fish began to grow up, he would move them over. After finishing all this, in fact, only a short time had passed in the outside world, but Xiaoruofei was already exhausted. After he left the space, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, and directly fell asleep. The next morning, Xiaoruofei was still in a daze when he vaguely felt his ear being pulled. He sleepily opened his eyes and saw Lin Xiao standing at his bedside, looking at him with disgust. "Brother Ruofei, what time is it? Why are you still sleeping?" Lin Xiao said, "Get up and put up the Spring Festival couplets." Xiaoruofei quickly wrapped the quilt tightly. He was used to sleeping with only a pair of underwear, and he didn't expect this girl to directly break into his room. Xiaoruofei bitterly smiled in his heart. Peaceful days are really tiring. When I was in the army, how could I sleep so soundly? I was always vigilant. Of course, this was also because he worked for more than 10 hours in the space yesterday, and Xiaoruofei really didn't have his guard up in his own home. Basically, he would only lock the doors and windows when he used the spiritual map scroll. "You little girl. Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Xiaoruofei helplessly said to Lin Xiao. "I've been calling for you outside for a long time." Lin Xiao innocently said, "You didn't answer me, and then I saw that the door wasn't locked, so I opened it and came in." Xiaoruofei rubbed his forehead and said with a wry smile, all right, you can leave first. I'm going to put on my clothes." Lin Xiao's quick-witted eyes turned, and she deliberately said, "Why do you want me to go out when you're putting on your clothes?" "Nonsense. Men and women shouldn't touch each other." Xiaoruofei pretended to be angry and said, "Stupid girl, are you leaving or not?" Lin Xiao pursed her lips and smiled, "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving." "You're not going out, right? Then don't blame me for using my ultimate weapon," Xiaoruofei deliberately said fiercely. After that, Xiaoruofei pretended to pull the quilt away. Lin Xiao was so scared that she screamed, covered her eyes, and ran out of Xiaoruofei's room with a red face. P.S. Hoo. Why are there so few cute monthly votes mushrooms? For the sake of steel spear writing until 2 o'clock in the morning every day, brothers and sisters, give me a wave of support. Urgently asking for monthly votes, urgently. As Xiaoruofei put on his clothes, he thought, next time when this girl is at home, I have to lock the door when I sleep. He quickly put on his clothes, then opened the door and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was shocked. It turned out that Lin Xiao was still standing in the hallway outside the door. Seeing Xiaoruofei come out, Lin Xiao's pretty face blushed slightly. She whispered, Brother Ruofei, I'm going to tell my mom that you're being a hooligan. Xiao Ruofei said with grief and indignation, who's being a hooligan? You almost saw me naked. Lin Xiao laughed with a red face and said, I don't want to see you. Xiao Ruofei widened his eyes and asked seriously, then why did you come to my room? I don't want to talk to you, you lazy bum. Lin Xiao's pretty face blushed slightly. She then asked, where's the New Year's gift you promised me? So you came to my room early in the morning to ask for a gift? Xiao Ruofei said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You promised me. You're a man, you have to keep your word. Lin Xiao said with her pretty face slightly raised. You should have said so earlier. I could have given it to you yesterday. Xiao Ruofei was speechless. Okay, wait here, I'll go in and get it for you. After that, Xiao Ruofei opened the door and walked back into the room. He then turned around and said to Lin Xiao while holding the door, you're not allowed to peek this time. Who's peeking at you, you lazy bum? Lin Xiao pouted as she stomped her feet. Xiao Ruofei laughed, closed the door, and carefully locked it from the inside. He summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm, then closed his eyes slightly. His mind swept across the ring 2 space in the scroll and quickly locked onto something. With a thought, a flower pot suddenly appeared on the table. Yes, Xiao Ruofei's New Year's gift to Lin Xiao was a beautiful succulent plant. Girls generally did not have any resistance to cute and meaty things. What's more, this pot of ice lantern Haworthia was carefully selected by Xiao Ruofei. The window and shape were perfect. Presumably, Lin Xiao would like it. Sure enough, when Xiao Ruofei put away the spirit map scroll and opened the door with the ice lamp jade dew, the impatient Lin Xiao immediately revealed an expression of surprise and joy when she saw the ice lamp jade dew. She didn't hide her love for the jade dew at all. Brother Ruofei, is this your New Year's gift to me? Lin Xiao asked. Yes. Do you like it? Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked. Yes, yes. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. His eyes were fixed on the pot of Yulu, unwilling to look away. Following that, Lin Xiao revealed a hesitant expression and said, Brother Ruofei, this should be very expensive, right? Although Lin Xiao's personality was a lot more cheerful these days, and when she spoke with Xiao Ruofei, she was still a well-behaved girl. So even though she liked it very much in her heart, she still showed hesitation. She was worried that the gift was too expensive. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I have a friend who does this business. It didn't cost much. If you like it, then hurry and take it. Ai. Thank you, Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao said happily. Then she took the pot of ice lantern Haworthia like it was a treasure. Just as Lin Xiao was about to walk out of the room, she suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Xiao Ruofei with a sly smile on her face and said, Brother Ruofei, I know that this year is your zodiac year. After that, Lin Xiao's beautiful face was dyed with a layer of red. She quickly left Xiao Ruofei's room as if she was escaping. Xiao Ruofei was confused by Lin Xiao's words. He frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, his face changed slightly. He quickly lowered his head and pulled down his pants to take a look. Suddenly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turns out that this girl really saw it. I've lost a lot of face. Xiao Ruofei sat in the room for a while. He felt that the trauma in his heart had slightly calmed down. Then, he opened the door and walked downstairs with a bitter face. Lin Xiao was pasting couplets with Yi Linyun. Yi Linyun stood on the ladder and arranged the couplets while Lin Xiao pointed to the left and the right, ordering Yi Linyun around. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come downstairs, Lin Xiao blushed and smiled. Xiao Ruofei immediately ran to the kitchen to help Huzi's mother. However, he was quickly chased out of the kitchen by Huzi's mother because of his clumsiness. Xiao Ruofei saw that he couldn't help and felt awkward facing Lin Xiao, so he decided to stroll to the farm. When he passed by the vegetable greenhouse, Xiao Ruofei saw Chao Taishu still squatting inside and busying himself. He walked in as well. Old Chao, didn't I tell you to go home early? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Aren't you going to prepare New Year's Eve dinner? When Chao Taishu heard Xiao Ruofei's voice, he stood up and smiled honestly. Boss, my wife will prepare New Year's Eve dinner. I'll be on duty until the evening. No need. There's nothing on the farm. Right now, except for the seeds you planted a few days ago. It's not worth it. It's fine to go home early, Xiaoruofei said nonchalantly. Oh, okay. Thank you, boss. Chow Taishu said. Then, he hesitated and said, Boss, I was just about to report to you about the seeds you mentioned earlier. Then, Chow Taishu pointed at the nursery and said, Look, these seeds have been planted for less than 3 days, and they've all sprouted. And these sprouts aren't small. I've been planting for my whole life, and I've never seen sprouts so quickly. Will there be any problems? Xiaoruofei knew that it must be because the seeds had been soaked in the flower petal solution, so he smiled and said, Old Chow, I was wondering why you were squatting here all alone. Isn't sprouting a good thing? What's there to worry about? Don't worry. These are high-tech vegetable seeds. They grow faster than normal seeds, and the quality is better. If you say so, then I'm relieved. Chow Taishu smiled and scratched his head. I don't think I'll have to wait until the 7th day of the new year to start work. Do you want me to tell everyone to come over on the 4th? Xiaoruofei thought for a while and said, That's fine too. Ask everyone who's free. It's not compulsory. If you're free, come over and help. I'll triple everyone's salary. Okay. Chow Taishu said. Everyone will definitely be free. Isn't the new year just visiting relatives and playing cards? It won't be a problem to take a day off. Xiaoruofei smiled and nodded. He told Chow Taishu to hurry home, then left the vegetable greenhouse. He strolled to the back of the mountain and looked at the terraced orchard. He thought about what Chow Taishu had said before. He should decide on the fruit tree species as soon as possible. What should he plant? Xiaoruofei's mind flashed with several types of fruit. P.S. Announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear needs everyone's support. Xiaoruofei's philosophy from beginning to end was to walk the high-end route. Even the ordinary vegetables he grew were several grades higher than the ones on the market. Xiaoruofei considered many factors when choosing the fruit trees. He sat on a large rock at the foot of the mountain for a long time before he decided on 2 fruit trees, lychee and cherry. The price of these 2 fruits was relatively high and the trees were very ornamental. Needless to say, lychees were commonly planted in the south. There were many lychee trees in Xianxia City. In the 1,000-year-old West Zen temple, there was an ancient lychee from the Song dynasty. Every summer, it would still bear bright red fruits. Therefore, there was no problem growing lychees here. As for cherries, Xiaoruofei liked to eat them. Secondly, they were very expensive on the market. Ordinary cherries cost dozens of yuan per kilogram. However, cherries were mostly planted in the north. He didn't know if the climate in the south was suitable for the growth of cherry trees. Xiaoruofei wasn't in a hurry to go back. He took out his phone and searched for information on the internet. Sure enough, there were some places in the southeast province that had the tradition of planting cherry trees. However, most of them were in the mountains in the north. Xianxia City was located on the east coast of the southeast province. The climate was hot and humid, so it probably wasn't suitable for planting cherry trees. Especially the big cherries, they were mostly from the Shandong region. However, Xiaoruofei still decided to give it a try. He had confidence in the Ring 2 space. He also believed that with the help of the space pool and the strange flower petals, he would definitely succeed. Moreover, if he succeeded in planting cherries in Xianxia City, the advantages would be very obvious. Cherries could be stored for a very short time. They could only be stored for 3 days at most. Even if they were stored in the refrigerator, they wouldn't last more than a week. Therefore, if cherries from other places wanted to enter Xianxia City, they would have to rely on air or cold chain transportation. In this case, locally produced high-quality cherries naturally had an unparalleled advantage. Xiaoruofei still maintained the habits of the army. Since he had made up his mind to fight, he didn't need to think about the future. He just needed to put it into action. He decided that after the new year, he would go and settle the matter of the fruit tree saplings. Xiaoruofei had already woken up a little late. After taking a stroll, it was almost lunchtime. Thus, he walked back while strolling. It was the New Year's Eve dinner, so everyone had a simple lunch. After lunch, they went back to their rooms to rest for a while. They all got up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and made dumplings together in the restaurant on the first floor. The New Year's Eve dinner in the South was usually held earlier. Basically, the situation of watching the Spring Festival Gala while eating the New Year's Eve dinner basically did not occur like in the North. Most of the time, after everyone had finished eating, they would clean up the bowls and chopsticks and then sit together as a family to watch the gala. At around 5 o'clock, Huzi's mother had already prepared the New Year's Eve dinner. Plates of delicious dishes were placed on the table, and she brought the dumplings everyone had made to the kitchen. While Huzi's mother was still cooking the dumplings, Xianxia couldn't help but sneak a piece of beef into his mouth. Yi Linyun, on the other hand, was sitting upright and still, just like when he was in the army. Even when he was sitting, his back was as straight as a pencil. When Huzi's mother served the cooked dumplings, everyone went to the table to eat the New Year's Eve dinner. Xiao Ruofei specially opened a bottle of red wine. This was the wine that Xianxia's chief Xing had asked the buyer to bring to Xiao Ruofei 2 days ago. Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about wine, but the red wine given by Chief Xing was definitely not cheap. During Xiao Ruofei's class reunion last time, a bottle of 1985 Petrus given by Chief Xing cost more than $1,000. This bottle was definitely not inferior to the wine from that day. While pouring wine for everyone, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea. The original space now had a 30 times faster time flow, and it also had a unique environment. If the wine was properly preserved, especially the white wine, it would become more fragrant as it aged. If he put some wine in it, wouldn't he be able to get super-aged wine in no time? The 30-year-old and 50-year-old wines that were sold at sky-high prices on the market were nothing compared to it. With this idea in mind, Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to go shopping right now. He resisted the urge and poured the wine for everyone. Xiao Ruofei raised his glass and said with a smile, "Auntie, Xiao Lingyun, it's fate that we're gathered together for the new year today. Let's toast first. I also wish all of us a smooth and prosperous year in the coming year. Cheers." Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and lightly clinked them, then drank. Even Huzi's mother took a small sip, while Xiao took a big gulp. As soon as the wine entered her stomach, her small face immediately flushed red. The rosy color in her fair skin was very attractive. "Drink slowly." Huzi's mother glared at Xiao dotingly and said. Xiao mischievously stuck out her tongue and said, "I know. Come, everyone, let's eat." Huzi's mother said, "Let's see if my food is to your taste." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, Lingyun and I don't have any other relatives now. In the past few years, when we were in the army, we had to prepare for war every New Year's Eve. Sometimes, we would eat a few mouthfuls of food at the sentry post. So, this feast that you've prepared for us is definitely the best we've eaten in all these years." Yi Linyun also nodded heavily to express his agreement. Xiao Ruofei picked up a piece of braised carp with his chopsticks and tasted it. It's delicious. Auntie, this is the taste of home we've always dreamed of. You're such a sweet child. Huzi's mother's eyes became a little red. If you like it, I'll make it for you often in the future. Huzi used to love my braised carp the most. Xiao looked at her mother and said, "Mom, let's not talk about these sad things during the new year." Huzi's mother wiped the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Mom is fine. I'm happy. Although Huzi is no longer here, Ruofei is taking good care of us now. My body is also better, and your problem of going to school is also solved. Our days are prosperous." "How good is that?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie is right. In the future, we have to be happy. Huzi's spirit in heaven will definitely be happy. We'll celebrate the new year together every year. Everyone will be happy together." After that, Xiao Ruofei said to Yi Linyun, "Linyun, class monitor Lin took care of you a lot when he was here. Toast to Auntie and Xiao on his behalf." "Yes." Yi Linyun immediately stood up with a glass of wine. P.S. Announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support. Monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel Spear needs everyone's support. Auntie, let me toast you on behalf of Squad Monitor Lin. Yi Linyun said. Since Squad Monitor Lin is no longer around, Brother Xia and I will toast you on his behalf. Good. Good girl. Huzi's mother said as she raised her glass with red eyes. Come, Xiaoer, let's toast too. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. From today onwards, we are a family. Lin Xiao's eyes were also a little wet. In her memory, she had never had such a warm spring festival since her brother's death. Every spring festival, it was just her and her mother. Hearing other people's laughter and the sound of firecrackers in the distance, her house seemed especially cold and lonely. Therefore, ever since her brother's death, Lin Xiao was especially afraid of festivals, especially when the whole country was celebrating the Spring Festival. However, this year was different. She felt the warmth of her family and the joy of the Spring Festival. After everyone clinked their glasses and drank, they ate and chatted. Laughter could be heard in the dining room from time to time. Even Yi Linyun, who was not good with words, said a lot. After dinner, Xia Ruofei wanted to help Huzi's mother clean up, but Huzi's mother stopped him. She said that with her around, there was no need for Xia Ruofei to do these things. Lin Xiao could not wait to set off the firecrackers. In fact, it was just getting dark, but seeing how happy Lin Xiao was, Xia Ruofei did not want to spoil her mood. He smiled and called Yi Linyun. The three of them carried a bunch of fireworks and firecrackers to the farm outside. The dazzling fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating the smiling faces of the three people. It also brought a festive atmosphere to the slightly quiet farm. After a while, most of the fireworks were set off. Lin Xiao wanted to continue, but Xia Ruofei quickly said that they should leave some for the Spring Festival. Only then did she reluctantly stop. The Spring Festival Gala was about to start, so everyone went to the living room and waited in front of the TV. There were fruits and snacks on the coffee table in the living room. The four of them ate and chatted while watching TV. The atmosphere was harmonious. Huzi's mother was also in good spirits. She didn't go back to her room to rest until the New Year's bell rang on TV. The sound of firecrackers also began to come from the distance. In the direction of the Sanshan city, the entire night sky was lit up. Xia Ruofei led Lin Xiao and Yi Linyun out with the rest of the fireworks and firecrackers. More than half an hour later, Xia Ruofei and the others had finished setting off all the fireworks. From time to time, colorful sparks could be seen blooming in the sky in the distance. Xia Ruofei, Yi Linyun, and Lin Xiao returned to the villa. Lin Xiao returned to his room to sleep under the urging of Huzi's mother. Xia Ruofei and Yi Linyun also returned to their own rooms. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he took out his phone and began to call people to wish them a happy new year. Of course, he guessed that Professor Tian Huilan, Ma Xiong, and the other elders were already asleep, so he mainly called the relatively younger ones. Liang Qichao, Zhejianjiu's Chief Xing, Lone Wolf's Guozhan, the provincial military's Niu Meng, Chongping County's executive deputy mayor Wu Liqian. After Xia Ruofei retired, his social circle was not complicated, so he didn't have to call many people. Guozhan, the captain of the Lone Wolf's assault team, was very happy to receive Xia Ruofei's call. He even asked about his condition with concern. Xia Ruofei told him that he had been using traditional Chinese medicine after retiring, and his condition was effectively under control. Guozhan was also very happy when he heard about it. Xia Ruofei also told him about Yi Linyun. Guozhan also had an impression of this soldier who had performed very well during the training. After listening to Xia Ruofei, he was very emotional. He also expressed his appreciation for Xia Ruofei's actions of helping his comrades. Xia Ruofei and Guozhan talked about a lot of things in the army, and the two of them sighed endlessly. As for Liang Qichao and the others, Xia Ruofei greeted them more out of courtesy. After chatting for a while, he quickly hung up. After making a round of calls, he was ready to call Ling Qingxue. In Xia Ruofei's heart, Ling Qingxue was still a little different from other people. The two of them had not broken through the window paper, but they were far more intimate than normal good friends. Therefore, Xia Ruofei also left Ling Qingxue's number for last. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to dial, the phone rang first. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was a relatively unfamiliar number. It's already the middle of the night. Who would call? Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. However, he still chose to answer. Hello, who is this? A shy voice came from the other end of the phone. Is this Big Brother Xia? I'm Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei felt that the voice was a little familiar, but he could not remember who it was. Therefore, he asked curiously, may I ask who is this? Big Brother Xia, I'm Jiangyu. The voice on the other end of the phone had a hint of joy. Yu's classmate. Last time at the pharmacy at the school gate, oh. So it's you. Hello, hello. Xiao Ruofei suddenly remembered the easily shy girl. A few days after he left the army, he had saved her in a small alley in the slums. Hello, Big Brother Xia. Jiangyu saw that Xiao Ruofei remembered and was very happy. It's nothing. I just called to wish you a happy new year, thank you. I wish you a happy new year too. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. That. I heard from Yu that you opened a farm in the suburbs? Jiangyu asked. Big Brother Xia, when school starts, can we come and visit? No problem. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. But our farm has just been completed. We haven't planted anything yet. You will probably be disappointed if you come. No, I just want to come and see you, huh? To see your farm. Jiangyu said with a little panic. Okay. Call me when you want to come. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He thought to himself, why is this girl taking such a long breath? Okay. Goodbye, Big Brother Xia. Jiang. You said quickly. Goodbye. Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone. In a small mountain village in Gangnam province, a few hundred kilometers away, Jiang Yu's face was red. She held her phone to her chest with both hands and had a shy smile on her face. Her pair of bright eyes were shining with joy. When Xiao Ruofei and Jiang Yu finished talking, it was almost 1 o'clock. However, considering that it was New Year's Eve and that Ling Xianxia should not be asleep at this time, he called her directly. The phone rang once and the other side picked up. Then, Xiao Ruofei heard Ling Xianxia's voice. Why is your line always busy when I call you? Are there too many girls and you can't cope with my calls? Ling Xianxia asked jokingly. Xiao Ruofei suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, a girl's sixth sense is really scary. Luckily, I have a clear conscience. He did not call the girls. It was the girls who called him. P.S. Announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support. Monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel Gun needs everyone's support. New Year's greetings are real, but I don't have any girls. Why don't you send me a few? Xiao Ruofei said with a grin. In your dreams. Ling Xianxia said coquettishly, if one isn't enough, how many do you want? I don't even have one, okay? Xiao Ruofei said with a belly full of grievances. After he said this, the two of them fell into silence. This was because they both thought of the meaning behind what Ling Xianxia had just blurted out. Xiao Ruofei broke the awkward silence. Idiot. Ling Xianxia said in a low voice, then said softly, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Xiao Ruofei said subconsciously. As soon as he said this, Ling Xianxia quickly hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei sat there in a daze with the phone in his hand for a long time. He wondered if he should take the initiative after the new year. The girl's feelings were very obvious. Xiao Ruofei also had feelings for Ling Xianxia. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei picked up his phone and sent Ling Xianxia a WeChat message. Xianxia, are you free during the new year? Come to my farm to play. After a while, a WeChat notification sounded. Xiao Ruofei opened it and saw Ling Xianxia's one-word reply. Okay, Xiao Ruofei grinned and put his phone aside. He didn't plan to go back to the Ring 2 space. He went straight to the bathroom to take a shower and then fell asleep. That night, Xiao Ruofei slept very well. Even the sound of firecrackers in the morning didn't wake him up. He didn't wake up until almost 9 o'clock. The precise biological clock that he had developed in the army seemed to have begun to degrade. However, this was nothing. Sleeping until he woke up naturally and counting money until his hands got cramps, wasn't this the life that many people dreamed of? If he returned home after retirement and still strictly followed the military schedule, then he would be a stickler for the ancient ways. After Xiao Ruofei washed up, he put on his slippers and went downstairs. Hu Zi's mother had already prepared breakfast. Yi Linyun had already woken up. He was wearing a single shirt and practicing military boxing in the courtyard. Steam was rising from his head. It was obvious that he had been practicing for quite some time. In this aspect, Xiao Ruofei could not compare to Yi Linyun. Yi Linyun had always adhered to the army schedule. Every morning, he would wake up at 6 o'clock sharp and go to the yard for physical training. In his own words, now that he was the head of security at the Taoyuan company, his culinary skills could not be neglected. Xiao Ruofei suspected that if it weren't for the fact that there was no way to buy a gun in China, this kid wouldn't have dropped his shooting training. When Hu Zi's mother saw Xiao Ruofei coming downstairs, she greeted him with a smile. "Ruofei, you're up. Come and have breakfast." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei replied with a smile. "Auntie, where's Chower? That girl is still sleeping soundly." "Don't worry about her, let's eat first," Hu Zi's mother said. "Huh. She dared to call me a lazy bum yesterday." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "She actually woke up later than me." Hu Zi's mother laughed and said, "That girl had a lot of fun last night and only went to sleep after 1 o'clock. She hasn't been this happy in a long time. We will all be happy in the future." Xiao Ruofei said. "Okay." Hu Zi's mother nodded and said, "Come and eat, or the porridge will get cold." Then Hu Zi's mother poked her head out and said, "Xiao Yi, stop practicing, eat first." "Auntie, you eat first, I'll be done soon," Yi Lingyun replied. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and saw that Hu Zi had finished a set of military boxing and was quickly doing push-ups. He smiled at Hu Zi's mother and said, "Auntie, don't worry about him, this guy won't eat until he's done practicing. Let's eat." According to the customs of the Southeast Province, the first meal of the new year was to be vegetarian. Because it was difficult for most people to maintain the habit of eating vegetarian all year round, eating vegetarian on the first meal of the new year had a symbolic meaning. It was like eating vegetarian for the whole year. Many similar customs were the same, such as not sweeping the floor or washing the dishes on the first day of the new year. On one hand, it was to accumulate wealth and not sweep the things out. On the other hand, it was also to not work hard on the first day, because that would mean a whole year of hard work. However, Hu Zi's mother's cooking skills were very good, and the ingredients were Taoyuan vegetables, so even if there was no meat, it was still very delicious. Xiao Ruofei drank 3 bowls of porridge with the side dishes. At this time, Yi Lingyun had finished his physical training and returned. Xiao Ruofei asked him to quickly wash up and come over for breakfast. Then, he took his phone and left the villa, walking to the farm outside. He still had to make a few New Year calls, mainly to Professor Tian, Tian Huilan, and Hong Kong's Ma Xiong. Xiao Ruofei first called Professor Tian. After the call was connected, Professor Tian's hearty voice came through. "Xiaoxia, Happy New Year." "Professor Tian, Happy New Year to you," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he asked, "How's your health recently?" "Thanks to you. My body is much stronger now than it was in the past," Professor Tian said happily. "Before the new year, the school organized a physical examination for us old professors, and my health indicators were very good. Those old guys were so envious that they all asked me how to maintain my health." That's good, that's good." Xiao Ruofei was also very happy. He then asked, "By the way, Secretary Tian should be with you, right?" "Haha. Yes," Professor Tian said. "Every year at this time, she would come to my place to hide." Xiao Ruofei smiled and expressed his understanding. For a senior official like Tian Huilan, if she didn't find a place to hide during the new year, her doorstep would be broken. Moreover, this year, she had stepped into the ranks of the deputy minister and the standing committee of the provincial party committee. Her situation was even worse than before. Moreover, it was not good to drive people out during the new year, So the best way was to make it impossible for people to find her. Professor Tian, please help me convey my New Year greetings to Secretary Tian. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I won't call her again. Xiao Ruofei was a quiet person. If it were someone else, they would wake up laughing in their dreams if they could talk to Secretary Tian of the Municipal Party Committee. How could they let go of such an opportunity so easily? Okay. She's right next to me. I've received your greetings. Professor Tian said with a smile. Xianxia, if you're free these days, come to my house and play. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two chatted for a while, then hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei was about to hang up Ma Xiong when his cell phone rang. Xiao Ruofei saw that it was a number from Hong Kong and couldn't help but smile. Hello. Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone. Xiaoxing, Happy New Year. Ma Xiong's voice came from the phone. Thank you. Mr. Ma, I wish you and your family a Happy New Year. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he asked, by the way, how is Huan Huan now? Huan Huan is recovering very well. Ma Xiong said excitedly. After a professional test, Huan Huan's score on the autism behavior scale is normal. The experts said that Huan Huan has taken off her hat. Taking off her hat was an industry term, which referred to the recovery of autistic patients. With the recognition of a professional organization, it further indicated that Huan Huan had completely recovered. That's great. Xiao Ruofei said happily. Xiaoxing, this is all thanks to you. Ma Xiong said with emotion. Then, he said, Huan Huan misses you very much. She always talks about Uncle Xia. Then tell Huan Huan that I miss her very much too. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. When I have time, I'll come to Hong Kong to see her. Ma Xiong laughed and said, you don't have to wait until you have time. In the next 2 days, our family will go back to the mainland. You'll see Huan Huan soon. Really? That's great. Let me think about what New Year's gift I should prepare for her. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. It doesn't matter if it's a gift. As long as she sees you, Huan Huan will be very happy. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Then, he asked, by the way, Xiaoxing, I have another purpose for going to the mainland this time. I'm going to Shen City to participate in a truffle appraisal auction. I don't know if you're interested in going with me? When Xiao Ruofei heard Ma Xiong talk about the truffle auction, his heart suddenly moved. P.S. Announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear needs everyone's support. Of course I'm interested. Xiao Ruofei said excitedly, Mr. Ma, when will the truffle appraisal auction begin? The 3rd day of the first lunar month. Ma Xiong said, the traditional truffle production season in Italy's Alba region is around November and December, but the truffle's growing season can last until March. It is said that this auction will have very good quality white truffles. It should be the last truffle auction of this season. The next time you want to taste it will be at the end of the year. So you can't miss it. Then I have to participate. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. We will arrive at Sanshan tomorrow and fly to Shen City the day after tomorrow. Ma Xiong said, Xiaoxing, do you have time to arrange? I have no problem. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. Haha. Then we will see you tomorrow. Ma Xiong said happily. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei began to think. According to the time and the space, it should be almost a year since the last time he cultivated truffles. If his method worked and he successfully cultivated high-quality truffles, then he might be able to make a lot of money from this auction. Even if he didn't succeed in cultivating truffles, it would be good to participate in the appraisal with Ma Xiong. The taste of the truffles, especially the tempting fragrance, made Xiao Ruofei reminisce about it. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to wait for a moment. He went straight back to the villa and locked the doors and windows in his bedroom. After carefully checking to make sure it was safe, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the space. He strode to the oak forest. The oak trees grew very fast. The average diameter of these oak trees was about 20 centimeters. The whole forest was lush and green. Xiao Ruofei came to an oak tree and picked up a shovel to dig. Truffles were actually a kind of fungus. They grew together with the roots of oak and beech trees. So Xiao Ruofei could only dig down to find the roots. The winter truffles generally grew half a meter to a meter deep under the soil. Xiao Ruofei dug a few spots and successfully found the roots, but when she followed the roots, she did not find Song Lu. He dug about a meter and didn't find any truffles. He would backfill the soil and then continue to dig in another place. Until the fifth time, when Xiao Ruofei dug more than 70 centimeters, he suddenly found a black lump at the root of the oak tree. He quickly stopped and carefully used his hand to pull the surrounding soil. Soon, a black lump the size of a tennis ball appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei carefully pulled it out and simply cleaned the soil on the surface. Its surface was rugged, a bit like a pine cone, but the texture was more delicate than a pine cone, and it was not as hard as a pine cone. After Xiao Ruofei, the smell was a smell, 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 smell, a 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 smell. Xiao Ruofei had only met Song Lu for the first time in Hong Kong, so it was obvious that he belonged to the former. There was no doubt that this was a black truffle. Xiao Ruofei's mood suddenly relaxed. Although the black truffle's size and weight were ordinary, its appearance confirmed one thing, and that was that the method he used to cultivate truffles was effective. Since he could find one, it meant that there were more and better truffles underground. Xiao Ruofei had a superstitious faith in the Ring-Tu space. Moreover, the roots were infected with truffle fungi, so they could produce truffles in the future. However, Xiao Ruofei was a little worried that the truffles grew half a meter to a meter deep underground. Digging aimlessly like this was too inefficient, and it was very likely that he would miss a lot of truffles. Letting the precious truffles rot naturally underground was something Xiao Ruofei could not accept no matter what. He had also checked some information before. Truffle hunters abroad brought specially trained truffle dogs to find truffles. In the early days, people brought sows to find truffles because the smell of hormones emitted by truffles was a fatal temptation to sows. Even if it was buried a meter deep underground, it still couldn't escape the sows' noses. But once the truffles were found, the sows would desperately dig up the soil. Many times, the truffle hunters couldn't stop them, and the precious truffles would be eaten by the sows. So later, people slowly switched to using specially trained truffle dogs. A good truffle dog can be sold for thousands of dollars. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and decided to let Lightning give it a try. Although Lightning wasn't a professional truffle dog, it had absorbed the petals of strange flowers, and its spirituality was much stronger than ordinary dogs. Presumably, its sense of smell would be more sensitive than ordinary dogs. Xiao Ruofei put the black truffle into an empty packing box, and then left the Ring-Tu space. He didn't put the Ring-Tu painting scroll into his body, but directly put it in his pocket. He then opened the door, went to the balcony, and whistled towards the courtyard. Lightning, who was lying on the wall basking in the sun, heard Xiao Ruofei's whistle. It suddenly stood up and looked towards the second floor. Xiao Ruofei beckoned to Lightning. Lightning immediately rushed into the villa and ran up the stairs to the second floor. Xiao Ruofei opened the door, and Lightning immediately rushed in. It stood up and intimately threw itself on Xiao Ruofei's body. Xiao Ruofei reached out and patted Lightning's head, saying, "Come down, wait for me to lock the door. I have an important task for you." Lightning obediently let go of Xiao Ruofei and lay down on the floor of the room. Xiao Ruofei went to lock the door and draw the curtains. Then he took out the Ring-Tu painting scroll and entered the Ring-Tu space with Lightning in his arms. Lightning had already been to the Ring-Tu space, so when it came in and felt the rich spiritual qi, it was very happy. It began to run around Xiao Ruofei's feet in the space, and kept wagging its tail at Xiao Ruofei to express its excitement. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Come with me. There's work to do." After that, Xiao Ruofei walked towards the oak forest, and Lightning followed closely behind him. Xiao Ruofei went to the sorting box and picked up the black truffle. He put it in front of Lightning's nose and said with a smile, "Take a good sniff of this smell." Whether we can find all the truffles in the ground or not, it's up to you. This kind of simple instruction was completely understood by Lightning. It sniffed the truffle very seriously, then looked at Xiao Ruofei and gently wagged its tail a few times. That's it? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then let's go. Find all the truffles in this forest. Lightning immediately jumped out and circled around an oak tree a few times. Its nose kept sniffing, and soon it came to a position and kept digging with its front paws. I'll do it, you just need to be responsible for finding the position. Xiao Ruofei said quickly. He picked up the military shovel and began to dig at the position where Lightning was digging, while Lightning quietly lay on the side. 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters, this time, Xiao Ruofei dug a full meter and finally saw a large truffle, and this time it was the more precious white truffle. P.S. Announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear needs everyone's support. Xiao Ruofei carefully used a shovel to dig up the soil next to the truffle, and finally dug out the white truffle with his bare hands. After roughly cleaning up the soil on the surface of the truffle, Xiao Ruofei weighed the truffle in his hand. It was about 400 to 500 grams, and was about the size of a grapefruit. A good start, Xiao Ruofei was very happy. He knew that the heavier the truffle, the more precious it was. He had checked the information before. In 2015, a 900-gram white truffle was sold at an auction for 100,000 euros, which was equivalent to about 680,000 yuan. This white truffle weighed about 500 grams, and according to the price of a similar white truffle sold at the auction, it was worth about 200,000 Huaxia dollars. Moreover, this was under the condition that the quality was the same. Xiao Ruofei would never believe that the white truffles produced in her space would lose to the white truffles naturally grown in the outside world. It was already very good that they were not a few streets ahead of him. This white truffle greatly boosted Xiao Ruofei's confidence. He thought for a moment, and then left the space with Lightning. He told Lightning to wait in the room, and then he went downstairs to the small storage room. After locking the door, he directly sent a few bags of rice into the space. After returning to the bedroom upstairs, Xiao Ruofei once again entered the space with Lightning. He tore open the bags of rice, and separately poured a layer of rice into the 2 large boxes. Then he carefully brushed the soil off the 2 truffles, and put them into the 2 boxes, and buried them inside the rice. The reason why Xiao Ruofei did this was because the truffle had been exuding a strong fragrance. Although he knew that things in the space wouldn't go bad, but he didn't know if the fragrance would dissipate. Therefore, it was safer to store it inside the rice and seal it in the boxes. After doing this, Xiao Ruofei began to look for the next truffle with Lightning. Although Lightning hadn't been trained, its sense of smell was far more sensitive than those truffle dogs. Moreover, it understood human nature, and could understand Xiao Ruofei's instructions, so in fact, it was very efficient in finding truffles. It was Xiao Ruofei's efficiency that slowed down the progress. Every time he dug, he had to be very careful. After digging out the truffles, he had to carefully clean the surface of the soil and put it in the container. Therefore, every time Lightning found a place, she would lie down and rest. Xiao Ruofei was always busy. Xiao Ruofei dug out truffles from the ground. There were black truffles and the more precious white truffles. After they were cleaned, they were continuously put into the finishing box. Soon, the 2 large boxes were filled. Xiao Ruofei found another 2 boxes and poured in the rice. After working for more than 10 hours, Xiao Ruofei finally dug out the last black truffle. He asked Lightning, and after confirming that there was no truffle left in the oak forest, he breathed a sigh of relief. This work not only tested one's physical strength, but also one's patience. However, even though Xiao Ruofei was exhausted and covered in mud, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment as he looked at the 4 boxes of truffles. The amount of black truffles and white truffles were basically the same. The 2 large boxes were full, and the other 2 were more than half full. As for the specific harvest, he had to weigh it with a scale to know. However, Xiao Ruofei was able to roughly estimate it. Among these truffles, there were 7 or 8 that were as big as the first white truffle that Lightning found. According to last year's auction price, these truffles were worth at least 2 million. In addition, there were 3 large truffles, the largest of which was slightly bigger than a basketball. Weighing it, it weighed about 4 pounds. The other 2 also weighed about 2 pounds and 3 pounds. If Xiao Ruofei remembered correctly, the largest truffle was more than the world's largest white truffle from 2014. At that time, the white truffle was 16 pounds, or about 89 kilograms. The truffle that Xiao Ruofei dug out was absolutely a giant. The value of such a truffle could no longer be measured by the market price. Especially if it participated in an auction, it was likely to be sold at a sky-high price. The situation of the black truffle was similar, but the black truffle was generally smaller than the white truffle. The black truffle that Xiao Ruofei found was nearly 3 pounds, which was also very rare. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment in the space. He felt that this time there were a lot of truffles, so it was not appropriate to sell them all at once. Otherwise, the auction price would certainly not go up. He even considered transplanting these oak trees into the new space. This kind of truffle was only produced in a certain season of the year, and there was no way to preserve it for a long time. So, there was no point in producing more of it in the space. Although the original space could ensure absolute freshness, but the truffle itself was a rare thing. If a large amount of it was released, it was bound to cause turbulence in the market, and the final price would plummet. That was absolutely not worth the loss. And in the season when there was no truffle production, suddenly selling truffles that could not be preserved for a long time was an extremely suspicious thing. It was easy to expose his secret. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to decide whether to transplant. This time the harvest was just in time for the end of the truffle production season, so this batch of truffles could still be sold normally. Therefore, it was imperative to plan the sale of this batch of truffles first. In 2 days, he would go to Xianxia City, and the largest truffles would definitely be auctioned. 4 truffles. Of this grade, the most suitable place for them would be an auction. The remaining medium-sized truffles could also be appropriately brought along as a foil. Then he would keep the rest first, and after returning to the 3 mountains, he would sell them through other channels. With such good quality truffles, and now it was the end of the truffle sale season, there would certainly be no need to worry about sales. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei took a new organizing box, and then picked out a few pieces of the largest black truffles, white truffles, and a dozen pieces of medium-sized truffles, put them together in the organizing box, and poured in rice. Then Xiao Ruofei used tape to seal the edges of the organizing box tightly. In this batch of truffles, there were 5 pieces of big truffles, 3 pieces of white truffles and 2 pieces of black truffles. The white truffles were more than 3 pounds, and the black truffles were more than 2 pounds. In addition, there were 13 pieces of ordinary truffles, the average weight was 300 to 500 grams. Xiao Ruofei also sealed the rest of the truffles, and then left the original space with lightning. Although he had been busy in the space for more than 10 hours, in fact, only a short time had passed in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei first went to the bathroom to wash off the dirt on his body, and after changing into clean clothes, he opened the door and went downstairs with lightning. Xiao Ruofei did not see Lin Xiao, and asked Huzi's mother, only then did he know that the girl was still sleeping. Yi Lingyun went to the farm to patrol, this was what he had to do every day. As the head of security, he was very conscientious. Xiao Ruofei had nothing to do, so he took lightning to the farm for a stroll. Before he reached the vegetable greenhouse, he saw Chao Tieshu's footsteps coming out of the greenhouse in a hurry. P.S. Announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support, monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear needs everyone's support. Xiao Ruofei saw the anxious look on Chao Tieshu's face. He quickly walked up to him and asked, "Old Chao, what's wrong?" Chao Taishu said, "Boss, my wife just called me. She said that she fell down when she was at the temple fair. I was about to ask you for a day off. I'm afraid I won't be able to work today." Yo! How did she fall down? Is it serious? Xiao Ruofei quickly asked. It was really depressing for something like this to happen on the first day of the new year. Chao Taishu said, "Sigh. Who knew? That woman just likes to join in the fun. There are so many people at the temple fair, it's easy for something to happen. She's still in the county hospital. I think she hurt her bones, but she should be fine since she can make a phone call. Then hurry over. You don't have to worry about your shift. Lingyan is also at the farm. Xiao Ruofei said. Okay, thank you boss. Chao Taishu said, I'll be there on the 4th day of the new year. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Old Chao. Why do you still care about this at a time like this? Hurry up and go see your wife. I've approved your leave. You're not allowed to come to work before your wife recovers. Otherwise, I'll deduct your salary. This? Chao Taishu hesitated. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and go. Xiao Ruofei said. Oh. Okay. Thank you boss. Chao Taishu said. He then ran to the car shed, took his motorcycle, and rushed to the county hospital. Xiao Ruofei thought that since he had nothing to do today, he might as well go to the temple fair. Moreover, as Chao Taishu's boss, he knew that something had happened to his family. Today was also the 1st day of the new year. It was reasonable for him to visit. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei went back to the villa. He said goodbye to Huzi's mother and drove away from Taoyuan farm. Xiao Ruofei didn't use the Night 15. Instead, he drove a pickup truck. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to be treated like a monkey in a zoo. Night 15 was too flashy and there were a lot of people at the temple fair today. Some people loved to be in the limelight, while others were more used to keeping a low profile. Xiao Ruofei happened to be the latter. Chongping County's temple fair was located at the county's cultural square. Xiao Ruofei had been to the county a few times, so he was familiar with the place. He quickly found a parking spot nearby and parked his car. Then, he walked toward the temple fair. On the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, red lanterns were hung on the trees on both sides of the streets of Chongping County. Beautiful Fu characters were also added to the lampposts. On the way to the cultural square, colorful flags were placed along the road, creating a festive atmosphere. Xiao Ruofei planned to visit the temple fair first, then buy some gifts to visit Chao Taishu's wife at the county hospital. When he walked near the entrance of the temple fair, his gaze was attracted by a stall owner. There was a large basket in front of the man. Inside the basket were 5 or 6 furry puppies. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He was planning to raise some animals in the new space after the evolution. Dogs were undoubtedly a good choice. Because dogs had high spiritual intelligence, it was said that the highest IQ border collie could reach the intelligence level of a 7-year-old child. Dogs raised in the Ring 2 space for a long time would definitely have higher spiritual intelligence. They would be of great help to Xiao Ruofei in the future. Dogs were relatively common animals, so it was very convenient to use them in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei walked toward the stall owner. Boss, how much are you selling these dogs? Xiao Ruofei looked at the puppies in the basket and asked casually. Seeing that business had come, the man quickly said, 50 yuan for one, no bargaining. What breed is this dog? Xiao Ruofei asked. This? Chinese rural dog. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He joked, isn't that a mongrel? Why is it so expensive? The man quickly explained, Sir, I won't hide it from you. These puppies were born from my big yellow dog, so their breed might be a bit average. But their father is amazing. That's the big wolf dog raised by Boschan of Dafa Abalone Farm. These dogs will definitely be very fierce when they grow up. They'll definitely be good at guarding the house. So they have a bloodline. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Okay, I'll take all of them, ah. Okay. When the man heard that Xiao Ruofei wanted to buy all of them, he said happily, Sir, there's a total of 7. You can give me 350 yuan, and I'll give you this basket. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He looked at the puppies in the basket and asked, Aren't there 6 of them here? The boss was a little embarrassed as he took out a black puppy from under his stool. This puppy was smaller than the ones in the basket. Moreover, it was listless and had some injuries on its body. It looked like it was on the verge of death. The boss smiled and said, Sir, this puppy is also from the litter. It's just that it was a little weak when it was born, and it was always bullied by the other puppies. So. Hee hee, you won't lose anything by buying it. You can definitely raise it. Also, didn't I give you a basket? Xiao Ruofei looked at the puppy and felt a little sympathetic. A few hundred yuan was nothing to him now, so he naturally wouldn't be so calculative. He nodded and said, okay, deal. Thank you, thank you. Sir, you're really a straightforward person. The boss said happily. Xiao Ruofei counted out 350 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the boss. Then, he carried the basket in one hand and the black puppy in the other and walked back. After arriving at his pickup truck, Xiao Ruofei put the basket in the car. Xiao Ruofei thought about it. He couldn't just leave the puppies in the car. It would be a sin if they froze on such a cold day. These were 7 little lives, so, he drove out of the city and stopped at a deserted roadside. Xiao Ruofei summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm. He put the basket with the 6 puppies and the black puppy into the new space. The flow of time in the new space was the same as in the outside world. So, Xiao Ruofei didn't have to worry about the puppies starving to death. He put the spiritual map scroll into his body and drove back to the county. After strolling around the temple fair for a while, Xiao Ruofei bought some New Year's toys to bring home for Lin Xiao. He also bought a few packets of milk powder for the puppies. Then, Xiao Ruofei went to a pharmacy nearby to buy some nutritional products. Then, he drove to the county hospital. After parking his car at the county hospital, Xiao Ruofei carried the gifts to the inpatient department. He heard from Chow Tai-shu that his wife had injured her bones. She must be hospitalized for treatment. After Xiao Ruofei walked into the inpatient department, he took out his phone and was about to call Chow Tai-shu to ask which ward she was in. Just then, Xiao Ruofei heard a commotion coming from the corridor on the first floor of the inpatient department. Among them, there was Chow Tai-shu's angry and loud voice. P.S. Announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel gun needs everyone's support. Xiao Ruofei's expression changed slightly, and he quickly followed the sound. Soon, he arrived at the door of a ward. There were 7 or 8 people in the ward. Chow Tai-shu and a few people who looked like farmers were confronting a few people in police uniforms. A middle-aged woman was lying on the bed with a painful expression. Her leg was in a thick cast, and there were scratches on her face. Xiao Ruofei noticed that the people in police uniforms didn't have official police ranks. From their armbands, it could be seen that they were all auxiliary police officers. The leading auxiliary police officer was in his early 20s. He didn't wear a police cap, and his hair was very long. His black police uniform jacket wasn't even buttoned. The tie on his shirt was crooked, and there was a cigarette in his mouth. He didn't look like a police officer, but more like a bandit. The auxiliary police officer took a puff of the cigarette, and very frivolously blew the smoke at Chow Tai-shu. Then he pointed at Chow Tai-shu with the cigarette in his hand and said, "Old man. Don't be so shameless. You're already letting you off easy by paying compensation. If you keep talking, I'll arrest all of you." Chow Tai-shu straightened his neck, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He was so angry that his body trembled slightly, and he shouted, "Arrest all of us if you can. I don't believe there's no place for us to talk." "Oh. You're quite unreasonable, aren't you?" The auxiliary police officer threw the cigarette butt away, and pointed at Chow Tai-shu. "Come with us to the police station. Mother **Ker, you think we can't deal with you? Brothers, cuff him." The auxiliary police officers behind him immediately came up to arrest Chow Tai-shu. Xiao Ruofei couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted, "Stop. What are you doing?" Then he strode into the ward and stood between Chow Tai-shu and the auxiliary police officers. Chow Tai-shu was very surprised to see Xiao Ruofei. He asked, "Boss, why are you here?" Xiao Ruofei nodded at Chow Tai-shu, then looked at the auxiliary police officers and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" The leading auxiliary police officer glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm warning you. Don't obstruct us from carrying out our duties, or we'll arrest you too." The corner of Xiao Ruofei's mouth twitched as he questioned, carrying out official duties? You still want to arrest him? Do you have the relevant documents? Do auxiliary police officers have independent law enforcement authority? Where are your police officers? Also, he was disheveled and dressed improperly. He was even smoking in the ward while wearing a police uniform. What kind of character was that? Is this how your leader leads his team? The series of questions made the leader of the auxiliary police a little confused. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's extraordinary bearing and righteous manner, he suddenly lost all confidence in his heart. He asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and pointed at Cao Taishu. "Didn't you hear? I'm his boss." "Boss? Where are you the boss?" An auxiliary police officer behind the leading auxiliary police officer asked boldly. Cao Taishu raised his head and said, "We are from Peach Blossom Farm." The auxiliary police leader was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened as he sneered and said, "Fuck. I thought you were some kind of big shot. Turns out you're just a F***king vegetable farmer. Why are you pretending to be a big shot? That tone of yours. People who don't know would think you're the head of the Public Security Bureau." Fuck. Originally, because he didn't know Xiao Ruofei's background, the auxiliary police leader still had some scruples in his heart. Now that he heard that the other party was just the boss of a small farm that he had never heard of, he suddenly felt that he was too cautious just now. Thinking that he was actually intimidated by a vegetable farmer, the auxiliary police leader felt that he had lost a lot of face in front of his brothers, so he became angry out of humiliation and started cursing. The group of auxiliary police officers behind him also roared with laughter. "I thought you were some big boss. Turns out you're just a vegetable farmer. This guy is really intimidating." "Haha, farm boss, I'm so scared." Xiao Ruofei quietly looked at this group of auxiliary police officers who were like ghosts and serpents, as if he was watching a group of clowns performing. "Hey, big boss, listen carefully. These people killed my family's Alsatian." The auxiliary police leader said casually, "You're such a big boss, why don't you help them pay for it? It's not expensive, only 50,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "So, it's a private matter? Then, you brought so many people here in police uniforms, and just now you were yelling about taking them to the police station. Does this count as using public resources for private purposes?" "Private, my ass. You really think you're a big boss?" The auxiliary police leader's face changed, and he cursed, "If you don't have money to pay for it, then get out. If you keep talking, we'll arrest you too." Xiao Ruofei's face also turned cold, and he snapped, "The ones who should get out are you. This is a hospital, you can't behave atrociously here. Damn it. You want to do this the hard way." The auxiliary police leader said with a fierce look, "Brothers, first handcuff this kid for me. Doesn't he like to talk about big things? Let him go to the police station and talk about it slowly." The auxiliary police officers agreed and surrounded Xiao Ruofei together, one of them holding a pair of handcuffs in his hand. Cao Taishu was also anxious, and he shouted, "Stop. Why are you arresting my boss?" The auxiliary police officers naturally ignored Cao Taishu's shouts. Xiao Ruofei was also calm, until one of the auxiliary police officers reached out and grabbed his arm. Then, he gently shook his hand, and his body flashed like a ghost. The dull sound of fists hitting bodies was heard, and no one could even see Xiao Ruofei's movements clearly. It felt like it was just a few blinks of an eye, and the auxiliary police officers were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. They all had bruises on their faces, and they looked very miserable. Xiao Ruofei calmly clapped his hands, walked over, grabbed one in each hand, and threw them all out of the ward. The auxiliary police leader stood to the side, and he couldn't believe his eyes. It wasn't until Xiao Ruofei walked toward him that he trembled and shouted, "You dare to attack a police officer? You think too highly of yourself. Are you a police officer? You can't even be considered attacking a police officer." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "Besides. So what if I attack a police officer?" Xiao Ruofei said as he walked toward the auxiliary police officer. With every step he took, the auxiliary police officer felt more pressure, and he couldn't help but step back. "Don't come over. Don't come over. The auxiliary police officer was already scared out of his wits when he saw Xiao Ruofei's skills just now. Xiao Ruofei looked at him with disgust and said lightly, "Your mouth was too smelly just now. Slap yourself 10 times, and then get out." "What? You. Don't go too far," the auxiliary police officer said as he stepped back. He was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before, and now he was thinking about how to escape through the door. Xiao Ruofei snorted and said, "Since you don't have any self-awareness, then let me do it for you." After that, he rushed forward, grabbed the auxiliary police officer's collar with one hand, and quickly slapped him with the other hand. Crackle, a burst of crisp slaps sounded. Xiao Ruofei slapped the auxiliary police officer 10 times, and the auxiliary police officer's face suddenly swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was stunned by the 10 slaps, and even forgot the pain on his face. He just stood there in a daze, with an incredulous look on his face. Xiao Ruofei threw him out of the door and said lightly, "Get out." The auxiliary police officers looked at each other a few times, and all of them showed a look of fear. Then, they supported each other and fled. When they reached the end of the corridor, the auxiliary police leader turned around and shouted, "Wait for me. Don't run if you have the guts." Xiao Ruofei ignored his clamor, and turned to look at Chow Taishu and asked, "Old Chow, tell me. What's going on? P.S. Announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. Continue to ask for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel gun needs everyone's support." Chow Taishu didn't answer Xiao Ruofei's question. Instead, he said worriedly, "Boss, you beat up Qin Gang. This is quite troublesome." The other villagers in the ward also chimed in. "Yeah, Boss Xia. Qin Gang is the son of Qin Jinbo, the boss of the abalone farm in the county. He has a lot of power in the county. Qin Jinbo is also a member of the county's political association. He knows a lot of big shots. Boss Xia, quickly think of a way to settle this. Stop. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I have my ways. You don't have to worry about me. Even if the sky is falling down, you have to let me know what happened, right?" Chow Taishu glared at his wife on the bed and said, "It's all because of this woman. Why did she have to join in the fun? What's so good about the temple fair? Now that she's caused such a big trouble." Chow Taishu's wife said with grievance, "I didn't know this would happen. There are at least a few thousand people at the temple fair. Why didn't they get involved in this? Why am I so unlucky? How dare you talk back?" Chow Taishu glared at her. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Old Chow, it's already happened. What's the use of blaming your wife? What the hell happened? I'm still confused." Chow Taishu sighed and told Xiao Ruofei the whole story. It turned out that Chow Taishu's wife and a few villagers had agreed to go to the county's temple fair together. Not long after they entered the county, a big wolf dog suddenly rushed out near the Western District Police Station. Chow Taishu's wife was so scared that she fell off her bicycle and hit a stone on the curb. Her tibia was fractured on the spot. The big wolf dog was still aggressively pouncing on Chow Taishu's wife. Her leg was fractured and she couldn't run, so there were a few scratches on her face. The villagers who were also going to the temple fair rushed forward to chase the wolf dog away, but the dog seemed to have gone crazy. The situation was urgent. If the mad dog was allowed to go crazy, Chow Taishu's wife might lose her life. One of the villagers happened to have a hoe on his tricycle, so he raised the hoe to hit the dog. At that time, the situation was chaotic, and they couldn't remember the details. They only remembered that they hit the dog a few times. Perhaps one of them hit a vital point, and the dog was killed on the spot. At this time, Chow Taishu's wife's broken bones were swollen and bleeding. The villagers didn't have time to ask the dog's owner to pay for the medical expenses. They hurriedly sent Chow Taishu's wife to the hospital and asked her to call Chow Taishu. The money for the emergency treatment and hospitalization was pooled together by the villagers. Unexpectedly, not long after Chow Taishu arrived at the inpatient department, Qin Gang came looking for him with a few auxiliary police officers. Only then did everyone realize that the dog belonged to Qin Gang. Qin Gang's family owned the largest abalone farm in the county. His father, Chen Jinbo, was also a member of the county's political association. He was considered a well-known local private entrepreneur. Chen Gang had been mischievous since he was young, and his grades were terrible. After graduating from high school, he used his family's connections to get him to work as an auxiliary police officer in the Western District Police Station. Relying on his family's power and his police uniform, Chen Gang was even more arrogant and despotic. Everyone in the surrounding villages knew of his bad reputation. The dog was raised by Chen Jinbo in the abalone farm, and Chen Gang often brought it to the police station. Today, for some reason, it ran out of the police station. Chen Gang, who was on duty today, was playing cards with a few friends in the office. He didn't know at all. After the dog ran out, it ran toward Xiao Tieshu's wife. In the end, it was accidentally killed by the villagers, and Chen Gang didn't know either. Later, Chen Gang's acquaintances recognized that it was his dog, and hurriedly ran to the police station to report. When Chen Gang saw his beloved dog's corpse on the spot, he immediately exploded and brought a few auxiliary police officers to ask around. This road was crowded, and many people saw what happened. Therefore, Chen Gang and the others quickly found the hospital. When they met, not only did Chen Gang not apologize for his dog's injury, but he also asked Xiao Taishu to compensate for the dog. Moreover, he asked for 50,000 yuan. Xiao Taishu was furious that his wife was involved in such a thing on the first day of Chinese New Year. Therefore, the two sides quickly quarreled, and then Xiao Ruofei arrived. Xiao Taishu angrily said, "I've long heard that the Chen family is overbearing. Today, I've seen it for myself, sigh. Taishu, how can we, as ordinary people, fight with them?" An older villager sighed. "I think you should take sister-in-law out of the hospital and find a place to hide. Also, Boss Xia, you should think of a way. If you can't, you can hide for a few days." The others also tried to persuade him. "Yeah. We can't afford to offend the Chen family. Boss Xia, a wise man, knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's hide, after." Listening to Xiao Tieshu's explanation, Xiao Ruofei frowned. Although it was only a few words, he could hear how arrogant and despotic Chen Gang was. Moreover, the villagers were also afraid. It was obvious how powerful the Chen family was in Chongqing County. Today, Chen Gang's behavior was simply lawless. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a busybody, but today's incident happened to his own farm workers. He had to intervene. With that in mind, Xiao Ruofei said to Xiao Taishu and the villagers, "Old Xiao, sister-in-law, fellow villagers, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter properly. Sister-in-law's condition isn't good for her to get out of bed. You just stay here and recover. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to touch a hair on your head." Boss Xia, Chen Jinbo has a good relationship with some of the county's leaders. "You?" the older villager said hesitantly. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "No matter how strong the power is, it can't be stronger than the law. No matter how strong the power is, it can't be stronger than the organization. Don't worry." The older villager looked at Xiao Ruofei. To put it nicely, this young man was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. To put it bluntly, he was a little naive. Chen Jinbo had been powerful in Chongqing County for more than 10 years. He had many connections. How could a young man like Chen Jinbo, who only had a small farm in the village, fight against such a big figure? Seeing this, the other villagers also wanted to persuade Xiao Ruofei. However, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Xiao Taishu said firmly, "Boss, since you've said so, I'll listen to you. We won't go anywhere. We'll stay in this hospital and recover. I don't believe that the Chen family is stronger than the law." Xiao Ruofei nodded approvingly. Seeing that Xiao Taishu had such an attitude, the other villagers didn't try to persuade him anymore. After saying a few words of comfort, they left one after another. They were also afraid of getting into trouble. Although Chen Gang had identified Xiao Tieshu's family, they were the ones who killed the dog together. After the villagers left, Xiao Ruofei saw that Xiao Tieshu's wife was still worried. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'll call someone. Don't worry, I know a few people who are above me." "Boss Xia, then hurry up and find someone above you to settle this matter," Xiao Tieshu's wife said quickly. The villagers didn't know much, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei say that she had someone above her, she seemed to feel more at ease. "Boss, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to be involved in this matter," Chow Taishu said apologetically. "Old Chow, don't say such things," Xiao Ruofei said. "If I didn't know about this matter, then it would have been fine. Now that I know, I have to take care of it. You are an employee of our company, and a backbone of the middle management. The company must take care of your family's matters." Chow Taishu looked touched and said, "Thank you, boss." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He reached out and patted Chow Taishu's shoulder. Then, he took out his phone and walked to the corridor outside the ward. For the matter in Chongqing County, the most effective way to deal with it was to find the new official, Wu Liqian. If Wu Liqian couldn't handle it herself, she would naturally ask her old superior, Tian Huilan. However, the possibility of this was very low. If a local boss could make Wu Liqian, the executive deputy county magistrate, helpless, then she wasn't worthy of Tian Huilan's trust and responsibility. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Wu Liqian's number. P.S. Announcing the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification of all subscriptions and screenshots. Continue to request for everyone's support. Steel gun needs everyone's support. The phone rang a few times before Wu Liqian picked it up. "Happy New Year, Xiaoxia," Wu Liqian said. Xiao Ruofei heard some noise on the other end of the phone, so he asked, "Sister Wu, am I bothering you?" Wu Liqian smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm visiting some units in the county. I was in the meeting room, but I'm out now. You can tell me what you want to say. It's convenient to talk now." During the new year, the leaders of the various groups in the county would go to various units to visit and greet the cadres who were still at their posts. This was a tradition in Huaxia. All levels of the party committee and the government had such a tradition. As the fourth person in the standing committee, Wu Liqian must be very busy today. She had to go to various units all day. So, Xiao Ruofei didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "Sister Wu, there's something I need to trouble you with." Then, Xiao Ruofei told Wu Liqian everything that had happened that day, including the fact that he had hit a few policemen after arriving at the hospital. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had hit the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau in front of Tian Huilan when he was at the Linhai police station in Chongqing County. Wu Liqian was also there. She was still Tian Huilan's secretary at that time. After Wu Liqian heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she said angrily, "How could such a thing happen? It's lawless." "Xiaoxia, are you still in the hospital?" "Yes, I'm worried that after I leave, Chen Gang will do something to old Chow and his wife." Xiao Ruofei said, "They are honest farmers. They're scared out of their wits to be involved in this kind of thing on the first day of the new year. Don't worry. Just wait in the hospital for a while. I'll give you a satisfactory answer," Wu Liqian said without hesitation. "Okay, thank you, Sister Wu." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm sorry. I didn't want to trouble you during the new year. Do you have to do this with Sister Wu?" Wu Liqian smiled as she continued, "Developing your business well and creating more jobs for our county is the best way to thank me." "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Because Wu Liqian still had to deal with this matter, they didn't talk much and soon hung up. County Water Conservancy Bureau. Wu Liqian put away her phone, a thoughtful look on her face. She had been in Chongqing County for 2 months. Overall, she had opened up her work situation, but there were still areas that were not satisfactory. Compared to County Public Security Bureau. Su Jianba, the director of the County Public Security Bureau, was the assistant to the county magistrate. Of course, his authority was incomparable to that of Wu Liqian, who was the executive deputy county magistrate. For a long time, Su Jianba had been close to the old county magistrate in politics. However, the old county magistrate had reached the age limit. Next year, he would definitely retire. Therefore, Su Jianba was still faced with the problem of choosing a side. The Public Security Bureau had always been important. Wu Liqian naturally hoped to win Su Jianba's support. However, Su Jianba was also an experienced official. Before the situation was clear, his attitude had always been ambiguous. It was obvious that he was waiting for the right price to sell. When Wu Liqian worked in the municipal government, she was already a deputy division head. When the old county magistrate retired, with her qualifications, she had the opportunity to compete for the position of county magistrate. Her biggest competitor was the deputy secretary of the county party committee, Xianxia. Although Wu Liqian had the strong support of Tian Huilan, there were rules in the officialdom. If she couldn't get the approval of the masses, if she couldn't get the support of the important departments, and if she couldn't show convincing political achievements, even if Tian Huilan wanted to help her, there would be a lot of resistance. Therefore, Wu Liqian was under a lot of pressure. After all, her foundation in Chongping County was still shallow. The old county magistrate would retire in less than a year. Recently, Su Jianba seemed to be flirting with the deputy secretary of the county party committee, which made Wu Liqian even more vigilant. Today, when Xiao Ruofei mentioned this matter, Wu Liqian felt that this was a good opportunity to beat Su Jianba. Of course, even without this factor, Wu Liqian would still do her best to help Xiao Ruofei. In the morning, she called Tian Huilan to give her New Year's greetings. Tian Huilan mentioned Xiao Ruofei on the phone. It could be said that almost every time they talked, Tian Huilan would intentionally or unintentionally mention Xiao Ruofei. This was a very obvious signal. If Wu Liqian made a mistake about Xiao Ruofei, then she really didn't have any official IQ. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, she made a decision. Wu Liqian pushed open the door of the meeting room and walked in. She looked thoughtfully at Su Jianba, the director of the County Public Security Bureau, who was sitting on the side. For the New Year's greetings, several groups in the county were divided into several groups. Su Jianba happened to be in the group led by Wu Liqian. The greetings were basically a leader walking around, thanking the staff on duty for their hard work, sending gifts of condolences, and then a leader saying a few words. The greetings at the Water Conservancy Bureau were basically over. However, Wu Liqian had just gone out to answer a call, so everyone was still waiting here. Wu Liqian nodded to everyone and then said to the deputy director of the government office, "Our next stop is the county hospital." In fact, Wu Liqian was in charge of health, water conservancy, and public security. Therefore, for this year's New Year's greetings, she had to go to these places. The deputy director of the county government office was stunned at first, but then he reminded her in a low voice, "County Governor Wu, according to the plan, our next stop is the Public Security Bureau. The county hospital is arranged in the afternoon. The notice has been sent. If we go there now, I'm afraid that the hospital won't be prepared in a hurry." Wu Liqian frowned and said, "What do they need to prepare? It's New Year's Eve. We're going to visit the frontline medical staff. It's fine as long as they do their normal work. It's not an inspection." "Okay, I'll inform them right away." The deputy director of the government office saw that Wu Liqian was a little unhappy, so he quickly agreed. Su Jianba, the director of the Public Security Bureau, asked half jokingly and half seriously, "County Governor Wu, why are we suddenly going to the county hospital? Is the tea in the Public Security Bureau not good?" Su Jianba was a member of the greetings team, but if they were going to the Public Security Bureau, he was also the host, so what he said was not out of line. Wu Liqian smiled faintly and said, "Director Su, the comrades in the Public Security Bureau are working very hard. We have plenty of time in the afternoon, so we can talk more with everyone." Su Jianba laughed and said, "County Governor Wu, I feel much better now that you said so." A haze flashed in Wu Liqian's eyes. Su Jianba did have some bad signs recently, which was also directly reflected in his words and deeds. The sentence just now seemed casual, but in fact, there was a faint taste of challenging her. However, Wu Liqian had already practiced to not show her emotions. She just said faintly, "Let's go." A group of people left the Water Conservancy Bureau and got into their own cars. The motorcade meandered in the direction of the county hospital. Over at the county hospital, Xiao Ruofei did not wait for Wu Liqian's arrival. Instead, she waited for a group of aggressive people. "P.S. The monthly votes list has been blown up again. I beg for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear urgently needs everyone's support. In addition, I will announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and screenshots. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he sat in the ward and chatted with Cao Taishu and his wife. The two of them were still a little uneasy, so Xiao Ruofei kept comforting them. After about 20 minutes, the sound of noisy footsteps came from the corridor. Cao Taishu and his wife's faces suddenly changed, revealing a very worried expression. "Boss, it must be Chen Gang. You should leave first," Cao Taishu said. Xiao Ruofei's expression was still calm. He smiled and said, "Old Cao, don't worry. Let him come. What's there to be afraid of?" Cao Taishu said anxiously, "Boss, I know you're good at fighting, but they're from the government. We can't afford to offend them. If you continue to fight, things will get out of hand. You'd better leave quickly." At this moment, a resentful voice came from the door. "You want to leave now? It's too late." The person who came was Chen Gang. When Cao Taishu heard Chen Gang's voice, his face instantly turned pale. He thought to himself that this was really bad. He had implicated the boss. Chen Gang was standing at the door with a smug face. However, his face was swollen like a pig's head. No matter how one looked at it, he looked ferocious. "Kid, you really didn't run. You've got guts," Chen Gang said as he stared at Xiao Ruofei with resentment. At this moment, two people in police uniforms walked out from behind Chen Gang. They were two official police officers with police ranks and numbers. They were completely different from Chen Gang and the other auxiliary police officers. One of them, a tall and thin policeman, looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "We're from the County Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Brigade. You're suspected of assaulting a police officer and causing trouble. Come with us." Xiao Ruofei looked at the policeman calmly and said, "Everything needs evidence. The police can't just arrest people. You said I assaulted a police officer and caused trouble. Show me the evidence." The tall and thin policeman sneered and said, "Evidence? You assaulted Chen Gang and the others from the Western District Police Station. The witnesses are here. The injuries on their bodies are the evidence." Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Those people are all auxiliary police officers. They're not the official police officers you're talking about." The young policeman beside the tall and thin policeman heard this and said, "Do you think you can just hit an auxiliary police officer? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Xiao Ruofei coldly glanced at the young policeman and said, "Watch your mouth. Wearing this uniform, you represent the image of the people's police. Is this the quality of the police? F***ck. The young policeman rolled up his sleeves and was about to teach Xiao Ruofei a lesson. "Xiao Wu." The tall and thin policeman reached out to stop him. "Us, of course. Us. We. And you'll be charged with resisting arrest. You'll be in jail for a few more years." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "I didn't expect the police to be so good at distorting facts. Chen Gang clearly gathered the auxiliary police for his family's private affairs and came here to cause trouble, but in your case, it became official business. They were clearly the ones who started the fight. I was just defending myself, but in your case, it became assaulting the police." The tall and thin policeman put on a fake smile and said, "We, the police, will find out the truth. Now, you are suspected of assaulting the police." The tall and thin policeman emphasized the word suspected. Xiao Ruofei coldly snorted and said, "Summon? Okay. Show me your police ID and summon card. I'll cooperate." Chen Gang only took 20 minutes to come and go. Today was the first day of the new year. How could they get a formal summon card? Xiao Ruofei was sure that the two policemen were Chen Gang's friends. They were there to support him. To put it bluntly, they were there to do some private work. It was impossible for there to be any formal procedures. Sure enough, the tall and thin policeman's face darkened and said, "I'm summoning you verbally. We'll go through the relevant procedures later. Now, please come with us." "Oh. I forgot there was such a thing as a verbal summon." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Then, he showed a puzzled expression and asked, "But I remember that only under special circumstances can a verbal summon be carried out." "Officer, what kind of special circumstance is this?" At this point, Xiao Ruofei glanced at Chen Gang contemptuously and said, "Signs of escape?" "After they left, I stayed here for 20 minutes. If I wanted to run away, I would have run away." "You talk a lot of nonsense." The young policeman couldn't help but scold him. "If you don't want to suffer, come with us obediently. Otherwise, you'll suffer when you get to the station." Xiao Ruofei's face turned cold and asked, "Are you threatening me?" F***CKU. "So what if I'm threatening you?" The young policeman scolded. "I'll hit you too." Then, the young policeman took out his rubber baton and smashed it toward Xiao Ruofei's head. This time, the tall and thin policeman didn't stop the young policeman. His patience had been worn out. In such a small county, they rarely talked reason with criminal suspects. Sometimes, even if they didn't comply with the procedures, they would just arrest them. No one dared to say anything. Xiao Ruofei's expression didn't change. He just tilted his body slightly, then reached out his hand in a seemingly slow motion. However, he avoided the baton and accurately grabbed the young policeman's wrist. The young policeman suddenly felt as if he was being clamped by an iron clamp. He tried to pull back several times, but Xiao Ruofei didn't move. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei only used a little force, but the young policeman suddenly felt as if his wrist was about to split open. He couldn't help but scream in pain. The tall and thin policeman suddenly acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He took a step back, pulled out his gun from his waist, and aimed it at Xiao Ruofei. He shouted, "Stop! Let go of Xiao Wu immediately. You are now suspected of resisting arrest and assaulting a police officer. If you don't let go, I'll shoot." Facing the black muzzle, Xiao Ruofei's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. His whole body released a biting cold murderous aura, and the temperature of the whole ward seemed to drop a lot. However, when he tilted his ear to listen, the murderous aura on his body suddenly disappeared. Xiao Ruofei's hearing was far better than the people present, so when these policemen were unaware, he had already heard the sound of footsteps and voices outside the inpatient department. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a trace of a cold smile. He gently let go of the young policeman, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu immediately broke free from his control. Xiao Wu quickly retreated. However, the tall and thin policeman still pointed his gun at Xiao Ruofei as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He had already heard from Chen Gang that the person in front of him was extremely skilled, so he had specially brought a gun. In fact, this was already against the rules of using a gun. "Xiao Wu, go and handcuff him," the tall and thin policeman said. "Okay," Xiao Wu said with a grin. He rubbed his already swollen wrists, took out the handcuffs from his waist, and walked towards Xiao Ruofei. He even said, "Show me how awesome you are. F***CK your mother." Xiao Ruofei only looked at Xiao Wu coldly. He didn't resist and let him handcuff him. On the side, Chow Taishu anxiously said, "Boss." Xiao Ruofei gave him a comforting smile, indicating that he shouldn't panic. "Take him away," the tall and thin policeman said proudly. He was very satisfied with the current result. "So what if you're skilled? I have a gun with me. If you dare to resist, I'll shoot you. It's useless even if you die." When Chen Gang saw that Xiao Ruofei was handcuffed, he suddenly became arrogant. He walked to Xiao Ruofei's side and gave him a push, saying, "Hurry up and go. F***CK, weren't you very awesome just now? When we get to the station, I'll see how awesome you are." Xiao Ruofei walked out with handcuffs on his hands with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, a group of county cadres and hospital leaders surrounded Wu Liqian and walked to the door of the ward. When Wu Liqian saw the scene in front of her, her pretty face immediately showed an extremely angry expression. She angrily scolded, "What are you doing? Why are you arresting him? P.S. The monthly votes list has been blown up again. I beg for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear urgently needs everyone's support. In addition, I will announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and full subscription screenshots." Su Jianba, the director of the Public Security Bureau, saw the scene and his heart skipped a beat. He felt that Wu Liqian's behavior was strange. Her next stop was the Public Security Bureau, but she changed her itinerary at the last minute. She didn't even go to the health bureau, but went straight to the county hospital. After arriving at the county hospital, she didn't even greet the hospital leaders and walked straight to the inpatient department. Now that he saw the scene in the ward, no matter how slow Su Jianba was, he already knew that Wu Liqian must have gotten the news in advance, so she rushed over without stopping. Su Jianba could only hope that the policeman didn't make any mistakes in the procedure. Otherwise, with Wu Liqian's attitude, a beating would be unavoidable. At this moment, Wu Liqian did not even have the mood to think about the twists and turns of the officialdom. The handcuffs on Xia Ruofei's wrists were so glaring that it made her angry in an instant. The tall and thin policeman saw the leaders suddenly appear at the door of the ward, and his heart was in a mess. These people in the system naturally knew the beautiful new executive deputy magistrate, and Su Jianba, who was next to Wu Liqian, was their immediate superior, the boss of the bureau. The tall and thin policeman forced himself to be calm. He saluted the leaders and said, "Reporting to Magistrate Wu, Chentai of the County Public Security Bureau is carrying out an arrest mission." Wu Liqian looked at Chentai coldly, pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, "This is the person you want to arrest?" Xia Ruofei is a private entrepreneur that I personally introduced to Chongping County. He is also a retired soldier with outstanding military service. What heinous crime did he commit? Why do you need to point a gun at him and handcuff him? Su Jianba and Chentai's faces turned pale at the same time, and their hearts skipped a beat. They knew that this was bad. Su Jianba saw that Chentai was so scared that he couldn't say anything for a long time. He couldn't help but frown and say, "Chen, what's the situation?" "Just reported to Magistrate Wu." Magistrate Wu has always been selfless and will never be partial to anyone. Hearing Su Jianba's words, Chentai suddenly had an idea. He quickly said, "Yes, Chief." Then, he said to Wu Liqian, "County Magistrate Wu, the situation is like this. We were on duty at the Criminal Police Brigade today, and we received a call from the Western City Police Station. They said that one of their police officers was injured during law enforcement, and they asked for our help. We followed the comrades from the Western District Station to the county hospital. After the comrades from the Western District Station identified Mr. Xia as the person suspected of injuring the policeman, I summoned him according to the law and asked him to come to the brigade for questioning. However, this gentleman was not very cooperative and even injured our police officer, Comrade Wu Liben. We had no choice but to use firearms and take coercive measures against him." Chentai's words were very clever, avoiding the important points and dwelling on the trivial points. He focused on Xia Ruofei hitting people, attacking the police, and not cooperating. If Wu Liqian didn't know Xia Ruofei and didn't receive Xia Ruofei's call in advance, she might have been able to get away with this excuse. When Su Jianba heard this, he immediately relaxed. He thought to himself, "So that guy has the tendency to attack the police. Then things will be easy." Thinking of this, Su Jianba cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Chen, although the situation is special, you can't use firearms so casually. Especially in the hospital. In the process of law enforcement, you have to pay attention to the methods. Hurry up and unlock the handcuffs." Chentai was happy to hear this, and quickly said, "Yes, Chief, I will definitely go back and do a self-reflection." Then, he quickly went forward to unlock Xia Ruofei's handcuffs. Su Jianba nodded with satisfaction, then turned to Wu Liqian and said politely, "County Magistrate Wu, I think this is most likely a misunderstanding. The comrades from the Western City Police Station were not seriously injured, and this Mr. Xia is an investor in our county. How about we just let this go, and the Criminal Police Brigade won't file a case? What do you think?" He thought that Wu Liqian should know when to stop. After all, the whole thing was Xia Ruofei being unreasonable. But he didn't expect Wu Liqian to just look at him indifferently, then say to Xia Ruofei, "Xiao Xia, tell me the situation. I won't just listen to one side of the story." Su Jianba's eyes flashed with a trace of darkness. He didn't expect Wu Liqian to not give him face in front of everyone. He had given her a way out, but she still didn't give up. Xia Ruofei looked thoughtfully at Su Jianba, the director of the Public Security Bureau, and then said, "Mr. Wu, this is a long story. Let me first report to you what happened this morning near the Western District Police Station." Chen Gang from the Western City Police Station. At this point, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped. His gaze swept past Chen Gang and Chen Tai's faces, and he revealed a trace of a meaningful smile as he said, Chen Gang, Chen Tai, the two of you wouldn't be brothers, right? Chen Tai's face turned red and white. He quickly looked at Wu Liqian, then said, Mr. Xia, this has nothing to do with the case. Su Jianba also had a bad feeling in his heart. He knew very well that Chen Gang and Chen Tai were cousins, and that Chen Gang from the Western City Police Station used his father's power to cause trouble all the time. He had also heard of it, but it was just some small mistakes. He wouldn't offend Chen Jinbo over this. Now that Xiao Ruofei suddenly pointed out something, Su Jianba felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. If he didn't handle it well, he might suffer a hidden loss. Xiao Ruofei didn't pursue the issue of the relationship between the two. He continued, Chen Gang from the Western City Police Station brought his family's wolf dog to the station for duty. He didn't fulfill his duty of looking after it, causing the dog to run out and hurt people. This is the victim at that time. After that, Xiao Ruofei pointed at Chao Tieshu's wife, who was lying on the hospital bed. When Chao Tieshu's wife saw so many leaders, she was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Xiao Ruofei continued, at that time, in order to save this victim, the villagers had no choice but to accidentally kill the dog. They didn't even have time to ask the dog's owner for compensation before sending the victim to the hospital for emergency treatment. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei paused, looked at Chen Gang coldly, and said, then this auxiliary police officer quickly came to the hospital. As the dog's owner, not only did he not apologize or compensate for the medical and nutrition fees, but he also made a false accusation and asked for 50,000 yuan in compensation. He also threatened to arrest the victim and take her to the police station. This is what this police officer called carrying out his duties. I can't help but ask, for your own personal matters, you brought several auxiliary police officers to the hospital in uniform to threaten the victim and extort huge amounts of compensation. Is this what you call carrying out your duties? Xiao Ruofei raised his voice and said, auxiliary police officers don't have independent law enforcement authority. You guys keep saying that you want to handcuff this person and arrest that person. Who gave you the confidence to do so? P.S. Monthly votes ranking slips. Pleading for everyone's support. Monthly votes, tips, recommendations. Steel Spear urgently needs everyone's support. In addition, I'll announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and full subscription screenshots. Xiao Ruofei's words were loud and clear, and every word hit the nail on the head. Chen Gang couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and Chen Tai, who came to help his cousin, also turned a little pale. Wu Liqian looked at Xiao Ruofei with appreciation. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei saw that this Public Security Bureau director was a bit of a prick, so his words just now were righteous and pointed directly at the management and style of the Public Security Bureau. The two had never discussed in advance, but Wu Liqian had a feeling that they cooperated with each other very well. Wu Liqian thought for a moment, then turned to the accompanying officials and cadres and said, comrades, I'm going to deal with things here. Please go to the hospital conference room and wait for a moment. The accompanying cadres all left the inpatient department and went to the hospital office under the guidance of the hospital's leaders. Wu Liqian looked at Su Jianbao lightly, then said to Xiao Ruofei, Xiaoxia, continue. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. County Mayor Wu, the victim's husband is an employee of my company, so after I learned that she was injured, I came to visit. I didn't expect to see these auxiliary police officers with handcuffs trying to take away our employee as soon as I entered the door. I went up and said a few words of justice, but they even wanted to take me away. They are simply lawless. Xiao Ruofei paused, then said, I immediately said that the auxiliary police officers had no law enforcement authority, and that it was against the law. But they actually wanted to forcibly handcuff me, so I had no choice but to defend myself. This is the whole process of Officer Chen's so-called attack on the police. Nonsense. Chen Gang said loudly, do you have any evidence to slander me like this? Evidence? Now you know to ask for evidence? Xiao Ruofei looked at Chen Gang contemptuously and said, when Officer Chen wanted to take me away, he didn't give me any evidence, and he didn't listen to my explanation at all. Xiao Ruofei paused, then said, many people saw the vicious dog hurting people, and there must be spies near the police station. Wouldn't the truth be revealed if they checked the surveillance video? As for what you did in the ward, many villagers saw it. They can all testify. Those villagers were afraid of trouble and didn't dare to provoke the Chen family, but that was under normal circumstances. If they had the support of the executive deputy county head, these people would definitely be willing to testify. You're all in cahoots. It doesn't count. Chen Gang flew into a rage out of humiliation. Nonsense. You guys are in cahoots. How did I become a witness in Officer Chen's eyes? Xiao Ruofei retorted bluntly. After that, Xiao Ruofei ignored the struggling Chen Gang and continued, County Magistrate Wu, not long after I drove away the group of police officers who were using public property for personal gain, these 2 police officers came to my door. They insisted that I assaulted a police officer and caused trouble. They wanted to forcibly handcuff me without showing my police officer ID and summoning card. After that, Xiao Ruofei pointed to the young police officer, Wu Liben, and said, this police officer surnamed Wu also took out a rubber baton to hit me. If I wasn't agile, I'm afraid I would have been injured. You saw what happened after that. Officer Chen took out his gun and pointed it at me. He forcibly handcuffed me and wanted to arrest me. Xiao Ruofei finished speaking in one breath, then shrugged and closed his mouth. Su Jianba's face became very ugly. Chen Gang and Chen Tai's faces were pale. Wu Liben and the other police officers didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After the executive deputy county magistrate Wu Liqian heard Xiao Ruofei's words, her face was as cold as ice. Her eyes were very cold. When her eyes swept over someone in the ward, that person couldn't help but look down. Su Jianba felt a lot of pressure. He stared at Chen Tai and asked, Little Chen, is this what happened? Chen Tai's body trembled slightly, and he said hesitantly, Director. This? I don't know the situation before. After that, you. Su Jianba was so angry that he almost cursed. County Magistrate Wu. Su Jianba lowered his posture and said to Wu Liqian, as the director, I have the leadership responsibility for this matter. Director Su, I don't think the review is urgent. Wu Liqian said, the most urgent thing should be to investigate this matter clearly. I know little Xia. He has always been law-abiding. Even Secretary Tian often praises him. If it is really the public security agency's fault, we have to give them an explanation, right? When Su Jianba heard the words Secretary Tian, his eyes couldn't help but freeze, and his heart beat violently. He was very clear about the weight of these 3 words. He also knew that even if Wu Liqian had a close relationship with the Tian Huilan, she wouldn't dare to speak carelessly about this kind of thing. Since she said so, there was at least 70% to 80% credibility. If this young man could really get in touch with the Tian Huilan, then the actions of the policemen today were simply suicidal. It was very likely that they would even implicate him. Just as Su Jianba's mind was racing, Wu Liqian said faintly, Director Su, it shouldn't be difficult to get the surveillance footage of the Western District Police Station, right? Also, go and check the dispatch records of the Western District Police Station and the Criminal Police Brigade to see if they were carrying out official duties or using public weapons for private purposes. Also, can a criminal police officer's gun be taken out so casually? I think it's necessary to check the registration of the entry and exit of the gun warehouse to see if there are any violations. I believe that after this investigation, the truth should be revealed to the world. After Wu Liqian finished speaking, she thought for a moment, then said, by the way, if Director Su feels that it is inconvenient, I can go and coordinate with the comrades from the Municipal Bureau's inspection detachment to investigate. Su Jianba smiled bitterly and said, County Magistrate Wu, there is no need to trouble the higher-ups with this matter, right? Then, he stared at Chen Tai and said sternly, Chen Tai, report the situation to County Magistrate Wu immediately. If you dare to hide anything from me again, I will definitely punish you severely. Su Jianba was very clear that he would definitely be at a disadvantage today. If he didn't admit defeat now, Wu Liqian would only use this as a pretext to make a fuss. By then, he would be in a more passive position. This County Magistrate Wu is not simple. She usually looks like a gentle and weak woman, but she is very experienced in the officialdom, and she can control her actions freely. Even he, who has been in the officialdom for decades, was at a disadvantage unknowingly. As Su Jianba sighed in his heart, he was also secretly thinking about which side to take. Although he didn't explicitly support the deputy secretary of the county party committee, Xiadin, he did have such intentions. Now, it seemed that it was necessary to wait and see, and he should even express his goodwill to County Magistrate Wu appropriately. Chen Tai didn't dare to hide anything from Wu Liqian, and he spilled the beans like a bamboo tube. Just as Xia Ruofei had expected, they were acting on their own this time. Even their guns were brought out without permission. Whether it was the Western District Police Station or the Criminal Police Brigade, there was no record of them being dispatched. The more Su Jianba listened, the angrier his face became. After Chen Tai finished speaking, he couldn't help but scold him angrily, "You are all bastards. My ranking on the monthly votes list has been sliding down. I beg for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear urgently needs everyone's support. In addition, I would like to announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome to the group, requires verification and full subscription screenshots." Chen Tai was so scared that he lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. At this time, his intestines were green with regret. If he had known that he would get into such big trouble, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. He would have stayed at home comfortably and played cards. Now that things had gotten so big, his future was worrying. Su Jianba looked at the two cousins in front of him, and his eyes were about to spit fire. These two guys couldn't do anything right, and they made such a mess on the first day of the Chinese New Year. They were simply making things difficult for him. It could be said that he wanted to bury them alive. Su Jianba took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his facial expression. He said sincerely to Wu Liqian, "County Magistrate Wu, I have to review this matter. There are problems in the county's Public Security Bureau's administrative management and work style. This is my responsibility. I will make a thorough review at the Bureau's party committee meeting and immediately start a discipline overhaul within the Public Security Bureau." Wu Liqian waved her hand and said, "Director Su, it's right that we have to investigate, review, and reorganize when there is a problem. However, things have to be prioritized. It's the Chinese New Year holiday now, and everyone has worked hard for a year. Wouldn't it make everyone nervous if we reorganize now? I suggest that after the holiday, we can start a discipline inspection within the Public Security Bureau. Forget about it during the holiday." When Su Jianba heard this, he immediately showed a grateful expression and said, "Yes. Thank you for your understanding, County Magistrate Wu." He secretly sighed in his heart. Wu Liqian's move was really beautiful. If Wu Liqian hadn't relented, it could be imagined that the Public Security Bureau would be in chaos during the Chinese New Year holiday. All kinds of inspections, self-reviews, discussions, and learning could drive people crazy. Moreover, so many people had seen what happened today. By then, the whole county would know that Su Jianba didn't do his job well and was severely criticized by County Magistrate Wu. Moreover, the Public Security Bureau was implicated. The result would be that his prestige would be ruined. Wu Liqian's way of handling things was basically like giving a carrot to a stick. She had achieved the purpose of beating Su Jianba and also left him some face to a certain extent. Wu Liqian even sent the entourage away in advance. It could be said that the final result of today's matter was only known by a few people in the ward. In this way, Su Jianba's prestige was at least preserved. In other words, although Su Jianba was beaten up by Wu Liqian today, he still had to secretly thank her. Su Jianba couldn't help but admire this kind of skill. He felt that people who had been trained by Secretary Tian's side were indeed extraordinary, and the more powerful Wu Liqian's means were, the more Su Jianba's heart would naturally lean towards her. This was what Wu Liqian wanted to achieve. A gentle smile appeared on Wu Liqian's face as she said, "Director Su, the reorganization can be postponed, but the handling of this matter cannot be delayed. Little Xia has been wronged for no reason, and this sister-in-law has suffered such serious injuries. All of these have to be dealt with immediately to give the parties involved an explanation." Yes, Su Jianba said. Only then did he realize that he still had to deal with Xia Ruofei. This was someone who could speak to Secretary Tian. Su Jianba hurriedly said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry about today's matter. I apologize to you on behalf of the Public Security Bureau." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Director Su, you're too serious. It's inevitable that there will be black sheep in every unit. I just hope that your bureau can deal with the relevant responsible people seriously. In addition, I hope that the medical expenses, nutrition expenses, and loss of working time of the family members of our employees can be properly settled. Xiao Ruofei had vaguely guessed Wu Liqian's intention, so he didn't give Su Jianba too much of an attitude. Of course, of course. Su Jianba hurriedly said, there is no doubt about the identification of responsibility for this matter. All the responsibility lies with Chen Gang. We will definitely deal with the involved policemen and auxiliary policemen seriously. As for the compensation, we will definitely urge the payment of the compensation as soon as possible. Before the compensation is paid, the medical expenses of the injured will be paid by the Public Security Bureau. Is that okay? Okay, then I'll thank Director Su on behalf of old Chow and sister-in-law, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. No, we should be the ones apologizing, Su Jianba hurriedly said. Then he sincerely expressed his apology to Chow Taishu and his wife, and then said to Wu Liqian, County Magistrate Wu, I want to ask for a leave of absence. I won't be participating in the following visits. I have to go back to the bureau to deal with today's matter. Wu Liqian nodded with a smile and said, Director Su, thank you for your hard work. Su Jianba nodded at Wu Liqian, then glared at Chen Tai and Chen Gang and said, Why aren't you leaving? You're a disgrace. After saying that, he went straight out of the door, while Chen Gang and the others followed behind Su Jianba, as if their parents had died. Their faces were ashen as they left the ward awkwardly. After Su Jianba left, Wu Liqian personally came to the bed and said with a gentle smile on her face, Sister-in-law, today's matter has wronged you. I'd like to apologize on behalf of the county and county government. Chow Taishu and his wife both knew that the beautiful young woman in front of them was a county magistrate, which was a great official in their eyes, so the two of them were somewhat in fear and trepidation. Chow Taishu also repeatedly said, County Magistrate Wu, thank you for making the decision for us. You're the one in charge of justice. Chow Taishu's wife also thanked Wu Liqian profusely, which made Wu Liqian feel a little embarrassed. At the same time, she also felt a little emotional. This was Chen Gang's lawless act, and she had only upheld justice. The commoners were so grateful. Looking at this simple farmer couple, she once again felt the weight of the words to be an official and to bring prosperity to the people. After saying a few words, Wu Liqian also had to leave. A large group of people were still waiting for her to give a speech of condolences in the conference room. Xiao Ruofei personally walked her to the door, then stopped and said, Sister Wu, thank you for today's matter. Wu Liqian looked at Xiao Ruofei meaningfully and said with a chuckle, Xiaoxia, speaking of which, I also have to thank you. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be confused and said, Why are you thanking me? I've been causing trouble for you all day long, and I guess you're afraid to answer my call now. Wu Liqian laughed and glared at Xiao Ruofei. She said, Don't play this trick. This kind of trouble, I can't wait for you to cause more trouble. Well, I can't talk to you anymore, I still have work to do. Well, hurry up and do your work. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, When you're free, you're welcome to come to our farm to check and guide us. Okay. I'll definitely guide you well. Wu Liqian said with a chuckle. After that, she waved to Xiao Ruofei and walked out of the inpatient department leisurely. At this time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of another thing, and hurriedly called Wu Liqian to stop. P.S. The ranking of the monthly votes list has been sliding down. Pleading for everyone's support. Monthly votes, rewards, recommendations. Steel Spear urgently needs everyone's support. In addition, announce the number of the VIP reader group, 2958488872. Welcome genuine readers to the group, requires verification and full subscription screenshots. Ms. Wu, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Xiao Ruofei said. It's the villa I'm renting. You know that it's surrounded by the entire farm, so I want to buy it. Can you help me ask your relatives when you're free? When Wu Liqian's relatives immigrated overseas, they were going to sell the villa, but Wu Liqian asked them to rent it to Xiao Ruofei. Wu Liqian smiled and said, You want to buy the villa so soon? It seems like business is going well recently. Xiao Ruofei laughed embarrassedly. No problem. When I'm done with my work in the morning, I'll call them at noon. It shouldn't be a problem, Wu Liqian said. Okay. Then I'll thank Sister Wu first. Xiao Ruofei grinned. After sending Wu Liqian out of the inpatient department, Xiao Ruofei returned to the ward. Chao Taishu and his wife naturally said many words of thanks, especially Chao Taishu, who said that he would work hard on the farm and not let Xiao Ruofei down. Xiao Ruofei stayed for a while and then left the hospital. Before he left, he told Chao Taishu to take care of his wife and to call him if anything happened. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Ruofei drove back to the pharmacy where he had bought the supplements. He decided to help Chao Taishu. Chao Taishu's wife had broken her bones this time, and it would take 100 days for her to recover. Plus, their son was away at university and would probably leave in 10 days, which would inevitably affect Chao Taishu's work. When he had bought the supplements, Xiao Ruofei saw that the pharmacy sold a kind of ointment for bruises and bruises. It wasn't a plaster, but a paste. He was going to buy some and then mix in a small amount of the flower petal solution. It would be very helpful for the recovery of injuries. Xiao Ruofei would provide a small amount of the flower petal solution for ginseng, Phoebe chinensis, and red arowana fish pond every once in a while. As long as he left a little of the flower petal solution and added it to the ointment, it wouldn't be a waste. Moreover, this would only help with the recovery of the broken bones. It would shorten the recovery time appropriately and would not arouse suspicion easily. After buying the ointment, Xiao Ruofei drove back to the farm. It was already close to noon, so Lin Xiao was already up. She had already heard from Huzi's mother that Xiao Ruofei had gone to the temple fair. So when he saw Xiao Ruofei, Lin Xiao complained, "Brother Ruofei, why didn't you bring me along when you went to the temple fair?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Who told you to be so lazy? It's already so late in the morning and you still haven't woken up. I don't care. Take me there in the afternoon." Lin Xiao pouted. Fine, fine, fine. We'll go again in the afternoon," Xiao Ruofei said dotingly. Then he gave Lin Xiao some of the trinkets he had bought at the temple fair and took the ointment he had bought from the pharmacy upstairs. After returning to his room, Xiao Ruofei carefully locked the door. Then he summoned the spiritual map scroll from his palm and brought the ointment into the ring 2 space. He poured about a tablespoon of the flower petal solution and mixed it into the ointment. After mixing it evenly, he put the ointment into the space. Then he took a wooden bucket and a few bowls from the original space. He brought the few packets of milk powder he had bought in the morning and directly entered the new space from the original space. The few puppies were still obediently staying in the basket. They seemed to be in good spirits. It was obvious that the rich spirit energy in the space was very beneficial to them. The black puppy that was left alone outside was originally very sick and looked like it was about to die. Now, it was much more energetic and could even stand up. It stumbled around in the space. When Xiao Ruofei saw this group of puppies, he suddenly thought of something. When he had bought the puppies, the owner had said that these puppies were the offspring of Boss Chen's wolf dog and his female dog. Didn't that mean that the wolf dog that bit Chao Taishu's wife and was accidentally killed by the villagers, the main culprit behind the series of events that followed, was the father of these little fellows? Xiao Ruofei also felt a little astonished. This world was really full of coincidences. After sighing a little, Xiao Ruofei fetched more than half a bucket of space spirit pond water from the small stream. Then he poured the few packets of milk powder into it. Then Xiao Ruofei added a few drops of the flower petal solution and mixed them evenly. In any case, things in the space wouldn't go bad. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply soaked a large bucket of milk powder in one go. Then, he scooped up a few bowls of milk and placed them on the ground. He then waved at the black puppy. The puppy was probably hungry as well. As soon as it smelled the milk, it immediately stumbled over. It put its mouth into the bowl and gulped down the milk. Xiao Ruofei then carried the other puppies out of the basket. As soon as they came out, they also rushed to the few bowls of milk. Looking at their running appearance, they were much more robust than the black puppy. When the black puppy, which was drinking the milk, saw the other puppies running over, it immediately bared its teeth and barked at them a few times. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he was amused. This little guy's body was the weakest, but it actually wanted to protect its food. Moreover, it looked quite fierce. The puppies hesitated for a moment. However, the milk's fragrance was clearly very tempting to them. Therefore, they only hesitated for a moment before they immediately rushed over. The black puppy was fearless in the face of 6 puppies that were much more robust than it. It directly barked and rushed over. Hey, hey, hey. Harmony is the most important thing. Harmony is the most important thing. Xiaoruofei hurriedly shouted as he picked up the black puppy. Then he specially scooped up a whole bowl of milk and walked far away with the black puppy. Only then did he put the bowl of milk on the ground and put the black puppy down. Xiaoruofei said, "Little guy, your fighting spirit is very strong. But a wise man knows when to retreat. You can't beat them now. Hurry up and drink. This is special treatment for you. In the army, only the sick and the wounded can enjoy it." Of course, the black puppy didn't understand Xiaoruofei's words. However, it was now very far away from the other puppies. Moreover, there was a big bowl of milk here. It shook its head, lowered its head, and drank in big mouthfuls. Xiaoruofei looked at the black puppy with great interest. At first, when he heard the boss's words, he thought that the puppy had been bullied since it was young because it was weak. However, when he saw the scene just now, he felt that it was the opposite. The black puppy's fighting spirit was very strong. In a situation where it was obviously at a disadvantage, it still rushed forward fearlessly. Perhaps it was because of this that it was repeatedly bullied. Xiaoruofei suddenly had a mischievous idea. If he put the black puppy back in the original space, the 6 puppies here would only grow for a few days, but the black puppy would grow for a few months. If he put it back in the original space, would the scene be very interesting? Xiaoruofei quickly decided to put this idea into practice. Among the 7 puppies, Xiaoruofei favored the black puppy. Although it was so sick that it couldn't even walk steadily, its stubborn eyes and unyielding spirit made Xiaoruofei like it very much. The black puppy was still happily drinking the milk in the bowl. It didn't know that it had become Xiaoruofei's main training target. P.S. Announce the VIP reader group number, 2958488872. Welcome to the group. Verification required. Screenshots required. End of chapter 148. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.